regarding the malevolent female capable of reading minds. 5 beastly husbands are pursuing me for affection. How to navigate through the catastrophic beginning of transforming into a malevolent female, choked to death by a piece of chicken leg. Ruan Ruan finds herself transported to a brutal world where blood runs rampant, and she has unwittingly acquired 5 strikingly handsome, beastly husbands. Among them, the composed and noble golden lion, the proud and flirtatious nine-tailed fox, the sensitive and meticulous windroc, the brave and passionate tiger, intellectual and cool water python. Naively, Ruan Ruan believed she could indulge in a life of leisure in this matriarchal society. However, her first eavesdropping on her husband's thoughts reveals their deadly intentions towards her. This cannot be allowed. The unfortunate Ruan Ruan must pick up the pieces left behind by the original owner, wielding a healing spring in one hand and commanding wood-based powers to dominate the beastly realm. While other tribes struggle with meager rations, she leads her people to barbecue feasts and prosperity, transforming from a figure of disdain to one of admiration, ultimately ascending to the authoritative position of matriarch. Ruan Ruan muses, being exceptionally talented can indeed be a burden. Chapter 1. The Fortunate Choking Incident. Choke her. Choke her. Wonderful. She is almost dead. Let's all perish together. The chorus of fervent prayers echoed in her ears, growing clearer, as an overwhelming sensation of suffocation engulfed Ruan Ruan. In her heart, she cursed, I am truly choking to death. Who is this vile creature reveling in my misfortune? Ugh. Cough. Gag. Huff huff. Ruan Ruan clutched her throat, jolting upright, expelling a hard object from her mouth, and the suffocating sensation vanished instantly. Oxygen flooded her lungs, feeling as if she were a celestial being. Tears streamed down Ruan Ruan's face as she widened her eyes in disbelief. Surrounding her was an inky darkness, no longer the cramped 10-square-meter rental she once knew, but rather a cavernous space. A piercing cold wind swirled through the gaping entrance, causing Ruan Ruan to curl up tightly. At that moment, she was sitting naked on a smooth stone slab, indeed, completely bare, emanating an indescribable odor of sweat. What is this situation? Hadn't she fainted while reading a novel after choking on a chicken leg? Could it be that she was abducted and taken to a desolate place? As Ruan Ruan pondered, why isn't she dead yet? A disgruntled voice echoed from the cave entrance. Ruan Ruan looked up sharply to see a tall figure, shrouded in the stormy night, slowly approaching, with eyes glowing ominously in the dark. What the hell? Ruan Ruan screamed, her soul nearly escaping her body, feeling as if an invisible hand had grasped her head tightly. Woohoo! The Spirit Spring system has successfully bound welcome, host, to the beastly world. I am your Spirit Spring Fairy, Lingbao. Please accept your new identity. Host beast type, Spirit Cat rank. 2 beasts in this realm are classified into 5-rank special ability, with type initial level obtained. You are now granted a 10-square-meter space for Spirit Spring cultivation, along with a gift pack of random vegetable seeds. System, Spirit Cat. Beastly world. I can't possibly have transmigrated. Ruan Ruan gasped, nearly spitting blood. Indeed, the host has fortuitously choked to death on a chicken leg, and thus, this Ling Bao has conveniently brought you to be reborn in the beastly realm. Consider it a blessing and thank me promptly. Ruan Ruan's eyelids twitched. This blessing, do you want it? The voice belonged not to a ghost, but to a handsome young man. He had amber eyes filled with a sense of reluctant disdain, clad in animal hide that covered only his thighs and abdomen, revealing perfectly sculpted abs with short, dark hair, and a body marked by scars, his ribs protruding from a lean frame. Ruan Ruan quickly sorted through the basic memories provided by Ling Bao and matched them to his name, Yin. The original owner shared her name, both called Ruan Ruan. The original had 5 males, namely Golden Lion, Lei San rank 5 Crimson Tiger, Ling Chu rank 5 Windroc, Yin rank 4 Nine-tailed Fox, by E rank 5 Water Python. Sure, you rank 5. Despite the impressive looks and abilities of these husbands, the original owner led a particularly slovenly life, neglecting personal care, even going years without a bath. This led to deep resentment from her beastly husbands. Last night, during a storm, she had forced the males to give her prey to eat, even sending the cold averse snake husband Sure you out into the elements. Thus, it was no surprise that the original owner met her demise while greedily devouring a wild rabbit, choking on its bones and perishing. History is eerily repetitive that I truly cannot believe this not a catastrophic beginning? Ah, after absorbing the original's memories, Ruan Ruan irritably tugged at her hair, only to find her fingers coated in grime. You. Seeing Ruan Ruan suddenly lose her composure, Yin appeared accustomed to it, rolling his eyes while tightening his grip on the rabbit's skin. He had witnessed this malevolent female choke on rabbit bones without offering aid, thinking she would finally be free, only to find her miraculously surviving, thus having to endure another dark chapter of life. However, the garment she wore was excessively loose, resembling a sack. Yin paid her no heed and instead picked up a thorn-covered branch from somewhere, kneeling with a thud, raising the branch above his head while lowering his gaze. I failed to capture large prey, please punish me, matriarch. Ruan Ruan was momentarily stunned, observing the handsome young man, drenched from the snow, shivering in the cold, appearing utterly pitiful. Heaven help me. How could one bear to strike such a docile and attractive man? She certainly could not. She would help him up first. Okay, benevolence begets benevolence. Ruan Ruan adjusted her animal skin coat and approached Yin. Here we go, malevolent female. If it weren't for that detestable thing, I would surely kill you. I absolutely would. Ruan Ruan halted her steps, realizing Yan's lips were moving, yet no sound emerged. Realizing this was Yan's inner voice, her eyes widened in astonishment. No way. I can actually hear his thoughts? This is the mind-reading ability that comes with the spirit spring system this way. Even if someone curses you in their heart, you will know. Well, to be honest, there are times when one might not wish to know. But that is not the crux of the matter. The focus is that he seems to harbor deadly intentions towards himself. Do not worry. He would not dare harm you. Ah whoosh. Just as Ruan Ruan was about to speak, a gust of wind swept through the cave entrance, distorting her features. In the next moment, a massive white-furred fox leaped into the cavern, clutching a half-meter-long fish in its mouth. This white fox was a staggering 3 meters long, its limbs agile and elegant, its fur sleek, with striking crimson eyes that sparkled, while behind it swayed 9 fluffy tails. Upon seeing Ruan Ruan, the white fox bared its teeth menacingly at her and tossed the fish onto the ground. Sensing the hostility, Ruan Ruan swallowed hard, her hair standing on end as she scrambled back into the stone bed. Chapter 2. The uninvited guest staring at the new male before her. Ruan Ruan was entranced by his visage. His elongated fox-like eyes exuded a sorrowful allure, his lips, lightly bitten, his skin flawless like porcelain, complemented by waist-length silver hair, untouched by the mundane world, as if he had stepped out from a painting. This was none other than one of Ruan Ruan's husbands, the 9-tailed fox by E. Goodness, did the original owner eat this well? Host, could you please contain your drool? Bai caught sight of Ruan Ruan's infatuated expression and could not suppress his disgust, turning his head away. Do not look at me. With those eyes, Bai's displeasure was evident as he scooped up the fish from the ground and hurled it towards Ruan Ruan. Ruan Ruan, flustered, cradled the fish in her arms, only to discover that the large fish was still alive, thrashing its tail with vigor and successfully delivering several resounding slaps to her. Bai, with a smirk that seemed to revel in his triumph, displayed a captivating charm that embodied the essence of a cunning fox. Totally oblivious to Bai's sly gaze, Ruan Ruan entirely forgot about Yin, who was kneeling on the ground. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of recipes, such as sizable fish. Should it be braised, steamed, or grilled? She felt ravenously hungry, as if she were on the brink of starvation. As a purebred cat beast, Ruan Ruan had an intense fascination with the scent of fish, but as a modern human, she found it impractical to gnaw on a fish directly. However, in this desolate cave, devoid of resources and drafty, her options for preparation were limited to grilling the fish. As these thoughts filled her mind, Ruan Ruan bowed her head and began to contemplate. Knowing that Bai was a fire attribute beastman, possessing the ability of foxfire, she realized that she needed firewood. But where could she find firewood amidst this blustery snowstorm? Oh wait, she herself was of the wood attribute she had nearly forgotten. Ruan Ruan lifted her hand, cautiously gathering her spiritual energy in her palm, and swiftly conjured a branch the thickness of her thumb using her wood-based abilities. Yay, it actually worked, she exclaimed, excitedly stamping her feet. However, upon witnessing this scene, both Yin and Bai Yi were taken aback, rising to their feet in unison, exclaiming, "You actually possess abilities? How is that possible?" Ruan Ruan, caught off guard, stammered, "Shouldn't she have such abilities? In the beast realm, only exceptionally gifted beasts could potentially acquire abilities." It was evident that this power was bestowed upon her by the spiritual treasure. Ling Bao, "You are my deity. I always had these abilities, I just never utilized them." Ruan Ruan hastily fabricated an excuse, attempting to appear composed. Her hands remained busy, and soon she conjured a bundle of branches. She then dragged the fish closer, transforming her hand into a cat's paw, with sharp claws that neatly opened the fish's belly, disposing of its entrails and gills, and deftly slicing several pieces of fish meat, which she skewered onto a branch. All was ready, only fire was lacking. Ruan Ruan glanced at Bai Yi and extended her dirty little hand towards him. "Could you lend me a small flame? Just a tiny bit to place on this pile of branches will suffice." Bai Yi, his expression shifting from shock to indifference, stared at her without moving. Ruan Ruan pouted, "You miser." She then resorted to her abilities, shaping a pointed branch and fervently attempting to create fire by friction. Relying on herself proved more reliable than depending on a man. After what felt like an eternity of effort, Ruan Ruan's palms were raw, yet she had not produced a single spark. "I'm exhausted," she exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, rubbing her sore neck and lamenting, "Others can easily create fire, so why can't I?" Yin observed Ruan Ruan for a while, his gaze reminiscent of watching a lunatic. What was this troublesome female up to? In the next moment, a wave of heat brushed against her cheek, and when Ruan Ruan focused her eyes, she beheld a delicate purple flame that swiftly landed upon the pile of branches. Igniting rapidly, the warm flames enveloped her, and Ruan Ruan felt a long-lost warmth. "Thank you, Bai Yi." Ruan Ruan turned to him, flashing a smile that revealed her sharp little cat teeth. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Bai Yi was not entirely indifferent. Her smile sent shivers down his spine to him. Her grin appeared more grotesque than tears. Were it not for the fear of her using the imprinting technique, he would have ignored her entirely. Imprinting? What was that? Ah, in the beast realm, females possess the ability to imprint. If a male consented, they could bear an imprint that bound the male to the female. Should the female perish, the male would gradually fade as well. Inflicting harm upon the female would bring repercussions back upon the male. This was precisely why, despite her prior malice, the males had not harmed her, but instead continued to provide for her. Ruan Ruan carefully flipped the fish meat, unaware that the rawness on her palm had quietly vanished. The scorching flames seared the fish, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, causing both Yin and Bai Yi to swallow in unison. "Wow, sister's cooking is exceptional," Ruan Ruan praised, only to turn and find both men staring hungrily at the fish in her hands. Ruan Ruan tilted her head. "You both should come and eat too, US?" Yin pointed to himself, his face filled with skepticism. "Indeed." Ruan Ruan nodded earnestly, picking up 2 large skewers of fish and directly offering them to the 2 men. Bai Yi and Yin exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly, their gazes roaming over Ruan Ruan. What has gotten into her? Previously, even if she had leftovers, she would not spare us a bite today. She is offering us food willingly? Hearing this, Ruan Ruan pouted. The original host was truly shameful. Wasting food was disgraceful. "You both work hard hunting, have some fish to replenish your energy." Ruan Ruan smiled sincerely. "Goodness, she can actually empathize with our struggles?" Bai Yi scoffed. Seeing that the 2 remained unmoved, Ruan Ruan decisively tore a piece of fish and forcefully stuffed it into Yan's mouth. Before Yin could spit it out, he was captivated by the tender, sweet taste of the fish. He was momentarily astonished. How could the fire-cooked meat be so delicious? "How is it? Tasty, right?" "Bai Yi, you should try some too," Ruan Ruan said, placing a large piece of fish in Yan's hand and kindly offering another piece to Bai Yi. "Am not eating who would want your food?" Bai Yi turned his head away, his foxtail curling protectively around him, exuding an air of aloofness. "Fine, eat it or not," Ruan Ruan huffed, plopping down beside the fire, catching a glimpse of Bai Yi's throat which was involuntarily moving as he swallowed. Feigning indifference, huh? Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her beastly husbands were powerful, while she remained too weak to survive on her own. Instead of allowing them to plot against her daily, it was wiser to win them over and keep them close, utilizing their strengths until she grew stronger, thus creating more avenues for survival. With this in mind, she decided to bolster their goodwill first. Ruan Ruan's eyes darted around mischievously as she picked up another skewer of fish, offering it to Yin, signaling him to give it to Bai Yi, then turn her back, feigning nonchalance. Yin accepted the fish, nudging Bai Yi with his arm. Bai Yi glanced sideways, quickly realizing that Ruan Ruan had her back turned and hastily stuffed the fish into his mouth, secretly savoring it. Delicious. Each time they failed to catch decent prey, Ruan Ruan would use imprinting and thorns to torment them. Thus, after much effort, he had managed to carve a hole in the ice, spending the entire day waiting on the surface to catch this large fish. He was utterly starved. Ruan Ruan smirked, that proud, obstinate fox. Before long, the delectable aroma of the fish attracted an unexpected visitor. Wild foxes, how dare you hoard food? Hand over what you're eating. Chapter 3. A sharp, piercing female voice assailed Ruan Ruan's eardrums, and soon after, a rotund female beastman with a lustrous, yellowish complexion stormed into the cave like a bulldozer, followed closely by two imposing male beastmen. Here comes the troublemaker, Ruan Ruan thought. Bai Yi's crimson-hued pupils glimmered faintly, and the foxtail behind her swayed gently, her gaze drifting towards Ruan Ruan with an air of indifference. Troublemaker? Ruan Ruan scrutinized the woman, discreetly concealing the roasted fish she held behind her back, quickly identifying her as Ru Hua, a chubby orange cat. The two male beastmen accompanying her were her mates, named a Lung and a Ri, a pair of twin raccoon cats. With a stretch of her neck, Ru Hua fixed her gaze on the fish behind Ruan Ruan and, pointing a finger at her, scolded. Well, you shameless cat, daring to hide in the cave and feast alone? Hand over the fish. Ru Hua commanded imperiously. Yin remained silent, observing with cold detachment. Seemingly aware of the impending events, this wretched female will soon be on her knees, licking the feet of that plump cat, obediently offering the fish, only to receive a few slaps in return. Lick feet? Receive slaps? Ruan Ruan was taken aback. Had Ru Hua always been so contemptible? Recalling her memories, Ruan Ruan felt an urge to strangle herself. Ru Hua was at a third tier, a high-ranking member within the Ling Miao tribe. Although she possessed no supernatural abilities, she had produced a male offspring merely 2 years after forming a partnership, a remarkable feat in a world where the birth and survival rates of young were exceedingly low. Consequently, many male beastmen adored her unconditionally, leading Ru Hua to become increasingly arrogant and domineering within the tribe. The original Ruan Ruan was submissive to the strong and obedient to Ru Hua's every word, not only neglecting to support her own male counterpart, but often offering him the fruits of his labor to Ru Hua, effectively becoming her ultimate sycophant. However, today, she was no longer the same. Hey, shameless cat, are you deaf? Ru Hua glared down at Ruan Ruan with an air of superiority. Shameless cat, are you addressing me? Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Who else could I be talking to? It's a privilege for you to even be called that. Hurry up and teach this wild fox a lesson and give me my fish back, or you won't have any good days ahead. Ru Hua threatened menacingly. Confronted with Ru Hua's spitting vitriol, Ruan Ruan could no longer hold back. Your fish? Is your name inscribed on it? Or have you marked it with your urine? You keep calling me a wild fox and a shameless cat, yet you wish to bully my male? Why should I heed your commands? With those words, Ruan Ruan boldly positioned herself in front of Bai Yi, resembling a chick guarding its hen. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi wore a look of utter disbelief, while Yin appeared equally astonished, as if witnessing a ghost. Did she just openly defy Ru Hua? Normally, even a mere glare from Ru Hua would have her groveling. Ruan Ruan thought to herself. The former Ruan Ruan was no more. The current one was Niogao Lu Ruan Ruan. Stop playing around. Ling Bao could no longer bear to watch. Ru Hua, taken aback by Ruan Ruan's retort, narrowed her eyes in disbelief. You, are you insane? How dare you speak to me this way? What of it? You come in here barking orders at me. Who do you think you are? Just because you're ugly doesn't mean you can dream big. Get out of my home, Ruan Ruan's frustration boiled over. She was already vexed by the chaotic situation she had stumbled into, and now this female cat was adding to her irritation. You lowly, shameless cat, taking in wild beastmen as mates. If it weren't for the tribe leader's leniency towards your gender, do you think you'd still be alive? Ruan seethed, her expression twisted with rage. Upon hearing the term wild beast man, Bai Yi's expression dimmed noticeably, and she clenched her fists in silence. The hierarchy in the beast world was strict. Typically, females held the power and controlled the groups. Males who failed to find partners within the designated time after reaching maturity were often expelled and became wild beastmen, generally despised by females. The original Ruan Ruan was only at a second tier, a low-ranking white cat with a poor reputation, who pretended to be kind-hearted while taking in solitary wild beastmen, deceiving them into forming bonds with her. All 5 of her beast husbands had been lured in this manner. I'm happy. If I can survive, then I can eat you, Ruan Ruan declared defiantly. As for you, you gluttonous behemoth, why don't you let your 2 males, who are supposedly noble ling cats, satisfy your appetite? Is it unwillingness or lack of ability? Ruan Ruan countered sharply, unwilling to back down. Ruan had been emboldened by her previous successes in seizing food, leading to her current behavior. Though Ruan didn't understand the term gluttonous behemoth, she sensed it was not a compliment. Her anger boiling over as she lunged at Ruan Ruan with a swinging arm, ready to strike. You dare to shout at me? Ruan Ruan, sans signe danger, swiftly dodged, causing Ruan to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Ruan yelped, her ample flesh trembling from the impact. Still want to fight? Serves you right for falling, Ruan Ruan mocked, making a face at the defeated Ruan. Shamelessly. Ruan was truly enraged and, before she could rise, seized Ruan Ruan's ankle with a terrifying grip, yanking her down and dragging her forward. Let her go. But he felt a pang of anxiety. Although she was reluctant to help this wicked female, Ruan was known for her cruelty, and if Ruan Ruan were harmed, they all might suffer. You too. Block that wild fox and that bird. I refuse to believe I can't handle this little shameless cat. Ruan clutched Ruan Ruan's ankle tightly. Upon hearing their female's command, a lung charged at Bai Yi, and a scuffle ensued between the cat and the fox, while Yin was ensnared by a Ri. Goodness! Ruan Ruan exclaimed as Ruan's massive form pressed down on her, nearly crushing her. Ruan showed no mercy, tightening her grip around Ruan Ruan's throat. Shamelessly. I will choke you to death. A suffocating sensation enveloped Ruan Ruan, and she felt as though she might perish. Chapter 4, So Small My face. Ruan cried out in pain as Ruan Ruan's sharp claws found their mark, causing blood to flow from her face. Yet in an instant, the wound began to heal miraculously. This is Ling Quan possesses healing abilities, and the extent of healing improves with the host's level of spirit power. Ruan Ruan marveled inwardly. Please stop hitting me. Ruan whimpered, cradling her head in agony, unable to rise due to her clumsy frame, and she could only wail in despair. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was not to be outdone. She conjured 9 tails, using 5 to ensnare a lung, rendering him immobile, while 4 tails struck him across the face, causing him to yowl in distress. Ruan, Ari, witnessing his mate's plight, swiftly shoved Yin aside and charged at Ruan Ruan. Ari's momentum carried him forward, crashing into Ruan, who was promptly flung away by her own weight. Useless beasts. Ruan glared at a lung and a Ri, her disappointment palpable as they writhed on the ground. Seizing the opportunity while Ruan Ruan was distracted, she yanked Ruan Ruan's tail and hurled her towards the wall in a fit of rage. Finished, I'm done for. Ruan Ruan instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for impact, expecting to splat against the wall like a pancake, but instead, she was caught in a warm embrace. Ruan Ruan lowered her paws from her eyes, and before her stood a captivating face, Bai Yi. Thank you. Thank you. Ruan Ruan blinked her large, expressive eyes and instinctively wrapped her paws around Bai Yi's arm. Her cat ears pressed against her head in a display of submission. Bai Yi was taken aback, feeling the smooth and soft fur of Ruan Ruan pressed against his palm. Warm to the touch, the pink paw pads appeared as inviting as tender peach blossoms. It was the first time he had seen Ruan Ruan in her original form. and she was surprisingly small. Under by Yi's gaze, Ruan Ruan felt a shiver run through her, instinctively tucking her tail between her hind legs. Gazing closely at the proud yet pure and alluring face of the fox, she felt an overwhelming urge to flip him over and mercilessly ravage him. "Hey, you two are ignoring my existence, aren't you? Do you believe I will inform the clan leader and have you punished?" Ruan Ruan's words were cut short as Bai Yi flicked his tail, sending her crashing to the ground, rendering her unconscious with a heavy thud. Witnessing this scene, Ruan Ruan's pupils widened in shock. As a fifth-tier beastman, Bai Yi was more than capable of handling an ordinary third-tier orange cat, even in his current weakened state. "What a racket," Bai Yi muttered as he disdainfully dropped Ruan Ruan onto the ground. "Ruwa, oh Ruwa, wake up!" Alung and Ari shook Ruwa, but soon realized she was foaming at the mouth. "Quick, drag her away. We can't have her dying in our cave. It's bad luck." Ruan Ruan gleefully fanned her nose at the side. "You dare to harm Ruwa? Just wait." Alung shot a fierce glare at Ruan Ruan, and he and Ari attempted to lift Ruwa, but could only each grab an arm to drag her out. Observing their clumsy struggle, Ruan Ruan felt a surge of delight. "Don't celebrate too soon. Ruwa is a third-tier female. Just pray the clan leader does not come looking for trouble," Bai Yi warned, dousing Ruan Ruan's spirits like a bucket of cold water. "Enough already. You're just inciting mutual beating," Ling Bao commented. "Huh, they won't bother with who struck first," Yin interjected, sitting listlessly on the ground, yet feeling an unexplainable sense of relief. In the past, Ruan Ruan had always sided with outsiders against them. Without a female to protect them, no matter how angry or frustrated they felt, they could only swallow their grievances. This time, Ruan Ruan stood with them, which was a surprising turn of events for Yin, especially since she didn't strike him with a thorny branch today. "Oomph. Being with you is just a stroke of bad luck," Bai Yi retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Ruan Ruan before exiting the cave. Ruan Ruan remained rooted in place, watching Bai Yi stride into the sunlight, his flowing white hair lifted by the wind, the light sculpting his perfect form, resembling a prince from a medieval painting. "So incredibly handsome," she thought. Coughing, she noticed Yin leaning against the cave wall, his face pale and weak, with a gaping wound on his left shoulder. The result of Ari's earlier bite, still oozing blood. "Yin, you're injured." Ruan Ruan hurriedly crouched in front of him. Yin met her gaze, and a wave of thought surfaced. "She's going to call me a useless beast now, huh? Indeed, among 5 males, I'm the only 4th tier, and my spiritual power is about to run dry. Even Ari can outmatch me. It's natural for her to look down on me. Besides being a punching bag for her, I'm of little use." Ruan Ruan was taken aback. This birdman seemed resolute, yet he harbored such sensitivity and insecurity. "I'm a foam pung, not a birdman. Thank you," he corrected. "Oh, it's all the same." The beast world was quite primitive, lacking proper materials for bandaging wounds. In his condition, he would need to find a veterinarian. Otherwise, an infection could spell disaster. However, it seemed that the beast world referred to their doctors as witch doctors. "Ling Bao, can my spiritual spring be used to heal others?" Ruan Ruan inquired. "Yes, but it will consume your own spiritual and mental energy. Excessive use of mental energy may lead to unconsciousness. Then forget it. I'm too weak now, so I want to use it recklessly." Logically, Yin should be at least a 4th-tier beastman with wind attribute powers. So how could he be bested by an ordinary 4th-tier beastman like Ari? Males need to mate with females regularly to maintain stable spiritual energy. Without the nurturing of a female, males grow weaker and their spiritual power dissipates. They may even become paralyzed and lose the ability to move. Mating? Chapter 5. A Blaze of Glory. Ruan Ruan repeated the word in her mouth, her face flushing crimson down to her neck. Did that not mean what she thought it did? "You have 5 husbands," Ling Bao chimed in, striking Ruan Ruan's mind like a hammer, causing her face to grow even hotter as her thoughts spiraled. Suddenly, a faint fragrance mingling with her sweat wafted between them, causing Yin's expression to shift. This was the scent emitted by this vile female during her estrus. His face turned pale as he recoiled sharply. "If you want to mate, go find someone else. If I'm forced into this state again, I will surely perish from exhaustion." Ruan Ruan's face burned so hot it could boil water. If her face weren't black, it would undoubtedly be blushing to the heavens. "No, no, no. I didn't mean it. You wait. I'll go find a witch doctor for you." Ruan Ruan quickly covered her face and fled the cave in a rush. Yin remained silent, turning his back and lying on the ground with a scrap of tattered hide. Find a witch doctor? They are not so easily summoned. Shi Wu and Ti have such good intentions. Once outside the cave, a cool breeze calmed Ruan Ruan's nerves considerably. Lang Bao, you mentioned that mating is crucial for males and necessary. Why did Yin seem particularly repulsed just now? Ruan Ruan asked, puzzled. Mating is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Males stabilize their spiritual power, enhance their physique, and reproduce, while females absorb the spiritual energy emitted by males to enrich themselves. However, you always abuse the concept of mating to torment him without ever granting him anything. Look at how you've treated him like a mere husk. Ruan Ruan was taken aback. The original host had evidently been a masochist? It's not my fault. I'm not the one torturing him. It's all your fault for forcing me into this body. Ruan Ruan lamented, feeling like a hapless soul caught in a shabby world, trying to patch things up. Suddenly, a bright idea struck her. All right, Ling Bao, didn't I have a seed for a vegetable gift pack that I hadn't opened? Ruan Ruan nearly forgot about her golden opportunity. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 cabbage seeds and 50 sweet potato seeds. Planting them in the spiritual spring space will shorten the harvest time by tenfold. Tenfold. That meant she could eat them in just a few days. Excellent. This function is useful. You finally have some merit. In the frigid winter, nothing paired better than hot roasted sweet potatoes. With only 10 square meters of space, she would save the cabbage seeds for later and plant all the sweet potatoes. Hey, my abilities are significant. All right. I can plant. I can recover. I can. As Ruan Ruan listened to Ling Bao prattle on, she looked up and nearly collided with someone. Before her stood a stooped old woman, clad in a garment made of leopard skin. Despite her wrinkled visage, her hair was neatly arranged, exuding a kind aura. Ruan Ruan, where are you off to? The old woman asked gently. Ruan Ruan paused for a moment. This old woman was responsible for making bee skin clothing for the Lingmao tribe. Everyone referred to her as Sisi Nyang, named after her son, Sisi. The original host had a foul temper and often clashed with the tribe. But Sisi Nyang had always treated her kindly. Sisi Nyang, is there something you need? Ruan Ruan smiled politely. Sisi Nyang glanced around cautiously and, seeing no one, pressed a grayish-white bee skin garment into Ruan Ruan's arms. The clan leader asked me to make winter bee skin clothing for the females in the tribe. But we've run out of the materials he sent. I gathered this rabbit fur piece by piece. It's all clean. It's freezing out. And you're still wearing this bare arm and bare leg garment. You'll catch a cold. Ruan Ruan has always been looked down upon in the tribe, never receiving any share of the provisions distributed. However, Shi Nyang, with her kind heart, secretly sets aside a piece of leather clothing for Ruan Ruan each time she makes garments. Upon unfolding the clothing, Ruan Ruan discovers that the rabbit fur has been stitched into a long coat style, accompanied by a woven grass belt. The fabric feels incredibly soft, a vast improvement over the drafty vest she usually wears. She quickly changes into the new attire, exclaiming, so warm, Hangju, Sisi Niang. Her nose tingles with emotion. Why thank me? We are all females. We should support one another, Shi Xinyang replies, her eyes curving into a smile. By the way, do you know where the shaman is? Ruan Ruan casually inquires. The shaman? That is not easy to find. However, I just heard that a shaman was summoned at the Ruhua cave. Are you injured? Shi Xinyang's concerned gaze scans Ruan Ruan. Upon hearing Ruan Ruan silently curses. It seems she was considerably injured by Bai Yi, enough to warrant calling for a shaman. No, it's my male who is injured. I seek a shaman to examine him. Ruan Ruan shakes her head. At this, Shi Xinyang becomes agitated. Your male? Previously, Ruan Ruan had always referred to those useless beasts without concern for their well-being. Why is she speaking of them as family today? Moreover, her tone seems softer. Ruan Ruan feels a bit embarrassed, aware that her mistreatment of her males is common knowledge throughout the tribe. I was too harsh on them in the past. Now I've come to understand. I wish to coexist peacefully with them, Ruan Ruan softly admits, biting her lip. That's wonderful. As long as you've come to this realization, don't mind what others say. Living well together is far better than anything else. Although they are beastmen, as long as they treat you well, that is what matters. Shi Xinyang breathed a sigh of relief. genuinely happy for her. The tribe holds significant prejudice against beastmen, and few, like Xixingyang, are indifferent to it. Ruan Ruan nods shyly. To consult the shaman, you'll need to exchange something. It usually costs at least 5 wild rabbits, Xixingyang states, extending a hand. 5? In the harsh winter, prey is scarce. Wild rabbits are one of the primary food sources for the Langmao tribe. Their agility and winter camouflage make them particularly difficult to catch. In this primitive beast world, shamans are rare and hold a high status. Many beastmen succumb to illness because they cannot afford a shaman. Severe injuries can be a disaster for ordinary beastmen. In winter, shamans are even scarcer. Ruhua had to offer half a deer leg to get one to come. Xixingyang pats Ruan Ruan's hand. If her memory serves her correctly, the deer leg was a gift from the original owner to Ruhua. Goodness, this foolish original owner has only made gifts for others. Never mind. She would venture out herself and see if luck favored her. I understand, Xixingyang. Thank you. Ruan Ruan resolves, takes a bone knife from Xixingyang, and turns towards the exit of the tribe. Chapter 6. How long will you hold on? The original owner had never ventured out to hunt, so Ruan Ruan has no experience. She squats down, observing the snow prints left by passing animals, which mostly lead westward towards the tribe. Following the tracks may lead her to some prey. Not only is she seeking a shaman for yen, but since she has entered this beast world, she must develop the ability to survive independently. Relying on those beast husbands who do not value her will not sustain her for long. She must try for herself. After walking for an indeterminate distance, she hears the crunching of snow ahead. With her feline senses far superior to humans, Ruan Ruan quickly spots a pair of deer antlers protruding from the bushes. Crouching low, she silently approaches, noticing a large stag leisurely gnawing on tree bark. Due to her petite size, the deer remains unaware of her presence. Wow, what a sumptuous stag. My luck is unmatched. Host, are you considering taking on the stag? In the depths of winter, such an opportunity is rare. If she manages to capture it, it could sustain her for half a month. Ruan Ruan licks her pink nose, seemingly already savoring the aroma of roasted venison. This is an adult male stag, known for its aggressive temperament. It would require several beastmen to bring it down. You're no match for its size. This may be difficult. Lang bao gao dian. While deer are herbivores, their sturdy antlers and hooves are not to be trifled with. How will I know unless I try? Ruan Ruan replies, her eyes scanning the area around the stag. Her mind races, quickly identifying a gigantic dead tree behind the deer, its gnarled roots enveloping the surrounding brush. An idea springs to mind. Seizing the moment while the stag is engrossed in its meal, Ruan Ruan stealthily approaches the dead tree, claws gripping the trunk as she swiftly ascends, inching along the branches towards the stag's back. The stag remains vigilant, glancing left and right, but neglects to check above. Ruan Ruan positions herself, her slender tail flicking behind her. With a powerful leap, she pounces onto the stag's back, sinking her teeth into its nape. The taste of warm, iron-rich blood floods her senses. Unexpectedly, the stag bolts, the searing pain in its neck causing it to thrash wildly in a desperate attempt to dislodge Ruan Ruan. She quickly claws into its back, anchoring herself, and bites down on its neck. However, the stag's tough hide proves resilient, being just a small cat. Ruan Ruan's teeth cannot penetrate its large artery. Though her feline form allows her to approach prey stealthily, her small size makes it impossible to kill such a large creature. Transforming into her human form, she rides on the stag's back, drawing her bone knife and thrusting it into the stag's neck. The stag, in tremendous pain, leaps violently, tossing Ruan Ruan to the ground. She rolls several times before managing to get back on her feet, witnessing the stag's neck bleeding profusely, yet still standing strong. Is it not dead yet? Ruan Ruan licks the blood lingering on her lips, feeling a surge of warmth. Deer blood is truly nourishing. She is determined to secure this stag. Suddenly, her pupils dilate as she channels her energy into her palms, conjuring a sturdy wooden spike the length of her arm. Evading the stag's charge, she plunges the spike fiercely into its chest. Struck in the heart, the stag collapses, its legs buckling under it as it falls silent in the snow. Exhausted, Ruan Ruan slumps to the ground, patting the stag's hefty body, skillful indeed. Your time is up. Wow, host, you are fierce. Indeed, one can never know their potential without trying. However, I seem to have exhausted my energy. Ruan Ruan raises her palm, but finds she cannot conjure anything further. Having created branches and slain a stag today, she feels utterly drained. The host level is too low, resulting in limited energy. You can transfer your consciousness into the Ling Quan space to cultivate your powers more efficiently. You can assist in cultivation? Of course. Before Ruan Ruan can express her delight, she hears rustling sounds behind her. As the bushes stir, she sees several wolves drooling at the mouth. The scent of blood is intoxicating, and one of the wolves, led by a female, speaks with a human-like voice, gazing at Ruan Ruan with insatiable greed. Host, be cautious. These wolves are third tier. They do not come in peace. Ling Bao's voice trembles. This is bad. She has truly landed in a mess. Little female, you belong to us now. The wolf beast arched its body and dashed towards Ruan Ruan like an arrow released from a bow. Ruan Ruan's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively tried to flee, but it was already too late. As the wolf's claws drew nearer to her back, despair surged within her. Just then, a sudden force tightened around her waist, and she was yanked backward by a robust green snake tail. Ruan Ruan let out a terrified scream, only to be seized by a cold hand around her neck, lifting her off the ground like a chick. She instinctively kicked her legs, and in a blink, she noticed the wolf beast that had charged at her was now lying on the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, convulsing violently. Suddenly, the grip around her neck loosened, and Ruan Ruan stumbled, nearly falling. In her panic, she grasped onto something, only to find herself staring at a row of chiseled abdominal muscles. Bewildered for a few seconds, she followed the muscles upward to behold a striking man with a serpent's tail. His face was stern, his long eyelashes dusted with frost, his brows deep set, and his lips a pale hue, almost colorless. His emerald snake-like eyes were slightly slitted, and his long hair, matching the color of his eyes, cascaded down to his waist, exuding an aura that was both dangerous and captivating. How long do you intend to cling to me? He said coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. This was none other than the snake man, Sure You, who had been driven away by Ruan Ruan earlier. My apologies. Ruan Ruan quickly released her grip, awkwardly kicking the snow beneath her. It turned out he was male, which startled her. Sure You ignored her, moving toward the struggling wolf on the ground. With a swift motion, he coiled his tail around the wolf's neck, and with a sharp crack, the wolf's body went limp, its life extinguished. Ruan Ruan shivered, her mind conjuring the horrifying image of herself being strangled by Sure Yu's elongated tongue. As a boa constrictor, Sure You was a formidable presence among the serpent species, known for his exceptional solitary combat abilities. He was unique, lacking a fixed tribe and existing independently, possessing a lethal power that instilled fear in all beastmen. Run. The remaining wolves, terrified, trembled and fled in a panic. Once they disappeared from sight, Sure Yu's complexion paled, his body swaying as if it might collapse at any moment. Serpents were inherently weak in winter, and having been driven away by Ruan Ruan, he had suffered greatly from the cold. Nevertheless, upon sensing Ruan Ruan's peril, he had rushed to her aid, barely holding on. Are you all right? Ruan Ruan instinctively raised her hand to support Sure You, but he brusquely shrugged her off. Stop pretending. Didn't you enjoy seeing me like this? Sure You lifted his gaze, his expression dangerously icy. Ruan Ruan was momentarily taken aback by his words. Retreating a few steps in defeat, Sure You scanned the carcass of a deer on the ground. Did you kill this? Ruan Ruan nodded hesitantly, her hands nervously fidgeting. In the beast world, females with males did not need to hunt. They simply relied on the males for sustenance. Consequently, many females had lost their hunting abilities, unable even to catch a rabbit, let alone a mature stag. Sure You concealed his astonishment and, coiling his tail around one of the deer's legs, began to head toward the tribe. Are you planning to linger here and feed the wolves? A second-tier female daring to venture out to hunt, if you wish to perish. Do not drag us down with you. As long as the bond remained unbroken, if Ruan Ruan were to die, Sure You and the others would gradually perish as well. Thus, they had no choice but to protect her. Oh, Ruan Ruan exclaimed, quickening her pace to keep up with Sure You, genuinely fearing the wolves might return. Shiryu's serpentine movements were swift and fluid, his waist and abdomen swaying rhythmically, which Ruan Ruan found unexpectedly alluring. Noticing her gaze fixed on him, Shiryu felt exasperated and deliberately quickened his pace to distance himself from her. She finally observed that Shiryu's tail was missing scales in many places, the flesh beneath appearing pale. She felt embarrassed. How could this original host be so cruel? Realizing Shiryu was intentionally speeding up, Ruan Ruan struggled to keep up, eventually only jogging behind him, her mind racing with questions. Why can Shiryu, a fifth-tier beast, not transform his legs into human ones? The fifth-tier beast represented the pinnacle for beastmen, and without special abilities, one could not reach this level. Yet, Ruan Ruan searched her memories and found she had never witnessed Shiryu using any powers. This is a flaw of serpent beastmen. They can only transform after mating. Ruan Ruan sighed inwardly, reflecting on how the original host held disdain for beastmen, refusing to mate with them, viewing them merely as sources of free sustenance. But since the original host had no interest, she would not hold back. Oh dear! Ruan Ruan feigned a whimper, plopping down onto the ground. Shiryu halted, turning around to find Ruan Ruan clutching her ankle and whimpering. What's wrong now? He asked impatiently. I think I might have twisted my ankle. Could you assist me? Ruan Ruan blinked innocently at him. Shiryu regarded her with a silent, frosty glare, his expression colder than the winter air. How repulsive. Is it my approach that is incorrect? Ruan Ruan began to doubt herself. Shall I say, do you not realize how your current demeanor suits the act of being coy? The voice of her spirit guide echoed in her mind, presenting her with a full-body image. Oh my, she exclaimed, aghast. How did I get so dirty? Embarrassed. Ruan Ruan realized that her current appearance would likely repel even a dog. Recognizing the inappropriateness of her behavior, she transformed into a spirit cat, pretending to limp as she lay on the dead deer. Shiryu rolled his eyes, continuing to drag the deer and the seated Ruan Ruan forward. Upon nearing the tribe, Shiryu abruptly stopped, flinging Ruan Ruan and the deer to the ground before turning to walk in the opposite direction. Ruan Ruan looked up and spotted figures moving in the distance, casting her into uncertainty. Host, the spirit spring space can store anything except living creatures without affecting plant growth. Ruan Ruan's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, my system brother, please accept my humble gratitude. The fire pit lay extinguished, and the cave had returned to its usual chill. Yin lay on the ground, covered with a tattered beast skin, shivering uncontrollably, his shoulders losing blood, rendering him somewhat drowsy. With a frown, Ruan Ruan placed the deer from her space onto the ground and climbed onto the stone bed to retrieve a clean beast skin blanket to cover Yin. Wait here. I will fetch a healer for you, she whispered softly, gently patting his back with her small hand, her movements imbued with tenderness. Yan's body stiffened, and a sliver of his eyes peeked open beneath his arm, yet he remained still. He concealed himself at the cave entrance, observing Ruan Ruan's actions with unprecedented intensity. Where did she get an entire deer? And her earlier abilities seemed to indicate a connection to the wood element. As Ruan Ruan stood, he swiftly hid, continuing to observe her in silence. As Ruan Ruan emerged from the cave, she encountered an elderly man with a feeble gait approaching her. The old man was adorned with a bulging leather pouch and carried half a frozen deer leg in his hand, his face glowing with vitality. Hurry, host! That is the shaman. Ruan Ruan's eyes sparkled, and she hastened towards the shaman, positioning herself in front of him. Greetings, esteemed shaman. The old shaman lifted his gaze and instinctively recoiled at the sight of the dark-skinned female before him, his expression one of confusion. What on earth is this? Surely, the skin of a black spirit cat cannot be this dark. Ruan Ruan, puzzled, coughed lightly and said, my male is injured. Might I request your assistance? She touched her nose, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Upon realizing that business was at hand, the old shaman crossed his arms behind his back. Well, I do not offer my services for free. His disdainful gaze swept over Ruan Ruan. This female appears so frail, undoubtedly malnourished due to low fertility without a male to provide for her. She cannot possibly compare to that orange cat female. She surely has nothing of value to offer. What a narrow-minded old man. Ruan Ruan, suppressing her anger, raised a finger. I will offer you an entire fresh deer leg. At her words, the old shaman's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? In the beast world, food was stored in the winter by burying it in the snow, and upon retrieval, it was consumed frozen, lacking flavor and texture. Fresh game was indeed a rare find. Suddenly, the old shaman felt his frozen meat was no longer appealing. Ahem. I am not one of those shamans who refuse to help. Seeing your sincerity, I shall accompany you and learn about your male's condition. Ruan Ruan felt a twitch at her temples, her teeth grinding together in irritation at his sudden change of demeanor. She led the shaman into the cave, only to find Yin sitting up. Upon seeing the shaman, Yan's face was filled with disbelief. She actually hunted down an adult deer and brought a shaman for me. Ruan Ruan smirked mischievously. You must be moved, my avian husband. The old shaman, upon noticing the still warm carcass of the deer, eagerly squatted beside Yin to examine his wounds. Though the injuries were somewhat severe, they were not life-threatening. A poultice of herbs would suffice. The old shaman rummaged through his leather pouch and extracted a few wilted plants, along with 2 smooth stones. Laboriously grinding the herbs before applying them to Yan's wounds, then clapped his hands together. All done, Ruan Ruan opened her mouth in skepticism. Is that really sufficient? Indeed, this is top-quality hemostatic herb, the old shaman replied confidently, hands clasped behind his back. The winter herbs had long since withered, and he had kept these warm in his embrace to preserve them. Even if the herbs were ineffective, the beast man has his innate healing powers. What cunning old coot! The more Ruan Ruan observed him, the less trustworthy he seemed. Rest assured, host, while these herbs may appear wilted, they are still effective and possess hemostatic properties. Taking the spirit's words into account, Ruan Ruan decided to overlook the old man's dubiousness and promptly severed a deer leg to hand to him. She had assumed that shamans in the beast world possessed remarkable skills, but it turned out they merely recognized herbs. Trading 2 herbs for an entire deer leg was simply outrageous. Sigh, if only she had knowledge of herbs herself. The old shaman, gleefully cradling the deer leg, scampered off, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Ruan Ruan rolled her eyes inwardly, sensing she had been duped by a shrewd merchant. Yin gazed at Ruan Ruan, his heart tightening as he observed her disheveled appearance, at a loss for words. He bit his lip and nodded, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his pupils. Appearing somewhat submissive, Ruan Ruan glanced down at herself. The dried deer blood clung to her skin, adding to the foul odor. She could no longer endure it and decided to wash up first. Upon seeing Ruan Ruan about to leave, Yin finally relaxed his tightly clenched jaw. Female host. Thank you. For the first time, feeling cared for by his female, Yin found himself at a loss. However, he struggled to articulate his gratitude. Realizing that Ruan Ruan seemed markedly different today, Ruan Ruan subtly smiled, turning to him. It's nothing, really. You are my male, no need for thanks. Yan's pupils dilated, a hint of pink in his eyes. My female? She had never addressed him in such a manner before. Ruan Ruan observed Yan's expression, but pretended not to notice as she swiftly exited the cave. Spirit, did you see Yan's expression? He looked as if he was about to cry from gratitude. Ruan Ruan grinned, feeling elated. You're quite full of yourself. Perhaps he was merely in pain from his wounds. You emotionless system wouldn't understand, Ruan Ruan scoffed. Regardless, your beast husband seems easily satisfied. Isn't that a good thing? The first step in my strategy is to gain his favor. Once that is achieved, his perception of me will surely improve, leading to affection in no time. Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow triumphantly, feeling hopeful about the days ahead. Stop right there. Chapter 9. Will you like me? Suddenly, a melodious male voice floated from behind. Ruan Ruan shivered and turned abruptly, discovering Bai leaning against a tree, arms crossed. His soft white fox ears perked up and an expressionless, enchanting face. He was undoubtedly the most handsome man Ruan Ruan had ever encountered, utterly captivating. Did you kill that deer? Bai asked directly. This was certainly not something the old Ruan Ruan would have been capable of. He had inquired with Yin, and since Ruan Ruan had choked on a rabbit bone and awoken, it seemed she had undergone a transformation. He needed to probe further. It was I who killed it. What of it? Ruan Ruan responded, her gaze wary as she scrutinized Bai. This fox had a pretty face, but possessed a cunning mind. Meeting her gaze, he hesitated, his eyes darkening. Something is amiss. She is very much not right. Ruan Ruan pouted inwardly. What if I am just fine, and you will not be pleased? Who are you? The three words from made Ruan Ruan's heart skip a beat. You're not Ruan Ruan. She would never hunt nor share her spoils, let alone confront us over a flower-like conflict. I witnessed you conjure that deer out of thin air. Advanced towards Ruan Ruan with each word. Ruan Ruan's heart raced, and she instinctively took a step back, only to be grasped by Yi's firm hold on her wrist. Speak, who are you? He tightened his grip, his gaze increasingly urgent. He was perplexed. Yet more than that, he was filled with anticipation for the answer he sought. Ruan Ruan felt her heart race. How could her disguise be unveiled so swiftly? Host. He has grown suspicious. Foxes are exceptionally clever. The spirit's tone turned serious. So what? He would surely prefer me to be different than before. Could it be that he is a masochist who enjoys the torment of the original host? Ruan Ruan, unafraid, took a deep breath and met Yi's gaze directly. I am Ruan Ruan, but not the one you remember. That female was too vile and has been taken by fate. In truth, I realize my past misdeeds, and after being choked by a rabbit bone, I have awakened to many things. Whether you believe me or not, I will never revert to my former self. He swayed slightly, his foxtail poised in midair. Can a rabbit bone truly transform someone into another person? Ruan Ruan's heart raced with affirmation. Yes, it can. Feeling foolish for her own thoughts, smirked slightly. So, she's a gift from the heavens bestowed upon them? At his words, Ruan Ruan felt a pang in her heart, a bittersweet sensation emerging. In the past, due to his striking appearance, was highly regarded by the original owner, who subjected him to humiliation and degradation, binding him and forcing him to serve as a footstool. His dignity was utterly trampled upon. He possessed a proud character, and one can only imagine the extent of his suffering. As the grip on his wrist loosened, he raised his hand, his slender fingers lifting Ruan Ruan's chin, his voice dripping with allure. So do you like me? As he spoke, his face inched closer to Ruan Ruan's, his movements laden with intrigue. A captivating fragrance enveloped her, rendering her legs weak. As a beastman, dreaded a life of instability, yet transitioning from one abyss to another felt more torturous than death itself. However, he now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If she truly was not the same person, she might no longer need him, and should she abandon him, only death awaited. With such beauty, who could resist? He was evidently taken aback by Ruan Ruan's response, his eyes lowering, the fox ears atop his head flattening against his scalp. How adorable! She longed to stroke his ears. If you desire, I can like you, Ruan Ruan replied, a playful glint in her eyes. Seizing the moment while was momentarily dazed, she swiftly rubbed his ears and darted away. This fox seemed to be up to something mischievous. It was best to retreat. Yi's hand hung in the air, the tips of his ears tinged with pink, while his foxtail swayed excitedly behind him. How intriguing. He was eager to discover whether she had genuinely changed or was merely pretending. Lin Bao, does the imprint have an expiration? Ruan Ruan inquired, her concern evident as she left Yi's sight. No, unless you actively dissolve it, Lin Bao assured her. That's a relief, Ruan Ruan sighed. Now that Yi had begun to suspect she was not the original owner, he would likely inform her other beast husbands soon. If they ceased to fear her and sought to vent their frustrations from the original owners passed upon her, her situation would become precarious. The imprint provided some measure of protection. Furthermore, given the harsh winter conditions, as a second-tier spirit cat, her abilities only allowed her to create branches, making survival difficult. She had narrowly escaped being preyed upon by a wolf while hunting, and with her beast husbands around, she could at least manage to eat. You truly exploit others to the fullest, she mused. She was but a mere mortal. Notions of purity and integrity held little value in this wild land. Who truly cared? Inheriting the memories, Ruan Ruan was acutely aware that peril lurked in the beast world, where first-tier beastmen could be easily captured and consumed. Females inherently possessed weaker hunting abilities. Thus, the more males one had, the greater the chances of survival. 5 husbands, all of high status. It would be sheer folly to reject them. Once she endured the most challenging times, and enhanced her cultivation to a higher tier. If they dared to disobey her, she would simply cast them aside. Ruan Ruan circled around to the back of the tribe. The Ling Mao clan resided on the hillside of the Beast World Forest, with a dormant volcano at the summit. The geothermal activity, combined with water, had formed a vast hot spring at the back of the tribe, where many beastmen bathe, leaving only the original owner, a lazy cat. Unkempt, the hot spring emitted clouds of white steam, a stark contrast to the frigid winter, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. Ruan Ruan glanced around to ensure no one was present, then reached out to test the water, finding it pleasantly warm. She carefully removed her animal skin garments and set them neatly on the shore before gradually immersing herself in the water to cleanse herself. The crystal-clear spring water darkened instantly, and Ruan Ruan winced. How much accumulated grime had she carried? What was this? Chapter 10. Unclean Eyes. Ruan Ruan's keen eyes spotted an abundance of lush green plants at the edge of spring. Thanks to the warmth of the spring, the surrounding soil remained unfrozen, lush, and fertile, allowing some vegetation to survive. Lin Bao's Encyclopedia Time. This is soap grass. When the leaves are crushed, they produce foam and serve as a cleaning agent. Truly, when one is in need, assistance arrives. Just as Ruan Ruan intended to pluck some soapgrass leaves, she discovered another plant beneath them that seemed familiar. Wasn't this the hemostatic herb that the old shaman used for yin? Ruan Ruan pondered, furrowing her brow. Indeed, this is fresh sienhi grass, known for its hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. Given the unique climate of the beast world, all herbs possess heightened efficacy. The host may either uproot it for transplantation into the Ling Quan space or preserve it directly. Time stands still in the Ling Quan space, ensuring the items do not spoil. Clutching several stalks of sienhi grass, a smile crept across Ruan Ruan's face. Lin Bao. It seems I've stumbled upon a path to prosperity. With Lin Bao's knowledge of herbs, she too had gained insight. 2 stalks of sienhi grass and a deer leg here. There were over a dozen stalks. She was on the verge of wealth. Wonderful. Finally, my shrewd calculations have borne fruit, Lin Bao remarked, fully aware of her intentions. Ruan Ruan gently closed her eyes, channeling some soapgrass and sienhi grass into the Ling Quan space. A flash of white light illuminated her surroundings, and an unusual silence enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, a bountiful field unfolded before her, encircled by a billowing milky white barrier. At the center lay a clear spring, the Ling Quan, the source of Ruan Ruan's healing abilities. Under the spring's nurturing, the sweet potato seeds she had previously planted had begun to sprout green shoots. The sienhi grass and soap grass floated, each encased in colorful bubbles. A sight to behold. With the support of the Ling Quan, the host's spiritual energy will flourish, and advancement is just around the corner. Beastmen relied on cultivating spiritual energy to elevate their ranks. With each advancement, a mark representing their tier would appear on their right forearm. Higher-tier males and females not only exhibited enhanced reproductive capabilities, but also possessed more refined appearances. However, the cultivation of spiritual energy was significantly more challenging for females than for males. Thus, only a few 4th-tier females could lead a clan, and no 5th-tier female had ever been seen. Ruan Ruan sighed, recognizing the arduous path ahead. While she cultivated her abilities within the Ling Quan space, she vigorously scrubbed herself with the soap grass leaves. Who would have thought that beneath that layer of grime lay skin as white as snow? Suddenly, a loud splash erupted, startling Ruan Ruan, who quickly submerged herself, leaving only her head above water. As she turned towards the source of the noise, the ethereal steam formed a hazy veil, revealing a dark silhouette rising before her. Who was it? The figure noticed Ruan Ruan and called out sharply before swiftly approaching her. A man's voice. Could he be a lecher? Her slippery foot slipped on a smooth stone, sending her tumbling forward with arms flailing, only to kneel painfully on the ground. Ruan Ruan gasped as her knee struck hard, and just as she reached to rub it, she found herself clutching a piece of animal skin. The air fell silent for a few moments as Ruan Ruan looked up in bewilderment, only to be struck by a shocking realization. At that moment, she was kneeling before a completely naked man. The animal skin she held shielding his modesty, and their awkward positioning allowed her to make eye contact with certain. Areas. Ruan Ruan's mind reeled. Her vision blurred, and her lips trembled. Her eyes were unclean. I want to die. No host. Think positively. This lifetime will pass quickly. Just let me die. The man, visibly irritated, clenched his fists, his golden eyes glinting with a cold light. Yet upon recognizing who stood before him, his brow furrowed in disbelief. It was her. A red-haired youth ambled lazily towards her, arms crossed behind his head, only to freeze in shock at the scene before him. What had he just witnessed? Layson had just seen a strange female strip him of his animal skin. Mamma mia! As the creature with menacing, sharp teeth lunged toward her, Ruan Ruan screamed in terror, abandoning the animal skin and fleeing in a panic. Stop it, Ling Chu. She is the female master. Ruan Ruan's delicate arms struggled to embrace her body, curling up on the ground. Yet the alluring figure before her was too captivating. With a hint of blush adorning her cheeks and damp hair cascading over her shoulders, her clean and delicate visage was filled with panic, the flush at the corners of her eyes rendering her utterly endearing. Such a frail and enticing appearance made it impossible for him to associate her with that dark and ugly vicious female. Ling Chu's face instantly flushed. The two round tiger ears atop his head trembled uncontrollably. It was only at that moment that Ruan Ruan recognized the two individuals before her as the males who had yet to return home. The red-haired youth who had rushed over was named Ling Chu, hailing from the Yanhu clan, having just reached adulthood, possessing extraordinary fire attribute abilities. The handsome figure who had just revealed himself was Ruan Ruan's first beast husband, Lei Sun, a golden lion with exceptional gold attribute powers. No need for the host to perish. They are family. Ling Bao let out a deep sigh of relief. Lei Sun was the first to avert his gaze, stepping forward to retrieve the beast's skin from the ground, wrapping it around his waist once more, tightening the grass rope that secured it, and picking up Ruan Ruan's rabbit beast skin from the ground to drape it over her shoulders, then standing up and turning his head away, solemnly instructing her to put on her beast attire. Ruan Ruan patted her backside and climbed to her feet, hurriedly wrapping herself in the beast's skin, her hands nervously twisting the corners of her clothing. Layson couldn't help but steal glances at Ruan Ruan, his throat involuntarily bobbing. It has been hundreds of sun days since she last bathed. I almost forgot she is a white cat. Chapter 11. I will make you pay. The skin tone of the spirit cat follows the color of its fur, as seen with Hua, whose orange cat has yellow skin. Layson had been with Ruan Ruan from the beginning. Thus he had witnessed her true form. One sun day equals 1 day, which means it has been several hundred days since she last bathed. This original host is simply too untidy. Ruan Ruan felt despair. I am utterly choked. It is of no great consequence. However, host, you truly are of remarkable quality when clean. Ling Bao exclaimed in admiration. Fortunately, a little refurbishment had done wonders. Ruan Ruan lifted her gaze to observe Lei Sen's damp, golden, shoulder-length hair, his deep-set eyes, and the harmonious muscle tone of his physique. Although his expression was not particularly amiable, it lacked a hint of hostility. In contrast, Ling Chu's youthful visage was strikingly innocent. With his Sea King red short hair and tender skin, his body remarkably fit, with an air of youthful navet about him. If placed in modern times, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a charming rogue. Lei Sun seemed to exude a gentleness that set him apart from others, while Ling Chu appeared to possess a slightly wicked disposition. Ruan Ruan silently scoffed, casting a furtive glance at Ling Chu, who was still staring at her intently. Lei Sun, being the eldest of Ruan Ruan's 5 beast husbands, exhibited a more composed demeanor. Had it been Ling Chu with his fiery temper caught removing Lei Sun's beast skin, he would have likely sent Ruan Ruan flying with a single punch. Such emotional stability. It seems he wishes to converse. No way, he is my man. However, it seems that the males in the beast realm adhere to a certain decorum. When Ling Chu witnessed me peeling off Lei Sun's beast skin, he immediately scolded me for being shameless. Had I been in their position, I would have long since left the original host for a beautiful female. In the beast realm, divorce is not a concept. Only widowhood exists. Males are absolutely loyal to a single female, and upon her demise, most males choose to follow her in death, refusing to live on. However, Your beast husbands are exceptions. In truth, there was no need for you to utter that last sentence of gratitude. Ruan Ruan felt tears welling up, noticing Ling Chu still staring at Ruan Ruan in bewilderment. Lei Sun raised his hand and gave him a light tap on the forehead. Move. If this vicious female continues to gaze, she is likely to stir up trouble again. Ling Chu jolted upright, instinctively rubbing his somewhat sore eyes. Had it not been for the daylight, he would have truly believed he was dreaming. As he observed the two turn away, Ruan Ruan awkwardly followed behind them, only to find that Lei Sun and Ling Chu were not in a hurry to enter the cave, but rather dragged out a massive yak from the snowy ground not far from the hot spring. The yak's neck was torn and bloodied, a common method of killing employed by lions and tigers. The image of Ling Chu's blood-stained maw flashed in Ruan Ruan's mind, causing her to shiver involuntarily. How was it that, while she struggled to hunt wild deer, she couldn't even bite through its neck? They were both felines, yet the disparity was staggering. Because they are big cats. Well, regardless, she must pay her respects to these two for capturing such a large prey. However, before she could express her gratitude, Ling Chu abruptly turned and viciously grasped Ruan Ruan by the nape of her neck, threateningly stating, "I warn you, vicious female, if you dare to give this yak to that fat cat, I will make you pay." If Ruan Ruan were to give away their hard-earned prey, they would indeed go mad. No. How could I possibly give the prey you worked so hard to catch to that fat cat? She came to snatch food today, and I ended up beating her along with by E. Ruan Ruan frantically waved her hands in explanation. Huh, you beat her? Do you think I am foolish? She would likely beat you instead. Ling Chu released Ruan Ruan, sending her stumbling, and crossed his arms defiantly. Usually, he licks that fat cat as if she were the most delectable treat. Yet here he pretends to be a fierce cat. I would not believe you. Enough, Ling Chu. Do not provoke the female master further. Lei Sun spoke in a low voice, yet his gaze lingered on Ruan Ruan, his heart racing. Being offended by Ling Chu, she surprisingly did not use the imprint this time. The female's imprint resembles a form of torture. When males misbehave, the female can invoke its effects, rendering the males utterly submissive. Ling Chu, being young and headstrong, was often unwilling to submit to Ruan Ruan's authority. Thus he was the male most frequently punished by her imprint. Yet, no matter how Ruan Ruan tried to assert her dominance, he remained obstinate, stubborn as a mule. Ling Chu shot Ruan Ruan a disdainful glance, striding over to the yak's side, while Lei Sun helped drag the animal's hind legs toward the cave. Inside the cave, Shiryu coiled her serpentine tail against the wall, her emerald green eyes observing the wild deer on the ground with slight intrigue. So, she went hunting to summon a shaman for you. How unexpected. Perhaps it is all an act. Bai Yi remained silent, merely smiling knowingly. Bai Yi, you're the most insightful. Do speak up. Have you discovered anything? Yin inquired, edging closer to Bai Yi with a sense of urgency. Their demeanor could be feigned, and hunting might have been a stroke of luck, yet the act of burning meat and producing a wild deer from thin air was not something one could fabricate. However, before Yin could continue speaking, Lei Sun and Ling Chu entered the cave, laboriously dragging the yak behind them. Wow, such a massive yak. You two truly are impressive. Yin straightened his back, only to be stunned into silence by the enchanting figure following closely behind the two. The woman was slender, her skin fairer than snow, with strikingly beautiful eyes, her long black hair reaching her waist still damp, and the fitted bee skin coat accentuating her long, straight legs. What a strange female. Once cleaned up, you no longer recognize her? Bai Yi, who had somehow appeared beside Ruan Ruan, squinted his fox-like eyes, leaning closer to Ruan Ruan's neck to take a gentle whiff. The once pungent scent of sweat had vanished, replaced by a sweet aroma unique to females, utterly enticing. Bai Yi's warm breath brushed past Ruan Ruan's neck and shoulders, undeniably intentional. Ruan Ruan's face flushed instantly. This fox was simply outrageous. What? Chapter 12. Who says otherwise? Yin stood up abruptly, causing the wound on his shoulder to throb painfully. Meanwhile, Shiryu appeared calm on the surface, but was churning with emotion inside. She actually looks like this. Having followed Ruan Ruan for so long, he had assumed all along that this vicious female was merely a black-skinned spirit cat. Under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, Ruan Ruan felt uncomfortable, scratching her nose. And then she discreetly retrieved several stalks of Xianhe grass from the Lingquan space, clearing her throat. Ahem, Yin, let me exchange some medicine for you. Soon, a burst of emerald green spiritual light enveloped the Xianhe grass, swirling and merging in midair, transforming it into a paste. Possessing the attribute of wood, Ruan Ruan can manipulate any plant she touches, transforming them into her desired forms. You possess the wood attribute ability? Layson could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward. Having followed Ruan Ruan for so long, he had assumed she was merely an ordinary second-tier cat beast, yet she concealed the power of wood ability. It is worth noting that throughout his years on the continent, he had encountered very few females with such abilities. Meanwhile, Ling Chu, who stood nearby, finally abandoned his indifferent expression, his brows furrowing in concern. Ruan Ruan chose not to respond to Layson's inquiry. Instead, she took Yin's arm and delicately removed the dried herbs from his wound, carefully applying a freshly mixed herbal paste. A palpable tension filled the air as she tended to him. Ruan Ruan's cat ears perked up, and she instinctively glanced at Yin. Their eyes met momentarily, causing Yin to quickly look away, though his involuntary swallowing betrayed his composure. He observed from the side, his gaze dark and penetrating, watching the two with a hint of jealousy. Why is she so concerned about that guy? First, she seeks out a shaman for him, and now she personally tends to his wounds. Could it be that she has developed feelings for him? Ruan Ruan caught a glimpse of Yi and sensed a tinge of bitterness in his tone. Oh, how amusing. The fox seems to be feeling jealous. Xiu's serpentine tail flicked deliberately against the ground as he began to question Ruan Ruan's true identity. In just one day, she has acquired what abilities can hunt and possesses knowledge of herbs. Her demeanor towards us has also dramatically changed. Who would believe such a transformation? The beastmen subtly gathered around Ruan Ruan, acknowledging the significant changes that had occurred in such a short time. Feeling the scrutiny of the others, Ruan Ruan's heart raced, fearing they might tie her up and interrogate her if she failed to provide an explanation. Concealing her true self was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to stand amidst the beastmen, contemplating her next words. I must share something with you, whether you choose to believe it or not. I am no longer the female master you once knew. You are not foolish. I trust you have already sensed the changes, and thus I no longer see the need to keep this from you. After all, Yi was already aware that she was not the original master, and it wouldn't be long before the others discover the truth. It would be better for her to reveal everything rather than engage in a futile charade. If they accepted this revelation, so be it. If not, she had no control over their beliefs. After all, with Tu Yin's control over them, they were unlikely to act recklessly. It is said that what is a blessing may not be so, and what is a curse cannot be evaded. Upon hearing her words, everyone present, except Yi, clenched their fists in shock. Are you implying that you are not that wicked female? Lang Ju's Tutin Zuan Zuan, circling her as he contemplated her appearance. To put it simply, my exterior does not reflect my soul, Ruan Ruan explained with a hint of maturity. They may not comprehend this concept. Eager to gauge the thoughts of the man, Ruan Ruan strained her ears but heard nothing. The atmosphere in the cave was eerily silent as she nervously swallowed, carefully observing their expressions. Suddenly, a scoff shattered the stillness. Ling Chu leaned against the stone wall, revealing his sharp canines in a mocking grin. You wicked female, do you think you could deceive me with a fabricated tale? Don't assume I am unaware of your schemes to torment us. Do not trust her. Ruan Ruan was left speechless, wondering if Ling Chu had lost his wits. Layson remained silent, turning to tend to the yak as if he had heard nothing. As a companion to Ruan Ruan for so long, he harbored doubts about her words, as they exceeded his comprehension. Observing that her declarations fell on deaf ears, Ruan Ruan felt disheartened. They are all terrified of you. They certainly won't believe you easily. Trust must be earned over time. Ling Bao offered a rare consolation. Sighing in resignation, Ruan Ruan shrugged and exited the cave. Bai chose not to engage with the others, leisurely following Ruan Ruan. Their disbelief worked to his advantage, granting him the opportunity to connect with the new female master first. This foolish fox believes everything she says, Look at him, he asked, following her. Lay son, you must not trust that wicked female. Do not forget how she pretended to care for us before mercilessly tormenting us. I will never forget the day she smiled at me before breaking my leg. His eyes glistening with unshed tears as the pain of his past injuries resurfaced. If she truly is no longer who she was, what then? She rose slowly, not entirely dismissing Ruan Ruan's previous statements. Ling Chu fell silent, his gaze wavering, yet quickly regained his resentment. Even if she is not that wicked female, it does not guarantee she will treat us kindly. Who knows what she might become? At that moment, Ruan Ruan, oblivious to the conversation within the cave, strolled leisurely to the edge of the icy river, her hands behind her back. She pushed aside the snow, revealing the stone-formed riverbank beneath. She had come to a realization. Regardless of her beastman's thoughts, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Filling their bellies came first. After digging for a while at the riverbank, Ruan Ruan finally uncovered a stone slab that caught her fancy. Its surface was smooth, and its thickness was just right, simply perfect. She attempted to pry it loose, only to find it firmly frozen to the ground. What are you doing? A melodious male voice floated over from behind her. Turning, Ruan Ruan saw Bai Yi, hands behind his back, wrapped in his fluffy foxtail, regarding her with an inquisitive tilt of his head. The twitching of his ears lent him an adorably charming air. I want this, Ruan Ruan said, pointing at the stone slab, casting a pleading glance at Bai Yi, unsure if he would assist her. Bai Yi paused for a moment, but graciously conjured a fox claw, gripping the edges of the slab while releasing foxfire. The intense heat radiated from his palm, swiftly melting the ice and snow that had adhered to the stone. Ruan Ruan felt a wave of warmth wash over her as the slab was successfully freed. Ruan Ruan gazed at Bai Yi with a hint of envy. Having fire attribute abilities in the depths of winter is indeed quite advantageous. What do you need these stones for? Bai Yi inquired, observing her as she continued to gather stones. I want to create a stone stove. It will allow me to cook and warm the cave, Ruan Ruan said, straightening up with the stones cradled in her arms, her face glowing with determination. She resolved to utilize her modern knowledge to thrive in this beastly world. Even in a new realm, she could carve out a path for herself. A stone stove? Cooking? Bai Yi was perplexed but refrained from pressing further. He had become increasingly convinced that Ruan Ruan was genuine. After all, knowledge and ability could not be feigned. Give it to me, Bai Yi said, extending his foxtail to effortlessly sweep the stones from Ruan Ruan's arms. She blinked in surprise. Thank you. Initially, she had thought Bai Yi would be difficult to approach, but he turned out to be the first willing to lend her a hand. What for? Just treat me better in the future, and I will serve you well, Bai Yi remarked, casually brushing his fluffy tail against Ruan Ruan's back. The soft, warm sensation made her cheeks flush deeply. The term serve sounded rather inappropriate in this context. Bai Yi observed Ruan Ruan's expression intently, his eyes slightly drooping, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. A sight so enchanting it was almost irresistible. She did not shy away. She is willing to accept me. Ruan Ruan, attuned to Bai Yi's unspoken thoughts, felt a surge of joy and quickly turned to embrace his tail, gently caressing it. Bai Yi, your tail is so soft. I adore it. Bai Yi's body quivered, nearly dropping the stone he was holding. Mistress, it is still daylight. He bit his lip, a visible blush creeping onto his delicate cheeks. Huh? Host. For a fox beast, touching the tail signifies courtship. Oh no, while this fox is extraordinarily attractive, it is only the first day, and I am not ready for that. Bai Yi's brows furrowed slightly, appearing somewhat dejected, as the tail Ruan Ruan had touched flicked behind him. Mistress, do you still refuse to mate? Upon entering the cave, Ruan Ruan noticed that Lei Sun had already skinned the yak and deer completely and was currently processing the fat. Ling Chu was meticulously dissecting the beef with a bone knife. Upon seeing Ruan Ruan, he coldly snorted and turned away, unwilling to even glance at her. Shiryu, who was tidying up the chaotic animal skins on the stone bed, paused upon Ruan Ruan's entrance, leaning against the cave wall, his instinctive tail-tucking motion appearing rather pitiful. The animal skins worn by the beast men came from their hunts, but not every beast would craft clothing from them. Lei Sun and his companions were wild beastmen, and the Ling Mao clan leader had prohibited Xixin Yang from making animal skin clothing for them. Had it not been for Xixin Yang's covert assistance, Ruan Ruan would have likely frozen to death by now. Where is Yin? Ruan Ruan glanced around the cave, but found no trace of the injured Yin. Splash! I gathered some branches. Mistress, you enjoy eating meat roasted over a fire. Ruan Ruan recalled the delightful taste of the fish she had cooked over flames, still dancing on her tongue. Yin set down the firewood, scrutinizing Ruan Ruan's expression. I helped her. Will she praise me? Although Ling Chu's words had somewhat shaken Yan's trust in Ruan Ruan, she had personally hunted for him and had even summoned a shaman for his treatment. Moreover, the way she had applied medicine to him was so tender that he felt compelled to test the waters. After all, his spiritual energy had completely depleted. The next step would be losing his ability to act, and without the nurturing energy of a female, he would meet his end. I was just about to do that. I can't believe you remembered. Yin, you're amazing. Ruan Ruan, having overheard Yan's thoughts, gave him a thumbs up. Yan's pupils quivered, his grip tightening on the animal skin, a small thrill running through him. She truly praised me. But your injury is not healed yet. You should rest well. I will roast some deer meat. Be sure to eat plenty. As Ruan Ruan spoke, she gently brushed her hand against Yan's arm. This seemingly casual gesture caused everyone present to freeze in surprise. It was the first time they had witnessed their mistress display such tenderness. Boom! The sound of stone colliding erupted, startling everyone as Bai Yi sulkily dragged his tail, the stones he had been holding tumbling to the ground. He turned and sat in the corner, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. Bai Yi, are you unwell? Ruan Ruan tentatively inquired, only to see Bai Yi huff dismissively, turning his head away. What is wrong with him? Based on my experiences, this fox is jealous. Ruan Ruan sighed in resignation. It seemed that having too many men was not necessarily a blessing, as one could become troublesome if they were possessive. Bai Yi, lady, use a bit of your foxfire to dry these branches. I cannot manage without your assistance. Ruan Ruan squatted before Bai Yi, smiling. Bai Yi remained silent, continuing to turn away from her, his long eyelashes shadowing his eyes, a mix of grievance and pride evident in his demeanor. Begin now. Chapter 14. Malicious. Too malicious. Ruan Ruan softly exclaimed, her small hand wrapping around Bai Yi's tail, which was fluffy and smooth, truly a delight for her to pet. Oh, Bai Yi repeated, glancing up with a frown at Yan, his expression steeped in disdain. Yan nearly ground his back teeth to dust, rolling his eyes at Bai. This fox is always so insufferable. Who is he trying to impress? Mistress, are these branches sufficient? If not, I shall fetch more. Yan stepped forward, pulling Ruan Ruan up. She stumbled slightly, lightly colliding with Yan's solid chest, momentarily bewildered. Yan intentionally leaned closer to Ruan Ruan, taking advantage of her momentary daze to raise an eyebrow challengingly at Bai Yi. Yan had discerned that Bai Yi was particularly attentive to Ruan Ruan now, likely vying to be the first male to mate with her. He was determined to see who could win her first favors. Bai Yi took a deep breath, his gaze filled with the desire to devour Yan whole. Sensing the tension between the two men, Ruan Ruan hurriedly distanced herself, using her abilities to create several thick branches placed in the center. Enough, these branches are soaked in snow. They need to be dried before use. If the two men were to compete, it would indeed be absurd. I will help you start the fire. Bai Yi bypassed Yan, following Ruan Ruan to ignite the flames. I will assist in roasting the branches. Yan was unwilling to be outdone, watching the two men surround Ruan Ruan in a display of jealousy. Lei Sun and Shi Yu exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. It was astonishing how easily they trusted this wicked mistress. When her true nature was revealed, the first to suffer would be the two of them. Ling Chu scoffed, picking up the wild rabbit skin Shi Yu had skinned and beginning to tidy it up. He held no regard for the two men vying for the affection of this wicked mistress. They would learn soon enough. Noticing Shi Yu still arranging the animal skins on the stone bed, Ruan Ruan spoke. Shi Yu, quietly deliver these animal skins to Xixin Yang, and also take the yak skin Lei Sun has skinned. Ask her to make a few pieces of animal skin clothing for you. In this harsh winter, her beast men were still bare-chested, which was rather pitiful. Shi Yu paused, turning to look at Ruan Ruan with some surprise. Did I hear correctly? She tore apart our animal skin clothing before, and now she is willing to make us new ones. Hearing this, Ruan Ruan's temples involuntarily twitched. Malicious. Too malicious. Previously, I was at fault for not caring enough for you. Also, take this deer leg to her. Be certain that no one else sees it. Ruan Ruan decisively severed another large leg from the deer and handed it to Shiryu. Nyang, already an old female, had lost her ability to reproduce, thus losing her status. She could only rely on making animal skin clothing for the tribe to scrape by. Despite her own meager existence, she had secretly assisted Ruan Ruan many times. It was only right to share some food with her. Shiryu nodded, bundling the animal skins and holding the deer leg as he exited, circumventing the tribe's front to head towards Nyang's home. Nyang. Upon entering the cave, Shiryu discovered Nyang struggling to gnaw on a small, frozen rabbit leg, her face contorting with effort. Shiryu, why have you come here? Nyang exclaimed, hastily setting down the meat and rising. Ruan Ruan asked you to make us some animal skin clothing. This is for you. Shiryu raised the deer leg before Nyang's eyes, speaking succinctly. This is such a large deer leg. It is too precious. I cannot accept so much. Nyang exclaimed, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Since winter's onset, her meals had consisted solely of wild rabbits and chickens, barely enough to fill her stomach. She hadn't seen such fresh and substantial meat in ages. I cannot decide. Please accept it. You have worked hard. Shiryu set down the items, turning to leave. Wait. Shiryu, take this to Ruan Ruan. Nyang picked up a bundle of grass thread and a bone needle from behind her and thrust them into Shiryu's hands. This thread and needle were saved from summer. They are still usable. Should the animal skins tear, you can use them to patch them up. I have heard about the matter with Ruhua. She is quite troublesome. Be sure to keep an eye on your prey. Do not let her set her sights on them again. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's brow furrowed, his eyes carrying a hint of sarcasm. Even if we keep a close watch, Ruan Ruan will still eagerly offer her gifts to Ruhua. It has always been this way. With a slight click of her tongue, Nyang remarked, you mustn't say that. Today, Ruan Ruan told me herself that she intends to live well with you all. Shiryu's expression shifted. Am I to deceive you? Hua sought to take something from her, only to be dragged out for all the tribe to witness. She even mentioned needing to summon a shaman for a male that was injured at home. Has she ever done such a thing before? Nyang's words were vivid and compelling. Typically, Nyang interacted the most with Ruan Ruan, and she was well aware of the dissatisfaction that several males had towards Ruan Ruan. Thus, she was inclined to speak favorably of her. Shiryu's fingers tightened discreetly. Hearing Ruan Ruan's desire to live well with them felt like a mere fantasy. Although he had heard from Yin about Ruan Ruan's resistance against Hua, he remained skeptical until now, as Nyang's affirmation gave weight to Ruan Ruan's earlier statement. Do not contend with her. Distancing yourself from your female will ultimately harm the males. I am old, devoid of spiritual energy, and all the males have perished. Only by treating Ruan Ruan well can you preserve your lives, Nyang advised earnestly, her cloudy eyes glistening with moisture. Generally, females outlive males, and at the end of their lives, they often find themselves alone. A realization struck Shiryu. Indeed, he needed to survive, for he had yet to accomplish significant matters. Understood, he replied with a solemn nod, sliding his serpentine tail as he slowly exited, albeit with an odd feeling stirring within him. If Ruan Ruan truly wished to live harmoniously with them, he would spare no effort for her. Yet, how much of her words could be trusted? Meanwhile, Ruan Ruan had already kindled a fire beneath the stone slab, slicing the deer meat into thin slices and grilling them on the sizzling stone. Bai Yi and Yin were seated beside her, engaging in a subtle contest. The sizzling of the meat filled the air, tempting even Ling Chu, who had often scoffed at Ruan Ruan, to swallow hard. Layson observed Ruan Ruan as she diligently cooked, her face flushed from the heat, which made her quite endearing. He inquired, did you not used to eat it raw? Why the trouble now? Perhaps I had a stronger palate back then. Haha, let me tell you, cooked meat is the proper way to eat. Consuming too much raw can lead to stomach troubles. Ruan Ruan replied earnestly. Beastmen do not suffer from eating raw meat, she added, feeling the need to justify her stance. Layson watched Ruan Ruan's earnest expression, recalling a moment when she had stripped him of his fur. His heart raced at the memory. He had been embarrassed then, but deep down, he longed for her affection, even if just once. His greatest desire as a male was to have his own female and young, to protect them throughout their lives. Yet, Ruan Ruan had never granted him that opportunity before. If she had truly changed, did it suggest a chance for him to fulfill his deepest aspirations? Previously, you devoured bloodied meat without hesitation, and now you feigned delicacy. Ling Chu scoffed, crossing his arms and leaning against the stone wall, clearly uninterested in the camaraderie shared by Ruan Ruan and the others. Ruan Ruan felt speechless. Ling Chu appeared to voice the most dissent among her males. His youthful arrogance would likely make acceptance difficult in the short term. No matter, as long as I avoid provoking him, she thought, sighing in relief as she flipped the deer meat on the stone slab. Wow, it's already done. She cut a small piece with a bone knife, blew on it, and popped it in her mouth. The meat was firm and utterly delicious. Why don't you all try some? Ruan Ruan offered, presenting a piece of meat. She noticed Bai Yi, Yin, and Lei Sun gazing intently at her, seemingly eager to see whom she would hand the meat to first, as it would determine their standing in her eyes. Bai Yi, with his fox tail swaying, approached Ruan Ruan, presenting an adorably compliant demeanor. Yin leaned slightly forward, his expression inviting and hard to resist. Lei Sun, though less overtly reactive, couldn't hide the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Host, you seem to be in quite a predicament, came the voice in her mind. You guessed correctly. I am indeed struggling, Ruan Ruan replied, taking a deep breath. She swiftly cut the piece of meat into 3 portions, ensuring fairness in distribution. Ling Chu, observing the others savoring the meat, remained unmoved and instead took a piece of raw beef from a skinned yak and stuffed it into his mouth, finding it unappetizing and almost repulsive. Sure, you entered the cave, drawn by the enticing aroma, and approached Ruan Ruan, extending his hand. This is from Xixingyang, he said, revealing bone needles and a bundle of grass thread. All right, sit down and eat. You should warm yourself by the fire, Ruan Ruan urged, shifting aside to make room for him and generously offering a large piece of deer meat. Sure Yu's eyes brightened. The warmth of the cave alleviated some of his fatigue. Snakes needed to hibernate during winter, and in the past, Ruan Ruan had not permitted him to do so, forcing him to endure. Accepting the meat from Ruan Ruan, he sat beside the fire, taking small bites while his gaze lingered on her. She looks quite lovely when she tidies up, but will she truly live well with us, as Xixingyang suggested? Ruan Ruan paused her cooking, her gaze shifting to Shiryu. She noticed the wounds on his tail, remnants of scales that had been forcibly removed. While most had healed, some areas still oozed fresh blood. Seeing this, Ruan Ruan summoned her spiritual energy and placed her hand on his tail. The sudden gesture startled Shiryu, causing him to recoil in alarm. What are you doing? He demanded, but soon realized that the unhealed wound on his tail was mending. Is she truly using her spiritual energy to heal me? He marveled, for spiritual energy was fundamental for beast men. Host, this approach to win their hearts is quite effective. Indeed, Ruan Ruan thought, mentally giving herself a thumbs up as she inched her frostbitten feet closer to the fire for warmth. He noticed her actions and curled his tail around her feet to keep them warm. Yin observed Ruan Ruan grilling the meat and, feeling capable, began assisting her, deftly cutting the roasted meat into pieces and offering them to her. Ling Chu, witnessing this interaction, resolutely closed his eyes, determined not to grow close to her despite her sweet words. The warm, soft sensation against her feet, combined with the delicious roasted meat, made Ruan Ruan's toes involuntarily wiggle with delight. Being catered to felt wonderful. Ah, stop moving. It tickles, Bai Yi exclaimed, his tail twitching and his fox ears flattening against his head. I'm sorry, Ruan Ruan replied innocently, her gaze drifting to several skinned rabbits nearby, prompting a thought. How do you usually catch wild rabbits? They tend to escape through another hole when you wait near their burrow, Bai Yi explained, with Layson nodding in agreement. Indeed, they have multiple burrows, making them quite elusive. It requires not only patience, but also keen foresight, Ruan Ruan acknowledged. I have an excellent method for catching rabbits, she declared, stroking her chin thoughtfully. What is it? They inquired. Traps, Ruan Ruan replied. Growing up in the countryside, she had easily caught fish and rabbits, Crafting rabbit traps was simple and did not require constant supervision. Bai and the others tilted their heads in confusion. "Tomorrow, we shall hunt together, and you will see," Ruan Ruan said with an arched brow. "In a few days, the beast world will face the harshest and coldest moment of the entire winter season. By then, the mountains will indeed be devoid of flying birds. The stored prey is insufficient, necessitating the accumulation of supplies as much as possible." After having eaten and drunk to their fill, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Observing several beastmen huddled in their meager straw nests, the contrast with her expansive stone bed, cushioned with thick animal skins, was stark. "Why don't you come up and sleep here tonight? This stone bed is so large that it can easily accommodate all of you." Ruan Ruan's stone bed was a generous 8 or 9 meters wide, spacious enough for them to perform street dance upon, even if they transformed into their beast forms. They could all fit comfortably. Is that really possible? B-I-Y and Y-N simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, yes." Ruan Ruan eagerly nodded. With her consent, B-I-Y and Y-N were the first to climb onto the stone bed, while S-H-Y nestled into one corner. Closing his eyes, L-Z-N sat beside S-H-Y, while only L-N-S-H stubbornly remained in his straw nest in his tiger form. Ruan Ruan chose to disregard him, finding a comfortable spot to lie down, and swiftly entered her Ling-Tzu-N space to begin her cultivation. She could not afford to be complacent. She needed to grow stronger rapidly. Chapter 16, an ominous foreboding before long. The cave was filled with the rhythmic sound of even breathing. The firewood's glow had dimmed, yet the embers continued to radiate warmth. Y-N lay beside Ruan Ruan, merely an arm's length away. The dim light accentuated Ruan Ruan's gentle features, and Y-N could even detect the unique fragrance of femininity emanating from her. Had it not been for her previous unkempt state obscuring her scent, that aroma would have undoubtedly captivated the males. Ruan Ruan's tender image swayed in Y-N's mind. He had never dared to envision such a scene of lying beside her. However, being the weakest among the males and lacking the striking appearance of B-I-Y, he mused, perhaps she wouldn't fancy me. Meanwhile, B-I-Y clutched his tail, equally entranced by Ruan Ruan's fragrance, striving to suppress his desires. He longed to embrace her, but Ruan Ruan consistently refused to mate with them. If he drew too close, it might provoke her disdain. Suddenly, a beeskin blanket was pulled up over Ruan Ruan by Y-N, who understood that females feared the cold and needed tender care. B-I-Y's lips tightened, purposefully placing his tail protectively around Ruan Ruan's waist. He often observed Y-N's quiet demeanor, yet now he too sought to win her favor. Seeing this, Y-N lifted his hand and twisted B-I-Y's tail forcefully. Ouch! B-I-Y shot up in pain, hastily covering his mouth to stifle his cry. Fortunately, Ruan Ruan, immersed in her Ling-Tzu-N, remained oblivious to the subtle commotion. Y-N, are you trying to get yourself killed? B-I-Y hissed angrily. Huh, serves you right for being so attentive, Y-N retorted, inching closer to Ruan Ruan. Just as B-I-Y was about to speak, he faltered, his expression frozen. Y-N, who had been reveling in his mischief, abruptly halted as well, their gazes simultaneously fixating on Ruan Ruan. A soft, milky glow had unknowingly enveloped her, accompanied by waves of rich, spiritual energy emanating forth. L-Z-N and S-H-Y also sensed the commotion and gathered around. Such rich, spiritual energy. S-H-Y inhaled deeply, his throat feeling parched. The absence of a female's affection left the males feeling gradually weakened, while the spiritual energy of a female was akin to an antidote they desperately craved. This is the energy emitted only by a tier 3 female. She has actually advanced. L-N's words echoed like a stone thrown into still water, causing the others to widen their eyes in disbelief. Only L-N-C-H, the simpleton, continued to snore softly. In a mere day, she had ascended from a lowly tier 2 female to a rare tier 3 female. How could this be possible? The leap in rank transformed Ruan Ruan's features into a delicate and exquisite visage. L-Z-N gently brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face, capturing her beautiful countenance in full view. It seems she was right. She is indeed not the Ruan Ruan of the past. Yet, They wondered what kind of person she had become now. Isachi exhaleda febisai. Feeling a wave of joy wash over him. This meant they would no longer have to live in fear as before. The next day, what is weighing me down? Ruan Ruan struggled a few times, laboriously opening her eyes, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. At that moment, she found herself tightly encircled by 4 strong men. YN held her left arm, BIY embraced her right, N's head rested on her thigh, and SHY's robust tail was wrapped around her waist. Ruan Ruan felt a sudden constriction in her breathing and screamed, awe. Her cry startled the others, who abruptly lifted their heads, bewildered, their sleepy expressions seeming to ask, who are we? Where are we? What happened? You lot, get off me. You're too heavy. Ruan Ruan managed to extract her arms and pushed against SHY's tail with all her might. The others finally reacted, hastily leaping off the stone bed and kneeling before her in unison. We apologize, esteemed female. They explained that Ruan Ruan's spiritual energy and fragrance were simply too enticing to resist, drawing them unconsciously closer in their sleep. Seeing BIY and the others kneeling in a row, Ruan Ruan felt an odd sensation akin to a funeral and quickly sidestepped. There's no need to apologize so profusely. Please, rise. The group slowly stood up, obediently sitting beside Ruan Ruan, creating an inexplicable atmosphere of awkwardness in the cave. What's going on so early in the morning? It's infuriating. Siash, awakened from his slumber, stretched lazily, flipping over to find the other 4 surrounding Ruan Ruan, seemingly in a trance. Ruan Ruan sighed with relief. Truth be told, she had not felt cold at all that night. Being embraced by 4 vigorous men, how could one feel cold? Clearing her throat, she suggested, the weather outside is pleasant. Shall we go hunt some wild rabbits? We also need to store these yak meats. Ruan Ruan leaped off the stone bed, attempting to divert their attention and mask her embarrassment. Huh? Okay. A moment of confusion washed over them, and they began to each busily engage in their own tasks, seemingly at a loss for what to do. For the first time, being close to their female leader during sleep felt incredibly comfortable and reassuring. As Ruan Ruan picked up a cow's skull from the ground, she suddenly noticed a change in the rank mark on her arm. Lingbao, I have advanced. The 3rd red ring-shaped rank mark had emerged on her snow-white arm. Moreover, she distinctly felt her spiritual power had significantly strengthened. Congratulations, host, on advancing to Tier 3. Please accept your rewards. 1. The Linkshu Inn planting space has multiplied by 10, expanding to 100 square meters. 2. The harvesting time for Linkshu Inn crops has been halved. 3. The healing ability of the Linkshu Inn has been enhanced, capable of continuously treating flesh wounds. Before Ruan Ruan could fully relish her joy, a cacophony of noise approached from outside the cave, growing nearer. Chief, you must stand up for me. Ruan Ruan has been utterly unreasonable. Indeed. Ruan Ruan narrowed her eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. As expected, the next moment, a group of figures shrouded in light strode into the cave. The first face was one Ruan Ruan recognized all too well, Arhu, whose face bore the scars from Ruan Ruan's earlier scratches, her head wrapped in green herbal paste, wearing an expression of utmost pride. Following closely were 2 male spirit cats, and upon their shoulders sat a striking female beastman with gleaming black skin, carefully carried into the cave, trailed by a throng of subservient beastmen. This was none other than the revered matriarch of the spirit cat tribe, M.L. Chapter 17. Do not blame her for being rude. Mira, a pureblood black-furred spirit cat, belongs to the 4th tier, holding the highest spiritual power among the female members of the spirit cat tribe. Renowned for her exceptional fertility, she has garnered the admiration of countless males. And true to expectations, she possesses the most male companions, totaling 10, with 5 offspring to her name. As the tribe leader, her males never venture out to hunt, but instead rely on the offerings provided by the subordinate beastmen, showing little concern for the well-being of those beneath her. Ruan, who is adept at flattering Mira, seizes a substantial portion of the spoils from Ruan Ruan and presents it to Mira in exchange for protection. Consequently, Mira has consistently turned a blind eye to Ruan's domineering behavior within the tribe. Ruan Ruan, come out. You think you could just hit me and walk away? Who is this female? How dare she appear in Ruan Ruan's den? Ruan declared, hands on her hips, scrutinizing Ruan Ruan from head to toe. After washing up, Ruan Ruan looked remarkably fair and delicate, her beauty significantly enhanced due to her recent ascension in rank, leaving Ru Hua momentarily taken aback. Observing Ru Hua's arrogant demeanor, Bai Yi and Yin instinctively positioned themselves behind Ruan Ruan, on high alert for any potential aggression. Mira, from her elevated stance, gazed down at Ruan Ruan, her golden cat eyes narrowing. "You are Ruan Ruan?" Upon hearing this, every spirit cat and beast man present was stunned. "She is that infamous Ruan Ruan? How could this be? Isn't her skin black? How could she be so beautiful?" Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, causing Ru Hua's head to throb. "What do you mean by you? May I ask everyone, what is the meaning of this grand entrance into my den? What business do you have here?" Ruan Ruan cast a disdainful glance at Ru Hua and then met Myra's gaze directly. In the other SI's, Ruan Ruan keenly sensed contempt. "Impudent! Who gave you the audacity to meet Mira?" The matriarch's gaze. "Kneel at once." One of the male beastmen beneath Mira barked sharply. "Abu, you must not speak to a female in such a manner," Mira chimed, gently patting the head of the male beastman, known as Abu, who immediately lowered his gaze in utmost submission. "Yes, matriarch." Yet in the next moment, Myra's eyes drifted back to Ruan Ruan, a smirk playing at her lips. After all, a lowly female is just a lowly female, lacking in manners. "I shall not hold this against you this time, but you have offended Ru Hua, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked." "What a hypocritical woman!" Ru Hua interjected quickly, inching closer to Mira. "Matriarch, it was Ruan Ruan who was rude and disrespectful. It is only right for a lowly female to offer prey to a higher-ranking female. Not only did she refuse to provide for me, but she also insulted me. I merely wished to teach her a small lesson, and she struck me first, even clawing my face. And that wild fox male of hers dared to attack me with his tail." Ru Hua feigned tears while her expression was rife with provocation directed at Ruan Ruan. Listening to Ru Hua's accusations, Ruan Ruan felt a surge of indignation. This insufferable orange cat's shameless act infuriated her. "Oh, so according to you, I must endure being robbed and struck? Do you take me for pushover?" Ruan Ruan scoffed coldly. "A lowly female should know her place. Offering prey to higher-ranking females is your obligation, as per the customs of the spirit cat tribe. To resist is to be in the wrong," Mira stated, raising her hand to her nose, her actions dripping with superiority. "Huh. Is this the first time I've heard someone speak so brazenly about freeloading? Enough. I, the matriarch, am always fair and impartial. I will not show favoritism. You shall offer all of this, and these as well, to Ru Hua as an apology. I shall forgive you this time for your offense and will not pursue your base beastman male." Mira gestured towards the yak and half-eaten deer on the ground, claiming they were to be given to Ru Hua, who would ultimately offer most of it back to her. The low-ranking females always bore the brunt of conflicts with higher-ranking ones, a reality the spirit cats had long since accepted, even if they secretly understood the unfairness of it all. Upon hearing Myra's outrageous pronouncement, Ruan Ruan could not help but laugh in disbelief. Sometimes, silence breeds laughter. Mira and Ru Hua were clearly in cahoots, pretending to uphold fairness. In that case, she would not hold back her words any longer. Fairness? Is unconditional favoritism towards higher-ranking females truly fairness? We work hard to catch prey, and you think you can simply take it with a word? According to you, all the males and females present here might as well starve. To think you could rob me is nothing short of a pipe dream. The labor is done by the lower-ranking beastmen, yet the fruits of their labor are enjoyed by the higher-ranking beasts. What difference is there from modern-day cattle and horses?" Layson and Shiryu absorbed Ruan Ruan's words intently, their gazes softening toward her, while Bai Yi and Yin looked at her with admiration, and even Ling Chu, who had been watching from the sidelines, was taken aback. Ruan Ruan's words resonated like a drum, striking a chord in the hearts of every spirit cat present. Noticing the change in the way her kin regarded her, Mira felt a momentary panic, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she patted Abu on the shoulder. The two male beastmen quickly knelt and respectfully placed Mira on the ground. "How dare you speak to me this way?" Bai Yi regarded Mira with a cold stare, fully aware of her formidable nature. Although Mira herself was not particularly fearsome, her 10 male companions, all at the 4th tier, were robust and powerful due to Myra's spiritual nurturing. While he and Yin possessed abilities that surpassed hers in rank, without sufficient spiritual energy to significantly wield their powers, they would be rendered impotent. Should a real conflict arise, the odds would not be in their favor, and they might not be able to protect Ruan Ruan, placing her in peril. Matriarch, Bai Yi tugged at Ruan Ruan's sleeve, sensing her unease. Ruan Ruan grasped Bai Yi's slender hand, squeezing reassuringly, as if to calm his worries. Is there something wrong with what I have said, Matriarch? Additionally, you seem to have misunderstood. I'm not the lowly female you speak of. As she spoke, Ruan Ruan raised her arm, revealing 3-tier insignias to the assembly. A collective gasp erupted. What? Ruhua's pupils dilated in shock, nearly losing her balance. Saved only by a re-support. In the span of a single day, she had ascended to the 3rd tier. Chapter 18. Death before submission. Now that I share the same 3rd tier with Ruhua, the notion of low-ranking females offering prey to higher-ranking females becomes moot. Does it not? Ruan Ruan withdrew her arm, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. She was eager to see what this hypocritical leader would dare to say next. Myra's sharp cat eyes locked onto Ruan Ruan's face, momentarily at a loss for words. 3rd-tier females are exceedingly rare within the spirit cat tribe, indeed the true high-ranking females. During the tribe's formative years, Mira had declared that any 3rd-tier female would enjoy absolute priority for protection within the tribe. Now that both she and Ruhua were 3rd-tier females, if Mira continued to show favoritism towards Ruhua, she risked losing her prestige in front of her tribe. No, if this continues, she would gain nothing. Matriarch, although Ruan Ruan is now a 3rd-tier female, she has taken a beast man as her mate, throwing all decency aside. Furthermore, they have concealed the massive yak they hunted, showing no intention of sharing with the tribe, as if they do not regard us as kin at all. You must punish her. Ruhua knelt beside Mira, her tone unwaveringly assertive. Mira seemed to grasp a key point in Ruhua's words, her hand delicately twirling a strand of hair as she resumed her languid speech. Ruhua is correct. You have allowed your base beastman male to harm a female, which reflects poorly on your ability to govern. Even though you now hold the title of 3rd-tier female, you cannot escape punishment. While I may overlook the conflict between you and Ruhua, he cannot simply go unpunished. Mira raised her hand, her sharp nails pointing accusingly at Bai Yi, embodying a relentless stance. Bai Yi let out a cold snort, showing no signs of fear, and strode forward decisively, only to be pulled back by Ruan Ruan. As the female leader, I will bear the consequences alone. Bai Yi felt anxious as Ruan Ruan blocked his path. Mila was notoriously difficult to deal with, and he did not wish to implicate Ruan Ruan. Bai Yi is my male. Naturally, he listens to me. It was I who instructed him to teach Ruhua a lesson, which means I am the one who punished Ruhua. You had promised not to pursue the matter. What now? Bai Yi acted against Ruhua for her sake, and she would never agree to harm him. Mila was momentarily stunned by Ruan Ruan's layered words, but soon lost her patience entirely. Do not speak nonsense here. Attacking a female's male is something I, as the female leader, will never tolerate. Bring this wild fox here, bind him, and whip him with thorns for 5 days, then expel him from the tribe. During this time, he shall not be given food or water. As soon as Miele's words fell, Abu, accompanied by 2 male beastmen, approached. How dare you? Ruan Ruan was furious, stepping in front of Bai Yi. I dare anyone to lay a finger on him. 5 days of beating in the freezing cold without food or water. Even the king of hell would not be so cruel. She had been speaking kindly to Mila, thinking she would be reasonable. The male beastmen present were taken aback by Ruan Ruan's words. They were astonished that she was willing to confront the tribe leader for her male. This feeling of being protected by a female was something they all longed for. Bai Yi's eyes turned red in an instant. He never expected Ruan Ruan would defend him so fiercely. He knelt on one knee and gently kissed Ruan Ruan's hand. My female leader, thank you for standing up for me. I do not wish to cause you trouble. I am willing to accept punishment. Get up. We have done nothing wrong. Why should we be punished? In the beast world, it is survival of the fittest. If they cannot catch or overpower us, it is their incompetence. Ruan Ruan lifted Bai Yi's chin with her hand, raising it upwards, while her other hand gently caressed his face. What if such a handsome and obedient fox gets hurt? Her actions made by Yi's heart flutter. Yes, he replied softly, gazing into Ruan Ruan's sparkling fox eyes. We shall not accept punishment. If you come at us with force, I shall fight back. Ruan Ruan's gaze was resolute, unafraid of me LA's predatory glare, while her palms secretly gathered wood-based abilities. After reaching the third tier, her spiritual power was sufficient to wield significant abilities, easily capable of protecting herself. Ruhua and me LA's males were merely cats. Ruan Ruan's boldness stemmed from her confidence in her abilities and the formidable beast she had on her side. Even without using her abilities, she could easily handle them. However, she did not wish to reveal her powers prematurely, as it would attract unwanted attention. Ling Chu was left dumbfounded. This doesn't make sense. Wasn't she terrified of the tribe leader and Ruhua before? We had suffered in silence all this time. Why is she behaving so differently now? Ruan Ruan had previously endured everything without resistance, and Ling Chu and the others had been unable to counteract her control. Suddenly, she was standing up for herself, leaving them at a loss. You, capture them all. Milaroarit, her composure shatters. Having been pampered all her life, being confronted like this by Ruan Ruan infuriated her. As the other party prepared to act, Lei Sun and Shiryu transformed into their original forms, blocking Ruan Ruan's path. The imposing figures of a snake and a lion created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yin, though injured, showed no sign of retreating, while Ling Chu also refused to stand by idly, transforming into a fierce crimson tiger and roaring at Mi La and her companions. With the female's permission, they were ready to unleash their fury. They had long found this group of spirit cats displeasing. They only awaited Ruan Ruan's command to charge forward and tear them apart. The spirit cats present were frightened and took a few steps back. After all, they were merely small cats, and they did not stand a chance against such massive carnivorous beasts. Ruhua was particularly terrified and hid among the crowd, too afraid to emerge. Mila instinctively took a step back, surrounded by a throng of male beastmen. Yet each was apprehensive, and none dared to confront Ruan Ruan. Are you rebelling, Ruan Ruan? Mi La's voice trembled slightly. Her earlier bravado completely vanished. Although she knew Ruan Ruan's males lacked sufficient spiritual power, they were still powerful beasts. While she had no ability beastmen on her side. You are forcing my hand. Posturing will not save you from death, Ruan Ruan declared in a low voice, her petite figure emanating a dangerous aura when contrasted with the males surrounding her. You, all of you attack. Just as tensions escalated, a commanding female voice rang out from outside the cave. Stop. What do you intend to do? Accompanied by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The potent energy surged forth like a tidal wave, causing lower-tier beastmen to collapse to the ground. Ruan Ruan felt her legs weaken, unable to move. It was the presence of a high-tier 4-tier beastman, seemingly on the verge of reaching the 5th tier. He swiftly wrapped his arm around Ruan Ruan's slender waist, pulling her close to protect her, and she immediately felt a sense of relief. Is the intimidation of a 4-tier beastman truly this immense? Is this the gap between spiritual powers? Ruan Ruan gasped for breath. As 5th-tier beastmen, and the others were unaffected. Yet they could not harness such immense spiritual waves. The presence of such power indicated that their opponent was no ordinary foe. Moments later, the spiritual energy subsided, and the beastmen at the entrance hurriedly parted to create a path. A striking figure stepped into the cave, illuminated by the light behind her. She was an exceptionally beautiful female beastman, holding a staff and exuding an aura of maturity that belied her stunning appearance, with radiant golden hair and a rare bronze complexion. Her fur clothing was exquisitely tailored, evoking the image of a mixed-blood beauty. However, her demeanor was far more imposing than one might expect from her looks. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Mila panicked and quickly knelt, bowing her head in unprecedented submission. Mila pays respect to the high priest. The crowd gasped in unison, hastily kneeling in reverence, not daring to move. Ruan Ruan's pupils dilated. The visitor was none other than the true highest authority of the tribe, the Ling Mao High Priest. Every tribe in the beast world had a priestess, and they were all female. These priestesses possessed formidable spiritual power. responsible for praying to the beast gods for the tribe's protection and nurturing the tribe's leaders. They could directly determine the candidates for the tribe's leadership and were said to possess spiritual power and physical prowess rivaling fifth-tier beastmen, earning them immense respect within the tribe. While this priestess is absent, do you intend to dismantle the Ling Mao tribe? Mila, how can you, as the tribe leader, resort to violence against your own kin? The Ling Mao high priest's sharp voice resonated, her commanding gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd before finally settling on Mila. The Ling Mao tribe was considered a low-tier tribe in the beast world, and it had taken many years to produce a single three-tier peak female like Mila. The high priest had nurtured her with spiritual energy for years to help her barely reach the fourth tier. Mila was so terrified that she did not dare to breathe, hastily lowering her head even further to explain, "It is not as it seems, high priest. Ruan Ruan has disturbed the tribe's peace, bullied our kin, and disrespected me, which is why." Listening to Mila's words, the high priest turned her gaze toward Ruan Ruan. If she remembered correctly, decades ago, Ruan Ruan had been a low-tier young white cat, timid and cowardly, unable to even transform. Who could have imagined that she had now reached the third tier and tamed 4 fifth-tier males, alongside a rare wind attribute pampered? Moreover, in contrast to the rest of the tribe's Ling Mao, who bowed in submission, Ruan Ruan and her males stood their ground, their eyes reflecting no fear whatsoever. How intriguing, quietly observed the Ling Mao priestess. Mila was the one who had nurtured the priestess to become the clan leader, and thus, she would undoubtedly favor Mila. What tricks would she devise next? "You, come forward," the Ling Mao priestess beckoned with a calm demeanor. At the call, S. heart skipped a beat. Mila still possessed some combat strength, but the spiritual energy emanating from the priestess was beyond her capacity to withstand. The males were still weak. If she were to come with ill intentions, it would not bode well. It was best to observe her intentions first and avoid direct confrontation. With this thought, stepped out from Baiyi's embrace and slowly approached, accompanied by several concerned males who kept a vigilant watch on the Ling Mao priestess, ready to act should she threaten. Maintaining a cautious distance of 3 meters, gazed at the priestess, locking eyes with her striking crimson orbs, which evoked an inexplicable sense of apprehension within her. Was what Mila had said true? The Ling Mao priestess glanced at the trembling Mila on the ground, her tone now less aggressive. "I did not. It was Ruhua who forcefully seized my food first." The villain complains after the fact. Not only did clan leader Mila fail to stand up for me, but she also attempted to seize my prey. Articulated clearly, though a sense of unease welled up within her, uncertain of the priestess's allegiance. Faced with conflicting testimonies, the Ling Mao priestess furrowed her brow and turned to the crowd, seeking Ruhua, who was still attempting to hide. Alas, her size made it impossible to go unnoticed. Ruhua, come fort. The Ling Mao priestess was well aware of Ruhua's domineering nature, having bullied other beasts for food since childhood. It was surprising that after all these years, she had become even bolder. Startled, Ruhua quivered and crawled to the feet of the Ling Mao priestess, pleading, "Great priestess, do not listen to that wicked. Winter is unbearable. I'm starving and only ask for a little food from. Shouldn't clan members help each other? If she refuses, that wild male of hers even struck me. Look at my injuries." Ruhua, while speaking, managed to squeeze out a few tears. Starving indeed? How dare she say that? In this clan, who was as corpulent as she? A mere bite, less would not account for such a size. Clenching her fists, yearned to leap forward and slap her face. The Ling Mao priestess glanced at the pile of yak meat and wild deer, astonished. In this food-scarce winter, S family had managed to hunt so much prey, just one yak was enough to feed the entire tribe. And her high-ranking male was indeed of beastman lineage? Ask for a little? Did you not just claim that it is the custom of the Ling Mao clan for lower-ranking females to support higher-ranking ones? Where is the notion of mutual assistance? Questioned, her spirit rising. What? Females in the clan are equally precious. Who dares to establish such a rule of lower-ranking supporting higher-ranking? The Ling Mao priestess struck her staff in frustration. How could you, Mila, as the clan leader, condone such behavior among your people? Whether low-ranking or high-ranking, all are valuable for the tribe's reproduction. How can you disregard their lives? The Ling Mao priestess pressed forward, her gaze unyielding. Mila, terrified by the priestess's interrogation, felt her heart race. The Ling Mao priestess had the power to elevate her to the position of clan leader or to strip her of her status entirely. However, within the tribe, she was the only fourth-tier female, and no matter her transgressions, the priestess would likely not impose severe punishment. Gathering her thoughts, Mila slowly lifted her head, feigning sorrow. Great priestess, winter is indeed harsh for beasts. The Ling Mao's hunting abilities are weak, with so many clan members. It is difficult to ensure that everyone is well fed. Low-ranking females have diminished reproductive capabilities compared to high-ranking ones. We must prioritize the survival of high-ranking females to ensure the tribe's continuation. The Ling Mao priestess paused, her fury somewhat dissipated. Although Mila's words were unpalatable, they reflected the harsh reality of the beast world, where resources were scarce, and only females capable of reproduction were afforded the privilege of survival. Clenched her fists in silence, realizing that in this savage beast realm, strength dictated the rules. She could not afford to remain passive. She must grow stronger quickly, for only then could she dictate her own fate. Very well, rise. Ultimately, ensuring the survival of all females is paramount. The Ling Mao priestess's tone softened, acknowledging the situation. Yes, great priestess, Mila exhaled with relief, but as she rose, her gaze shot daggers at, declaring, "You lowly female, just wait. Once the Ling Mao priestess departs, I will ensure you cannot remain in the tribe." Regardless of Mila's intentions, was prepared to face her challenge head-on. Beside her, Ruan, seizing the opportunity, knelt before the Ling Mao priestess once more. "But great priestess, allowed her male to harm me. This cannot stand. Males must not injure females." Ruan clutched her head, casting a provocative glance at, "Humph, even if I gain nothing today, you shall not protect your wild fox." Instinctively, positioned herself in front of Bai Yi, nervously gripping one of his fingers while keenly observing the Ling Mao priestess's response. Within the clan, males were indeed forbidden from harming their own females. It was a matter of great disrespect. Bai Yi's fox ears drooped, sensing the cold sweat in his palm. The Ling Mao priestess cast an impatient glance at Ruan. "Although you have ascended to a third-tier female, you have yet to bear offspring, and thus your status cannot rival that of Ruan. By allowing your male to harm a quality female who has given birth, you are at fault for poor discipline and cannot escape punishment. However, considering that Ruan initiated the food theft, I shall overlook this instance. Should it occur again, your by whom male will be expelled from the tribe." The Ling Mao priestess was well aware of Ruan's character and did not wish to support her. Moreover, males possessed exceptional hunting skills. Capturing such a large yak would require the entire clan's effort. Should she impose a severe penalty, would undoubtedly harbor resentment, jeopardizing her future plans. "What do you mean? Great priestess, this is unjust. That wild fox is a despicable creature. How could it attack me? You must punish it. Enough. Your incessant clamor is simply to extract some prey from its family, isn't it? Just give her some." The Ling Mao priestess, exasperated, closed her eyes, choosing to ignore Ruan's complaints. With her intentions laid bare, Ruan fell silent, realizing the priestess's suggestion for to provide her with prey. "No, fermely yictiv." Rolling her eyes, even if she had to discard it, she would not allow that wretched orange cat to have a bite. "You." Ruan nearly exploded with rage, perplexed at sudden defiance. Not only Ruan, but the other Ling Mao tribe members also expressed surprise. In their memories, had always been subservient to Ruan, never daring to retort or even meet her gaze. Yet now, not only did she confront Ruan directly, but she also disregarded the clan leader without hesitation. It was astonishing to see her begin to protect even the males she previously scorned. How peculiar. Beside them, Mila's eyes flickered with a thought. Approaching the Ling Mao priestess. "Great priestess, since refuses to compensate Ruan with prey, and Ruan feels wronged, why not let the males of both sides engage in a contest? Whoever wins will claim the spoils." Upon uttering those words, Bai Yi's slightly flushed lips curled into a smirk. This foolish woman has indeed devised a splendid plan. We're a lung and a re. They are certainly no match for me. Ruan Ruan scoffed, acknowledging that a lung and a re were merely fourth-tier males, hardly worthy to carry Bai Yi's shoes. Wasn't Mila just creating trouble for the Ruan Ruan clan? The stakes were raised. Ruan Ruan, flustered, exchanged glances with Mila, fully aware of a lung and a Ri's capabilities. How could they possibly contend with Ruan Ruan's males? Mila, disregarding Ruan's ineffectual gestures, revealed her cunning intentions. As soon as you agree, I will have your weakest injured fourth-tier phone pung male challenge, and then everything will belong to us. Ruan Ruan caught every word of Mila's scheming and let out a cold laugh. So that was her plan all along. Yin Ling was already drained of spirit energy. Hardly distinguishable from an ordinary fourth-tier male, and now injured, she would surely suffer against a fully energized opponent. Mila truly pesesta clever mind. Ruan Ruan, will you consent? The Ling Miao priest's gaze bore down on Ruan Ruan as if in inquiry. Attempting to outmaneuver her was a bit premature. She was prepared. Ruan Ruan, having formulated a strategy, nodded with enthusiasm. Of course I agree. However, priest, since you assert that males are at fault due to poor female guidance, we females also bear significant responsibility. How about this? I will compete with Ruan Ruan. If she wins, I will surrender all my prey to her. If she loses, she must share all her prey with our clan. What do you think? Have you lost your mind, Ruan Ruan? Ruan Ruan glared in disbelief. What are you afraid? Chapter 21. It is not over yet. Who says I am afraid? Ruan Ruan shot up without a second thought. Last time you got lucky because of that wild fox aiding you, but this time you are delivering yourself to me. Get ready to hand over your food. Seeing her objective achieved, Ruan Ruan silently smirked. Who is delivering themselves? Mila furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yet she did not dwell on it. To her, although Ruan Ruan was also a third tier, her spirit energy was evidently weaker than Ruan Ruan's, and given their size difference, Ruan Ruan could easily send her flying with a single slap. Ruan Ruan truly mirrored her past foolishness. The Ling Miao priest selected a relatively flat area outside the cave for their duel, and the Ling Miao gathered curiously around, encircling the arena. The priest stood in the center and announced, "Neither of you may fight to the death. Surrender is permitted." Rarely did females engage in combat unless for the ownership of a male. However, this time it was for sustenance. The priest was eager to witness which of these high-ranking females from the clans would meet her expectations. Ruan Ruan strutted into the arena, her size resembling a small mountain, exuding an aura of health with her powerful breath. In contrast, Ruan Ruan appeared diminutive, lacking the appearance of a fighter. It was akin to a monkey from a May mountain facing a silverback gorilla. The spectators instinctively shook their heads at Ruan Ruan. Look at Ruan Ruan, so frail. Her waist is narrower than Ruan Ruan's leg. How could she possibly defeat Ruan Ruan? Indeed, Ruan Ruan could easily break Ruan Ruan's arm with her hand. Xi Nyang in the crowd felt anxious for Ruan Ruan. Can this little girl manage? Yin, in distress, stamped his feet but felt helpless. On the other side, Bai Yi was sweating profusely, while Shiryu maintained a composed demeanor. However, his swaying tail betrayed his anxious thoughts. Ling Chu paced back and forth, craning his neck to catch a glimpse. What are you all so anxious about? Since she actively proposed to challenge Ruan Ruan, she must have confidence in her chances of victory. Lei Sun spoke calmly, arms crossed, in a low voice. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable trust in Ruan Ruan at that moment. Perhaps because her brave stance against Mila and Ruan Ruan illuminated a glimmer of feminine brilliance. Who's panicking? I'm merely worried she might not hold her ground. If she gets killed, we won't survive either. Ling Chu scoffed, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ruan Ruan. In the past, Ruan Ruan fought for other sustenance. Today, she was fighting for their sake, leaving Ling Chu's mind in disarray. Could it be that she truly had changed? To dare challenge me alone, you are indeed foolish, and shall await being crushed beneath my feet. Ruan Ruan declared fiercely, lunging sideways at Ruan Ruan. Ruan Ruan exerted her foot, pivoted, and deftly evaded Ruan Ruan, extending her leg to trip her, sending Ruan Ruan sprawling into the snow with a yelp. Ah! Mila closed her eyes in disbelief. Foolish cat. A moment of silence enveloped the area before uncontrollable laughter erupted. What are you laughing at? Who dares to laugh shall pay dearly. Ruan Ruan hastily wiped her face, muttering threats as she scrambled back to her feet, swinging her arm to strike Ruan Ruan again. Ruan Ruan furrowed her brow, seized Ruan Ruan's arm, using the momentum to leap up, delivering a kick to Ruan Ruan's abdomen. Guh! Ruan Ruan stumbled back several steps from the impact. Excellent kick. Yin couldn't help but exclaim. But he took a deep breath, jealousy igniting in his eyes as he shot Yin a fierce glare. Clearly, you are showing off. Ruan Ruan composed herself. Although Ruan Ruan had a slight advantage in size, years of luxury had rendered her incapable of bearing burdens, let alone engaging in a skillful and reactive fight. Well, I underestimated you. Ruan Ruan rubbed her belly, glaring menacingly at Ruan Ruan, steady as a mountain despite her earlier setback. Ruan Ruan bit her lip. Ruan Ruan may be somewhat foolish, yet her tough skin and resilient physique meant that ordinary attacks would hardly faze her. Bringing her down to plead for mercy would not be an easy feat suddenly. Ruan Ruan transformed into a plump orange cat, claws digging into the ground as she crouched, launching herself at Ruan Ruan with surprising speed. Ruan Ruan's pupils dilated. Realizing she could not evade in human form, she swiftly shifted into a small white cat, leaping away, only to see Ruan Ruan pivot in midair, pouncing again. So swift. After all, a cat is still a cat. Despite her bulk, agility remains intact. Be cautious, host. Do not let her catch you head-on. Lang bao gao diun. Understood. Ruan Ruan nodded. Ruan Ruan was already upon her, claws inches from Ruan Ruan's back. Ruan Ruan gritted her teeth, using her tail to steer her direction, executing a slide tackle straight at Ruan Ruan. Just as the two cats were about to collide, Ruan Ruan extended her claws, halting abruptly against the snow's resistance, flipping to ensnare Ruan Ruan's neck and leaping on her back. The onlookers held their breath, fearing to miss a moment of this fierce contest. Ruan Ruan's tail was exceptionally sensitive, causing her to gasp in pain as her claws inadvertently retracted, and she was yanked down by Ruan Ruan. Ruan Ruan smirked triumphantly, her expression twisted with glee, and without hesitation, she seized Ruan Ruan's tail and hurled her violently to the ground. The wind whistled ominously in Ruan Ruan's ears as her fragile spine was about to collide with the earth. Ruan Ruan, no! Bai Yi and Yin cried out in unison, rushing forward. It is not over yet. Chapter 22. She looks down on you. The metallic taste of blood filled Ruan Ruan's mouth, nauseating her. Yet she resolutely refused to let go. In the distance, a Lung and a Ri witnessed their female companion injured and nearly rushed to her aid, only to be halted by the Ling Mao priestess wielding her staff. Your female just attempted a lethal strike but was countered. What further intentions do you harbor? It was evident to any discerning observer that Ruan had deliberately aimed to incapacitate Ruan Ruan by targeting her spine. The spine of felines is their lifeline. A fracture could lead to lifelong paralysis or even death. With a piercing scream, Ruan cried out in pain, intending to snatch Ruan Ruan once more. But Ruan Ruan deftly escaped her grasp, swiftly climbing up Ruan's arm and leaping behind her. This time, Ruan Ruan would ensure that Ruan fully comprehended her prowess. Before Ruan could articulate her intentions, Ruan Ruan's arm tightened abruptly. The unexpected force flushed Ruan's face crimson, and darkness began to encroach upon her vision. Ruan Ruan's maneuver was a textbook rear-naked choke. Once applied, it was nearly impossible for the opponent to break free. By compressing the throat and carotid arteries, one could render the adversary incapacitated within 5 to 10 seconds. A decisive technique. Ruan's hands flailed in the air, her complexion paling, and her body slackened as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Recognizing her defeat, Ruan Ruan eased her grip and leapt from Ruan's form. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed. A Lung and a Ri, disregarding all else, rushed to Ruan's side to assist her. Do not worry, she is not dead, Ruan Ruan declared, standing with her hands behind her back. No sooner had she spoken than Ruan began to convulse, gasping for air, struggling to recover. After a prolonged moment, her eyes reddened, and she could only point at Ruan Ruan, breathless. What still wished to fight? Ruan Ruan bent slightly, a smirk playing on her lips. Ruan shook her head fervently, scrambling into the arms of the two males in panic. Ruan Ruan was terrifying. She had been so overwhelmed that she felt she was nearing her end. Ruan Ruan smiled in satisfaction and turned to the Ling Mao priestess, raising her hand. Esteemed priestess, will you not declare the results of the contest? Ruan Ruan has emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their hunger alleviated at the prospect of sharing in Ruan Ruan's triumph. Female master, you are magnificent. Bai Yi was the first to approach, scooping Ruan Ruan into his arms and spinning her around joyfully. All right, enough. The female master has just fought and is exhausted. Do not bother her. Yin firmly took Ruan Ruan from Bai Yi, scrutinizing her. Female master, are you hurt anywhere? Is your tail injured? Oh, I'm fine. Ah. Ruan Ruan replied, slightly uncomfortable as Yin held her by her armpits, her small feet fidgeting. Shiryu's gaze was as tranquil as a still lake, usually aloof and composed. Yet ripples of unease disturbed his heart upon witnessing Ruan Ruan's close interactions with the males. Why did he feel so unsettled at the sight of her with him? Lei Sun stood rooted in place, smiling gently at Ruan Ruan, surprised that this once maligned female now basked in the admiration of others. Amid the raucous celebration, Mira shot a disappointed glare at Ruhua, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh. Useless wretch. Huh? Ruan Ruan paused, perplexed by Myra's attention. Yin gently set Ruan Ruan down, glancing anxiously at the Ling Mao priestess. Come with me. I have something to discuss, the priestess instructed, leading the way into Ruan Ruan's den. Tell your males to stay behind for now. Ruan Ruan's gaze darkened momentarily. You all remain here. I will summon you if needed. She then turned, following the Ling Mao priestess. Mira watched this unfolding scene with trepidation, wondering why the priestess was showing such interest in Ruan Ruan, even speaking to her privately. Upon entering the den, the Ling Mao priestess abruptly turned, grasping Ruan Ruan's hand to examine her closely. The unexpected gesture triggered Ruan Ruan's instinct to defend herself, almost leading to a retaliatory punch. Yet before she could strike, the priestess effortlessly blocked her with a single finger. Do not be alarmed. This is merely the disparity of rank and spiritual prowess. How did you incapacitate Ruhua? The priestess inquired. Just standard hunting techniques. Ruan Ruan replied nonchalantly. I thought she might be hiding something significant. Perhaps I overestimated her. The Ling Mao priestess exhaled in relief. Ruan Ruan chuckled. The priestess likely assumed she possessed some secret weapon. The priestess straightened, her crimson irises clouded momentarily with concern. I know you have endured years of bullying within your clan. I intend to remain in the tribe for a while to rectify this. The Ling Mao clan is too weak. We need more capable high-tier beasts to lead, and one like Mira is insufficient. Ruan Ruan's heart sank at her words. What did the priestess mean? The Ling Mao priestess withdrew her probing spiritual energy, her brow furrowing. I have witnessed your combat talent. Unlike Ruhua and those females who merely accept unconditional support from males, you appear markedly different. However, it is unfortunate. Unfortunate that she cannot reach the 4th tier. Ruan Ruan frowned. Ling Bao, why can't I reach the 4th tier? In her view, it was exceedingly difficult for a 3rd-tier beast to ascend to the 4th tier, a significant divide. With her lowly bloodline as a white cat, she had barely managed to reach the 3rd tier, and even with spiritual nourishment, advancement seemed a distant dream. Thus, the priestess dismissed her potential. How audacious! To look down upon her? Chapter 23. Almost kissing her in the primal realm of the Ling Mao. The more vivid and intricate the fur, the more attractive it was to potential mates. In contrast, Ruan Ruan, with her unblemished coat, was deemed undesirable, a symbol of inferior bloodline and lack of reproductive capability. Devoid of talent. With the aid of the spiritual spring space to assist the host in cultivation, reaching the 4th tier is not out of reach. And with your unique abilities, your talent is undoubtedly exceptional. It is merely the inadequacy of this Ling Mao priestess. Ling Bao scoffed, asserting that its host was anything but inferior. The Ling Mao priestess's brow furrowed in reluctance. Very well, you are weary today. Rest well. As for Mira and Ruhua, I will have a word with them privately. With that, the priestess flickered, a flurry of white light crackling past Ruan Ruan's ear. Ruan Ruan felt a tingling sensation across her face, while the Ling Mao priestess had already teleported to the entrance of the den. This was indeed lightning attribute abilities. No wonder her spiritual energy is so pure, rivaling even that of fifth-tier beasts. It turns out she possesses unique powers too. Ling Bao could no longer remain still. Ruan Ruan instinctively clenched her fist. Lightning attributes encompass both extreme damage and speed, a rare type of ability. No wonder Mira feared her so much. To avoid being bullied, one must possess formidable strength. The Ling Mao priestess remarked, yet she could not suppress a sigh. I hope she can regain her confidence, allowing me to leave without worry. Leave? What did the Ling Mao priestess truly mean? As the priestess vanished from the entrance of the den, Ruan Ruan's thoughts spiraled, and she instinctively raised her hand, summoning her wood-based abilities, conjuring a sinuous branch that coiled like a small serpent around her fingers, dancing in the air. She was determined to regain her dignity, not for others, but for herself. Since fate had granted her another chance at life, she would ensure it bore significance. No sooner had the Ling Mao priestess departed than Bai Yi and Yin entered, Yin carrying a large bundle of twigs. Outside the den, Ru Hua's cries began to resound. Leave me some. You can't take this. The priestess said to share equally. Who told you to lose to Ruan Ruan? Exactly. That rabbit was taken from me yesterday. Return it. You deserve to be punished for stealing our things. Put it down, Wu. Bai Yi held the deer meat he had obtained from Ru Hua before Ruan Ruan's face, shaking it slightly. That plump cat truly knows how to hide. The spoils gathered from within and outside the cave could feed the tribe for several days. TCH, Haven Tea, we contributed quite a bit ourselves. What is there to be so pleased about? Ling Chu leaned against the cave entrance, his arms resting behind his head, gazing at Ruan Ruan with a look filled with melancholy. Enough, Ling Chu, it's all in the past. Why do you still hold on to it? It wasn't a gift from the Shi leader, but from that wicked female from before. Bai could no longer endure Ling Chu's sarcasm. Do you really believe in such notions of body and soul? There will come a time when you regret it. Ling Chu scoffed at Bai Yi and turned to leave the cave, presenting a demeanor of defiance. You. All right. No need to quarrel. Ling Chu has his grievances. Whether or not you believe it is up to him. Just ignore him. Ruan Ruan gently patted Bai Yi's arm. Tigers are inherently independent and rather obstinate, especially with someone like Ling Chu. The more attention you pay him, the more he resists. Bai Yi's expression of indignation instantly dissipated, and he reached out to take Ruan Ruan's hand, rubbing it against his face. Yin, witnessing the scene, stepped forward and pushed Bai Yi back. She leader. Why don't you take a moment to rest? We can start the fire and grill some meat for you. What does that sound? Having watched Ruan Ruan ignite the fire twice, Yin had already mastered the technique. It's fine, I'm not tired. You two can kindle the fire while I step outside to find something. Hey, where are Shiryu and Lei Sun? Ruan Ruan stretched her neck to glance at the cave entrance. They went fishing at the ice river, Yin replied casually. Oh, how is your injury? Ruan Ruan pulled at Yan's arm and noticed that the wound had completely scabbed over. The beastmen possess remarkable self-healing abilities, and it seemed he would recover in no time. As Ruan Ruan's warm little hand brushed against him, Yan's eyelashes fluttered with excitement, and he murmured, Does it still hurt? I wish the Shi leader would comfort me. He just embraced her, and she looked so happy. She must like Bai more, that annoying Bai. Ruan Ruan scratched her head. Yin was sensitive and somewhat starved for affection. While others sought to escape their original selves after suffering abuse, he yearned to perish together with his original self. Such a twisted mindset. Sigh. Each of them is quite difficult to manage. So, shall I blow on it for you? Ruan Ruan stood on her tiptoes, puffing air gently against Yan's wound. A cool breeze enveloped his arm, and as Yan lowered his gaze, he saw Ruan Ruan's rosy lips within reach. Just a tilt of his head away, so close. At this proximity, the fragrant pheromones emanating from Ruan Ruan intensified, rendering Yin somewhat dazed. And he found himself unable to resist leaning in. Thud! Ruan Ruan's keen cat ears detected the rapid thumping of his heart, and as she curiously looked up, a hand suddenly obstructed her view. In contrast, Yin, emboldened, leaned forward and pressed his lips against Bai Yi's hand. Spit. Bai Yi, are you out of your mind? Spit. Yin jumped aside, frantically spitting. Bai Yi, with a look of disgust, wiped his hand with a leather cloth. Disgusting. You got my hand all wet. Yin, that foolish bird, if I hadn't T-blocked him, he would have almost kissed Ruan Ruan. She leader, you all carry on. I'm going out. Ruan Ruan's face flushed, and before Yin could finish, she dashed out of the cave. Yan's expression shattered into pieces, followed by a wave of deep self-reproach. What was I just doing? How could I attempt to get close to the she leader without her consent? What should I do? The she leader must hate me now. Ruan Ruan took a moment to steady her emotions and found several cypress trees near the tribe. The inner bark of cypress is highly resistant to corrosion and possesses good flexibility, making it perfect for crafting shoe soles. Her feet had become numb from the cold, and she needed to make a pair of shoes quickly. She noticed that the ground beneath the cypress, covered in snow, was not deep, revealing a small patch of greenery. The green plants clung tightly to the ground. Although their leaves were somewhat curled, they thrived vibrantly. In this harsh winter, what kind of grass could survive unscathed? Ruan Ruan crouched down to observe closely. This was familiar. Was it not wheat? Chapter 24, could it be? Could it be? This is wild winter wheat, currently in a dormant phase, which will sprout normally when spring arrives. This is a valuable find. With wheat, we can make flour. Eating only meat won't suffice now. We have a feast ahead. The Ling Quan space now spans over 100 square meters, ample enough for her needs. And Ruan Ruan planned to transplant all this wheat into it. As she reached out to touch the green leaves, her vision suddenly blurred, and an extraordinary sensation surged from her heart. Ruan Ruan rubbed her eyes, and when her sight cleared, the world before her seemed to be outlined in intricate lines. Standing vividly before her, touching the wheat leaves again, an indescribable connection formed, and Ruan Ruan could even see another patch of wild wheat 100 meters away. I can actually see from the plant's perspective. Ruan Ruan was astonished. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the advanced skill of wood-type abilities. You possess a natural affinity with plants. By touching living plants, you can sense your surroundings within approximately a kilometer radius. As your level and abilities improve, this range will expand. Incredible. This is like an upgraded version of X-ray vision. With this, she could foresee approaching dangers in advance. It was akin to having a personal radar. This spiritual treasure selected this ability for you for a reason. Wood-type abilities have many more uses waiting for you to discover. Though it may not seem particularly powerful, its practicality is unmatched, so revel in your good fortune. The spiritual treasure chuckled foolishly. Spiritual treasure, I'm increasingly impressed by you, Ruan Ruan said, giving a thumbs up. The wild winter wheat outside the tribe could wait until she had time to gather it. Since there was wheat in the beast world, there might also be corn and potatoes. With her newfound ability to sense plants, she could search diligently and strive for food freedom in this realm as well. Embracing the tree bark, Ruan Ruan deliberately circled around the ice river and quickly spotted Lei Sun and Shiryu, who were stationed by the icy surface fishing. Lei Sun crouched by the edge of the ice hole, visibly troubled, while Shiryu appeared lethargic, his eyes nearly closing, and his greenish snake tail trembled incessantly. Lei Sun, Shiryu, what is wrong? Ruan Ruan approached swiftly. Upon seeing her, Lei Sun hurriedly stood up. She leader, the ice layer is getting thicker. The surface froze overnight, and we exerted great effort to break through, but the distance to the fish below is too far to reach unless we jump into the water. Ruan Ruan stepped closer and observed that the thickness of the ice hole had now reached 2 meters. If they hadn't opened the freezing hole daily, they probably wouldn't even see the water surface. Forget it. Let's not fish for now. Once I set up the rabbit traps, we can catch some rabbits first. Jumping into the icy water is both cold and dangerous. Ruan Ruan shook her head. This ice river is so deep and wide. There must be undercurrents. If we jump in and can't get out, it will be a matter of life and death. Too perilous. Yes, all right. Tomorrow, Ling Chu and I will go out again to see if we can catch some larger prey. Lei Sun replied. Just as he finished speaking, Ruan Ruan saw Shiryu, who had been silent, sway and topple directly into the ice hole. Splash! Oh my goodness! Shiryu! Ruan Ruan exclaimed, throwing the tree bark in her arms and rushing forward. Just as Shiryu was about to sink to the bottom, she swiftly used her powers to conjure tree vines to ensnare him, desperately pulling him upwards. Seeing this, Lei Sun quickly assisted, grasping the vine in Ruan Ruan's hand and dragging the rigid Shiryu up. Shiryu's face turned ashen, motionless, his long hair instantly freezing upon surfacing, as if he were on the brink of collapse. "Shiryu, are you all right? Wake up quickly." Ruan Ruan leaned over Shiryu's chest to listen, then felt for his pulse, sensing nothing, only the icy chill emanating from him. Oh heavens! After being submerged in water for a moment, he lost consciousness. Ruan Ruan, undeterred by the situation, raised her leg and placed it on Shiryu's waist, swiftly administering cardiopulmonary resuscitation with her crossed hands. After several compressions, she took a deep breath, pinched Shiryu's face, and pressed her lips against his in an attempt to provide artificial respiration. On the side, Lei's son stood frozen in place, bewildered by the sight. Why would she kiss him if he had fainted? Ruan Ruan, determined not to falter, continued her efforts to pump and breathe for him, unaware that Shiryu had opened his striking emerald eyes and was gazing at her intently. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Ruan's lips met his once more, only to be ensnared by his icy yet powerful embrace around her waist. Startled, she locked eyes with Shiryu, instinctively attempting to lift her head, but he grasped the back of her neck firmly. In an instant, Shiryu tightened his grip around Ruan Ruan's waist, his other hand clutching the back of her head, and he captured her soft lips with his in a fervent kiss. Waves of spiritual energy surged through him, gradually easing the stiffness in his muscles, while his serpent tail coiled excitedly, his complexion reddening as he deepened the kiss. He had already realized that after spending the night beside Ruan Ruan, his spiritual energy seemed to have recovered slightly. Now, kissing her confirmed his suspicion. Intimate contact with a female could nourish his spirit, providing relief from discomfort, although it was not as potent as direct mating. The intensity of Shiryu's kiss left Ruan Ruan breathless, her hands pushing against his chest in a futile attempt to break free. Shiryu, glancing down, gradually loosened his grip, only for Ruan Ruan to slip away, the warmth of their embrace dissipating in an instant. Gasping for air, Ruan Ruan clutched her chest, struggling to catch her breath. Shiryu rose, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to the rising contours of Ruan Ruan's figure, the faint taste of her lingering on his lips, his expression betraying a sense of lingering desire. Lei Sin's handsome face darkened, his eyes fixated on Shiryu with a stormy intensity, as jealousy surged within him, threatening to overwhelm his composure. In truth, he did not particularly care how many males Ruan Ruan had. What irked him was that after following her for so long, he had never kissed her, while this later arrival had done so without hesitation. Contemplating this, Lei Sin's gaze turned to the icy pit. If Shiryu fell in and received a kiss from the female, then perhaps if I were to jump in, I too might receive such a kiss. As Ruan Ruan continued to catch her breath, the thought struck her with a jolt. No, it couldn't be. Without hesitation, Lei Sin strode toward the icy pit, leaping in with a splash. No. Chapter 25. Her serious expression is adorable. The competition among males is utterly absurd. Ling Bao remarked, astonished. There was no choice. Ruan Ruan could only once again fish them out, thoroughly drenched. Observing the two soggy figures, a drenched serpent and a soaked lion, Yin looked utterly perplexed. Ruan Ruan shrugged helplessly and offered 2 pieces of leather clothing crafted by Xinjiang to Lei's son and Shiryu, urging them to change out of their wet garments to avoid catching a chill. Shiryu wriggled his serpent tail and began to shed the leather from around his waist. Ruan Ruan instinctively raised her hands to cover her eyes, but was met with the sight of his well-placed scales, revealing nothing else. Due to his half-human, half-serpent form, certain aspects of his anatomy were cleverly concealed. Ruan Ruan pondered, stroking her chin. If memory serves, don't snakes have 2? In that instant, a realization struck Lei Sin, and the chaotic emotions in his eyes were shrouded in a thick calm. What was happening to him? He, who was usually composed and adept at managing his emotions, had acted out of jealousy, displaying childish behavior by jumping into the icy pit. Taking a deep breath, Lei Sin rose and skillfully untied the leather belt around his waist, seemingly forgetting Ruan Ruan's presence. As he prepared to change, Ruan Ruan felt an urgent need to intervene. After all, he was undeniably in human form. Wait! The moment she called out, Lei Sin's hand slipped, causing the leather to fall away, revealing his proud anatomy once more. Ruan Ruan quickly turned away, silently reciting the calmness spell, remain unperturbed, devoid of desire or craving. Yet, no matter how much she chanted, she was still astonished. Wasn't this golden lion's endowment rather extraordinary? The host truly has remarkable fortune. Lang Bao Chukka. Go away. Lei Sin scowled, his brow furrowing. In the beast world, physical prowess was a significant factor in winning a female's affection, and females often assess their potential mates based on such attributes. However, Ruan Ruan's reactions to him had not seemed favorable, leading him to wonder if she found him lacking. Seated by the fire, after changing, Lei Sun succumbed to self-doubt. Ruan Ruan stole a glance, confirming he had donned his new attire before turning back, her cheeks still flushed. Bai Yi, grinning brightly, remarked, "She truly is becoming more bashful." Ruan Ruan pouted, "Of course I am shy. I'm still a young maiden, always harboring desires without the courage to act on them, never having even touched a man's hand." After measuring her foot size against the ground, Ruan Ruan cut out the shape of shoes from tree bark, securing two pieces together for stability before wrapping the prepared rabbit skin around it and stitching it tightly with grass thread to create a sole. Noticing Ruan Ruan's handiwork, Bai Yi ambled over and settled beside her. "Mistress, what are you making?" "I want to make some leather shoes to wear. It's too cold to walk barefoot on the ground in this winter," Ruan Ruan replied, her focus unwavering as she pulled the grass thread with determination. "Leather shoes?" Bai Yi inquired, not understanding, but quickly wrapped his tail around her small, red feet, realizing how difficult it must be for such a delicate female to endure the cold. "What can I do to help?" he asked, tilting his head, his eyes sparkling. She looks so cute when she's serious. "Well, you can't help much. For now, just trace your foot size onto this tree bark, and I'll make you shoes too." Ruan Ruan handed a large piece of tree bark to Bai Yi. "You'll make me shoes?" Bai Yi blinked in surprise, a flicker of astonishment washing over his features. "Yes, since you all walk barefoot too. And I've got plenty of rabbit skin and grass thread. I intended to make some for all of you." Ruan Ruan enthusiastically offered the tree bark to Yin and Lei Sun as well. Shiryu, still without feet, was not included in the offer. Bai Yi's smile faltered slightly, so it wasn't just for him alone. "Thank you, mistress. You should eat some meat before continuing," Yin suggested, poking at the embers beneath the stone slab with a stick, bringing over a serving of cooked beef slices. Hearing Ruan Ruan call for him, Lei Sun promptly stood, instinctively tightening his waist leather. Shiryu glanced at his tail, which drooped slightly in disdain. It was unavoidable. He had not fully transformed and was unable to use the items crafted by her. Yet the scent of the female is undeniably enchanting. How wonderful it would be to mate with her. Gazing at Ruan Ruan's charming face, Shiryu's eyes flushed with warmth, his lips tingling, and the restlessness hidden beneath his serpent tail began to stir. Ruan Ruan, oblivious to the awakening serpent nearby, continued her task, crafting the shoes into a comfortable slip-on style, ensuring they would be both warm and easy to wear. Ruan Ruan slipped her new shoes on her feet for a trial. Although they were somewhat unsightly, they were robust and comfortable, quite satisfactory. "Is this what shoes are like?" "They look splendid." Yin gazed at Ruan Ruan's new footwear with eager anticipation. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the cave entrance, and Ling Chu transformed into his human form, entering leisurely. "Shoes?" Ling Chu didn't get good silly, placing the wild chicken he had caught outside next to the fire before sauntering over. Noticing Ling Chu's actions, Ruan Ruan understood that he had been hunting again. As a yin who, Ling Chu possessed exceptional combat abilities, and despite his youth, his hunting skills were remarkable, though his temperament left something to be desired. The beastmen were all tall, each exceeding 1.8 meters, with Lei Sun towering over them at over 1.9 meters, making the size of their feet quite evident. One shoe required an entire piece of wild rabbit hide. Bai Yi and Yin were diligently cutting the rabbit hide under Ruan Ruan's guidance, while Ling Chu was measuring tree bark against his feet. Ruan Ruan took the already cut tree bark from Lei Sun, preparing to make his shoes first. The workload increased from 1 to 6, leaving Ruan Ruan sweating profusely and her palms reddened from the grass thread. Lei Sun, feeling a pang of concern, half squatted in front of Ruan Ruan, gently blowing on her small hand. "Mistress, perhaps you should take a break." "That's all right, it will be ready soon." Ruan Ruan smiled up at him, her obedient demeanor causing anyone who beheld her to feel a flutter in their hearts. Lei San was touched, his nose tinged with emotion. Even if the mistress is not satisfied with my physique, she is still willing to make something for me with her own hands. She is truly wonderful. Huh? Why would she be dissatisfied with his physique? The well-defined abs, handsome visage, and formidable reproductive capabilities made him utterly perfect. Lei San took a deep breath and reached for the shoes in Ruan Ruan's hands. You teach me, I will do it. This is something you cannot do. Ruan Ruan intended to refuse, but saw that Lei San had already begun. His long, slender fingers deftly maneuvered the bone needle, swiftly stitching through the animal hide. And soon he had completed an entire side. Ruan Ruan's mouth fell open in awe. Wow, Lei San, you're amazing. You stitched it even more neatly than I did. The stitches Lei San created were orderly and meticulous, resembling those produced by a sewing machine. Such a talent, truly born to sew. Hearing Ruan Ruan's praise, Lei San felt a bit bashful. Really? Really? Of course. You did far better than I could. You are truly impressive. Ruan Ruan lavished him with compliments without reservation. Thank you, mistress. Let me handle the rest. You should eat something. If there's anything I'm unsure about, I'll ask you. Before Ruan Ruan could protest, Lei San had gathered all the animal hide and grass thread from beside her, sitting by the fire to continue sewing. The more he did, the less Ruan Ruan would have to do. In the firelight, Lei San's golden hair shimmered, and his profile resembled a finely chiseled wax statue, akin to a noble prince from a medieval painting. Ruan Ruan smiled dreamily. Lei San was not very talkative, but among the beastmen he was the most composed. Indeed, diligent in his tasks. Tomorrow, we will go catch wild rabbits together. Everyone should rest early. As the night passed, bright sunlight streamed through the cave entrance. Ruan Ruan stretched, collected the leftover grass rope from last night's shoemaking, and prepared to head up the mountain to trap rabbits. Bai Yi and the others were already dressed. And Yin had risen early to roast some meat, wrapping it in tree bark and placing it in a beast hide bag. Ling Chu sat at the cave entrance, lost in thought. Shiryu remained curled up on the stone bed, breathing evenly and completely oblivious to the surrounding commotion. What is wrong with him? Ruan Ruan tentatively poked at Shiryu's tail, but received no response. Snake beasts need to hibernate during winter. He must have fallen asleep, Lei San explained. I see. Let Shiryu rest well then. We shall be on our way. Ruan Ruan donned her shoes and stepped out of the cave first. Ling Chu, unable to resist, followed her, feeling the need to observe her closely. Suddenly wearing shoes, the beastmen felt somewhat unaccustomed, yet they were undeniably warm and comfortable. With the shoes cushioning her feet, Ruan Ruan walked briskly, but upon exiting the tribe, she stepped into a foot of snow. Ouch! Ruan Ruan nearly toppled over, but Lei San was quick to catch her. It seemed it had snowed again the previous night. I wonder if there are any wild rabbits around, Yin said, shaking the snow off Ruan Ruan's legs with a heavy heart. As long as they are alive, they will have to come out to forage, giving us a chance to catch them. Where do you usually hunt for rabbits? Ruan Ruan straightened her back and inquired. The movements of wild rabbits are not fixed, generally. They can be found in the open areas over there, but he pointed northeast from the tribe. Then let's go check it out, Ruan Ruan nodded. This was Ruan Ruan's first time seeing Lei San's true form up close. As a golden lion, Lei San's mane was particularly lush and thick, his limbs robust and powerful, and his tail was long and whip-like, his canine teeth as long as Ruan Ruan's palm, his head easily 3 to 4 times the size of hers. So big. Ruan Ruan looked Lei San up and down, her gaze eventually landing between his hind legs, nearly causing her to lose control of her senses. Lei San stiffened. So the mistress seems to prefer me in this form, but can my small mistress manage with such a large one? Ahem. Hearing this, Ruan Ruan's face turned crimson to her neck, flustered as she scrambled to climb onto Lei San's back, burying her head in his mane, feeling as if she had sunk into a soft, warm mattress. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and hopped on Lei San's back beside Ruan Ruan. I just wanted to be closer to the mistress. What is wrong, Lei San? You wouldn't be so petty, would you? Bai Yi leaned toward Ruan Ruan, his tone seemingly a bit aggrieved, his expression quite comical. Lei San, momentarily at a loss for words, thought that he was not being petty, but his back could only accommodate the mistress. Though Lei San remained silent, He took advantage of Bai's momentary distraction and flicked his tail, sending him tumbling off. Bai was forced to jump down from Lei Sen's back, his fox ears drooping in dismay as he looked at Ruan Ruan with pleading eyes, exclaiming, "Mistress, he is so petty." Ruan Ruan twitched at the corners of her mouth. As expected of Fox, he was adept at playing the spoiled card. Just as she was about to mediate, a familiar plant caught her eye. "Lei Sen, stop for a moment. Can we take a look over there?" Ruan Ruan patted Lei Sen's large head. "Sure." Although unsure of Ruan Ruan's intentions, he complied. Ruan Ruan nimbly leaped down from Lei Sen's back, reaching out to touch the lush bamboo. Crafting traps from bamboo would be ideal. Not only was it sturdy, but it was also highly elastic. Furthermore, bamboo could be fashioned into fishing rods and woven into fish baskets, allowing them to fish in the icy river later. Determined, Ruan Ruan selected several bamboo stalks the thickness of her thumb and used her bone knife to cut them for traps, carefully choosing a few wider stalks to prepare for fishing rods. However, the thicker bamboo was difficult to break, and Ruan Ruan found her bone knife too slippery for the task. "Mistress, do you need this?" Crack! Lei Sen effortlessly snapped a bamboo stalk as thick as Ruan Ruan's forearm and handed it to her. Ruan Ruan shrank back. Such strength! Can this really catch fish? Lei Sen was somewhat skeptical, but agreed nonetheless. All right. Recently, many carnivorous beasts have been coming out to hunt. You all must protect the mistress. By the way, Tiju, I heard from Shiryu that you encountered the wolf clan while capturing wild deer in the forest. Bai shook his fox ears and slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of Yan's disgruntled expression, which only made his whiskers curl with pride as he deliberately quickened his pace. Upon hearing this, Yan, who was walking beside them, lowered his head despondently, his handsome face etched with guilt. "I'm sorry, Tiju. It was all for the sake of bringing you prey and seeking the shaman that put you in danger. I cannot protect my female, and instead, I put her in peril. How useless I must be as a male." Yin began to wallow in self-pity once more. Ruan Ruan frowned tightly. "Don't say that, Yin. You are my male. I could never stand by and watch you get hurt." Yin sighed heavily. "Perhaps that is my failure. When I insisted on leaving the Confronting clan, I still amounted to nothing. Females are precious. If they are alone and discovered by males from other tribes, they will be snatched away. The wolf clan is governed by a male wolf king, and if a female is captured, it will not fare well for her. Wolves are inherently cruel and will spare no living creature. In the future, do not venture too far from the tribe." Bai's tone was unusually serious, his silver lashes partially obscuring his fox eyes, his lips trembling slightly, as if he were trying to conceal some overwhelming emotion. Ruan Ruan perceptibly noticed Bai's unease. This fox was undoubtedly hiding an undisclosed secret. Before long, they arrived at an open area where sparse vegetation was blanketed in pristine white snow. Bai crouched down, hiding behind a cluster of bushes. "Tiju, look, a wild rabbit." Following the direction pointed by Bai's tail, Ruan Ruan spotted a white shape moving against the snow. Indeed, it was a wild rabbit. The rabbit was plump, its fur blending perfectly with the snow, making it nearly undetectable. Ruan Ruan shifted her position slightly, and Bai quickly transformed into his human form, cradling Ruan Ruan in his arms before gently placing her on the ground. After surveying the surroundings, Ruan Ruan discovered a rabbit-sized hole beneath the bushes, with a few frozen droppings nearby. As anticipated, the winter diet of rabbits consists mainly of grass roots and tree bark. Choosing to nest in an open area allows these rabbits to observe their surroundings for danger, but to find food, they must venture into the forest. This is the perfect spot for a trap. As she spoke, Ruan Ruan retrieved the bamboo she had previously gathered, firmly inserting one end into the snow. She then fashioned a noose from grass, attaching one end to the bamboo, before breaking several sturdy branches into a circle for reinforcement. Another piece of bamboo was bent and placed across the noose to create a triggering mechanism, so that when the rabbit passed by, it would become ensnared by the noose around its neck or limbs. Can this contraption really catch a rabbit? He tilted his head in skepticism. Isn't it a bit too simple? Yin also expressed doubt, as a fierce bird of prey from the Confronting clan. He was skilled at catching rabbits, and was unconvinced by Ruan Ruan's rudimentary approach. "Just watch," Ruan Ruan said. Grasping one of Yan's fingers, and gently nudging the bamboo piece above the trap. With a swift motion, the noose sprang up from the ground, tightly binding Yan's wrist and pulling him upwards. Oh! The sudden tug caused Yan's pupils to constrict. This force was indeed more than sufficient for catching a rabbit. The more one struggled, the tighter the noose became. Whether it was a wild rabbit or a wild chicken, as long as the mechanism was triggered, escape was impossible. Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow confidently and proceeded to free Yan's wrist from the trap, resetting it. Siju, you are truly impressive. This contraption had touched upon Yan's knowledge gaps, leaving him in sheer admiration. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with approval, inching closer to Ruan Ruan, silently savoring her scent. You should venture further afield. There must be more than this one hole. We need to set several traps, but they shouldn't be too close together. After coming this far to catch them, Ruan Ruan must ensure success. We cannot afford any mistakes. All right. Yin stood up and diligently began searching along the bushes. Bai Yi, Ruan Ruan turned abruptly, only to find Bai Yi much closer than she had anticipated. In that fleeting moment, when their eyes met, Bai Yi's slightly flushed lips brushed against Ruan Ruan's nose. So fragrant. Bai Yi's gaze momentarily clouded, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes. Ruan Ruan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly tried to retreat, only to have Bai Yi's long fingers grip her chin. Where do you think you're going? Bai Yi's voice was a low, magnetic whisper as he wrapped his other hand around Ruan Ruan's waist, his lips deliberately grazing her nose before trailing down to her lips, their breaths mingling in an intoxicating closeness. Forced to meet those captivating fox eyes, Ruan Ruan found herself unable to look away, her breath quickening to the point of silence. Only her racing heart echoed in her ears. Your heart races so quickly. Bai Yi's throat involuntarily bobbed, the scent of Ruan Ruan's pheromones intensifying his thirst. He had never found anyone before him so enticing and, unable to resist any longer, he tilted his head and captured Ruan Ruan's lips, kissing her softly several times. Yet at that moment, Bai Yi's light purple eyes darkened with a fierce intensity, as if he had sensed something, but he did not halt his actions. Instead, he seized Ruan Ruan's wrist and half-pushed her to the ground, allowing their lips to collide in an unbreakable embrace. Unlike Shi Yu's domineering kisses, Bai Yi's were tinged with a hint of possessiveness, yet remained gentle, leaving Ruan Ruan utterly enraptured and incapable of resistance. Chapter 28. Should I strike him? She bears the scent of another male. Yen? Lei Sun, or Shi Yu? Who is it? Bai Yi's tone turned urgent, laced with a rasping fragility. Someone had kissed her before him, and it left him feeling despondent. Ruan Ruan staggered back, warmth suddenly enveloping her from behind as Bai Yi leaned closer, his warm lips grazing over the sweat glistening on her nose, the interplay of light casting an almost dreamlike ambience around them. Seeing Ruan Ruan flustered, Bai Yi sighed softly, his voice thick with emotion. You once asked me if I wish for you to like me. Today I answer yes, I hope. To Ruan Ruan. It seemed that even though Bai Yi knew she was not the same Ruan Ruan as before, the torment she had endured was not easily forgotten. Just like Ling Chu, he still struggled to believe her words, a testament to the depth of his wounds. Bai Yi's eyes cooled, as if having restrained himself for too long. He buried himself in Ruan Ruan's embrace, his soft fox ears pressing against her scalp, his arms tightening around her waist as he murmured, I hate. But I do not hate you. You are innocent and should not bear the consequences of that wicked female's actions. Bai Yi's words struck Ruan Ruan's heart like a hammer. He could hardly fathom that a beast man could possess such a clear distinction between love and hate. After testing with Ling Bao, this fox has spoken no lies. Ling Bao whispered a reminder. I do not know where you come from, nor how you arrived here. But now that you are with me, I only wish for you not to disregard me, not to abandon me. Bai Yi continued, his body trembling slightly. From childhood to now, he had lost his parents, been forsaken by siblings, abandoned by his clan. Even his dearest loved ones had turned away from him. He had endured relentless torment, and now, feeling warmth once more, it was Ruan Ruan, who had shielded him recklessly, that made him want to take another gamble. Noticing Bai Yi's front was slightly damp, Ruan Ruan realized that her proud fox was actually shedding tears, which made her heart ache. Please don't be sad. I do not know what you have been through, but I can assure you that as long as you treat me sincerely, I will reciprocate with sincerity. Ruan Ruan spoke softly, placing her hand on Bai Yi's head and gently stroking his ears. Bai Yi stilled his trembling and held Ruan Ruan even tighter. Siju, I found something over there. Yin excitedly pushed through the bushes, only to freeze in shock at the scene before him. At this moment, in Yan's eyes, Bai Yi embraced Ruan Ruan's waist, his head nestled against her soft form as he playfully sought her affection. Ruan Ruan, with a gentle expression, tenderly caressed Bai Yi's ears, their intimacy resembling that of newly bonded mates. Upon hearing a noise, Ruan Ruan quickly pushed Bai Yi away and stood up, only to see Yan's lips tremble, his eyes glistening with a chilling frost, a sensation colder than the winter wind. I just left, and you have already clung to the female master. Yan's voice dripped with a sinister undertone as he took 2 steps forward, yanking Ruan Ruan behind him. Yan, it's not what you think. It doesn't matter. Bai Yi is also your male, the female master. It is your prerogative to favor whichever one you wish. You need not deliberately send me away next time. I will pretend not to see, he retorted, turning abruptly, denying Ruan Ruan an opportunity to speak, his tone laced with an effortful detachment. She had sent me to find a rabbit hole to create distance, and indeed, I am the male she despises the most. Yan's thoughts were sensitive and insecure, easily spiraling into self-doubt, making him difficult to handle. Ruan Ruan, momentarily at a loss for words, noticed that Yan had several twigs and leaves stuck to his head, likely from his venture into the thicket while searching for wild rabbits. It was admirable that he took his tasks so seriously. Contemplating this, Ruan Ruan raised her hand to remove the debris, but noticed Yin reflexively shut his eyes, his lips biting down as if bracing for pain. Yin? A pang of sorrow struck Ruan Ruan's heart as she gently plucked the leaves from his head. Upon sensing her action, a glimmer of moisture surged in Yan's eyes, leaving him momentarily flustered. I'm sorry, female master. I thought you were going to hit me. Ruan Ruan was momentarily stunned. Such a reaction stemmed from countless beatings endured in the past. Indeed, the body remembers far more than the conscious mind. Although Yin, like Bai Yi, believed in her transformation, his mental scars from years of oppression and humiliation would not heal overnight, which contributed to his sensitivity and insecurity. Ruan Ruan sighed softly, clearing Yin of the dirt. I did not intend to exclude you, nor is there any need to do so. It was merely a coincidence. I have promised not to treat you that way again. You need not fear. It was not my intention to say that. Yan's heart was filled with guilt, causing him to clench the animal hide of his garment. He knew he should not have spoken to Ruan Ruan in that manner. In the beast world, a female must not be limited to a single male for reproduction, and he understood this principle. However, witnessing Ruan Ruan embrace Bai Yi filled him with discomfort, akin to losing something he dearly cherished. All right. There is nothing to apologize for. What were you saying you discovered earlier? Ruan Ruan waved her hand, attempting to shift Yan's focus. She recognized that Yan's intentions were not malicious. He simply lacked affection. Meanwhile, Ling Chu, who had been observing from a distance, had seen everything unfold. He heard the conversation between Ruan Ruan and Yin and noticed the shift in Ruan Ruan's attitude towards Bai Yi, leaving him in a momentary daze. Could it be that he was truly mistaken? Had that vile female truly ceased to exist? Chapter 29. Eating will turn you into a fool. Ling Chu sighed lightly, turning toward the direction of a tribe. If she truly was no longer that wicked female, would she be willing to let herself go? Ruan Ruan had set traps around the rabbit hole she discovered with Bai Yi and Yin, planning to return the next day. Well, I see the sky is still bright. I'd like to explore the surroundings a bit to see if there are any useful items. Ruan Ruan gazed at the azure sky and stretched her arms lazily. The beast world was vast, and as a modern individual, she needed to fully utilize her knowledge to thrive, not confining herself to the small territory of the Ling Miao tribe. With Bai Yi and Yin accompanying her, she felt unafraid of any dangers. All right. Noticing Ruan Ruan's movements, Yin casually glanced down at her, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her ample bosom, causing him to feel a tightness in his throat and flushed cheeks. Female master? Hearing this, Ruan Ruan looked up in confusion, directly meeting Yan's gaze. It dawned on her that her exaggerated stretch had revealed more than intended, prompting her to quickly cover herself. After advancing to the third tier, Ruan Ruan's figure had experienced a significant transformation, becoming increasingly alluring, to the extent that the garments crafted by Xixingyang felt somewhat restrictive. Bai Yi and Yin had long since noticed this change. Ahem, the reason high-tier females attract males is not solely due to their status. Host, you should savor this. Each experience is unique, Ling Bao chuckled quietly. Absurd. I have never encountered such an unprofessional system. Bai Yi, noticing the situation, swiftly pulled Ruan Ruan away from Yin, adjusting her animal hide attire with a hint of jealousy in his tone. This garment is not suitable. Once we catch a wild rabbit and skin it, we should have Xixingyang make you a new one to avoid unnecessary attention. Yan's expression darkened, his fists clenching audibly. Bai, what do you mean? The female master is also mine. What's wrong with that? Bai retorted defiantly, pulling Ruan Ruan collusive. Only I can hold her gaze. You. All right. You two constantly bickering gives me a headache, Ruan Ruan interjected, waving her hand as she escaped the quarrel, walking deeper into the forest. Men arguing over jealousy can be quite tiresome. Bai Yi and Yin quickly fell silent, exchanging glances as they closely trailed Ruan Ruan. In the desolate winter, where all life seemed to wither, Ruan Ruan did not spot much, but unexpectedly discovered a grove of mulberry trees. Thanks to the fertile soil of the beast world, the branches of these trees flourished, reaching heights of 8 to 9 meters. Ling Bao's educational moment. The mulberry tree is a treasure, possessing excellent medicinal value. Mulberry leaves can treat wind-heat colds. Mulberry branches can dispel wind and dampness. Mulberries can enrich the blood, and the dried root bark can be brewed for inflammation. Moreover, the fibers beneath the bark can be used to stitch wounds. In the beast world, these medicinal effects are even more potent. Wow, truly a treasure. It's just a pity it's winter. There are no mulberry leaves or fruits to eat. Ruan Ruan sighed, hands on her hips, muttering to herself. Hearing this, Yin quietly took out several pieces of roasted deer meat from his animal hide bag and handed them to Ruan Ruan. Female master, please eat something. Fruits are for herbivorous beasts. Eating meat will turn them into fools. Huh? Are the fruits in the beast world poisonous? Ruan Ruan was momentarily bewildered. Not exactly poisonous, but herbivorous beasts are often hunted and not particularly clever, Yin explained, his careful demeanor appearing somewhat endearing. Huh, you don't understand. Eating fruits, one tea, make you foolish. They are quite delicious. Once we gather some, you'll see, Ruan Ruan replied, stuffing the deer meat into her mouth while beginning to snap the mulberry branches. Bai Yi stepped forward to assist Ruan Ruan, and upon seeing Yin still looking confused, he flashed him a radiant smile. What the female master says is undoubtedly correct. Although he was unsure of Ruan Ruan's intentions with the branches, he trusted her wisdom, which surpassed that of ordinary females. Yin mechanically nodded, choosing not to engage with Bai Yi, as the female master disliked their squabbles, and he did not wish to incur her displeasure. Bai Yi stood behind Ruan Ruan, methodically breaking the higher mulberry branches, positioning himself intentionally close to her back, while Yin held the animal hide bag as a collection vessel beside them. Gulping, Ruan Ruan swallowed the deer meat and remarked, "The meat is fragrant, but lacks flavor. Eating too much feels a bit greasy. It would be lovely to have some seasoning. Unfortunately, the beast world lacks MSG, salt, or spices. By the way, Bai Yi, do you know where I can find the sea?" Ruan Ruan inquired, raising her head. Sea water can be evaporated to obtain sea salt, which can be filtered for consumption, making it easily accessible. As orcs, their bodies are notably resilient. Even if the filtration is not meticulous, they are unlikely to perish from it. The ocean is quite distant from the forest, and traversing the land would take several days under the sun, passing through many tribal territories. Are you planning to go to the seaside? Bai paused in his actions and replied earnestly. The sense of territoriality among the beast tribes is strong, forbidding other tribes from encroaching. Even wandering orcs roam in unclaimed lands. Stepping into another tribe's territory can lead to expulsion, or worse, pursuit and death. I see. I was actually hoping to gather some items by the sea. Ruan Ruan's gaze dimmed momentarily. My lady, I can fly. I can take you there from the air. Yin stepped forward, patting his chest. The sky is not claimed by any tribe. Whenever you wish to go, I can carry you there. Yes, Bai Yi. With Yin around, we can simply fly over their territory. Ruan Ruan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly tugged at Yan's arm. Yan grinned widely, feeling elated. He had always felt inadequate in assisting Ruan Ruan, but now he finally had a way to help. Indeed, but he lowered his gaze and replied, "That cunning female truly knows how to pick her males. They all have their uses here with the new lady." Ruan Ruan agreed with this sentiment. "Let's plan to visit the seaside when the weather warms a bit." "Yes, sound good." Suddenly, a long wolf howl pierced the air. Chapter 30, A Grudge. A blood grudge. The expressions of Bai, Yi, and Yin changed simultaneously as they exchanged a knowing glance. Yin transformed into his windhawk form, unfolding his massive wings to grasp Ruan Ruan and Bai Yi, soaring to the treetops and concealing themselves within the thick branches. "Is there a wolf approaching?" Ruan Ruan nervously swallowed. "Do not be afraid," Bai Yi whispered soothingly, holding Ruan Ruan tightly in his embrace, his 9 tails securely shielding her. Yan's sharp gaze remained fixated on the nearby thicket, and soon, a gigantic black wolf emerged. Following it were a second, a third, and eventually a pack of over 10 wolves. Ruan Ruan anxiously gripped Bai Yi's wrist, relieved they had hidden swiftly. The mulberry trees were tall and dense, providing excellent concealment even without leaves. The lead black wolf circled beneath the mulberry tree, sniffing the ground intently, but finding nothing, it flicked its drooping tail and continued onward, the pack following in orderly fashion. Bai Yi's body tensed as he recognized the wolf's true identity. The captivating gaze of his fox eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. Ruan Ruan could hear his increasingly hurried, suppressed breaths. Sensing Bai Yi's unease, Ruan Ruan followed his line of sight, confused, and grasped his hand, whispering, "What is it? Bai Yi? Is that the Wolf King?" "No, he is called Hey Ba, a 4th-tier male beast responsible for hunting within the wolf tribe." Bai Yi clenched his teeth, the crimson hue in his eyes intensifying. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Ruan Ruan asked tentatively. Yin observed Bai Yi's clenched jaw with curiosity. He had always known Bai Yi harbored a strong dislike for the wolf tribe, but today he learned he was acquainted with one of their beasts. "Yes, a blood feud." Bai Yi inhaled deeply, his fox claws manifesting, embedding into the tree trunk he was leaning against. Ruan Ruan was taken aback. The term blood feud did not bode well. However, Bai Yi remained silent, and she dared not inquire further. Bai Yi fought to suppress the urge to confront that creature. His current spiritual energy was insufficient, and the odds were against him, especially with Ruan Ruan present. He could not take risks. It was not until the wolves had completely moved on that Bai Yi's body finally relaxed. Yin supported Ruan Ruan's waist, guiding her down from the treetop. The moment they touched the ground, Bai Yi turned and punched the mulberry tree, the force of his blow cracking the trunk as thick as a post. Yin, startled, instinctively pulled Ruan Ruan into his embrace, fearing Bai Yi might lash out at her. "Bai Yi, are you all right?" Ruan Ruan asked, trembling as she leaned closer to Yin. Having never seen Bai Yi lose composure like this, it was quite alarming. "I am fine, my lady." Upon hearing Ruan Ruan's voice, Bai Yi shook his head, his eyes softening as he pulled Ruan Ruan into his arms, his domineering demeanor disregarding Yin entirely. Yin found himself empty-handed, watching as the little one he had yet to warm up was taken from him, but he suppressed his frustration. "I cannot argue with that wild fox. My lady dislikes quarrels. Hold on, Yin, Bai Yi will eventually be absent." Inhaling Ruan Ruan's scent, Bai Yi felt as if he had found redemption and exhaled deeply. "It is all right. You do not need to speak if you do not wish to. Just do not vent your feelings through self-harm. It would pain me." Ruan Ruan gently grasped Bai Yi's hand, rubbing it soothingly, her gesture immensely healing. Such beautiful hands would be a pity to injure. Bai Yi felt his heart melt. How can she be so wonderful? He nuzzled her cheek affectionately. "Host, you are quite skilled. This fox has fallen for you. There is no helping it. My charm is undeniable. Heartache for him?" Hearing Ruan Ruan's words, Yin felt a pang of jealousy rising. The next moment, he feebly whimpered, "Ah." Ruan Ruan's ears perked up, and she turned to see Yin leaning weakly against the tree, his eyes red and looking pitiful, as if he might faint at any moment. "Yin, what is wrong?" Ruan Ruan quickly released Bai Yi and rushed to Yan's side. "My shoulder wound hurts terribly. It seems I aggravated it while using my wings," Yin explained, his face paling. You must squat down. Let me take a look. Ruan Ruan frowned, her face filled with concern. All right, Yin replied, squatting down and leaning his head against Ruan Ruan, not forgetting to cast a provocative glance at Bai. His ability to feign weakness rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor who cannot play the pity game. Bai's fist clenched tightly, his teeth bared. So, this wretched bird has learned to feign weakness to steal my lady's attention, has he? Ruan Ruan examined Yan's wound. It appeared to be healing well, almost scabbed over. Once again, these two were competing for her affection. Yes, indeed. Lai Xin, what brings you here instead of staying in the cave? Ruan Ruan inquired curiously. Lei Sun was the eldest among Ruan Ruan's beast husbands, often taking care of the other males, who naturally respected him greatly. It is not their business. I collected some items on my way and took a bit longer. What is this? Chapter 31. The mouse-shaped detector upon entering the cave. Ruan Ruan noticed a dark mass curled up on the ground, and she curiously leaned closer to inspect it. She found a round, plump creature covered in grayish-white fur. Its prominent ears standing tall, eyes tightly shut, with 4 tiny paws that seemed disproportionate to its body, twitching intermittently, while a thick tail lay beneath it. Wow, where did such a large rat come from? Ruan Ruan shrieked and jumped back in fright, her little face contorting in horror. She was terrified of mice. Lei Xin quickly reached out to steady Ruan Ruan, rubbing her shoulder in a comforting manner. I apologize, my lady. I did not know you feared this creature. I found it while gathering bamboo. Prey is scarce in winter, and this mouse has fattened itself for the season, making it excellent food. But if you are frightened, I can dispose of it. What large rat? That is a male bamboo rat, though it appears not yet fully grown. Bamboo rats are strictly herbivores, gentle in nature, and can be consumed if handled appropriately. Ling Bao explained. Being herbivorous and still so plump indicates that a vegetable-rich diet does not guarantee weight loss. No. I absolutely refuse to eat a rat. I would rather die. Ruan Ruan expressed her vehement rejection. Lei Xin stepped forward, unceremoniously grabbing the large rat by its tail, preparing to throw it out. Just then, the rat began to chatter its large incisors, its entire body suddenly emanating an eerie glow, and 2 eyes resembling green beans open wide. Upon realizing its surroundings, the rat let out a piercing scream and began to struggle desperately. Ah, who are you? Let me go. Help. It could speak. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Even the still drowsy Shiyu opened her eyes. The bamboo rat curled up its belly, baring its incisors to bite Lei Sun. As Lei Sun loosened his grip, the rat fell to the ground with a thud, rolling a few times while clutching its plump belly, and astonishingly transformed into a chubby young boy. In the beast realm, second-tier beasts can take human form, protected by the laws of the beast realm. Although they can be killed, they cannot be consumed as food. Eating a second-tier beast or higher would invoke the laws of the beast realm, resulting in immediate death. Ruan Ruan was deeply intrigued and cautiously approached the bamboo rat boy. Do not come near. Don't eat me, Wah. Seeing Ruan Ruan approach, the bamboo rat boy turned pale, scuttling to the edge of the stone bed, when suddenly a yellow object fell from his bulging beast skin clothing, instantly capturing Ruan Ruan's attention. She picked it up, examining it closely, discovering it resembled a type of fungus, hard and emitting a unique fragrance. Oh, host, this is Sanghuang, a rare medicinal herb that grows on mulberry trees and possesses potent hemostatic properties. Ruan Ruan had heard of Sanghuang in modern times. It was said to have medicinal value comparable to that of Lingji. Ignoring her own disbelief, the bamboo rat boy covered his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. It's terrifying. I woke up in a den of carnivorous beastmen. There is a cat, a lion, a fox, and a bird. And over there is a huge snake. Ah, beautiful world. I must leave you, Wah. Hearing the bamboo rat boy's thoughts, Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow. This child was peculiar, yet he possessed such a valuable item as Sanghuang. She resolved to dig deeper into his background. With this in mind, Ruan Ruan frowned and advanced towards the bamboo rat boy, her tone menacing. Speak. What is your origin? How did you suddenly transform from first tier to second tier? Where did this come from? If you do not tell the truth, I will eat you immediately. Now understanding, Ruan Ruan realized why Lei Xin had not noticed. It was as she suspected. The young bamboo rat, still immature and unaware of the dangers of the beast realm. Quickly divulged everything upon a little intimidation, spilling out all the treasures hidden within his beast's skin. Anyway, these items are bitter and astringent, not worth eating. I hope she doesn't eat me after taking them. The bamboo rat boy silently prayed. Ruan Ruan squatted down and rummaged through the items, finding not only several pieces of sang huang, but also some fresh herbs. The bamboo rat possesses a keen sense of smell and can burrow faster than you can run, detecting food from several kilometers away. However, in the winter of the beast realm, there is little to eat, so they must rely on the few surviving herbs for sustenance. Wow, its detection range is even greater than mine. It's practically a rodent detector. If only it could share its abilities with my plants for a combined utility, allowing it to gather herbs for me. Stop right there, host. You're being rather ruthless. It's still just a child. So what? I have my methods. What is your name? Ruan Ruan crouched down, attempting to appear more benevolent. Duo Bao. Duo Bao? That name is rather adorable. Where are your parents? Dead. And I might freeze to death soon anyway. If you want to kill me, just do it. Duo Bao lifted his chubby little hand, stubbornly wiping away his tears. Ruan Ruan's expression softened. Duo Bao appeared to be no older than 8 or 9, yet he was already an orphan. Surviving as a second-tier beast in winter was arduous, especially for one without parents. Mistress, we cannot eat second-tier beasts, especially one that cries incessantly. Just throw him out, Bai grumbled, shaking his ears in annoyance. Upon hearing this, the bamboo rat boy immediately fell silent, blinking his large, watery eyes at Ruan Ruan. All right, no one will eat you. I was merely scaring you. I want these items, but I won't take them for free. Here, take this. Ruan Ruan casually pulled a beast skin bag from the stone bed, reaching inside and pretending to retrieve something while discreetly pulling out several large sweet potatoes from her spirit spring space. The sweet potatoes had nearly matured. Such sweet root vegetables were irresistible to any herbivore. Duo Bao sniffed the sweet potatoes in Ruan Ruan's hand, his eyes instantly sparkling. So fragrant. Try it, Ruan Ruan urged, placing a sweet potato in Duo Bao's hands. His stomach growled loudly, and, unable to resist, he took a bite. The crisp, sweet juice exploded in his mouth, and Duo Bao's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, so delicious. Since winter began, he had only nibbled on tree roots and bark to survive. Sometimes, when the weather was too cold, he didn't dare leave his burrow and had to settle for a bite of sang huang to fill his belly. He had never tasted anything so delectable in his life. So good. Duo Bao devoured the large sweet potato with great enthusiasm, quickly finishing it, licking his lips as if still yearning for more. Still want to eat? Ruan Ruan smirked, seeing through his thoughts. I wanna. Duo Bao not det, Ao sets li. Then, here's the deal. You gather these few items for me, and once you find them, bring them here to exchange for food. What do you say? Ruan Ruan pointed to the herbs and sang huang on the ground, enticing him. In the beast realm, herbs were as valuable as gold, and Ruan Ruan wanted to collect as many as possible. Searching for them herself would consume time and energy, so having this child assist her was a wise investment for the future. All right, sister, wait for me. I'll go find them right now. Duo Bao se met in vigot. Shedding his earlier fear, standing up and dashing out without a moment's hesitation. Ruan Ruan shrugged. What is so pitiable about it? Survival in the beast realm is like this. If you don't utilize others, eventually, others will utilize you. Being overly compassionate is not a virtue, and besides, I'm not taking advantage of him. It's all about survival. The spirit treasure remained silent for a moment before suddenly vibrating with a cheerful tone. Host, you truly are different from others. I like it. I know you like it, but don't get too fond of it just yet. What did you give that rat beast to eat? Why is he so obedient all of a sudden? Yin tilted his head, puzzled. He eats sweet potato. I'll cook a few more for you to try later. They're delicious. Ruan Ruan pretended to casually reach into the beast's skin bag again, pulling out several large sweet potatoes and placing them on the ground. Although Ruan Ruan tried hard to conceal it, the beastmen had already noticed something was amiss, the sudden appearance of items, just like when she had produced the wild deer before. However, they tacitly chose to remain silent, as it was no longer of great importance. The males knew their mistress had not only changed in character, but had also acquired new abilities. If they wished to continue following Ruan Ruan, They must accept all her transformations. Moreover, a powerful female would make them stronger as well. Outside the cave, darkness descended, and gusts of cold wind swept in through the entrance. Yin hurriedly arranged the stone stove, filling it with firewood to start a fire, while Lei Sin cut meat nearby. Shiyu was drowsy, and Ling Chu had wandered off somewhere. Bai Yi, however, remained at Ruan Ruan's side, eager to assist in any way. Ruan Ruan sliced the fishbone in half and began grinding it on the ground. Observing this, Bai Yi picked up another bone, mirroring Ruan Ruan's actions to help. Done. Tomorrow, we'll tie it to a bamboo pole and test it on the ice river. Ruan Ruan clapped her hands, beginning to carve bamboo strips with her bone knife, preparing to weave another fish basket. However, it was observed that Shiryu had awakened at some point, gracefully gliding towards this side with a languid serpent-like motion. What are you all doing? Shiyu's voice bore a slight hoarseness, her eyes still carrying a hazy quality of someone who has just awakened, exuding an aura of fragile beauty. I wish to craft a fish basket for catching fish. Are you awake? Ruan Ruan's hands remained in motion as she scrutinized Shiryu from bottom to top. You always utter such peculiar things, you. Shiryu murmured, coiling a piece of bamboo with her serpentine tail and giving it a gentle squeeze. He always felt that even the most seemingly useless and tattered items would transform into treasures in Ruan Ruan's eyes. Silk. Engrossed in observing Shiryu, Ruan Ruan's delicate finger was suddenly grazed by a sharp bamboo shard, and instantly, a crimson drop of blood oozed forth. What has happened, dear mistress? Bai Yi abruptly cast aside the bamboo in his grasp and rose to his feet, only to witness Shiryu's brow furrowing in distress as she seized Ruan Ruan's hand and tenderly enveloped the bleeding finger within her mouth. This sudden action left Ruan Ruan momentarily stunned, her fingertips delicately sensing a sensation that eclipsed the pain of her wound. She could even perceive the subtle trembling of Shiryu's lips and teeth. The metallic sweetness of blood filled the mouth, met by the astonished gaze of Ruan Ruan, whose clear eyes sparkled with surprise. Shiryu felt an involuntary movement of his Adam's apple, and a fleeting image of Ruan Ruan's soft lips flashed through his mind. Shiryu, Ruan Ruan murmured, her mouth opening slightly, the finger she had in her mouth stirring. Realizing her lapse in composure, Shiryu hastily released her and turned away. The saliva of a snake can expedite the healing of wounds. You must be cautious, he stated coldly, yet his tail tip twitched nervously, betraying the tumultuous beating of his heart, leaving him somewhat at a loss. He had never experienced such feelings before. A notion took shape in his mind, one of turning around to envelop Ruan Ruan tightly with his tail, to embrace her, to kiss her. How could such thoughts arise within me? I find myself pondering whether I am indeed unwell or perhaps even mad. What could have led to such thoughts? How did I arrive at the conclusion of being either ill or insane? Ruan Ruan appeared utterly bewildered, yet she was astonished to find that the wound on her finger had indeed ceased to bleed in an instant. Just as I intended to use Ling Quan to thoroughly heal my wound, Bai Yi seized my hand. Let me see where you are hurt. It's nothing serious. Just a small cut. Ruan Ruan bit her lip. Bai Yi glanced at Shiryu with a sidelong look, then focused his energy at his fingertips, effortlessly erasing the wound on Ruan Ruan's hand. Hey, don't use your spiritual power. Originally, the number was limited. If the orc were to directly utilize spiritual energy to heal their wounds, the consumption would be several times that of using their supernatural abilities, which would be impractical unless in a dire situation. Upon hearing Ruan Ruan's voice of dissent, Bai Yi's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and his enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with a wave of allure. Indeed, it is not much. I wonder if the female master would be willing to restore a portion for me. Bai Yi, have some self-respect, will you? Chapter 33. Caught in the act? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Yin flung the roasted meat onto the stone slab with barely contained fury. Shiryu cast a frigid, sidelong glance at Bai Yi, his eyes glinting with ominous depth. Lei Sin's knife paused mid-cut, his gaze drifting absently as he pondered. I wonder who the matriarch will choose to mate with first. Ignoring Yan's outburst, Bai Yi edged closer to Ruan Ruan, his voice dripping with honeyed persuasion. The matriarch will restore me, won't you? As the young woman, Ruan Ruan, felt a flush of warmth creep across her cheeks, she chuckled lightly, suddenly realizing the bamboo in her hands was indeed quite genuine. Not receiving a definitive answer, Bai Yi's gaze lowered slightly. Amidst his melancholy, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he resumed assisting Ruan Ruan in tidying up the bamboo. He remained patient, understanding that the new mistress would require time to acclimate. Moreover, her lack of rejection to his kiss and her initiative in grasping his hand served as a testament to her willingness to draw closer to him. As long as he diligently serves the female sovereign and secures a prominent place in her heart, her first time shall undoubtedly belong to him. As soon as Ruan Ruan stepped out of the cave, she unexpectedly encountered a large tiger, its rear end lifted, rummaging in the snow. Wasn't it Ling Chu? Ling Chu voraciously devoured the snow on the ground, her long, whip-like tiger tail rendered rigid by the cold, with those two prominent orbs laid bare before Ruan Ruan's gaze. How striking! The appearance is so enticing. I truly wish to seize it. Host, are you not a bit peculiar? Ling Bao could no longer bear to watch. Ahem, Ling Chu, please stop eating. I will boil some hot water for you shortly. Consuming snow directly is too cold. Ruan Ruan composed herself and promptly intervened. Upon hearing her voice, Ling Chu looked up in bewilderment, his fluffy face adorned with snowflakes, and his little tiger whiskers twitching, presenting an irresistibly adorable sight. Hot water? What hot water? Ling Chu shook off the snowflakes adorning his body and, with a graceful leap, positioned himself beside Ruan Ruan, crouching down with a tilted head to observe her, reminiscent of a docile cat eagerly awaiting affection. After all, a tiger is also a member of the feline family, equally deserving of gentle strokes. With this thought in mind, as she gazed at Ling Chu's round, inviting head, Ruan Ruan couldn't help but reach out, playfully ruffling his forehead. You shall find out soon enough. Wow! In a state of bewilderment, Ling Chu found himself unable to evade the situation, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if he had not anticipated Ruan Ruan's movements, causing his entire body to momentarily stiffen. In his recollection, Ruan Ruan's outstretched hand was eternally imbued with pain, almost as if it were a fate worse than death. Yet this time, it radiated a gentle warmth, her hand, so diminutive yet so fervent. Oh, Ling Chu responded almost in a daze, trailing behind Ruan Ruan as they entered the cave. The preceding scene was keenly observed by Yen, who had followed closely, and his fists clenched tightly in an instant. What a remarkable Ling Chu! On the surface, they speak harshly to the female sovereign, yet behind her back, they eagerly flatter her in unseen corners. Truly, they are more cunning than a fox. Upon encountering Yen Yen's penetrating gaze, Ruan Ruan instinctively shrank her neck and inquired, Yen, what are you doing standing here? Ruan Ruan felt as though every interaction with other beastmasters was invariably witnessed by Yen, leaving her in a perpetual state of unease, as if she were being caught in the act. Oh, it's nothing, just observing, Yen replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over Ling Chu's somewhat dazed tiger face. He then took the bamboo tube from Ruan Ruan's hands and seated himself upon the stone slab to boil water. The bamboo tube, with its unique structure, while blackened by the flames, would not leak, making it the finest natural kettle. A milky white steam rose, and Ruan Ruan poured the hot water into cups for everyone, allowing it to cool slightly before taking a gentle sip. The water was sweet and carried the fresh aroma of bamboo, sending waves of warmth coursing through her belly, effectively dispelling the chill that had settled within her. Ah, how delightful! Ruan Ruan sighed contentedly while cradling the bamboo tube, sipping eagerly. Beside her, Bai Yi and Yin imitated Ruan Ruan, their foreheads glistening with a fine sheen of sweat from their efforts. Ling Chu, in a moment of folly, gulped down a large mouthful, only to react with a yelp as the scorching liquid burned his tongue. Wow, it hurts so much. Phew, you should blow on it before drinking. Ruan Ruan found herself in a state of amusement. In contrast, Layson exuded an air of elegance, his slender fingers cradling the base of the bamboo tube, while one hand propped against his knee, leaning against the stone bed, transforming the act of drinking water into an experience reminiscent of savoring fine red wine. Sure Yu, holding the bamboo tube, curiously examined its contents, peering within the water before tentatively extending her forked tongue to taste a sweet, warm sip. In the next moment, She began to slurp eagerly. Ruan Ruan unearthed the sweet potatoes buried beneath the embers, their skins slightly charred and cracked open. A gentle poke revealed the vibrant yellow flesh within, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. What could be the source of such delightful fragrance? Ling Chu, seldom seen in such gatherings, abruptly pushed Yin aside, causing him to tumble out of his spot. "Hey, Ling Chu, what are you doing?" Yin was left speechless and with no other recourse. He could only maneuver to the other side of Ruan Ruan, yet he was once again jostled aside by You all. Wow, how delightful. With fervent enthusiasm, Ruan Ruan disregarded everything else, her eyes gleaming as she split the sweet potato in her left hand and right hand. The steam mingled with an alluring fragrance, and the roasted sweet potato oozed with oil, utterly irresistible. "Yin, you try it first." Ruan Ruan was the first to present the sweet potato to Yin, who had been tirelessly tending to the fire and boiling water for quite some time. It is only fitting that he takes the first bite. "Thank you, esteemed mistress." Yan's expression suddenly shifted from overcast to bright. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the sweet potato and took a bite, completely forgetting the earlier admonition against consuming fruits after having meat. How delicious! Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. Before he could take another bite, a red shadow darted forward. Ling Chu mercilessly snatched the sweet potato from Yan's hand, skin and all. "Wow, this is indeed tasty." You thief, Ling Chu. Give me back my red fruit. That was a gift from the matriarch. I've already eaten it. Am I supposed to regurgitate it for you? Stop right there." Ruan Ruan watched the two burly men chasing each other in the cave, exasperated, and sighed, all right, enough of this. There is more to come. The matriarch kindly peeled the dirty skin from a sweet potato and offered it to Ruan Ruan. She eagerly took a big bite, feeling a surge of happiness. There is nothing more delightful in winter than enjoying a warm roasted sweet potato. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail shattered the cozy atmosphere in the cave. Chapter 34. She is willing to take a gamble who is calling for help? Ruan Ruan and the beastmen each held a sweet potato as they approached the cave entrance. Peering out like a group of curious onlookers, they saw a small cluster of people gathered at the tribe's entrance, where cries of distress echoed through the air. So much blood. It's terrifying. Cici is in such dire straits. "Cici, wake up my son. Someone, please save him." It was Cici's mother's voice. Ruan Ruan's expression changed drastically. She quickly handed the sweet potato to Yin and rushed toward the crowd. Matriarch Bai also passed his sweet potato to Yin and followed Ruan Ruan, while the others unceremoniously tossed their unfinished sweet potatoes into Yan's arms as they moved forward. "Not you all." Yin frantically placed the sweet potatoes on a stone slab to keep warm while he dragged the still drowsy Shiryu out of the cave. "Something has happened, and you're still sleeping." Shiryu was pulled along like a piece of kelp by Yin. "What does this have to do with him?" Make way, make way." Ruan Ruan struggled through the crowd, only to be shocked by the sight before her. A frail male beastman lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. His eyes were tightly shut, his body covered in blood, and a gaping wound the size of a bowl was exposed on his abdomen, revealing his insides. It was a gruesome sight, and he was gasping for breath. This was none other than Cici, the only son of his mother. "Cici," sobbed Cici's mother, who was beside herself with grief, nearly fainting from despair. Just as Ruan Ruan was about to step forward, a familiar female voice rang out. Ruan Ruan halted her movements, choosing to conceal herself within the crowd for the moment. The crowd parted to make way for Mira, who was being supported by two males as she walked slowly toward them. The commotion had interrupted her sleep, and she bore an expression of annoyance at being disturbed. Upon seeing Mira approach, Cici's mother stumbled forward, crawling to her feet. "Matriarch, please save Cici." Matriarch, Cici was accidentally gored in the stomach by a wild boar while hunting. He has lost so much blood. Several male lynx beastmen who had accompanied Cici explained the situation. At this, Cici's mother's pupils dilated in terror, and she nearly fainted at the sight. Ruan Ruan hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Cici's mother gasped, instinctively clutching Ruan Ruan's hand, shaking her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. "No, this cannot be. Matriarch, please help Cici find a shaman. I will offer all my food in exchange." The surrounding crowd looked at Cici's mother with deep sympathy, yet felt helpless. They knew that the matriarch looked down upon lower-tier females, let alone lower-tier males. A third-tier male like Cece was not worth the concern. No, I will seek the shaman. Surely the shaman will have a way. Cece's mother trembled. Her eyes filled with sorrow and desperation for her only son. Her males had all perished, leaving only this solitary son, her last hope. If Cece were to die, she could not bear to live on. Stop. Do you think you can just see the shaman whenever you want? The shaman is currently in meditation and has instructed no one to disturb him. How many lives do you have to risk defying the high priest's orders? Mira scolded sharply. Due to Ruan Ruan's earlier incident, the high priest was already displeased. If she were to disturb him over such a trivial matter, he might think she was not managing her tribe properly. Besides, a third-tier male, if he died, would simply be forgotten. Please, matriarch, I beg you. Cece's mother clutched Myra's leg, pleading desperately. This scene made Ruan Ruan's heart ache. Let go of the matriarch. Myra's male stepped forward without mercy, pushing Cece's mother away. She fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face, despair evident in her expression. A horrifying groan escaped Cece's lips as his entire body convulsed, and he suddenly opened his eyes, a stream of blood erupting from his mouth. Cece, it's too late. Ling Bao, I want to save him. Can you help me? After assessing the situation, Ling Bao determined that the wound on this male's abdomen requires suturing and cauterization. The host currently possesses hemostatic herbs like Sang Huang and Xian He Chao, as well as suturing tools such as Sang Jian Xian and bone needles. However, there are no disinfectants or anesthetics available in this world, but fire can be used for sterilization. The host may take a risk, and Ling Bao will provide guidance. Ruan Ruan took a deep breath and pulled Cece's mother closer. Listen to me, Cece's mother. I have a way to save Cece, but there are no guarantees. Are you willing to let me try? Though Ruan Ruan trusted Cece's mother's character, saving a life was a matter that required the consent of the person involved. Otherwise, failure would lead to blame. Upon hearing this, Cece's mother hesitated for a moment. Then, as if grasping at a lifeline, she clutched Ruan Ruan's arm tightly, her eyes red and pleading. Yes, Ruan Ruan, please, if you have a way, save him. If he dies, I won't blame you. None present could help Cece. Ruan Ruan was their only hope. Cece's mother was willing to take the gamble, as it was better than watching Cece perish slowly. All right, first, help me carry Cece into my cave. Ruan Ruan dashed ahead into the cave, gathering the necessary items from her Ling Quan space. Time was of the essence. Chapter 35. You should keep your mouth shut. He cast a grave glance at Cece, his expression serious. In his view, Cece was merely a third-tier male with average self-recovery abilities. Given the severity of his injury, especially with his intestines exposed, surviving this harsh winter seemed like a distant dream. Can a matriarch succeed? Ian couldn't help but worry. I don't know. Let's follow and see what happens. If it doesn't work out, we must ensure the matriarch doesn't suffer. Lei Sun shook his head. Mira scoffed as she observed the swarm of people following Ruan Ruan. She did not believe that this freshly promoted third-tier female could possess the ability to save Cece. It was merely a fruitless endeavor. The lynx beastman who had come to help hastily carried Cece into Ruan Ruan's cave and set him down, only to find Ruan Ruan busily working nearby. First, soak the mulberry bark in hot water, extract the Sang Jian Xian, and prepare the Sang Huang for decoction. Since Ruan Ruan had clashed with Mira previously in front of the entire tribe, the lynx beastman had begun to view her differently. Initially thinking she merely accepted her beastman mate, they were now surprised to see her capable of saving lives. Can Ruan Ruan truly succeed? They were uncertain. Given Cece's condition, even a shaman would likely shake their head in despair. Surely not. The matriarch said Cece is beyond saving. Look at the herbs in her hands. How could that be possible? Herbal medicine is rare. Only shamans possess them. Cece Nyang paid no heed to the surrounding voices of doubt. Quickly freeing herself from the support of others and approaching Ruan Ruan. Ruan Yatu, is there anything I can do to assist? Regardless of what others said, she had no option but to trust Ruan Ruan at this moment. Help me toss these into that bamboo tube to boil. Ruan Ruan instructed as she handed Cece Nyang the freshly chopped Sang Huang she had procured from Duobao. Boil. Cece Nyang appeared momentarily dazed. Fear not. This is an herb used to staunch bleeding. I will do my utmost to save Cece, but whether he survives depends on fate. Ruan Ruan patted Cece Nyang's shoulder and took out a bone needle to sterilize it over the flames. In the beast world, medical conditions were limited. There was no alcohol or iodine for disinfection, and fire was the only means to eliminate bacteria. Fortunately, Cece was fortunate, though his abdomen was slashed open. His internal organs remained unharmed. Otherwise, Ruan Ruan would have been helpless. Cece Nyang, obediently nodding, murmured as she tossed the sang huang into the bamboo tube. The charcoal warmed the tube, and the water inside gradually turned yellow, soon exuding a bitter medicinal aroma. Meanwhile, Ruan Ruan had threaded the sang huang-infused root line through the bone needle, washed her hands with warm water, and prepared to stitch Cece's wound. Yalat, come over and hold him down. No matter how much he struggles, do not let him move. Ruan Ruan instructed the males who had teamed up with Cece to hunt wild boar, her expression and tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. The few males, intimidated by Ruan Ruan's demeanor, rushed forward to assist without heeding their female companion's consent. The optimal stitching points have been arranged for the host. The host may proceed with the suturing. As Ling Bao's voice faded, a line of matching red dots appeared on Cece's horrifyingly mutilated flesh. Witnessing such gruesome injuries, Ruan Ruan bit her lip, striving to overcome her physiological fear as she delivered the first stitch. Cece let out a harrowing scream, his entire body convulsing. The bone needle was too thick compared to a surgical needle, making the stitching akin to torture. Ruan Ruan could only release a bit of the healing effect from Ling Quan to alleviate Cece's pain as much as possible, hastening her movements to quickly stitch and pull the thread. Beside them, Cece Nyang could not bear to watch, her murky eyes already drenched with tears, gritting her teeth as Cece continued to scream in agony. Just then, another wail echoed from outside the cave. Cece, what has happened to my Cece? Let me see. A heavily pregnant female beastman, her face drenched in sweat, rushed into the cave, panic evident in her expression. She was Cece's mate, named Ahua, and she was on the verge of giving birth to Cece's offspring. Ahua, do not panic. Ruan Ruan is saving Cece. An accompanying female beastman promptly supported Ahua's arm. Who are you talking about? How could Ruan Ruan be so kind as to save someone? Ruan Ruan, you wicked female, let go of my Cece. He is about to become a father. Do not think of harming him. Upon hearing Ruan Ruan's name, Ahua became distraught and lunged towards Ruan Ruan, who was still stitching Cece's wound. Stop. Do you want Cece to die? He raised his tail, blocking Ahua 2 meters away. What do you beastmen intend to do? If anything happens to my male, I will fight you. Ahua furiously shoved Bai Yi's tail, her eyes wide with rage. The entire tribe was well aware of Ruan Ruan's character, and Ahua knew her well. In her mind, Ruan Ruan was merely a vicious female who bullied others. You foolish female, truly lacking in discernment. Yin clenched his fists, furious that Ahua barged in and caused chaos while his female lord was diligently saving someone. Bai Yi suppressed his anger, considering Ahua's condition and refraining from arguing with her, stating in a deep voice, "If you come any closer, do not blame me for being impolite." You shut up. Ahua attempted to retort, but was directly interrupted by Cece Nyang. Ahua, be quiet. Right now, apart from Ruan Ruan, no one else is willing or able to save Cece. I have already stated this before everyone. Whether he lives or dies is not on Ruan Ruan. With her mother-in-law's reprimand, Ahua calmed considerably, clutching her belly with one hand and covering her face with the other as she wept. She had 2 males in total, and this offspring was Cece's, almost ready to be born. How could she not be worried when Cece was in peril? Ruan Ruan could not afford to be distracted by the commotion. Her focus was paramount. As sweat trickled down her forehead, Ruan Ruan deftly concluded the final stitch, using bamboo to grasp the glowing coals from the ground and decisively pressing them onto Cece's stitched wound. Sizzle. Quickly. Bring the Sanghuang water for him to drink. Cauterization to stop bleeding was a desperate measure in adverse conditions. Though it appeared cruel, it could save Cece's life. Ruan Ruan evenly spread the Xinhe grass paste over the sutured surface, minimizing the risk of infection. Observing this, the onlooking beastmen could no longer remain calm. That is indeed an herb. I have seen shamans use herbs like that. one female beastman exclaimed, pointing at the herbal paste in Ruan Ruan's hand. Goodness, Ruan Ruan actually understands how to use herbs? She is simply remarkable. Cece had ceased bleeding. Amidst the rising chorus of astonishment, Bai Yi's tail almost reached the heavens. And Yan's smile grew, so wide it seemed to rival the sun. Now you see how formidable my female lord is. After consuming several bamboo tubes of Sanghuang water, Cece's breathing finally stabilized. The hemostatic effect of the Sanghuang was potent and possessed a certain analgesic quality. Now it was up to Cece's fate. Is this really it? Cece Nyang grasped Cece's hand, while Ahua gently cradled Cece's head, softly calling his name. 2 hours of danger period. However, I have checked his vital signs, and there is no major issue, Ling Bao reminded. Ruan Ruan counted on her fingers and nodded affirmatively. As long as he can endure tonight, he will be fine. Thank you, Ruan Yatu. Thank you. Cece Nyang turned to Ruan Ruan and bowed deeply, her forehead striking the ground with a thud. Oh, no, Cece Nyang. I merely did what I could. Take this herbal paste and apply it to his wound daily. Should anything arise, you can call for me. Ruan Ruan hurriedly helped Cece Nyang back up, fearing the impact might shorten her life. Ahua remained silent, but her gaze towards Ruan Ruan had shifted from before. Standing at the cave's entrance with her hands on her hips, Ruan Ruan felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Cece Nyang had not anticipated that her usual kindness towards Ruan Ruan could save her son's life. Because if someone else had been injured today, Ruan Ruan would have unequivocally turned a blind eye. Ling Bao, you are indeed so versatile. You can even assist in surgery? Ruan Ruan teased with a smile. Oomph. I have long stated my capabilities. I am the Ling Quan system, primarily focused on healing. Such a minor surgical procedure is child's play. Ling Bao replied with an air of pride. All right, I will never scold you for being useless again. Who said this system is of no use? Is simply remarkable. Mistress, wipe your face, Ling Bao reminded. Only then did Ruan Ruan realize she had been drenched in sweat, hastily wiping her face. Thank you. For what? I am your male. It is my duty to take care of you. Ruan Ruan glanced at Lei Sun, whose personality was exceptionally amiable, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor in all his actions. Now, Lei Sun was utterly captivated by Ruan Ruan's earlier performance. He had never anticipated that Ruan Ruan possessed abilities that surpassed those of the shamans. No matter how skilled the shamans were, they merely provided herbs. Yet his female lord could heal such terrifying wounds, almost as if she were a deity sent to save them. The esteemed master, Lei Sun, extended his hand, yearning to gently caress Ruan Ruan's delicate face, which was tantalizingly close. Esteemed master, you are truly remarkable, far surpassing that pretentious leader, Mila, exclaimed Bai Yi, as he swiftly enveloped Ruan Ruan in his embrace, his several snow-white tails swirling around her, whisking away the sweat from her skin. Indeed, I believe you should be the leader. Yin, while teasingly tugging at Bai Yi's tail, drew Ruan Ruan closer into his arms. Shoo, we mustn't speak so recklessly. The walls have ears, Ruan Ruan quickly cautioned, covering Yan's mouth. She was well aware that only a 4th-tier female could be recognized by the laws of the beast world to govern a clan. According to rumors, these laws were established by the beast god, akin to the heavenly decree binding the entire beast realm. Anything that contradicted reason or regulation would be ruthlessly eradicated. Ruan Ruan wished to survive for a few more years. He preferred not to approach Ruan Ruan with the same fervor as others, for he knew that such enthusiasm would fill her eyes with many faces. After a night devoid of events, Ruan Ruan drew forth her consciousness from her cultivation space, focusing her breath and spirit. After a night of training, the spiritual energy she had exhausted on Shishu was wholly restored, and she had advanced considerably. Although she was still far from the 4th tier, she had become several times stronger than an ordinary 3rd-tier beastman, her mastery over wood-type abilities reaching an exquisite level. From now on, I shall be the foremost among those below the 4th tier. Ruan Ruan clenched her fist, acutely aware of her newfound strength. The elevation of her spiritual power would not only enhance her tier, but also fortify the physical bodies of beastmen, enabling them to withstand significant damage. Turning her gaze towards the stone bed, she noticed several men still asleep, mere centimeters from where she had lain, yet they had not dared to encroach upon her space. They recalled the incident from that night, when they had been reprimanded after embracing Ruan Ruan. Though they longed to be near her, they no longer dared to be so audacious. However, the aura emanating from her still lulled them into a deep, entranced slumber. "Ah, esteemed master, you are awake?" Bai Yi was the first to stir, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush, his pale violet eyes half-lidded in a dreamy haze. As he rose, his silvery long hair cascaded down to his waist, brushing against his perfect abdomen, and Ruan Ruan's heart raced as she confirmed her eyes had not deceived her. She nearly lost control. Ruan Ruan's face flushed hot enough to fry an egg, and she dared not look down, pushing against Bai Yi's muscular chest in an attempt to escape. However, the more flustered she became, the more chaotic her movements were, leading to an accidental brush against him. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, biting his lip, and his arms tightened around Ruan Ruan. "Ah!" Ruan Ruan gasped in surprise, quickly covering her mouth, unable to believe that such a sultry sound had come from her throat. "What was that? Who called out?" Ruan Ruan turned her head defiantly, yet her blushing cheeks betrayed her. She half-heartedly pushed against Bai Yi, murmuring, "Let go of me. I still need to." "No." Bai Yi encircled her tightly, their bodies pressing together, rising and falling with each breath. He greedily inhaled Ruan Ruan's alluring pheromone scent, feeling his throat dry and breath quicken, the desire in his eyes nearly spilling over. She was so enticing. He truly felt he could no longer restrain himself. Ruan Ruan could distinctly sense Bai Yi's temperature rising rapidly, his heartbeat resonating even through the fabric separating them. "Bai Yi, you feel so warm. You aren't running a fever, are you?" Ruan Ruan felt as though she were nestled against a blazing furnace. Upon glancing up, she noticed that a layer of pink had inexplicably crept onto Bai Yi's exposed skin, accentuated by his pale complexion. Ruan Ruan panicked. His reaction seemed rather unusual. "Of course it is unusual. This fox is in heat." "Huh. Bai Yi murmured, lifting Ruan Ruan slightly, his chin brushing against her forehead as he nuzzled her, then gently grasped her chin to tilt her face upward. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Ruan Ruan felt as though she were being drawn into the shimmering depths of Bai Yi's gaze. "Esteemed master, may I kiss you?" As they drew closer, Ruan Ruan found herself entranced by Bai Yi's breathtaking visage, allowing their breaths to intertwine. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sharp crack echoed from behind Bai Yi, abruptly shattering the intimate atmosphere. In an instant, Bai Yi's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, his canine teeth sinking into his lip as he gasped in shock. Yan's head popped up from behind Bai Yi's shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh, esteemed master, you are awake. Were you cold and seeking refuge in Bai Yi's embrace? I shall start a fire at once." Ruan Ruan, embarrassed, buried her toes into the ground, hastily extricating herself from Bai Yi's arms and jumping off his lap. However, she noticed that, aside from Shiryu, the other three men had already sat up, their gazes fixated on Ruan Ruan with an unsettling intensity. Bai Yi swiftly turned, seizing Yin by the neck. "Why did you hit me?" A large handprint had formed on Bai Yi's back, swollen and visibly painful, indicating the force behind the blow. "There was a mosquito on your back. I merely dispatched it," Yin replied innocently, a smirk playing on his lips. In winter, where could there possibly be mosquitoes? Bai Yi's anger flared, his foxtail bristling. He had nearly kissed Ruan Ruan, only for Yin to ruin the moment. "There was a mosquito. I saw it. Right, Ling Chu? License mild SY Najing Ling Chu. Huh. Oh, yes, yes. Ling Chu, utterly oblivious to the situation, nodded foolishly. "You all," Ruan Ruan exclaimed. "Look what I brought for you." A voice called from outside the cave, interrupting the tension. Shishi's mother appeared, dragging an enormous beast skin bag with great difficulty. Upon entering and witnessing the peculiar scene, her kind expression froze, realizing she had arrived at the wrong moment. Several men were disheveled, while Ruan Ruan's face was flushed. It was all too evident what had transpired. "Ahem, what is happening here?" Shishi's mother cast a meaningful glance toward Ruan Ruan. No, you misunderstand. It's fine. I've been through it all. Understand. However, during the day, it is best to refrain from mating. Thankfully, I am an old female, Otherwise, it would be troublesome if others stumbled upon it. As she spoke, she pulled Ruan Ruan closer, imparting her wisdom in a motherly manner. At her words, everyone present turned beet red. Though they all yearned to mate with Ruan Ruan, they had not yet reached that stage. Suddenly being called out by an outsider left them feeling rather bashful. No, do not be shy. The matters between females and males are entirely natural. In the future, have a few healthy offspring, and they can play together with Shi and Ahua's children. Mentioning Shi brought tears to Shi's mother's eyes. He has awakened, and now he can eat meat. Ruan Ruan, thank you so much for saving my only son. Had he perished yesterday, I would not have been able to go on. Ah, it is nothing. You have always treated me kindly. It is only right that I assist you. Ruan Ruan comfortingly patted Shi's mother's somewhat frail, rough hand. Good girl, I truly have nothing else to repay you with. This is a wild boar cub that Shi and the others retrieved from the wild boar cave yesterday. There are 4 of them in total. I brought them for you. Shi's mother dragged the large beast's skin bag forward, revealing 4 lively little black piglets that squealed in fright, scrambling around inside. Ruan Ruan opened the bag to find 4 lively little pigs, each about the length of a half-arm, all plump and adorable. This is far too much. I cannot accept this. Shi is injured and needs to replenish his strength. Ruan Ruan instinctively declined, feeling that these wild boars were far too precious, having been obtained at the cost of Shi's life. No, you must keep it. If you refuse, I will kneel in your cave and plead with you. Do not worry about Cici. There's also that enormous, so that injured her. A creature of such size is sufficient for us to share. Moreover, the herbs you provided for Cici are invaluable. A few piglets are of little consequence. Cici's mother insisted, without room for refusal, as she thrust the bee-skin bag into Ruan Ruan's hands. It is settled then. Ruan Ruan, the people in the tribe are singing your praises. I am truly delighted to see you transform into such a fine young lady. However, you must be cautious of Hua and the chieftain. If you clash with them, they will undoubtedly devise ways to trouble you. You must seek the protection of the shaman before he departs. Cici's mother whispered urgently. Yes, I understand, Cici's mother. Ruan Ruan was well aware that Mi La and Hua were harboring resentment against her. Yet they dared not act out due to the presence of the spirit cat shaman. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. She harbored ambitions of her own. It seemed that Cici's mother indicated her reputation among the tribe had improved, so she would strive to win the hearts of the tribe's people and distance them from Ila. Next, she needed to grow stronger swiftly. Once she could break through to the 4th tier, her unique abilities would provide her the opportunity to usurp LA's position. Rather than living under the control of others, she would prefer to become the chieftain herself and trample upon the others. Chapter 38. Raising together upon hearing this. Ruan Ruan furrowed her brow. The spirit cat bears its young after approximately 3 months, and despite the relatively short gestation. In this perilous world where the birth rate is low and maternal mortality exceedingly high, it is indeed a matter of life and death. Beastmen have long lifespans. Typically, 2nd-tier beastmen live for over 200 years, while 3rd-tier beastmen may reach 400 years or more. However, due to reproductive challenges, very few females survive to the age of Cici's mother, making those of childbearing age exceedingly precious, and thus the males willingly submit to the females who bear their offspring. My lady, what are you thinking? Lei Sun waved his hand in front of the lost-in-thought Ruan Ruan, his expression laced with concern. Ah, it's nothing. Ruan Ruan shook her head, though her mind was filled with fear regarding childbirth. She was reluctant to risk her life to bear children. Her initial intention was merely to have Bai Yi and the others protect her until she became powerful enough. Whether or not to keep them was still undecided. There was no need to please them by giving birth. However, if she did not mate, her males would eventually wither away before her eyes. Witnessing others die because of her would be a torment in itself. The host has now reached the 3rd tier, and her body will automatically emit spiritual energy. The beastmen can sustain their vital signs through contact with the host. Thus they cannot perish, but will not regain 5th-tier strength. Moreover, with this spiritual treasure, even if the host gives birth, she will recover rapidly and will certainly not die from childbirth. However, this also depends on whether you are willing to give birth. The spiritual treasure respects the host's wishes. Will I really not die? Ruan Ruan's eyes brightened. Yes, but you will still endure some pain, such as contractions, which cannot be completely avoided. As long as I don't die, I value my life too much. At present, I am not ready. My feelings have not yet reached that stage. I will only give birth to children for my true love. For now, I will simply maintain their state through affectionate gestures, treating it as if I were courting. With her greatest concern alleviated, Ruan Ruan finally sighed in relief. Once she reached the fourth tier and had sufficient ability to protect herself, she would certainly grant her males the freedom to seek other females as partners if they wished. My lady, are you truly all right? Layson observed Ruan Ruan's fluctuating expressions with mounting anxiety, shaking her shoulders slightly. He feared she might spiral into a state of confusion and revert to her former self. The bag opened, and several piglets hurriedly dashed out, scurrying toward the cave entrance. Wow, so many pigs. Though they're a bit small, they can still be consumed in one bite, Ling Chu remarked, holding up a piglet by its tail. Ruan Ruan's eyes glinted as she considered the tiny piglets. They're too small for consumption. Instead, why not build a pig pen to raise them until they grow larger? What do you think? A pig pen? Raising them? How does one go about that? Yin inquired, puzzled. The sweet potatoes in the spiritual spring space had already matured. She had harvested them while cultivating last night. The remaining sweet potato vines could be used to feed the piglets, and when the wheat ripens, the stalks could also serve as fodder. This would provide winter feed. What about me? What should I do? Ling Chu suddenly spoke up at the cave entrance. Ruan Ruan turned in surprise to look at Ling Chu. Typically, he ignored her, often responding with hostility, so she never dared to ask him for anything. Yet today, he not only lay on the stone bed, but also sought to help her. If you are willing, please gather more bamboo for me, the ones on ground. Ruan Ruan pointed toward the remaining bamboo poles in the cave. Okay. Ling Chu nodded readily, whistling as he headed into the forest. Ruan Ruan felt inexplicably relieved. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to her presence. How noisy. Yin, can you sew that pig's mouth shut? Sure, you turned over, still unable to open his eyes. Without Ruan Ruan's relentless teasing to prevent him from hibernating, he slept longer and deeper as the weather grew colder. Shut up, and if you keep it up, I will roast you all. Yin swatted the squealing piglet's backside. The traps set by Ruan Ruan were relatively concealed, even if they caught a rabbit overnight. It would likely go unnoticed by other predators. Pushing aside the underbrush, Ruan Ruan discovered the first wild rabbit ensnared. It was quite large and had been caught around the neck, now lifeless. There are more over there. Go take a look. Ruan Ruan instructed, cutting the rope from the rabbit's neck, feeling quite pleased. There's one, and another. That one is alive. Lei Sen's voice drew Ruan Ruan and Bai Yi's attention. They saw a rabbit caught by its hind leg, struggling fiercely, indicating it had just been ensnared. This rabbit has a large belly. Ruan Ruan instinctively reached to touch its abdomen. Yep. Bai Yi, acting swiftly as lightning, seized the rabbit by its ears and pinned it to the snowy ground, ready to dispatch it. Indeed, it is a female rabbit, and she is pregnant. The spiritual treasure confirmed. Stop, Bai Yi. This rabbit is with young. Ruan Ruan quickly called out. Pregnant? Then we must release it. Generally, we do not consume prey that carries young. Lei Sun squatted down. Although they were beast men, they understood the importance of preserving females for sustainable hunting. Chapter 39. Not her character yesterday. Ruan Ruan set 10 traps and caught 6 rabbits, unexpectedly ensnaring 2 unfortunate wild chickens. The remaining 2 traps went untouched, and Ruan Ruan did not disturb them further. To catch so many prey at once, my lady, are you not a divine being? Lei Sun gazed at Ruan Ruan with admiration, weighing the captured animals tied together with rope. Their heavy weight symbolized their hope for survival. Bai Yi stepped forward, adjusting Ruan Ruan's bee skin attire that had become slightly disheveled while she was in the thicket, and gently said, My lady must be from the heavens, naturally possessing great wisdom. Uft. Bai Yi's words made Ruan Ruan feel as if she were a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. To them, you truly are a celestial being, my little fairy. Oh my, such sweet words. How rare not to insult me. Ruan Ruan sighed in delight. How absurd, I too could poison my little mouth. Nevertheless, it is better to refrain. Upon returning to the village, before even reaching the threshold of my home, Ruan Ruan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Before me, the bamboo at the entrance of my dwelling, both large and small, thick and thin, is heaped up like a mountain, completely obstructing the doorway. Then the tribe stood in bewilderment, captivated by the spectacle. It seemed that the male from Ruan Ruan's household had gone mad, incessantly transporting bamboo into the tribe. What purpose could this serve? One cannot eat, which is quite alarming. This is enough, more than sufficient, enough to build a house. Ruan Ruan's lips quivered. By the way, there are two more people. Yen, Shiyu, are you in the cave? Ruan Ruan called out towards the cave entrance. I am here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yen and Shiyu, with their bright and sparkling eyes, peeked out from behind the bamboo pile, looking quite comical. They had only dozed off for a brief moment before being trapped in the hole. Who could they turn to for an explanation? Lei Sin found himself at a loss for words. He took the initiative to grasp Ling Chu by the scruff of her neck and drag her down with considerable effort, finally clearing a path through the towering pile of bamboo. The nearby female beastmen, who had been watching the spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment upon noticing the wild chicken that Ruan Ruan was holding. Ruan Ruan, did you personally go hunting? They exclaimed. What of it? Ruan Ruan turned her head. Upon receiving a reassuring response, the several female orcs were visibly distressed and hurriedly urged, Ruan Ruan, females need not venture out to hunt personally. Otherwise, what purpose would the males serve? Females are delicate. What if you were to sustain an injury during the hunt? I am aware that the females do not need to venture out to hunt. Nonetheless, I find it rather pleasant to stroll outside, as I cannot remain idle within the tribe. Ruan Ruan replied with a smile. Furthermore, it is not in her nature to languidly await provisions at home. What if all the males perished, and it took a long while to find new ones? Would she then starve to death on the bed? I still believe it is too perilous. Indeed, you should refrain from going in the future. In response to Ruan Ruan's words, the females continue to shake their heads in disagreement. Over time, their deeply ingrained beliefs had led to a complete loss of hunting skills, and they developed a strong aversion to the act of hunting itself. This resulted in the current predicament where survival without males seemed impossible. My efforts to hunt were motivated by the desire to ensure my own survival should the males be absent. I did not wish to succumb to starvation. Ruan Ruan shrugged her shoulders and turned to enter the cave. Upon hearing her words, several females exchanged glances, momentarily shaken. It was the first time they had encountered such a perspective from Ruan Ruan, yet upon reflection, it made sense. If they were to suddenly find themselves without males to provide sustenance, their survival would indeed be at stake. Bai Yi, standing beside her, attentively absorbed every word spoken by Ruan Ruan, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. What did she mean by the ability to survive independently? Could it be that she does not actually wish to depend on them? Nonetheless, one might argue that they are merely superfluous to her, especially considering her current abilities, which are entirely sufficient for her to sustain herself. If this were indeed the case, would she choose to abandon them? Mistress, are these the prey we ensnared with the traps we set yesterday? Yen pulled at the still-living female rabbit, causing it to be so frightened that its spirit seemed to take flight, retracting its neck and becoming utterly still. Indeed, they had set too many traps in one breath, likely ensnaring the entire lineage of wild rabbits. What then is a trap? Shiyu rubbed his heavy eyelids. For the past few days, he had been experiencing restless sleep, awakening intermittently, and his dreams inexplicably revolved around intimate encounters with Ruan Ruan. Winter was not the mating season for serpents, which left him unable to find peace in slumber. You, in such a state of slumber, would be unaware. This is the wisdom of the female master, I tell you. Yen was still enlightening Shiyu, explaining that Ruan Ruan had discovered a suitable location on the mountainside adjacent to the cave for digging a livestock pen. Although the frozen ground of winter is generally hard, this particular spot, being halfway up the mountain and rich in vegetation, presented softer, more pliable soil that would not collapse. Ruan Ruan intended to excavate a cave-like structure for raising prey, providing shelter from wind and rain and ensuring warmth. Resolute in her decision, Ruan Ruan prepared to seek appropriate tools for digging, but in the moment she turned, she spotted Bai Yi standing still in place. Bai Yi's tail, unlike usual, drooped to the ground. His fox ears were not perked up, and his eyes appeared dull and lifeless, staring vacantly at the snowy expanse. "Bai, what troubles you?" Ruan Ruan slowly approached Bai Yi, raising her hand to wave in front of his eyes. Bai Yi's gaze faltered momentarily before he fixed his eyes upon her once more. Yet he felt a certain haze clouding his vision. The sudden sensation of fragmentation stirred a pang of concern within Ruan Ruan. Before she could utter another word, Bai Yi enveloped her in his embrace, tightening his arms as he buried his head deep within the crook of her neck. Ruan Ruan's hand hovered in the air, yet she made no attempt to push him away. She sensed something was amiss, but the silence of his heart left her perplexed. After a long moment, Bai Yi leaned closer to Ruan Ruan's ear and whispered a profound statement, audible only to the two of them. "If one day you become strong enough to no longer need me, please remember to consider what purpose I might still serve. All right?" Chapter 40. A thumbs up to you. Ruan Ruan was taken aback by these words. It turned out that he had truly internalized what she had just said. "Will you promise me?" Bai Yi tilted his head and gently nibbled on Ruan Ruan's earlobe. That soft and tantalizing gesture sent shivers coursing through Ruan Ruan's body. Bai Yi was acutely aware that Ruan Ruan's departure would not necessarily lead to her demise. Yet their separation from the female was a certainty that would spell their end. He hesitated to wager on the possibility of encountering another female willing to accept a beastman. Thus Ruan Ruan remained his sole option. "If the day you speak of truly arrives, I would only retain those who genuinely love me." Ruan Ruan raised her hand and pressed it against Bai Yi's chest, her action imbued with both trepidation and detachment. "Love." In Bai Yi's eyes flickered a glimmer of confusion. "Host, the beastmen do not comprehend love. Whether they understand it or not is inconsequential. Love for someone will manifest instinctively. When one is truly in love, understanding will naturally follow. Their current relationship with me is merely a state of camaraderie, hovering just above friendship, yet shy of romance." "Huh?" Ling Bao is somewhat bewildered. "Can you guess why Bai Yi and the others are inclined to extend goodwill towards me? Firstly, I am no longer the malevolent female I once was, treating them poorly. Now, I possess the ability to create value for them, surpassing most Tier 3 females. Secondly, without me, as beastmen, they would find it exceedingly difficult to discover a female willing to accept them. Gaining my approval could be their means of survival." Ruan Ruan does not believe that Bai Yi and the others could fall in love with her within just a few days. They might harbor some fondness, but love is a different matter entirely. Thus, she comprehends that their current willingness to remain by her side is driven by specific reasons. "Oh, dear host, your articulate remarks have instilled a sense of admiration within me. Were it not for my lack of fingers, I would certainly offer you a thumbs up. Ahem, this female-dominant, male-submissive dynamic is rather agreeable, is it not? Enough is enough. There are still tasks to accomplish." Yin discarded Shiryu and stepped forward to directly pull Ruan Ruan from Bai Yi's embrace. In broad daylight, Bai Yi shamelessly held and embraced the female protagonist, which was truly audacious. At that moment, Bai Yi was still savoring the meaning behind the word love that Ruan Ruan had spoken. What could it truly signify? Ruan Ruan refrained from saying anything further and instead began to search for tools to excavate the soil. In contrast, Ling Chu and Shiryu had already succumbed to slumber atop the pile of bamboo. "Yin, Lei Sun, do you possess any hammers or similar implements?" Ruan Ruan circled around the mountain and inquired. "What head?" Yin Zhang air hesitated in confusion. "Ah, it refers to the tool used for digging. The generational gap is too profound a bridge. We do not have it in our cave, but I can inquire at Chun Shan's residence. However, I am uncertain if he would be willing to lend it to us." Lei Sun pondered thoughtfully as he spoke. Chun Shan was a name that Ruan Ruan recognized. It was he who carried Shi into her cave when she was injured yesterday, and he also assisted in stitching her wounds. Chun Shan is responsible for crafting bone knives and needles within the tribe, so if one seeks tools, he undoubtedly possesses the most. "No worries. We shall know the answer once we ask." Ruan Ruan did not hesitate. She immediately followed her memory to the Chun Shan cave. At this moment, Chun Shan was vigorously grinding a large bone. Beside him sat a frail female with a grayish-white complexion, resembling a Hua and heavily pregnant like her, yet appearing significantly weaker. She was Chun Shan's mate, Ah Xiang, the half-sister of Ah Hua, a gray spirit cat, and, like Ruan Ruan back then, a second-tier beast. Surprisingly, over the years, She had only taken one male as a companion. Upon seeing Ruan Ruan enter, Chunshan momentarily froze, then staggered to his feet, calling out, "Ruan Ruan?" It was only then that Ruan Ruan noticed Chunshan's right leg was still limping. "Chunshan, do you have any tools for digging?" Ruan Ruan glanced around the cave, which was even more dilapidated than Shishi's home, littered with numerous eerie white bones, all shaped into various forms. "This crocodile bone can be used for digging," Chunshan readily replied, pulling out a bone tool shaped like a chisel from the pile. "That's good." Ruan Ruan reached out to take it, but Chunshan suddenly hid the tool behind his back, saying, "Wait, it can't be used for free. You must trade for it with some prey." Xiang was about to give birth, and with his limp leg, hunting was already a challenge. He had to rely on crafting bone tools to trade with the beastmen for food. "Chunshan, please don't do this." "Ruan Ruan, you can take this crocodile bone for now. You saved my sister's male. Consider this a thank you from me." Xiang struggled to stand, speaking breathlessly. Seeing this, Chunshan hurried to support her, insisting, "No, Xiang, you're too weak. If you don't eat some meat, both you and the child will be in danger. It's my failure that you and the baby are not well fed." In comparison to Hua's assertiveness, Xiang's demeanor was gentler. However, as the saying goes, the kind-hearted are often bullied. Besides Ruan Ruan's family, Xiang was one of the family's most severely robbed of prey by Ruhua. Chuanshan's leg had been broken while resisting Ruhua and their gang's theft. Now, with Xiang pregnant, it was indeed a challenging situation. "Yin, go bring over 2 of the wild rabbits we caught today for them," Ruan Ruan instructed. "Huh? No, 2 rabbits are too precious. I cannot accept them." Xiang quickly shook her head, almost losing her balance. "It's fine. Consider it a gift for the child in your belly," Ruan Ruan said with a gentle smile. 4 females who shared similar experiences, Ruan Ruan was more than willing to assist, as this would help eradicate any lingering prejudice from her kin. Once she held 2 rabbits in her arms, Chunshan was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Ruan Ruan. This is so much meat. Xiang, eat quickly." Ruan Ruan, you've changed so much," Xiang said softly. She had witnessed Ruan Ruan's act of saving someone, something that had never happened before. "I used to behave that way to protect myself from being bullied by Ruhua and her gang. From now on, I will be the new Ruan Ruan and 1T stand with the vile beasts," Ruan Ruan declared firmly, establishing her stance with Xiang. Xiang nodded repeatedly, full of trust in Ruan Ruan's words. Once she built a positive image among her kin, the ripple effect would soon alter the perception of the entire tribe towards her. She was playing a long game. Don't eat me. Female sister, save me." A heart-wrenching cry echoed from outside the cave. "Is that Duo Bao's voice?" Ruan Ruan swiftly darted out of the cave to find Aling pinning Duo Bao to the ground by his tail, while Ahe brandished a bone knife, threateningly poised to stab Duo Bao's neck. "How dare you, second-tier stinky bamboo rat, enter our spirit cat tribe? I'll see you dead. Stop." Ruan Ruan rushed forward to intervene. Upon seeing her, Duo Bao burst into tears. "Woo-woo. Female sister, you've come. These 2 bad males want to kill me. Woo-woo." Males above the 1st tier were not allowed to enter other tribes casually, as they could easily be seen as invaders aiming to seize females. Furthermore, bamboo rats were historically enemies of spirit cats. Duo Bao, being just a child, did not understand this, which led to his capture by Aling and Ahe. "It's all right. Don't be scared. Aling, Ahe, I know this bamboo rat. He is not invading the tribe. Let him go." Ruan Ruan comforted Duo Bao and explained to Aling and Ahe. Ruan Ruan had caused Ruhua to suffer multiple losses, with the prey they usually snatched being distributed by the spirit cat priest, forcing them to hunt for themselves. Now, Ruhua had been hungry for several days, and Aling and Ahe, as Ruhua's males, were filled with resentment. Daring to oppose us, Ruan Ruan. We want tea, let you have it easy." In response to Aling's provocations, Yin and Layson clenched their fists simultaneously, but would not act without Ruan Ruan's command. Ruan Ruan's muscles tensed, and her teeth clenched. Considering Duo Bao was still under threat, she refrained from immediate retaliation, saying firmly, "I'll say it again. Let him go. Wuanti, let him go. What are you going to do about it? Come and fight me if you're capable." Ahe taunted, shaking his head triumphantly and then viciously kicking Duo Bao in the stomach. Duo Bao cried out in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. and the items he was carrying scattered across the ground. Duobao was merely a second-tier bamboo rat cub, while Aling and Ahe were fourth-tier beasts. A mere kick could easily end his life. "Oh, what treasures are you hiding?" Aling said, picking up a piece of mulberry yellow, sniffing it, and then spitting. "Pah! What a foul smell." "That's mine," Duobao protested, clutching his stomach and struggling to reclaim the mulberry yellow from Aling's grasp. "Still daring to reach for it?" "Stinking hot." Ahe raised his hand to slap Duobao's face. But in that moment, a cold wind swept towards Ahe's head. Ruan Ruan swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to Ahe's chin. Several teeth flew out, and Ahe stared in disbelief as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Ah, my teeth!" Ahe howled in pain, rolling on the ground while clutching his face, leaving Aling dumbfounded. What just happened? This third-tier female kicked a fourth-tier Ahe away. Ruan Ruan poured all her strength into that kick while employing her skills. Her physical capabilities had transformed dramatically. Had Ahe not been a robust fourth-tier male, the outcome would have been far worse than just losing a few teeth. Dare to bully her bamboo rat detector? She would not let him off lightly. "Okay," Yin nodded, gazing at Ruan Ruan with admiration. "Female sister," Duobao gasped, blood still trickling from his small mouth, clearly injured. "You be good. I'll be right back." Ruan Ruan gently patted Duobao's head. Yin took Duobao away, remembering to collect all the scattered mulberry yellow herbs from the ground. Aling and Ahe, ignorant of their value, had no idea these yellow chunks were precious. "How dare you hit Ahe? Do you believe I'll tell?" "Tell whom?" "The tribe rules state that males cannot attack females. But it does not say that females cannot hit males, nor does it say males cannot fight among themselves." Ruan Ruan interrupted Aling, stepping closer with a fierce glint in her beautiful pink-gold eyes. "I gave you a chance. Those who harm me must pay the price." Aling and Ahe trembled, never realizing a female could exert such pressure. She was even more terrifying than Ruhua. "Female master, do you need my assistance?" Layson stood behind Ruan Ruan, his kingly gaze fixed on the two. "Just don't interrupt," Ruan Ruan replied softly, her lips barely parting. "One must not slaughter one's kin, yet inflicting severe injury upon them is permissible. As for the rather inept and overly exuberant Kalami, rendering him mute would suffice." Upon hearing these words, Alung and Ari were struck with fear. They swiftly transformed into ethereal cats and fled in haste. However, Lei Sun was not inclined to grant them any reprieve, and, transforming into a colossal golden lion, he swiftly brought both of them crashing to the ground with a single, powerful paw. Alung and Ari fell to the ground, struggling desperately, their mouths uttering continuous wails of lamentation. "Strike them down. Let them seize our prey. Indeed, hit them fiercely." The civets, who witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines, applauded with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the den, Hua Hua, who was deprived of sustenance, heard the commotion and emerged from the cave, exclaiming, "You two useless beasts!" Having captured its prey, the creature howled in hunger, and I was on the verge of starvation. Before I could utter my grievances, Hua Hua was rendered speechless by the sight before her. There stood Lei Sun, transformed into a lion, grasping the tails of his two male cats and tossing them about like refuse on the ground, while Ruan Ruan merely watched from the side. "Stop at once. You foul lion, have you lost your mind? Release Aling and Ar." Ruhua, terrified beyond measure, hurriedly approached. Lei Sun cast a sidelong glance at Ruhua and, with great consideration, tossed the disoriented Alung and Ari before her. "Alung, Ari." Ruhua raised her hand to nudge the two male creatures, who were already foaming at the mouth in distress. In that fleeting moment, her face turned ashen. She had not consumed meat for 2 whole days, and if these two males did not catch her prey, she would surely starve to death. "How dare you treat my male feline in such a manner? You wretched cat, I shall not let this go unchallenged." Ruhua sprang up and charged towards Ruan Ruan with a resounding clap. Chapter 42. The cunning serpent Ruan Ruan showed no mercy to the approaching visage, delivering a resounding slap across the face. "You dare strike me?" Ruahua stumbled, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. After several days of being humiliated by Ruan Ruan, she was on the verge of madness. With the absence of the Ling Miao priestess, She had previously relied on Myra's protection to bully Ruan Ruan. However, ever since her defeat in the last competition, the Ling Miao priestess not only punished her, but also summoned both her and Mira to the cave for a thorough reprimand. As a result, Mira had now advised her to temper her behavior. You've certainly received your fair share of punishment, so there's no need for such astonishment, Ruan Ruan remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I intend to lodge a complaint, yet I ponder whom I should approach. First, consider whether you possess the capability to contend with me. Ruan Ruan slightly raised her chin, her enchanting eyes half closed. I'm no longer the lowly female you used to bully at your leisure. I advise you to behave yourself and keep your tail tucked whenever you encounter me in the future. Although Ruan Ruan's voice was not loud, each word emanated an indescribable aura of intimidation, rendering Ru Huan motionless, afraid to even breathe. Without further ado, Ruan Ruan grasped the mane around Lei Sin's neck with one hand, while holding the crocodile bone aloft with the other, striding away with determination. Ru Hua's chest heaved violently as she fixed her fierce gaze upon Ruan Ruan's retreating figure, seemingly intent on extracting a piece of flesh. Wretched feline. You shall not escape my wrath. I will ensure your demise. Duobao's body was covered with abrasions, which Ruan Ruan treated by applying herbal remedies. Thanks to his habitual consumption of hemostatic herbs such as sang wong, the kick he endured did not result in severe internal bleeding. These red berries taste even more delightful when warmed. Duobao sat upon the stone bed, his hands cradling a roasted sweet potato, his mouth smeared with its lusciousness, having long forgotten the pain. To his surprise, this time, in addition to sang huang, Duobao had also brought an abundance of sieni chow, and even a few wild star anise and fennel. Were these things? Ruan Ruan picked up a cluster of small fruits resembling grapes from the pile of herbs. The surface of these fruits was adorned with a layer of white frost, displaying a peculiar blend of red and green hues. This is yinbagua, also known as yamfuzi, a type of savory fruit. The white frost on its surface is both salty and sour, and can be crushed to serve as a substitute for salt. Ling Bao replied with enthusiasm. How remarkable it is that thoughts manifest so effortlessly. Ruan Ruan was troubled by the lack of time to gather sea salt at the seaside, yet unexpectedly discovered a fruit that could serve as a substitute. Duobao, where did you acquire so many fresh plants? Ruan Ruan turned around and inquired, where did you find this? Duobao, raising his small face with earnestness, replied, it was discovered in the forest near the sea, where it is warm and abundant with grass and trees. The closer one is to the ocean, the milder the climate becomes, remaining unaffected by the harshness of winter, indeed creating an ideal environment for vegetation to thrive. Once you recover, will you take your sister there? Ruan Ruan took a piece of animal hide and gently wiped Duobao's mouth, soothingly coaxing him. All right. Duobao nodded eagerly, but suddenly, Yu, who had remained silent on the stone bed, opened his eyes and uttered two words. His emerald pupils, illuminated by the firelight, narrowed. The forest near the seaside is called Shilin. It is inhabited by many serpents and is perilous. You must not venture there. It is precisely due to the warmth that this location is most suitable for cold-averse serpents to thrive. Only beings like Yu, who have transformed into a male serpent beast, accompany the females, while the majority of other serpents remain, preying upon those fleeing from the cold. Are you not a serpent yourself? Moreover, given your formidable size, those serpents would surely fear you. Why not escort your female sister there? Duobao pouted at Yu and remarked, do you have much to say? Yu cast a cold gaze at Duobao, the crimson letter writhing dangerously. Duobao, terrified to the core, hastily fell silent, for snakes are instinctively drawn to creatures like mice, instilling a profound sense of trepidation in them. In truth, every time Duobao ventured into the snake forest to gather supplies, he would remain half-hidden in a burrow, risking his life, were it not for the necessity of sustenance. He would never dare to go. Yu, you are rather stingy. After all, you have resided in Shilin for quite some time and are well acquainted with it. Moreover, as a python malurus, no serpent can rival you. What harm would there be in taking the female master there just once? Yin pulled at the campfire and spoke aloud. How can I take her there without any spiritual energy? As Yu uttered these words, Her gaze held a significant meaning as it turned toward Ruan Ruan. Ruan Ruan felt a sudden tension in her body, almost instantaneously comprehending his implication. Did he not wish to mate with her? How absurd! The SNN, devoid of spiritual power, stands as a formidable entity among serpents, possessing immunity even to venom. What pretense do you maintain in this regard? He cast aside the bamboo tube in his hand and shot Shiryu a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, what a cunning pretender. As her concealed emotions were inadvertently exposed, Shiryu's tail flicked uncomfortably, and she cast a glowering gaze at Bai, her teeth clenched. Bai, if you remain silent, no one will regard you as a mute. Clearing her throat, Shiryu continued, I genuinely wish to venture into the Shilin to gather some materials. If you are willing, tomorrow. Shiryu curtly dropped 2 words, feigning indifference as she buried her head back into the snake tail. Yet her ears perked up towards Ruan Ruan, anxious not to miss a single utterance from her. Ruan Ruan felt a surge of joy within. Despite Shiryu's seemingly stern demeanor and the frigid aura of the serpent, she was willing to lend a helping hand in critical moments. Thank you, Shiryu. So aloof, Ruan Ruan pouted. Duo bow. You should rest well in the cave with Shiryu. We shall venture out to attend to some tasks. Oh no. Sister, I am perfectly fine now. I would rather accompany you all, Duo Bao exclaimed, leaping to the ground, grasping Ruan Ruan's animal hide garment. Casting a wary glance at Shiryu, the thought of leaving him alone with this formidable serpent made him reluctant to even close his eyes. Very well. Ruan Ruan smiled helplessly. Shiryu snorted through his nose and went to sleep without another word. Arriving at the mountain slope where they had previously planned to dig an animal pen, Ruan Ruan wielded the massive chisel crafted from an alligator skull and struck the rock face with all her might. Crash! After the tremors subsided, a substantial mass of mud, mixed with snow, effortlessly detached. With a raised eyebrow, Ruan Ruan remarked, Allow me to take charge. You merely need to instruct me on how to proceed. Yin took the tool from Ruan Ruan's hand and guided her from this point, approximately this size, simply excavate inward. Ruan Ruan extended her arms to illustrate. Since she intended to raise both pigs and rabbits, Ruan Ruan wished to make the hole larger, ensuring it would accommodate the young ones once they matured. Sister, are you planning to dig a hole? Duo Bao curiously inquired while sucking on his thumb. Indeed, you are progressing too slowly. I have a solution. Chapter 43. Your good days are numbered. What could such a little one possibly do? Yin crossed her arms, clearly underestimating Duo Bao. As Ling Chu approached, eager to witness the spectacle, he suddenly felt a chill beneath him, only to see a shadow dart away from his feet. What was that? It resembled a large black rat. My goodness, Ruan Ruan blinked in surprise. Could it be that Duo Bao was capable of summoning others? And he had brought his entire family along? Goodness, a whole nest of treasures. Indeed, the reproductive capacity of bamboo, rats, is remarkable. Duo Bao rummaged through his belongings, dividing the sweet potatoes Ruan Ruan had given him among several bamboo rats. Clearing his throat, he gestured towards a mountain, saying, Brothers, can you see this area? We need to excavate a hole this large. The newly arrived bamboo rats glanced at Ruan Ruan, devouring the sweet potatoes with such delight that their eyes sparkled in anticipation. And they nodded vigorously. Let us begin. At Duo Bao's command, he was the first to tunnel into the mountain, followed closely by the other large bamboo rats. To the astonishment and disbelief of the onlookers, Duo Bao and his companions had already dug a passage 2 men wide, continuing to push deeper with a speed rivaling that of an excavator. Bamboo rats are naturally exceptional diggers, especially the ones from the beast realm. Splendid. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Ruan Ruan's envisioned livestock pen was soon complete. The width and depth of the hole measured 5 to 6 meters, and the walls were polished smooth by the bamboo rat's efforts, a veritable masterpiece. In a generous gesture, Ruan Ruan gifted each of the bamboo rats a large sweet potato, causing tears of joy to well in their eyes. Woo-woo. This is so delicious. We've never tasted anything so exquisite. Why didn't you bring us here to work sooner? Zabao playfully tapet Duo Bao et via. With a grin, Duo Bao replied, It was purely by chance that I met Ruan Ruan. I almost became a meal for his male counterpart. Everything within the Ling Quan space aids in growth. Consuming the sweet potato vines would significantly shorten the growth period for these piglets. As for the female rabbit, Ruan Ruan bandaged its broken hind leg and designated a larger area for its birthing, complete with a hay nest. Rabbits are prolific breeders, capable of producing dozens at a time. Raising them would ensure a steady food supply. The task is accomplished. Ruan Ruan stretched, her heart swelling with a sense of achievement as she surveyed the completed livestock pen. Mistress, with so many living creatures here, it is likely to attract those beastmen who struggle to find prey, necessitating vigilance, Layson quietly cautioned. Ruan Ruan's expression shifted as she turned her gaze to see a throng of curious Ling Mao beastmen nearby, their eyes filled with envy and greed. The long-standing scarcity of food had led the Ling Mao to frequently compete with one another. The sudden abundance of fresh food could hardly fail to incite jealousy and theft. Indeed, a dilemma that required a solution. What's so difficult about this? Duo Bao's lovely female. We will keep watch over your prey. As long as anyone approaches, we will alert you. You need not worry. De Bao wrapped an arm around Duo Bao and thumped his chest. However, could you perhaps provide us with a small piece of that red-skinned fruit each day? A mere morsel would suffice. What do you mean by Duo Bao's lovely female? Do you wish to meet your demise? Yin sharply prodded De Bao in the belly. All right, mistress. De Bao trembled, shaking his head fervently. Certainly, as long as you safeguard my prey, I will provide each of you with a mouse and a large sweet potato daily. What does that sound? Ruan Ruan raised a finger enticingly. Although her sweet potato seeds were gone, the sweet potatoes themselves could be planted indefinitely. She could never exhaust her supply. A mouse and a sweet potato each. Excellent. Mistress, we assure you that we will keep a vigilant watch over your prey. In the future, we can also assist in feeding them. De Bao grinned widely, revealing his large teeth. De Bao was acutely aware that the four brothers, having lost their parental protection at such a young age, faced daily fears due to their low spiritual status, at least among the Ling Mao. They could find some semblance of safety. Then it is settled. Ruan Ruan raised a finger and, with a clap, touched Duo Bao's small paw. Before darkness fell, with Ling Bao's assistance, Ruan Ruan crafted a simple door of bamboo for the cave entrance, adding another layer of protection. Duo Bao and his comrades built a nest of hay inside the cave, marking their new abode. At this moment, within Myra's cave, a loud clap echoed. What did you say? She has truly lost her mind. Taking in wild beastmen as males was one thing, but now she has welcomed a whole family of rats into the tribe. Myra slammed her palm onto the stone bed and rose. Indeed, mistress. Ruan Ruan even had her male, Layson, bring in two exquisite males. Currently, a lung and a ri are still lying on the stone bed, unable to rise. Abu reported carefully, gently helping Myra to sit down while massaging her legs and back. Hua Hua is a fool. She has no food to offer me now, so there is no need to concern myself with her. Yet this Ruan Ruan has suddenly become audacious, daring to confront even me. Once the esteemed priest has completed his training and emerges from the cave, I will have the high priest expel her from the tribe. Then all of her prey will belong to me. As Myra spoke, a glint of calculation flashed in her eyes. Just wait, Ruan Ruan. Your good days are swiftly coming to an end. Ruan Ruan retrieved the sweet potato vines the piglets and rabbits had consumed in recent days and prepared her supplies for tomorrow's expedition into the snake forest. Bone knives, animal skin bags, and ample food. Mistress, I wish to accompany you tomorrow. Chapter 44. Adorable, truly adorable. Bai leaned against Ruan Ruan's side, lifting a finger to twirl a strand of her hair, inhaling its scent. He still could not comprehend what Ruan Ruan meant by love, but he would strive to fulfill the duties expected of a male, ensuring that the mistress did not find him disagreeable. No need for that. The snake forest is fraught with danger, and you are all vulnerable to snake venom. The likelihood of injury increases with more participants. Ruan Ruan gently pulled her hair from Bai Yi's grasp, affectionately stroking his ears. Bai Yi's tail and ears were soft, and Ruan Ruan adored petting them. However, the mistress was correct. Having many people was of little use. Should I be expected to protect you? Sure, you cast a glance at Bai Yi, his gaze lingering on Ruan Ruan's face. She truly possesses courage, daring to venture into the snake forest. Most females would scream at the mere mention of it. Upon hearing Yu's thoughts, Ruan Ruan's lips subtly curved into a smile. Her willingness to accompany Yu was not solely due to his protection. She had discovered through Ling Bao's database that Ling Quan not only heals wounds, but also possesses curative properties against toxins, including snake venom. Life is singular. She would never embark on an unprepared endeavor. Bai Yi's tail drooped, and he sulkily sat at the edge of the stone bed, loath to leave Yu and Ruan Ruan alone together. That fellow was intent on mating with Ruan Ruan, where she couldn't comprehend why a man's legs could be so fair and straight, devoid of any hair. Ruan Ruan nodded vigorously, and upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Layson still busy among the bamboo piles. Though the livestock pen now had a door, their cave remained drafty. Layson had specifically learned from Ruan Ruan while weaving the bamboo door, astonishingly picking it up with remarkable skill. Even Ruan Ruan was taken aback by his creative talent. Wow, Layson, your bamboo door is even better than mine. Ruan Ruan squatted before Layson, reaching out to touch the neatly arranged bamboo pieces, unable to restrain her praise. He required little attention from Ruan Ruan. As long as she held him in her heart, he was content to see her happy and well. Oh, it's snowing outside. Mistress, I have delivered the hare's pelt to Cici Nyang's cave, so she can craft a finer fur garment for you. Yin entered the cave, brushing off the snowflakes that had settled on him. He still vividly remembers the moment when Bai Yi tugged at Ruan Ruan's clothing, preventing him from seeing. Although he was displeased at the time, the rabbit fur coat Ruan Ruan wore was ill-fitting, revealing her delicate skin with any significant movement, which would be quite troublesome if noticed by other males. Thank you, Yin. Come, warm yourself by the fire, Ruan Ruan said as she stood up. No need for thanks. Also, since you often sit on the cold ground, this cushion filled with pheasant feathers will keep you warm. You can sit on it while basking in the fire. Yin offered the cushion from his arms, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Ruan Ruan. Wow, Yin, you are so thoughtful, Ruan Ruan exclaimed, taking the soft cushion with delight, turning to embrace Yin while jumping with joy. Yin, ever observant, always pays attention to the little details. Finding a cushion for her to sit on, a thought that Ruan Ruan had overlooked. Ruan Ruan's unexpected hug made Yan's heart race, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, marveling at her softness. Ah, the softness of a woman's waist is indeed a deadly allure, Ling Bao remarked. As night gradually settled in, Ruan Ruan tiptoed to the cave entrance and beheld the ethereal snowfall outside. Beautiful, yet unaware of the countless lives that might be claimed by such splendor. Sister, be careful outside. The bamboo rats waved at Ruan Ruan in a line. Yin and Bai Yi wore worried expressions, while Lei San remained silent but serious. Only Ling Chu was carefree, still asleep in the cave. Understood, Ruan Ruan replied, bidding farewell to the males guarding the cave. She stored their provisions in her Ling Quan space, carrying only a bee skin bag as she ventured out of the tribe with Yu. Having snowed just the day before, the forest was increasingly difficult to traverse. Yu, with his tail, moved effortlessly through the terrain. Ruan Ruan chose to transform into her spirit cat form, following the path left by Yu's serpentine tail, leaving behind a trail of small paw prints resembling plum blossoms. You were dozing off earlier. I thought you might not wake up in this cold, Ruan Ruan said, leaping beside Yu's tail and looking up at him. Yu replied curtly, not engaging in conversation. Yet his eyes softened at the sight of the adorable little cat. Oh, so you were just pretending to be aloof, Ruan Ruan teased, her tail raised playfully. You, am I cute? She inquired, tugging at his heartstrings. You, momentarily charmed, feigned indifference, focusing instead on the path ahead. Concentrate on walking. Refrain from asking such trivial questions, he said, though his gaze betrayed him, revealing his admiration for her cuteness. By the way, Yu, I have always wondered as a fifth-tier beastman. You must possess extraordinary abilities, yet I have never seen you use them. Ruan Ruan shifted the topic. She gazed awkwardly at Yu's swaying posterior, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. The hierarchy of beastmen resembles vessels for spiritual energy. The higher the tier, the larger the vessel, allowing for greater storage of spiritual energy. Since Ruan Ruan had not yet reached the fourth tier, she lacked sufficient energy to wield her abilities freely. Do not fret, host. The transition from 3rd to 4th tier is a significant milestone among beastmen, especially for one endowed with abilities like yourself, making cultivation more challenging, Ling Bao reassured her. Lost in her thoughts, Ruan Ruan stumbled and inadvertently plunged her head into a nearby snowdrift, tasting the cold flakes. Ugh, ugh, she exclaimed, scratching her face with her paws, her whiskers twitching from the chill. Clumsy, Shiryu remarked, his lips curling in bemusement as he lifted Ruan Ruan by the scruff of her neck. Perhaps it was a cat's instinct, but once captured by the scruff, Ruan Ruan curled her tail and legs, becoming momentarily motionless. Shiryu shook her gently, dislodging the snow from her fur, scrutinizing her for a moment. With a peach blossom-colored nose and paws, even her pupils seemed to carry a hint of that fragrant hue. Ruan Ruan felt a bit bashful, clutching her tail. Peach blossom color is quite a poetic description. To Ruan Ruan's surprise, instead of dropping her, Shiryu placed her on his shoulder. Hey, you're moving too slowly. At this rate, when will we reach the snake forest? He chided, casting a sidelong glance at the little cat on his shoulder, his tense arm subconsciously protecting her from falling. Ruan Ruan did not protest, instinctively looking down, only to realize that despite Shiryu lacking legs, the height supported by his serpent tail was nearly 2 meters. A wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting her to grasp his verdant hair with one paw and cling to his neck with the other. I have a slight fear of heights. This is a bit much for me. As Shiryu felt the warm, furry creature snug against him, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Ruan Ruan, feeling unsteady, held on tighter, resting her small head against his cool, gentle cheek. As a cold-blooded serpent, Shiryu seldom experienced warmth. Yet being so close to Ruan Ruan stirred an unexpected warmth within him, making the harsh winter feel less biting. Are you so trusting in leaving the watch over our prey to those bamboo rats? What if they harbor other intentions? Shiryu suddenly spoke up. Rest assured, I instructed Lei-san to pay particular attention to Duo Bao and the others before I left, Ruan Ruan replied, well aware of the saying that one must be wary of those not of one's kin. Thus, apart from Shiryu, she brought no one else and had specifically cautioned the beastmen guarding the cave. Thankfully, Duo Bao and his group were herbivores with low combat capabilities, posing little threat. Otherwise, she would not have felt secure allowing them near the piglets and rabbits. Shiryu raised an eyebrow, impressed by her thoroughness. Ruan Ruan sighed. Could she not be thorough? In this treacherous world of beasts, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. She had worked hard to procure food, and it was imperative to protect it. Shiryu, silent thereafter, gazed at Ruan Ruan with a softness akin to melting glaciers. To reach the snake forest, they had to traverse various tribes within the forest. To avoid unnecessary complications, Shiryu remained vigilant, steering clear of potential trouble. During this journey, Ruan Ruan learned that the beast world was divided into 5 main regions: Xingyue Forest, Dew-edging Desert, Mist Swamp, Illusionary Sea, and Extreme Cold Snow Mountain. The Ling Mao tribe she belonged to resided in the most fertile area, the Xingyue Forest, but they only inhabited the resource-scarce outskirts. The forest housed the largest groups, including the Monkey Tribe, Wolf Tribe, Fox Tribe, and Bear Tribe, with those near abundant resources being the most powerful and prosperous. Among them, the Wolf Tribe and Monkey Tribe were the most formidable, notorious for invading others' territories to seize prey, while the Monkey Tribe had a penchant for abducting females from other tribes. Fortunately, the Ling Mao tribe was impoverished and distant, thus managing to evade disaster thus far. Shiryu, do you know which tribe currently reigns supreme in the forest? Ruan Ruan inquired, resting on Shiryu's shoulder, her tail swaying listlessly. The most powerful tribe in the forest is the Yanhu tribe. However, their reproductive capacity is exceedingly low, with only a dozen individuals residing in the heart of the forest, making encounters rare, Shiryu explained. As a serpent beast without a fixed tribe, Shiryu had lived alone on the continent for quite some time, granting him considerable insight into these tribes. Only a dozen? The Ling Mao tribe boasts dozens of beasts. What a deficiency the Yanhu tribe must have, Ruan Ruan noted, recalling Ling Chu's lineage. Indeed, how peculiar that she would encounter one despite their rarity. In Ruan Ruan's memory, Ling Chu was the last beast husband she had taken in. Poor unfortunate child. Lang Bao Sai. Ruan Ruan and Shiryu chatted intermittently, unaware of how long they had been walking, as dusk gradually fell. Just as Shiryu was about to speak, he realized that Ruan Ruan had fallen asleep on his shoulder, her body limp and precariously swaying. The coldness in his eyes softened as he extended his hand, gently pulling Ruan Ruan into his embrace, his movements tender as if cradling a precious treasure. Ruan Ruan, currently cultivating in the Ling Quan space, sensed the coolness of the arms enveloping her and recognized the familiar, frosty scent of Shiryu, remaining still. Shiryu, holding Ruan Ruan, found a nearby tree hollow to shelter in, using his sturdy back to block the cold wind at the entrance, coiling his tail around her for protection. The nighttime forest was particularly perilous, and his current strength was insufficient to completely safeguard Ruan Ruan. The serpent forest was not far off, and traveling at dawn would not be too late. Stretching lazily in Shiryu's embrace, Ruan Ruan instinctively clutched his tail and continued to sleep. She knew that if she awoke at this moment, Shiryu would feign indifference and toss her aside, so she decided to play along, just as Ruan Ruan had surmised. Upon noticing the little cat in his arms remain still, Shiryu's tense body finally relaxed, and he couldn't help but touch her soft cat ears with his cool fingers. I truly wish she could remain this adorable and obedient forever. Ruan Ruan's whiskers twitched subtly. For a man who appeared cold, yet was warm within, it was essential to provide him with ample reassurance and patience. With this thought, Ruan Ruan feigned sleep-talking. You all are truly wonderful males. I must treat you well in the future. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's deep-set eyes were momentarily filled with astonishment. She even wishes to treat us well in her dreams. Since Ruan Ruan had revealed her true identity to them, Shiryu, although seeming indifferent, had been secretly observing her. When he kissed her by the icy river, he keenly sensed from her body's reactions that she was indeed no longer the same as before. Bowing his head, he gently caressed Ruan Ruan's small head, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall, and his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, were tinged with a rosy hue. As night passed, embraced by Shiryu's icy hold, Ruan Ruan felt no chill. It was only upon emerging from the tree hollow that she realized Shiryu had shielded her from the cold wind throughout the night, warming her heart. Before she could express her gratitude, Shiryu's indifferent voice drifted from behind. Eat something quickly and let us move. The serpent forest is not far. Ruan Ruan observed Shiryu leaning lazily against the tree trunk, his sentimental eyes seemingly piercing yet cool when fixed upon her. This fellow is truly a peculiar serpent. Confused, are you? This is called contrast cuteness. Not Ling Bao. Are you really just a system? Why do I feel you are more human than I am? Oomph. I call this intelligence. Ruan Ruan refrained from further banter with Ling Bao, retrieving some deer meat from the Ling Quan space, spreading crushed salt on it, and sharing it with Shiryu. Thanks to the preservation of the Ling Quan space, the deer meat remained warm, and paired with the seasoning, it was undoubtedly more flavorful. Shiryu held the deer meat, his refined profile outlined by the sunlight, stirring ripples in her heart, and seized the moment to ask the question all beast husbands found puzzling. Where did you acquire this? Ruan Ruan paused her eating, her eyes darting, and replied nonchalantly. This world does not only possess elemental abilities, there are also spatial abilities. Besides my elemental power, I also possess the ability to store items. Well, host. Are you fabricating tales with your eyes wide open? Outside, one's identity is self-assigned. Impressive, Ling Bao exclaimed in admiration. Faced with Ruan Ruan's compelling explanation, Shiryu remained silent for a while, evidently confronted with a knowledge gap. Though I have never heard of any spatial abilities, the fact that a female possesses abilities is shocking enough to the beast world. She actually has two. Surprised, aren't you, my friend? All right, let us eat while we continue our journey. Ruan Ruan tossed a sweet potato into Shiryu's hands, casting him a flirtatious glance. Shiryu's dazed gaze refocused, and he soon moved ahead to clear the path for Ruan Ruan. Perhaps she truly is what by claims, a celestial being. Indeed, a celestial being confirmed. As they advanced, Ruan Ruan noticed that the snow had vanished, the temperature rising, and patches of green emerging on the ground. A briny breeze wafted by, and Ruan Ruan seemed to catch a whiff of the sea. Although the Ling Quan could heal toxins, a snakebite would still be painful. Shiryu slowed his pace, his vigilant slitted pupils scanning the surroundings while his scarlet tongue flicked in and out, probing the air. What a long tongue! Ruan Ruan's tail bristled. The snake's tongue has a remarkably high sensitivity, akin to a radar, able to detect subtle scents and vibrations in the air, even more effective than your feline nose. Ling Bao et Lai, as Ling Bao had said, Shiryu noticed even the slightest disturbance in the vicinity, making it almost supernatural. A cat and a snake traversed the dense underbrush, revealing a lush green vista. Vast roots of plants sprawled freely, some climbing trees, others carpeting the ground, with flowers blooming abundantly, resembling a paradise. However, this seemingly enchanting forest was eerily silent, concealing dangers everywhere. Ruan Ruan quickly spotted a small venomous snake with a triangular head, hiding amidst the leaves, fixated on them. Shiryu's robust tail thumped against the ground, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Merely casting a glance at the small snake sent it fleeing in terror. Only then did Ruan Ruan leap down from Shiryu, her palms brushing against the vegetation as she utilized her plant-sensing ability to explore a kilometer around her, swiftly discovering many useful resources. Let us head this way. Ruan Ruan indicated a direction, preparing to gather herbs first and then collect salt fruits, promptly hopping back onto Shiryu's shoulder. Oh, so many Shina grasses. And there's plenty of Banlan Jin and Jin Inhua here. Ruan Ruan had stumbled into a herbal paradise, fervently collecting various herbs, stuffing them into the Ling Quan space, and unexpectedly unearthing several large ginseng roots. Shiryu remained steadfastly close to Ruan Ruan, vigilant of the slightest movement nearby. Any snakes that dared to approach immediately vanished upon sensing Shiryu's presence. After all, no snake would be foolish enough to confront the dominant serpent, the green tree python. Ruan Ruan worked up a sweat, but paid no mind to wiping it away. Those herbs with roots were replanted in the Ling Quan space, while the leafless ones were gathered into her animal skin pouch. With her plant-sensing ability, Ruan Ruan's search became remarkably efficient. She needed to act swiftly, avoiding greed, striving to leave before nightfall, for snakes preferred to emerge at night. Shiryu was astonished, unable to believe Ruan Ruan's extensive knowledge of herbs. Scent. What is that fragrance? Ruan Ruan was in the midst of harvesting salt fruits when she caught a whiff of an indescribably refreshing aroma. Looking down, she saw a patch of vibrant green grass swaying gently in the breeze. The strong scent wafted towards her, and Ruan Ruan felt as though invisible hands were drawing her closer to the plant. This scent is intoxicating, Ruan Ruan murmured unconsciously, her mouth watering. This is Jingjia, but it also has a more widely recognized name, catnip. As Ling Bao's voice faded, Ruan Ruan could no longer restrain herself and inhaled deeply from the catnip, instantly rolling her eyes back as if her very essence had been drained away. She felt as if her bones had been extracted, and she collapsed beside the verdant foliage. Shiryu, initially alert to his surroundings, turned to see Ruan Ruan, who had been standing just moments ago, now sprawled on the grass. Alarmed, he sprang forward and lifted Ruan Ruan from the ground, exclaiming, "What happened to you? It feels so good, haha." Regardless of Shiryu's attempts to halt her, Ruan Ruan continued to dig frantically into the grass, her behavior resembling that of a creature deprived of reason. Ultimately, she flipped onto her back, writhing in the catnip, completely lost to the moment, and the situation spiraled out of control. "Host, please regain your senses." Ling Bao's panic was palpable. The ordinary catnip was already potent enough to ensnare felines, let alone the fresh and more intense variety found in the beast world. Even a cat beastman, capable of human transformation, could hardly withstand its effects. If this continued unchecked, Ruan Ruan might suffer a cardiac arrest due to her excessive excitement. After confirming that Ruan Ruan bore no physical injuries, Shiryu realized the danger lay with the catnip. He swiftly lifted Ruan Ruan away from the pile of it. "Ruan Ruan, wake up! What is wrong with you?" Shiryu vigorously rubbed her feline head and squeezed her paw pads in an effort to rouse her. Ruan Ruan's mind buzzed, her world spinning. In her dazed state, she thought she heard someone calling her name. struggling to open her eyes. She beheld shimmering waves of light and a hazy figure moving before her. At times, it was clear, at others it faded. Yet, she could discern a perfect jawline and flushed lips. The overwhelming catnip had adverse effects. She felt unbearably hot, as if she had plunged into an oven. Dazzled by the sight of the pale figure, Shiryu instinctively turned his head away, flustered as he attempted to cover Ruan Ruan's attire while anxiously inquiring, "What were you saying just now?" However, as he adjusted the grass rope around Ruan Ruan's waist, she wrapped her delicate arms around his neck, pulling him closer. The moment their faces drew near, Shiryu felt a stir of emotions. Ruan Ruan's petite face flushed enticingly, her eyes tightly shut, with glistening tears at the corners. Her soft lips slightly parted as she breathed heavily. The veins on her alabaster neck throbbed, and she was burning with heat. "Is she hot?" Shiryu finally grasped the situation. Before he could act, Ruan Ruan's brows furrowed, and her grip on his arms tightened, pulling him down onto her bosom. Their bodies collided, perfectly aligned, causing Shiryu's tail to bristle with intensity. Ruan Ruan sighed in relief, feeling as if she had embraced a cool, plush pillow, and the heat enveloping her dissipated instantly. Shiryu, propping himself on his arms, feared he might hurt her, yet was reluctant to detach himself from her warmth. Ruan Ruan's breaths rose and fell softly between them, occasionally brushing against Shiryu's ear. A fine sheen of sweat formed on Shiryu's forehead, his heart racing, his tail coiling tightly as if wrestling with a force within himself, while every muscle in his body betrayed a yearning for the enchanting figure before him. Ruan Ruan inadvertently let out a soft moan. Shiryu's heart ignited like a candle's flame, his gaze fixated on her lips, his throat tightening. Having tasted her sweetness before, the memory stoked a fire within him, rendering him restless. His eyes, like heated fingertips, traced Ruan Ruan's silhouette inch by inch, finally settling on her delicate features, which inexplicably bore a peach blossom hue. I yearned to be with her. Suddenly realizing the impropriety of his thoughts, Shiryu hastily shut his eyes, his breath catching as he suppressed his desires. Reason reminded him that without the female's consent, he could not force a union, especially not when Ruan Ruan was in such a vulnerable state. If he were to take her now, she would surely resent him upon regaining her senses. With this in mind, Shiryu quickly disentangled Ruan Ruan's arms from around his neck and rose to his feet. It seems that the catnip has truly bewitched her. Sensing the absence of her comforting embrace, a wave of warmth surged within Ruan Ruan. She sprang upright, her movements frantic as she reached forward, tumbling back into Shiryu's arms, clinging to his waist like a sloth. "Wow, it's so cool." Shiryu inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as his fingers deftly assisted Ruan Ruan into her leather attire, settling her beneath a tree. This was his first encounter with such a potent herb, capable of rendering one utterly irrational. Yet, it appeared to affect only Ruan Ruan. He had deliberately inhaled it earlier and felt no influence. Ruan Ruan smacked her lips and nestled against Shiryu's firm chest, resembling a sleepy infant. Shiryu gently brushed the stray hair from Ruan Ruan's face, his eyes filled with tender affection. How wonderful it would be if she clung to me like this upon awakening. With a resigned sigh, he gathered his energy, causing the air around them to ripple. Water droplets surged from all directions, coalescing into a sphere before him. Indeed, Shiryu possessed the ability to manipulate water vapor. He directed the water sphere to hover before Ruan Ruan and snapped his fingers. With a resounding pop, the water sphere burst, drenching Ruan Ruan from head to toe. Startled by the sudden cold, Ruan Ruan shivered, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes, bewildered. The first sight to greet her was the familiar, icy green of Shiryu's serpentine gaze. What has happened? Chapter 48. Never again to indulge still in a daze. Ruan Ruan glanced down only to find her head resting on Shiryu's chest, one hand caressing his sculpted abs while the other grasped his perfectly contoured waist. This posture was akin to a lewd man harassing an unsuspecting lady. "Host, you are finally awake. You inhaled too much catnip and lost your sanity. Embracing someone and even shedding your clothes. What? So we? No, no, no. This serpent has its boundaries and did not take advantage of you. You have no idea how you were just now clinging and writhing against him. She had never anticipated the overwhelming potency of catnip in the beast world. Ruan Ruan, feeling utterly embarrassed, dug her toes into the ground and nervously bit her lip, uncertain of how to face Shiryu. The catnip was far too perilous. She vowed never to indulge in it again. Shiryu's eyelids fluttered as he discreetly withdrew his hand from Ruan Ruan's thigh. "Are you awake now?" His voice held a warmth that was rare for him. "Yes, I accidentally fell victim to that catnip," Ruan Ruan whispered, tugging at her clothing. "It seems the catnip only affects spirit cats." As sunlight streamed down, Shiryu's long lashes cast shadows across his face, perfectly obscuring the lingering desire in his eyes. "No matter. Now that you are awake, you should get up." "Oh." Yet, as soon as she stood, Ruan Ruan felt a warm trickle running down her thigh. Looking down, she gasped in shock. It was blood. "Host, don't panic. You just got on your period." Shiryu's expression shifted instantly, and he rushed to Ruan Ruan's side. "Why are you bleeding? Let me see where you are hurt." Seeing Shiryu's alarmed demeanor, Ruan Ruan quickly waved her hands. No. I'm not injured. It's just my period." "Period?" Shiryu paused for a moment before understanding dawned upon him. "Ah, it's the 7-day cycle." Female beasts also experience menstruation, though it occurred every few months or half a year, lasting an average of 7 days, during which mating was prohibited, hence the term 7-day cycle. As if sensing Ruan Ruan's bewilderment, Shiryu directly grasped her hand and led her forward, quickly halting beside a thicket. Under Ruan Ruan's puzzled gaze, Shiryu rummaged through the bushes, repeatedly gathering something before presenting it to her. In his hand, he offered several pristine fibers that resembled cotton, albeit larger, almost akin to a sponge, with an exceptionally soft texture. "This is by Shui Mian. Its water absorption capacity surpasses that of cotton, making it quite suitable for use as sanitary pads." Ruan Ruan looked up at Shiryu, catching a glimpse of tenderness on his stern face. "I didn't expect you to know about this." She continued, "I've seen females using this during their menstrual periods. You might want to try it." Shiryu lowered his gaze, the tip of his tail intentionally sweeping across the ground. "Thanks," Ruan Ruan replied, biting her lip as she fluffed the Bai Shui Mian. Although she found it somewhat unhygienic, the harshness of their beastly world left her with no choice. It was better to use something than to let it flow freely. Fortunately, the resilience of beastmen's bodies meant they were less susceptible to illness. "Is there water around here?" Ruan Ruan surveyed her surroundings. "Yes, I'll take you there." Shiryu nodded, utilizing his forked tongue to detect moisture, leading Ruan Ruan to the riverbank. The river here was considerably wider than the icy river near the Ling Miao tribe, its source originating from the melting, snow-capped mountains, flowing into the sea. With remarkably high water quality, Ruan Ruan retrieved several clean rabbit skins from her Ling Quan space, wetting them to gently wipe the sticky bloodstains from her thigh. She then fashioned a larger piece into a makeshift disposable undergarment by cutting holes and securing it with grass rope, placing the Bai Shui Mian atop it for use. However, she remained oblivious to the faint, sweet scent of blood wafting through the air. The resources in the Shilin were plentiful. She had gathered many rare herbs. Besides the salt fruit, she found star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and some wild leeks. Once the cabbage in her Ling Quan space matured, she envisioned making a delightful cabbage and beef stew. "Actually, crossing this river could lead us to the Ling Miao tribe." Shiryu pointed to the water. "But how do we get across such a wide river?" "I'll take you swimming across." As a giant python, Shiryu was an excellent swimmer, effortlessly traversing rivers. Ruan Ruan placed her hands on her hips, taking a few steps along the riverbed, only to step into the soft mud. Ruan Ruan stumbled, almost falling, but was saved from landing unceremoniously by Shiryu's outstretched tail. "What bad luck," she muttered, struggling to pull her foot out to reveal it covered in dark muck. However, the mud she had brought out piqued her interest. "This mud is rather intriguing." Shiryu crossed his arms, leaning slightly behind Ruan Ruan, curious about her discovery. "What has this cat found now?" Ruan Ruan crouched down, scooping a handful of the viscous mud, realizing that the sediment accumulated along the riverbank was exceptionally pliable. It could be molded with a firm squeeze. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered high-quality clay. This clay possesses strong plasticity and can be used for pottery or wall plastering." The steps for firing pottery are available in the Ling Bao Knowledge Repository, which you can study, the Ling Bao Chimed. However, firing pottery required a substantial amount of clay and expertise, and it needed to be done outdoors. Ruan Ruan decided to wait until the weather warmed up before pursuing this endeavor, instead simply collecting some and storing it in her Ling Quan space. Shiryu transformed into an enormous water python, sliding effortlessly into the river. Ruan Ruan estimated that Shiryu's true form was easily over 10 meters long. Come up, Shiryu beckoned. Chapter 49, Arrival Encounter. Observing Shiryu's clean serpent head, Ruan Ruan hurriedly washed her feet. However, just as she was about to climb onto him, Shiryu's serpent eyes suddenly narrowed, and without warning, he surged out of the water, his powerful tail coiling around Ruan Ruan and swiftly pulling her away from the riverbank. In the very next moment, a massive black serpent's head emerged from the water, its gaping maw nearly biting her. Ruan Ruan could even see its menacing fangs glistening with venom. Clutching Shiryu's arm in a panic, she looked ahead to see the large black serpent miss its target and leisurely swim away, followed closely by a smaller green snake. The black serpent was sleek and shiny, nearly 10 meters long. Although not as thick as Shiryu, its triangular head unmistakably signaled its venomous nature. In contrast, the smaller green snake slithered unhurriedly onto the black serpent's back, gazing down at Shiryu and Ruan Ruan with an air of superiority. Before you lies a highly poisonous Heiji Shi, approximately 8 meters long, whose venom contains neurotoxins. A typical third-tier beastman would succumb to its bite within hours. The little green snake accompanying it is a Zhu Yi Qing, equally lethal. However, thanks to the Ling Quan's immunity to toxins, Ruan Ruan had no reason to fear them. That's a relief. She loosened her grip on Shiryu's hand, though her heart still raced in fright. Noticing Ruan Ruan's alarm, Shiryu's eyes darkened with a rare flicker of anger as he growled, "Hey Sang, how dare you attempt to attack my female?" "Huh, Shiryu, it's been some time, and you actually have a female now?" The large serpent, now transformed into a man clad in gray beast skin with a sinister countenance, mocked. Flicking his crimson tongue, the smaller green snake morphed into a strikingly beautiful woman in his embrace. Ruan Ruan furrowed her brow. Shiryu knows this person? Observing the two before her closely, she noticed the green snake woman bore 3 marks on her arm, similar to her own rank, posing no threat. Yet, upon seeing the black serpent's arm bearing 5 rank marks, she was astounded. This meant he was a 5th-tier beast, just like Shiryu. She realized that regardless of gender, one could not reach the 5th tier without special abilities, indicating that this serpent surely possessed formidable powers, and he did not seem like a benevolent individual. "Shiryu, it seems we haven't seen each other for many sunrises and sunsets. You remain as charming as ever," the green snake purred, her tone enticing and melodious. Shiryu remained silent, though his gaze toward the green snake was peculiar. Qingyi? So she indeed took He Sang as her male. Ruan Ruan discreetly glanced around. "So her name is Qingyi. It sounds intriguing." "Oh, so this is your female? She doesn't seem impressive at all." The green snake continued. "Do you remember when I wanted you to be my male, yet you adamantly refused and chose to leave the Shilin? How is it that you ended up with such a lowly 3rd-tier Ling Miao female now? TSK, how pitiful. Shiryu, you must feel terribly regretful." Qingyi scrutinized Ruan Ruan with disdain, taunting Shiryu. Shiryu tightened his arm around Ruan Ruan's shoulder, acknowledging he indeed regretted it in the past. But no amount of regret would lead him to Qingyi. As for now, he smirked, "You're also a 3rd tier. Calling me lowly doesn't elevate your own standing." Ruan Ruan scoffed, realizing that someone who once coveted Shiryu, but now resorted to belittling others was hardly virtuous. Is this what they call a rivalry turning particularly heated? "Oh my, still so fiery," Qingyi sneered. "What qualifications does a powerless female, Ling Miao, have to compare with us snake beasts?" She waved her hand dismissively, her gaze toward Ruan Ruan dripping with contempt. Given that snakes do not rely on their kin, even a weak female could intimidate foes with venom, which only fueled their disdain for other species females who required male protection. Moreover, Shiryu, now that you have a female, why do you still have a snake tail? Does your female not cherish you, or is your mating prowess lacking? As the conversation unfolded, He Sang erupted into mocking laughter, his demeanor utterly detestable. It harkened back to the days when Shiryu resided in Shilin, basking in the admiration of numerous female snake beasts due to his formidable prowess and striking appearance, Qing Yi being no exception. Growing up alongside Qing, He Sang harbored aspirations of becoming her male counterpart. Yet, at that time, her gaze was solely fixated on Shiryu. Consumed by jealousy, he sought to provoke Shiryu, nearly facing a crippling defeat in the process. Subsequently, when Shiryu inexplicably departed from Shilin, He Sang seized the opportunity to draw closer to Qing Yi, becoming her chosen male. The humiliation of being bested by Shiryu lingered in his heart, fueling his determination to exact revenge today. Shiryu's fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles betraying his restrained fury. He was acutely aware of He Sang's ulterior motives and had no desire to engage in frivolous banter with the pair of jesters. The perilous nature of Shilin left him anxious. Attracting the attention of that individual would spell trouble. "Mistress, we must depart," he declared, wrapping an arm around Ruan Ruan's shoulders, deliberately ignoring the antics of the two provocateurs. Witnessing Shiryu's blatant disregard, Qing Yi's complexion fluctuated between anger and disbelief. Despite her persistent attempts to win Shiryu's favor, he had rebuffed her at every turn, now seemingly preferring the company of a mere spirit cat over her. "Shiryu, you must be mine. No one can take you from me." Qing Yi's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as she commanded, "Halt. You think you can take our belongings and leave? It won't be that simple." Shiryu's gaze turned cold, his tail flicking protectively around Ruan Ruan. "Your belongings?" he questioned, incredulity lacing his tone. "Indeed, everything in that beast skin bag belongs to us." Qing Yi pointed accusingly at the satchel draped across Shiryu's shoulder. "All the prey within Shilin, every blade of grass and each tree is rightfully mine. You dare to steal my possessions and expect to leave unscathed?" Shiryu scoffed, his breath a chilling exhale. "Shilin lacks fixed tribes and territorial demarcations. Nothing belongs to any single serpent. On what grounds do you claim it as yours?" Ruan Ruan was taken aback, astonished to hear Shiryu articulate such a lengthy rebuttal and confrontational stance. "I declare it mine, and thus it is. If you refuse to yield it, I present you with two choices. Abandon this despicable spirit cat and join me as my male, and I shall overlook your transgressions and allow her to depart." Upon hearing this, Shiryu's jaw tightened, his eyes darkening with a dangerous glint. "You dare threaten me?" The oppressive aura emanating from Shiryu momentarily startled Qing Yi, causing her pupils to widen in alarm, though she quickly masked it with bravado. "What of it? What advantage is there in following me? The Spirit Cat clan is a weak one within Xingyue Forest, regarded with disdain. Despicable Spirit Cat. I advise you to relinquish the mate mark upon Shiryu and surrender him to me, or I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant." Each female possesses a unique mate mark, which appears after mating to signify their claim. However, at present, Shiryu bore only a control imprint, devoid of a mate mark. In the face of Qing Yi's menace, Ruan Ruan smirked playfully, pivoting to embrace Shiryu, her hand caressing his cheek as she pressed her lips against his cool ones. The intoxicating scent of her pheromones enveloped Shiryu, and the soft warmth of her lips sent an electrifying sensation coursing through his body, causing his earlobes to flush crimson. "She is conscious, initiating the kiss with me." Realizing the implications, Shiryu's previously dull gaze brightened, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Ruan Ruan's waist, deepening the kiss. A flow of ethereal energy surged between their lips, dispelling the weight of his earlier fatigue and bestowing a luminous sheen upon the scales of his serpentine tail. Meanwhile, Qing Yi stood in shock, her heart filled with bitterness and envy as she grappled with the reality that Ruan Ruan had dared to kiss Shiryu in her presence. That wretched beast! How dare she? Ruan Ruan reveled in Qing Yi's wrath, eagerly reciprocating Shiryu's affectionate gestures. Establishing their claim was a matter of necessity, yet her motives extended beyond mere displays of affection. Acknowledging that Qing Yi would not permit their easy escape, she sought to fortify the bond between herself and Shiryu while replenishing his energy reserves. "Enough of this. Do you think I am invisible?" Qing Yi could no longer contain her outrage, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. "What, are you envious? I've witnessed many a lovesick creature, but never a serpent so desperate. I'm intrigued to see how painfully you can make my demise. Those belongings are not yours to take, and as for Shiryu, he is exclusively mine. If you possess any courage, come and try to seize him. Ruan Ruan turned, chin held high, her every movement exuding defiance and beauty. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat, drawn closer to Ruan Ruan. She just declared me hers. You lowly female, how audacious. Ving yi retorted, Shiyu. You must realize that while Heisang was previously a mere 4th-tier threat, he is now at the 5th tier. His earth-based abilities are a direct counter to you. Furthermore, that 3rd-tier spirit cat possesses no combat prowess, merely a liability. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Qing Yi's chest heaved with agitation as she grasped Heisang's arm, pulling him protectively in front of her. As long as Heisang can hold Shiryu at bay, I will effortlessly eliminate that spirit cat. That 3rd-tier wretch will perish under my venom. Shiryu, I will show you who your true choice should be. The elemental abilities of the beast realm align with the principles of the 5 elements, embodying the concept of mutual generation and restriction. Ruan Ruan's gaze sharpened with realization. She understood Qing Yi's strategy. Shiryu's latent water-based abilities, which he had yet to reveal, would effectively counter the very skills that posed a threat to him. Heisang, restrain Shiryu while I dispatch that female. Remember, do not harm Shiryu. If you comply, I shall grant you the chance to sire offspring. Qing Yi whispered enticingly as she rested a hand on Heisang's back. For years, Qing Yi had been unable to forget Shiryu, and now that fate had reunited them, she would not allow that wretched cat to claim the male she desired. Yes, mistress. Heisang nodded obediently, yet the flames of jealousy burned fiercely in his crimson eyes. He had long been aware of Qing Yi's lingering affection for Shiryu, and to earn her approval, he had tirelessly trained, even consuming the essence of his kin to barely attain the 5th tier, at which point Qing Yi had finally acknowledged him. But what had Shiryu done? Nothing at all, and yet he stood there, effortlessly garnering all of Qing Yi's attention. How unjust! Shiryu, this time, I shall not let you escape. The glint of malice flashed in Heisang's eyes as he summoned a formidable surge of brass-hued energy, forming a natural armor of earthy shields upon his arms, charging towards Ruan Ruan and Shiryu. Shiryu swiftly pulled Ruan Ruan behind him, his tail acting as a barrier. The anticipated impact, however, did not land upon his tail. Instead, a cloud of dust erupted as Heisang's near full-force punch collided with a wall of woven vines, shattering the earthen armor that shielded his arm. Stunned, Heisang stared in disbelief, the resilience of the vines forcing him to stumble backward. As Qing Yi prepared to advance, she suddenly found her limbs ensnared by vines that had emerged from the shadows, rendering her immobile. You are correct. While your male's earth abilities may counter Shiryu's, you fail to anticipate that I possess abilities of my own. Earth may subdue water, but what overcomes earth? The melodious and crisp voice of Ruan Ruan echoed as she gracefully emerged from behind Shiryu. In her hand, swirling waves of emerald-hued spiritual energy danced, a lively vine coiling around her fingertip like a playful serpent. What? How is this possible? You're merely a 3rd-tier spirit cat. How could you possess supernatural abilities? Heisang was taken aback. No, this cannot be. There are only a handful of females with supernatural powers in this world. Qing Yi's lips trembled, her serpent-like eyes filled with disbelief. As far as she was aware, only a few priestesses among females possess such powers. And it was a rarity for a female to have such abilities, something even a matriarch of their kind would lack. How could it manifest in a mere 3rd-tier spirit cat? Indeed, just a 3rd tier. Heisang, stop Shiryu. I will certainly eliminate her. You dare. Chapter 51. Then let us battle. Shiryu's voice was a fierce command as he transformed into his colossal anaconda form, his emerald eyes gleaming with lethal intent, instilling fear in all. The more you cherish her, the more I shall ruin her. Usher Yi-song, what are you waiting for? Attack. Qing Yi's teeth clenched, the taste of blood filling her mouth. The male I desire, even if he has a female, must be taken from her. Without Ruan Ruan, Shiryu will enter his heat cycle once more. At that time, I will forcefully mark him until he willingly submits. He sang, gathering all his strength. struck the wall of entwined vines that Ruan Ruan had conjured. Crack! The vine wall could no longer withstand the assault and shattered. Indeed, he is a fifth-tier beastman. Even with opposing powers, he is difficult to stop. Ruan Ruan instinctively stepped back. Spiritual treasure alert. Host's spiritual energy has been utilized up to 70. The consumption was alarmingly fast. However, she had already devised a strategy. You leave along this riverbank. I will hold them here. Shiryu's massive form shielded Ruan Ruan behind him, his crimson tongue flickering as he faced off against Haesang. He understood that although Ruan Ruan possessed wood-type supernatural abilities, her spiritual energy as a third-tier beastman was limited, and she could not maintain her powers for long. His own spiritual energy was also running low, leaving him only able to stall Haesang. If Qing Yi found an opening to strike Ruan Ruan, it would spell disaster. Ruan Ruan intentionally loosened the vines binding Qing Yi and softly said, "I will not leave you alone here. They never intended to let me go, so let us fight. You just focus on holding Haesang. Qing Yi cannot harm me." Ruan Ruan recognized that in Qing Yi's eyes, she was a vulnerability for Shiryu. But in her perspective, Qing Yi was also a weakness for Haesang. Now that her supernatural abilities were known to the enemy, she could not leave any future threats. And thus, both Qing Yi and Haesang must be eliminated. Shiryu's eyes displayed profound concern. In that moment, he was not afraid of his own demise alongside her, but rather worried about her safety. Before Shiryu could utter another word, Haesang charged forward. Shiryu swung his tail, forcefully repelling Haesang, preventing him from advancing a step closer to Ruan Ruan. You must be cautious. Shiryu had no other options at this moment than to trust Ruan Ruan. All right. Ruan Ruan nodded vigorously. Ruan Ruan. Shiryu's heart sank, yet he watched as Ruan Ruan sprang away from the fissures in the ground. You focus on him. Do not worry about me. Seeing that Qing Yi had already broken free from her restraints, Haesang disregarded everything, coiling his serpentine tail and charging toward Shiryu, their massive bodies intertwining as they bit and tore at each other. Shiryu's sharp scales acted like knives, inflicting countless wounds upon Haesang. Yet, Haesang seemed impervious to pain, remaining entangled with Shiryu, gnawing at his flesh. Ruan Ruan could not afford to delay. She swiftly gathered her remaining spiritual energy, directing her fingertips to unleash vines to obstruct Qing Yi's advance. Qing Yi's slender form skillfully slipped from Ruan Ruan's control, advancing closer along the vines, baring her venomous fangs to strike. Realizing the danger, Ruan Ruan severed the vines and transformed another into a long whip, striking fiercely at Qing Yi. Crack! Ah! The whip sliced through the air with a sharp sound, catching Qing Yi off guard, causing her to collapse in agony, motionless. Is she dead? Ruan Ruan furrowed her brow, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Qing Yi, wretched cat. Haesang released Shiryu, his powerful tail striking the ground, summoning a hardened earthen spike aimed directly at Ruan Ruan. Shiryu's eyes widened in alarm. He leaped over the fissures, landing beside Ruan Ruan, shattering the spike with his tail and charging back at Haesang. The immense disparity in spiritual energy began to tip the scales against Shiryu. Haesang showed no mercy. Each strike aimed at Shiryu's critical points, eager to inject venom directly into his heart. Qing Yi refused to allow him to harm Shiryu, yet he was determined to take his life. Only with Shiryu's demise could he fully possess Qing Yi's heart. Shiryu summoned the scales across his body, channeling his supernatural powers to manifest a barrage of water needles in the air. They appeared delicate, yet could effortlessly pierce through tree trunks. As the water needles struck Haesang, he howled in pain, hastily conjuring a dirt shield to block the barrage. Dust and smoke swirled, and Shiryu's serpentine tail trembled slightly. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Ruan Ruan sensed Shiryu's precarious situation and prepared to assist him, channeling her remaining energy into a net of vines. Countless vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Haesang from all directions. Caught off guard, he struggled against the restraints, his surrounding dirt shields crumbling away. Seizing the opportunity, Shiryu dove in, his massive form ensnaring Haesang, every muscle exuding terrifying pressure. Ah! He Sang's pained cries echoed as he attempted to muster his energy for defense, only to have Ruan Ruan's vines tighten around his throat, severing his attempt. Crack! Crack! Help! Help! As a venomous serpent, He Sang's bones could not withstand Shiryu's lethal grip, producing sounds of fracturing. His eyes rolling back as he glanced at the motionless Qing Yi on the ground. Huff! Huff! This strike nearly exhausted Ruan Ruan's remaining energy, and she gasped heavily, her vision darkening. However, as long as Shiryu's grip was secure, the opponent would lose all capacity for movement, sealing He Sang's fate to suffocate. Suddenly, ha ha ha! What are your powers? Just a third tier. You are out of energy. Prepara tout dit. To everyone's shock, Qing Yi, who had been lying still, suddenly sprang to life. Seizing the moment Ruan Ruan was recovering to launch a surprise attack, sinking her fangs deep into Ruan Ruan's arm, injecting venom into her bloodstream. She had feigned death, waiting for Ruan Ruan to assist Shiryu until her energy was depleted. From the very beginning, she had been using He Sang, never caring for his fate. Uritkid gut. With my serpent's poison, you are doomed. Hearing this, Ruan Ruan subtly curved her lips, raising her hand to precisely grasp Qing Yi's throat, wrenching her away from her arm. Chapter 52. You are safe, how wonderful. Shiryu felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing Ruan Ruan bitten. However, he was in the midst of a critical moment in strangling He Sang and could not afford to relent. If He Sang was not fully subdued, it would be disastrous. Planning to escape? Too late. Ruan Ruan tightened her grip around Qing Yi's neck, beginning to unleash the restorative effects of her spiritual well. Let me go. Let me go. Wretched cat. Let's see how long you can hold on. You are doomed for my serpent's poison. Qing Yi's maniacal laughter filled the air. Heh, you may be disappointed. Ruan Ruan's delicate lips parted slightly. Under a soft, milky glow, the puncture wounds on her arm from Qing Yi's bite healed instantly, leaving no trace behind. How is this possible? Qing Yi was astounded, her pupils trembling in terror. Ruan Ruan seized the opportunity, raising her fist and instantly tightening the vines around Qing Yi's throat. With a sharp crack, the neck of the figure in the green attire was abruptly severed, a stream of blood gushing forth from her mouth, accompanied by an expression of sheer disbelief as she succumbed to lifelessness. Witnessing the demise of his female companion, He Sang, in utter despair, opened his mouth in vain, his pupils gradually dilating, ultimately succumbing to the fatal grip of Shiryu, confirming that the adversary was irrevocably lifeless. Shiryu hastily released He Sang and rushed to Ruan Ruan's side, seizing her injured arm with urgency. I shall take you to seek the shaman. For a third-tier orc, being bitten by a bamboo leaf green snake is nearly a death sentence. Yet he cannot bear to witness Ruan Ruan's demise. Upon inspection, Shiryu was astonished to discover that there were no wounds on Ruan Ruan's arm. This was inconceivable, as she distinctly recalled seeing Qing Yi biting her. It is of no consequence. As they say, Qing Yi cannot possibly harm me. My wood-based abilities possess healing properties and provide immunity against snake venom. Ruan Ruan raised her arm and waved it in front of Shiryu. The tension in Shiryu's nerves suddenly relaxed, yet he gazed at the seemingly unscathed little cat before him, still filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Ruan Ruan's assistance just now, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to defeat He Sang, his female master. Has she truly become this formidable? Yet what of you? You are covered in injuries. Quickly, I have medicinal herbs to apply for you. Ruan Ruan was about to pick up the animal skin pouch on the ground when she was suddenly pulled into an embrace by the person before her. Shiryu's icy hands trembled slightly as they caressed Ruan Ruan's back, his voice hoarse with emotion. You're unharmed. That's truly wonderful. A warmth unfurled in Ruan Ruan's heart, indescribable yet undeniable. Though Shiryu had always appeared cold and distant, perhaps in his heart, he no longer held such resistance toward her. Gently pushing Shiryu away, Ruan Ruan's gaze fell upon his injuries, gaping wounds with flesh torn open, some even darkened and oozing blood. But he did not claim that snake venom could not affect you. Yet why does your delicate face appear so pale with fear, Ruan Ruan? It matters not. Our forest python possesses immunity to all snake venoms. The venom from He Sang cannot bring about my demise. Rather, it is my insufficient spiritual energy that hinders a swift antidote. Shiryu explained with words, though he was already feeling utterly drained. Winter is not his season of strength. Had he been at the zenith of his spiritual prowess, Heisang's provocations would have been silenced in less than 3 exchanges. Shiryu took a deep breath and turned his gaze upon Heisang's lifeless body. Drawing a bone knife from his waist, he swiftly sliced open Heisang's chest, revealing a soil-colored pearl. This is his inner core. All 5th-tier beastmen possess an inner core, which contains the essence of their cultivation. Among them, the qualities of anomalous beastmen are superior, and absorbing it would be beneficial for you. Shiryu retrieved the inner core, washed it clean in the river, and directly placed it into Ruan Ruan's hands. For me? Ruan Ruan's eyes brightened. Shiryu nodded, grasping the cool pearl in his hand. Ruan Ruan could faintly sense the surge of spiritual energy emanating from within. The inner elixir is exceptionally beneficial for the spiritual cultivation of low-tier beastmen and has a slight chance of enabling mutant beastmen to undergo extraordinary evolution. However, for Shiryu, a 5th-tier beastman already possessing an inner elixir, the benefits are considerably diminished, the spiritual treasure remarked. So that is how it is. You are injured. I can swim over by myself, Ruan Ruan said, gently placing her hand on Shiryu's large head, feeling a twinge of sympathy. During your red period, you must avoid catching a chill or coming into contact with water, Shiryu replied, lifting his entire head above the water surface to support Ruan Ruan. Upon hearing this, Ruan Ruan's heart was stirred. Indeed, the men of the beast world truly understand how to care for their females. Isn't this much better than those worthless men who only know how to say drink more hot water? Indeed, Ruan Ruan nodded in agreement. After successfully swimming across the river, Shiryu gently placed Ruan Ruan on the ground, casting a still somewhat wary glance toward the opposite shore. Fortunately, Shiryu seemed to exhale in relief, but could no longer maintain his composure. He clutched at a tree trunk to steady himself, nearly collapsing as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Shiryu! Ruan Ruan hurriedly grasped Shiryu's arm, only to witness his face as pale as a ghost, his lips tinged with a dark hue, and he appeared on the verge of losing consciousness. I am fine, I won't die, Shiryu insisted, mustering the strength to sit upright. Wiping the blood from his lips with his hand, yet the beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead betrayed his condition. What has happened to Lingbao? Ruan Ruan was in a state of panic. Do not fear, host. Your serpent master is temporarily affected by snake venom due to depleted spiritual energy. BSNN, which would ordinarily be fully immune to such a bite, is now enduring a painful detoxification process due to insufficient spiritual power. It is advisable to find a place for him to rest. To the northeast, approximately 200 meters away, there lies a cave. Please hold on. There's a cave over there. Let me guide you there to rest, Ruan Ruan whispered gently. Shiryu nodded weakly, and together, they supported each other as they made their way toward the cave. However, moments after their figures vanished from sight, the grass on the opposite bank stirred restlessly, and a fiery red flicker emerged from the dense thicket. Shiryu, is that you? Ruan Ruan helped Shiryu lean against the stone wall and retrieved a pouch filled with medicinal herbs. After preparing the remedies, she applied them to his wounds. Each bite inflicted by the Heisang had injected venom into Shiryu's body. The Hage snake was notoriously venomous, and now Shiryu felt as though countless insects were gnawing at him, engulfed in excruciating torment. The efficacy of the medicine spread, and the pain in the wound coursed through her like an electric shock. She lay curled on the ground with her eyes shut tight, enduring the agony that made her tremble all over, yet she resolutely clenched her teeth in silence. Chapter 53. I believe in you. Ruan Ruan raised her hand to rest upon Shiyu's forehead, only to discover that his bluish-green hair was already drenched in cold sweat. The venom of the black mulberry serpent ultimately left its mark on him. Relying on his innate immunity and spiritual energy to neutralize the toxin would prove to be a protracted and agonizing ordeal. Contemplating this, Ruan Ruan swiftly grasped Shiryu's arm, parting the herbs that covered his wound, and without hesitation, she began to suck the dark, toxic blood from the injury, expelling a substantial amount onto the ground. The lesser the residual poison within Shiryu, the swifter his recovery would be, thus alleviating his suffering. Noticing Ruan Ruan's actions, Shiryu jolted awake. his eyes wide open. "Mistress, do not move." Ruan Ruan unceremoniously grasped Shiryu's wound, methodically drawing out the venomous blood from each of the puncture marks left by the fangs. Shiryu was taken aback. In the realm of the beastly world, females are regarded as precious and noble beings, never allowing the blood of males to tarnish their forms, as such an occurrence is deemed inauspicious. Yet, she not only harbors no disdain, but even tends to his poisoned blood. Ruan Ruan's cherry-colored lips were stained a deep crimson with blood. As Shiryu gazed upon her, an inexplicable surge of warmth cascaded within her heart, a sensation both peculiar and overwhelming. Bah! As the final drop of venomous blood was drawn out, Ruan Ruan felt a soreness in her jaw. The once ominous and dark wound had regained its crimson hue, leaving only residual toxins lingering within Shiryu's meridians. "How do you feel now? Are you feeling any better?" Ruan Ruan looked up, only to be met by Shiryu's burning gaze. What an expression it was, an exquisite tenderness that flowed through his eyes and reached the corners, allowing Ruan Ruan to see her own silhouette reflected in his pupils. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked, somewhat flustered, as she fidgeted with the animal skin garment draped over her. "It's nothing. I just want to see you," Shiryu replied, raising his hand to gently wipe the bloodstains from Ruan Ruan's lips. A trace of warmth surfaced in his traditionally icy gaze, as if he wished to envelop the person before him. It was the first time Ruan Ruan had witnessed such gentleness from Shiryu, prompting her to sit cross-legged beside him and rest his head upon her lap. "Come a little closer. You will feel more comfortable." Shiryu slightly parted his lips, exhaling softly, offering no resistance as he turned to bury his head against Ruan Ruan's abdomen, appearing exceedingly obedient. As he absorbed the subtle aura emanating from her, Shiryu felt a profound relaxation wash over him, accompanied by an indescribable sense of happiness rising from deep within. "Do you know, I have never lain in your embrace like this before." Shiryu suddenly spoke, his gaze unfocused yet soft, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Ruan Ruan paused for a moment, raising her hand to gently caress SHY's head, and inquired following his words, "Had you ever contemplated this before?" SHY remained silent, his serpentine tail unconsciously curling, burying his head deeper against Ruan Ruan's form. "I have thought about it, yet it was merely a fantasy." For every instance of her approach had caused him pain. A glimmer of compassion appeared in Ruan Ruan's eyes, in her memories. When she first encountered SHY, he was exceedingly feeble, nearly bereft of mobility due to a prolonged absence of feminine spiritual nourishment. The original host had kissed his forehead, bestowing upon him vitality and inviting him to become her male counterpart, albeit with the condition of undergoing an imprinting process. After a long period of wandering, SHY's heart had stirred. She had been utterly deceived by the original host's hypocritical demeanor, leading her to consent and subsequently plunge into despair alongside others. "In truth, you needn't have confronted me and HIS-ing and Q-ing why so resolutely. After all, I had treated you quite poorly in the past, and you and that Q-ing why. Do not misunderstand." SHY abruptly lifted his head in alarm, grasping Ruan Ruan's arm. "It was because when I was in the snake forest, she desired me to be her male companion, but I refused. HIS-ing has always harbored feelings for her, thus developing animosity towards me. I assure you, there's never been anything between us. We have not even touched." "Ah, so it was a love triangle." Ingbi understood. Ruan Ruan couldn't help but laugh at SHY's flustered explanation, finding it amusing to witness the typically cold serpent in such a disarrayed state. Observing Ruan Ruan cover her mouth in laughter, SHY furrowed his brow. "Do you not believe me?" "Shoo!" Ruan Ruan raised her finger to gently press against SHY's cool lips. "I believe you." Feeling the warmth of her fingertip upon his lips, SHY could not resist the urge to reach out and lightly kiss her hand, his gesture as gentle as flowing water. "However, I have a question. Are you protecting me out of fear that if I perish, you too would be lost?" Ruan Ruan's inquiry was laden with trepidation. After spending 2 days alone with SHY, she could sense a shift in his previously frigid demeanor, his words and actions imbued with warmth. SHY stiffened, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. I was once fearful due to the imprinting. If you were to cease to exist, I too would follow suit within a short time. Yet today, my foremost concern is your safety." Upon finishing his words, countless intimate moments between them flashed through SHY's mind. The fervent kiss upon the ice, the restraint within the snake forest, and now he found himself uncertain as to when he had ceased to reject Ruan Ruan, even finding her rather endearing. While he could not ascertain much, he was certain she was no longer the wicked female she once was. A realization echoed within Ruan Ruan's mind, a smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to SHY, her tone teasing. "You care for me?" Their proximity was mere inches apart, and SHY's throat bobbed nervously as he averted his gaze, yet mumbled a response. Ruan Ruan chuckled. "LNBO, do you think I have successfully captured his heart? It's uncertain whether this serpent truly harbors affection for you, but at least he no longer wishes to harm you." Ruan Ruan felt a rush of embarrassment, grateful for her own survival. After a brief moment, SHY felt he had regained composure and resolutely led Ruan Ruan away from the vicinity of the snake forest, for he was more apprehensive of the dangers within than those lurking outside. Swish, swish, swish. Ruan Ruan was astonished. Was it possible for SHY to run so swiftly? At this pace, they would reach the tribe before nightfall. Meanwhile, within the LNMO tribe, "You too. Could you be any more useless? You still cannot rise. Are you trying to starve me? Had I known, I would have captured more males. Otherwise, I wouldn't be enduring hunger with you too." Who plopped down upon a stone bed, glaring at Ling and R with evident resentment. "Apologies, female master." They coughed. Ling raised his neck, but was met with excruciating pain from his wounds, uncontrollably breaking into a fit of coughs. "Useless beasts. This cannot continue. I must devise a plan." Chapter 54. Not a good beast. Who rolled her eyes and stepped outside the cave, gazing in the direction of Ruan Ruan's home. "Ah, look, there's a ready-made solution. Inside Ruan Ruan's cave. They should be arriving soon." Given the distance of the snake forest from the LNMO tribe, BIY leaned against the stone bed, savoring the lingering scent of Ruan Ruan's pheromones. But as she had been away for too long, the faint aroma was on the verge of dissipating. "I wonder if SHY is keeping her safe." "Do you all truly care that much?" LNCH scoffed, reclining against the cave wall like a lord, mocking them, though within he felt an inexplicable emptiness, having grown accustomed to Ruan Ruan's presence. Her sudden absence left him slightly disoriented. "Oh, go if you wish. I shan't accompany you." LNCH sprawled out on the stone bed. "Very well. You can watch the prey here. Yin, BIY, let us depart." LISN waved his arm, leading the others away. The previous day, they had set numerous traps in the forest for Ruan Ruan to catch wild rabbits, and today they intended to check for any success. Passing by the livestock pen, LNCH pushed open the bamboo door for inspection, finding the piglets and rabbits untroubled by the outside world's fears, contentedly sleeping after eating their fill. DBO and DBO, along with a few bamboo rats, vigilantly guarded the livestock pen, now sitting nearby, munching on bamboo while chatting away. "Nothing here." LNCH flicked his tail like a long whip. DBO's expression turned somewhat forlorn. "Understood. DBO and the others are diligently guarding the livestock pen. Regardless of who approaches, they will sound the alarm." Having witnessed LISN utterly overpower Ling and R, the tribe's beastmen were deterred from pursuing these prey, fearful of being treated like refuse and tossed aside. Here, LNCH found a thicket at the outskirts of the tribe and adeptly dug a hole in the ground to relieve himself, carefully covering it with snow afterward. Creak, creak. A barely perceptible sound of crunching snow reached his ears, and LNCH abruptly turned, barking. "Who goes there?" The surroundings fell silent for a few moments, and from the swaying shadows of the trees, a tiger's head slowly emerged from the darkness. The tiger bore a coat identical to LNCH's, its muscular physique well-defined, with copper-hued eyes gleaming. Although its size did not match LNCH's, its aura was extraordinary. Upon recognizing the tiger's appearance, LNCH's pupils dilated and his whiskers quivered. "What? After such a long separation? Do you not remember your elder sister?" The tiger spoke, revealing a mature woman's voice. Elder sister, how did you know I was here? And he stepped forward to nuzzle against the red tiger's head. This tiger was none other than L-Ing-Ch's twin sister, L-Ing-Yn. L-Ing-Ch held no resentment. Rather, he lowered his head. I'm sorry, elder sister. Upon hearing the words father, L-Ing-Ch's teeth clenched tightly. His tone filled with rage. Do not mention him. He does not deserve to be called my father. L-Ing-Ch, it has been so long. Why can you not let go? L-Ing-Yn stepped forward anxiously, only to see L-Ing-Ch's anger intensify. He caused our mother's death. And you, elder sister, have you truly forgiven him? L-Ing-Ch raised his gaze, tears shimmering in his eyes, yet he fought to suppress them. Hearing this, L-Ing-Yn took a deep breath, her voice thick with emotion. The events of that year are not as you perceive. Father had no other choice. And then what? Just let it go unresolved. He did not avenge our mother, instead retreating with the tribe. His fangs clenched. I will never forgive him, never. What does it matter to me? I am no longer a member of the YNH tribe. L-Ing-Ch turned his back. Moreover, she will not allow me to leave. She? You have a female now? Where is she? Is she from the L-Ing-Mo tribe? Let me see her. Ling Yin's eyes sparkled with joy. She understood that it was no easy feat for her brother to find a female companion given his temperament. It's better if you don't meet her. She's not a good beast. Ling Chu lay on the ground. Ling Chu, you must not speak of your female in such a manner. If you wish to avoid meeting her, that is acceptable. However, the Yenhu tribe currently requires your presence. I intend to plead with your female to persuade you to join me. Ling Yin's gaze dimmed, her feet hesitating for a moment, only to see Ling Chu seemingly resolute. She had witnessed how Ling Chu was expelled from the Yenhu tribe, and now she knew she had no right to demand anything from him. Very well, I respect your choice. As long as you and your female lead a good life, that is all that matters. Ling Yin murmured softly, turning away in dejection. Feeling the footsteps behind gradually fade, Ling Chu's claws dug fiercely into the ground, his mind tangled in turmoil. Meanwhile, the watchful Hua Hua, observing the situation from the shadows of the Ruan Ruan cave, smirked slightly. They're not here. What a splendid opportunity. Chapter 55, You Seek Death. Duobao, it is your turn to keep watch tonight. The elder brothers have already succumbed to slumber. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon us. Daba stretched languidly and, accompanied by several other bamboo rats, burrowed into the meticulously crafted den. The territory of the Lingmao clan is splendid, and the burrows they excavate are particularly cozy, allowing them to forego the necessity of forcibly diminishing their spiritual energy for winter hibernation. Indeed, suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the air, causing Duobao's keen ears to perk up instantly. He hastily discarded the bamboo he had been holding and rose to his feet. However, the disturbance was fleeting, and after gazing into the darkness of the tribe for a considerable time, he discerned nothing amiss. Startled, Xia Ben Shu took a leap, prompting Duobao to exhale in relief. Yet, just as he settled back down, a creaking noise erupted, followed by a plaintive meow and a startled cry. A shadow suddenly leaped from the side of the bamboo door, swiftly knocking Duobao to the ground. Before it could evade, Duobao let out a scream, only to realize that its assailant was, in fact, a large orange cat. In her transformed feline form, Ruhua offered Duobao no opportunity for resistance, directly lunging with her blood-stained maw to sink her teeth into his neck. Duobao, trembling in fear, seized a nearby bamboo stick and thrust it into Ruhua's mouth to thwart the impending blow. He then cried out loudly, "Brothers, help! Someone is attacking the livestock pen." Quickly informed the males of the female elder. Upon hearing the commotion, Dabao and the others hastily emerged from the cave, only to witness Hua's exquisite teeth ensnared within a bamboo tube, desperately thrashing its head. Yet, beneath its sharp claws, it firmly held onto Duobao. "Duobao!" Dabao exclaimed in alarm and hurriedly rushed to rescue Duobao. "Erbao, quickly seek out the male of the mistress and inform him that there has been an attack on the livestock enclosure." Upon encountering the second treasure, Hua employed both hands and feet to pry the bamboo tube from her mouth, exclaiming, "Bah! Despicable, foul-smelling bamboo rat. Seeking to deliver a message? Not a chance." With a sudden leap, it pounced upon Airbao, knocking him to the ground, and opened its mouth to sink its teeth into Airbao's belly. Airbao felt a searing pain that clouded his vision as delicate teeth pierced through his vulnerable abdomen, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, with blood gushing from a wound. Airbao, witnessing his younger brother being injured, Debao was consumed with fury. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, claws outstretched to hook Ruhua's hind leg before sinking his teeth in with a vicious bite. Ruhua's face contorted in agony as she grasped Debao's tail, attempting to pull him down. However, Debao, with eyes ablaze, sank his teeth fiercely into Ruhua's flesh, refusing to relent. Duo Bao, nursing his pained chest, unwilling to concede defeat, rose once more and began to gnaw at Ruhua's other leg. They had promised Ruan Ruan to guard the livestock pen, and they would not abandon their post. Sam Bao and Si Bao, witnessing their elder brother and youngest sibling detaining their adversaries, hastily dragged the barely conscious heir Bao to a place of safety. They then rushed out of the tribe in search of Ling Chu and the others. "You foul rat! Release me at once!" Ru Hua raised her paw high, and her sharp claws cruelly slashed across Debao's body, leaving him with deep lacerations and exposing his flesh. Dbo felt utterly drained, being violently hurled against the wall. The piglets within the livestock pen, alarmed by the commotion, huddled together in a state of panic. The mother rabbit clutched her belly tightly, cowering in the corner, too frightened to move. Helpless against the absolute dominance of class and spiritual power, Dbo found himself with no opportunity for resistance, his eyes bulging as he neared the brink of suffocation. "Release him," with a sharp reprimand. A white figure darted forth like a bolt of lightning, delivering a punch that sent Ru Hua soaring through the air. Ru Hua was utterly defenseless, her head snapping back violently as she was hurled against the stone wall. Blood immediately gushed from her nose and mouth upon impact. Ruan Ruan reached out to catch Duo Bao, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right, Duo Bao?" Ruan Ruan swiftly turned around and hurriedly lifted Airbao from the ground, only to discover that Airbao had sustained severe injuries to his abdomen, with blood completely drained and breath utterly extinguished. Debao, on the other hand, had suffered a considerable bump on his head from the fall, yet fortunately, his life was spared. Ruan Ruan clenched her fist tightly, and in an instant, her delicate pinkish golden eyes were shrouded in a thick veil of murderous intent. Before Arhu could rise, Ruan Ruan swiftly delivered a powerful kick, striking Arhu's face askew. In the next moment, she seized her by the throat, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour, exclaiming, "You seek death." Little did I anticipate her ruthless actions, as she directly took the life of Airbao. How shocking. Ru Hua let out a heart-wrenching scream, the immense sound attracting the attention of the tribespeople, including Mila. "Stop. Ruan Ruan, have you lost your mind? Quickly, release Ru Hua." Mila barked an order, hastily summoning her male companion to approach and attempt to seize Ruan Ruan, only to be intercepted by Shiryu. Shiryu's robust serpentine tail struck the ground with force, while his crimson tongue flickered menacingly, warning, "Whoever dares to come close shall meet their demise." Under the menacing gaze of Shiryu, all the spirit cats hesitated to advance. Abu instinctively glanced at Mila, feeling a retreating impulse beneath his feet. This serpent beast was overwhelmingly powerful. They were no match for it. Ruan Ruan, exhilarated from the fight, shook off her slightly aching arms and unceremoniously tossed Ru Hua to the ground. In contrast, Ru Hua had been reduced to a pitiful state, her face a grotesque mess, with her features askew and a mixture of saliva and blood smeared across her countenance, lying unconscious on the ground. "Ruan Ruan, you wicked femme fatale. Your cruelty knows no bounds. Why must you strike Ru Hua?" Mila stepped forward, her voice laced with accusation. "I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize who she was and mistook her for a poacher." Ruan Ruan raised her hand to wipe away the droplets of blood splattered on her face, cradling the lifeless body of Erbao in her arms, her eyes glimmering with a terrifying redness. although she held no deep affection for these bamboo rats. The fact that they were innocently slain while under her care in the livestock pen could not simply be overlooked. As Mira was on the verge of erupting, she caught sight of the high priest approaching from a distance and immediately began to feign composure, exclaiming, "Did you not see anything clearly? Ruan possesses a noble status as a third-tier female. There is no justification for your actions in treating her in such a manner. It is one thing to disregard my presence, but do not forget the esteemed presence of the Grand Priest. How splendid! After countless days of failing to catch you in any mistakes, I have finally taken decisive action, reducing the enchanting Ruan to such a state. I shall eagerly await your explanation to the Grand Priest." Chapter 56. What happens when we are born together? The Ling Miao priest slowly approached from a distance, coming to a halt amidst the crowd, his tone imbued with weariness. Ruan Ruan noticed that after several days of absence, the Ling Miao priest's complexion had grown exceedingly pale, as if he had endured a grave illness. How could one's cultivation lead to such a state? Revered priest, Ruan Ruan has succumbed to madness, ruthlessly turning against her own kin. As you can see, Ruan has already lost consciousness. Mila stepped forward, her dark visage adorned with an exaggerated semblance of sorrow. In the face of Mila's accusations, Ruan Ruan did not regard her with any significance, nor did she offer an immediate explanation. Instead, she leaned against Shiryu, awaiting the words of the Ling Miao priestess. At this moment, within the entirety of the Ling Miao clan, no beast posed a challenge to her, save for this enigmatic and somewhat peculiar Ling Miao priestess, who evoked a sense of caution in Ruan Ruan. Uncertain of her true nature, Ruan Ruan was reluctant to engage in conflict with her. The Ling Miao priestess cast her gaze over the scene, spotting the lifeless body of the bamboo rat cradled in Ruan Ruan's arms, and the bloodstains on the ground made her heart sink with understanding. Nevertheless, she followed Myra's lead and inquired, "Ruan Ruan, the events of the past are behind us. Why did you still resort to violence against Ruan?" The Ling Miao priestess raised her eyes, her tone not harsh, though her inquiry was pointed as she surmised that Ruan had instigated Ruan Ruan once again. Aware of the underlying truth, the Ling Miao priestess adhered to the necessary protocol of questioning. Ruan Ruan understood the priestess's intentions and recognized her as a reasonable ally. She no longer felt the need to hold back. "Please, priestess, consider this. Ruan came under the cover of night to steal my food and brutally killed my bamboo rat friend. In a moment of rage, I acted against her." Ruan Ruan's grip on air bow tightened, her eyes filled with sorrow. On the ground, Duo Bao clutched a bough, weeping uncontrollably. His second brother had perished, and after only a few days of peace, he had been savagely bitten to death, while his elder brother lay gravely injured. Mira, however, remained somewhat protective of Ruan. As the leader she had nurtured, Mira deserved a measure of respect from Ruan Ruan. After all, if Ruan Ruan did not meet Myra's expectations, the Ling Miao clan would still rely on Myra's leadership, especially considering the pressing concerns of the tribe and the many females that could fall prey to the vile bamboo rats. Mira cast a disdainful glance at Duo, Bao, and the others, expressing her contempt. Her words caused a ripple of anxiety among the young females of the clan, who had no males to depend on. Who would set their sights on you? A bunch of wretched cats. Duo Bao spat in frustration. What a ridiculous notion. Do you expect a rat to fancy a cat? Would they willingly walk into our mouths? Ruan Ruan found the idea laughable. "You," Mira retorted. "Regardless of the circumstances, you have violated the clan's rules. If we do not penalize you, what will stop you from bringing in bamboo, rats today, and other nuisances tomorrow? What do you think the Ling Miao clan is?" Mira glared at Ruan Ruan, her words unwavering. In the beastly world, interclan exchanges were commonplace. Many females without suitable males would accept males from other clans to ensure reproduction, which strengthened the tribe through diversity. However, the Ling Miao clan was notoriously insular. Mira scorned males from other clans, forbidding the females of her tribe from accepting outsiders. Ruan Ruan was an exception, having taken in 5 males from other tribes, which infuriated Mira to no end. Suddenly, a slightly older female beastman, bloodied and frantic, dashed towards them. Weren't you assisting Ahua with her delivery? Why are you here?" Another female inquired. Xiang is in distress and about to give birth as well. She asked me to find Ruan Ruan for some hemostatic herbs. Otherwise, a Hua may bleed to death. What? The Ling Mao priestess's expression turned grave. The birth of cubs was of utmost importance, and even someone of her stature would be deeply concerned. Ruan Ruan frowned. Recalling that both a Hua and a Xiang had been visibly pregnant, she hadn't expected their deliveries to coincide. Ruan Ruan, do you have any herbs? The Ling Mao priestess asked, puzzled. In her many years, she had encountered numerous shamans, yet had never met a female shaman knowledgeable in herbs. Yes, Ruan Ruan nodded, slightly opening her bee skin bag. As the contents, brimming with various herbs, became visible, the onlookers were left in awe. How had Ruan Ruan gathered so many fresh herbs in the depths of winter? Although the Ling Mao priestess did not recognize the specific herbs, her keen sense of smell detected their potent fragrance, deepening her gaze toward Ruan Ruan. Very well. Come with me to a Hua's dwelling. We shall set aside the matter of Ru Hua for now. Ru Hua. Mira was taken aback. Just like that. Duo Bao. Give the blood-activating herbs to Dabao. They will heal his head injury. I will provide you with an explanation for today's events. Ruan Ruan hastily handed several herbs, along with Air Bao's corpse, to Duo Bao, then hurriedly followed the Ling Mao priestess. Duo Bao, cradling his two brothers, wiped away his tears. He held no grudges against anyone. They had chosen to stay with Ruan Ruan, and now Air Bao's death was simply fate. Mira shot a furious glare at Shiryu, who lingered behind. What? Do you wish to be like her? Shiryu raised her eyes to meet Mira's, her tail pointing at Ru Hua on the ground. With Ru Hua in tow. We shall leave. You best keep up your arrogance. Wait and see. Mira, unwilling to confront Shiryu directly, could only depart in frustration. As Mira's group receded into the distance, Shiryu coughed quietly, clutching her chest, and recounted the day's events. What? How could this happen? Where has Ling Chu gone? I distinctly told him to watch over the livestock pen. How dare he leave on his own? Laysen's face was etched with self-reproach. Had he known Ling Chu was unreliable, he would have left someone else in the cave. Shiryu, are you injured? You noticed the wounds on Shiryu's body. Did you encounter danger? Is the mistress all right? Is she hurt anywhere? Bai Yi's concern was palpable, as his thoughts were solely with Ruan Ruan. The mistress is fine. There is a female in labor, and she has gone to assist. Shiryu, feeling faint from the lingering effects of poison, leaned against the cave wall, her eyelids heavy. I'll go see. Without hesitation, Bai Yi stood up and left. At that moment, push a Xiang push. Just as Ruan Ruan approached a Hua's cave entrance, the anguished cries from within startled her, and the overwhelming scent of blood assailed her senses. Chun Shan supported the still healing Shi, anxiously peering into the cave, tears brimming in her eyes. Males were not permitted inside during a female's labor. They could only fret outside. Greetings, priestess. Ruan Ruan, you've come. Please, I beg you, save a Hua. Shi rushed to greet the priestess, then turned to pull Ruan Ruan towards her, the urgency causing her wound to throb painfully. Bai Yi. Ruan Ruan glanced up to see Bai Yi, covered in snowflakes, looking worn from travel. Shi paid no mind to Bai Yi, kneeling before Ruan Ruan instead. Ruan Ruan, I know you are skilled with herbs. You saved my life when I was near death. Surely, you can save a Hua too, right? Traditionally, shamans were male, and females did not assist in deliveries. Now, Shishi's hopes rested entirely on Ruan Ruan. Calm down. I need to assess the situation before anything can be done. If you delay further, we may lose the chance to help. Ruan Ruan patted Bai Yi's arm in understanding and walked past Shishi into the cave. CC, still haunted by the sight of Yu's bloodied hands, was unable to contain her tears. The Ling Mao priestess looked on with exasperation, using her staff to poke Shishi sharply. As a male, why are you crying? A Hua has yet to shed a tear. Do not embarrass yourself here. Remain silent. Startled, Shishi immediately bent down, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. As Ruan Ruan approached the stone bed, she found a Xiang and a Hua lying side by side, clutching their distended bellies, both drenched in sweat. A Xiang screamed in agony, while a Hua lay limp beneath the blood-soaked fur blanket, gasping for breath. Shishi's mother, in a frenzy, approached Ruan Ruan and the Ling Mao priestess, her forehead glistening with sweat. Greetings, Ling Mao priestess. Ruan Ruan, look at a Hua. She has been bleeding profusely and is on the verge of death. Yet the cubs refuse to come. What are we to do? Ruan Ruan hastily lifted the blanket from Ahua and gasped in shock. Quickly, she retrieved some hemostatic herbs from her bag. Shishi's mother, go outside and find Bai. Have him help you boil these herbs in a bamboo tube until it becomes a strong broth. Bring it back for Ahua to drink and do it swiftly. Understood. Hurriedly nodded, taking the herbal medicine and rushing outside. Upon seeing Bai, she immediately grabbed him and pulled him away. Hey, what are you doing? Bai stumbled, bewildered. Your family Ruan Ruan asked you to help me prepare the herbal medicine. Oh, Ruan Ruan tapped her temple and summoned Ling Bao. Ling Bao, quickly help me assess the situation of these two. Ding. After testing, the nearby A Xiang is in a normal birthing process but is somewhat fatigued. The individual in front of you, Ahua, is in a precarious situation. The position of the fetus is incorrect, and she has lost excessive blood. What are the solutions? Ruan Ruan, not being a trained medic and unfamiliar with childbirth, was fortunate to have Ling Bao's assistance. After the herbal medicine stops the bleeding, manually adjust the fetal position. Ling Bao will assist throughout the process. Ruan Ruan retrieved a piece of roasted meat from the Ling Quan's space and forced it into Xiang's mouth, who was still screaming. Xiang, bear with it and try not to scream. Eat this meat to regain your strength. You assist Xiang with a birth. I'll take care of Hua. All right. Ayu nodded quickly, wiping her hands with a beast hide cloth. Filled with admiration for Ruan Ruan, a female who has never given birth, yet understands childbirth and herbal medicine. Truly impressive. Xiang was drenched in sweat from the pain. But after chewing the meat, she felt significantly better. It's Ruan Ruan. Thank you. It's nothing. Ruan Ruan smiled gently. The Ling cat priest, who had been silently observing from the side, watched Ruan Ruan as flurry of activity with increasing admiration in her eyes. Shortly after, West Mother rushed into the cave with a bamboo tube of herbal soup. It was the first time Ruan Ruan had seen her run so fast. Help her up. Ruan Ruan climbed onto the stone bed. Ahua's eyes were but a thin slit, a haunting groan escaping her throat, her lips as pale as paper. Ruan Ruan grasped Ahua's chin and forcefully poured the herbal soup down her throat. The concentrated medicine took effect swiftly, and Ahua's bleeding soon ceased. As Ahua's eyes opened, she caught sight of the person before her, a flicker of surprise flashing in her pupils. Ahua, next I will help you adjust the fetal position. It may be quite painful, so try not to move. Ruan Ruan rolled up her sleeves. MHM. Ahua leaned against West Mother, biting her lip tightly. Had this been before, she would never have believed Ruan Ruan. But witnessing her own West recover had instilled trust in her heart. Ruan Ruan encouraged herself, following Ling Bao's guidance, twisting with strength in a clockwise motion. Ahua screamed in pain, gripping the quilt beneath her tightly, refusing to budge. After several attempts, beads of sweat formed on Ruan Ruan's forehead, but she ultimately succeeded in adjusting the fetal position. With the sounds of two newborns crying, Xiang and Ahua simultaneously gave birth. They're here. Both are male cubs. Ayu and West Mother beamed with joy. However, upon seeing the newly born cubs, Ruan Ruan was taken aback. For they were not babies but tiny kittens, each the size of a palm, mewing softly. She had anticipated several due to their large bellies, but was surprised to find they were singletons. How could it be so difficult to give birth to such tiny ones? Host is unaware, as the birth canal of females in the beast world is generally narrow, hence cubs are born in their original form. After a month, they will transform into baby form, and the birth probability of male and female cubs is 100-to-1. What? It takes 100 births to have a single female? No wonder females are so precious, Ruan Ruan realized. Quickly, let me see. Ahua weakly extended her hand. Ruan Ruan hurriedly wiped the little kitten clean and gently placed it on Ahua's chest. Ahua reached out, carefully stroking the little creature's head. Her eyes filled with affection. Ruan Ruan, thank you. You are truly a good beast. You saved West, and now saved me and the cub. I truly don't know how to repay you. Ahua, filled with gratitude, got off the stone bed and bowed to Ruan Ruan while holding the little cub. In that moment, her perception of Ruan Ruan completely changed. Hey, no, you just gave birth. You need to rest properly. By the way, West Mother, take this herbal medicine. You must brew it for Hua to drink every day for 3 consecutive Sundays to prevent any further bleeding. Ruan Ruan quickly helped Ahua up, rummaging through the beast hide bag for several herbs to hand over. Ahua was the most powerful amongst the second-tier females of the Ling Cat clan, possessing significant influence. Ruan Ruan's assistance to her would also pave the way for her own future. Yes, thank you, Ruan Ruan. You have saved us once again. If there is anything we can do to help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. West Mother wiped her tears continuously. The perilous nature of childbirth for females meant that Ahua had truly come close to losing her life. Observing the 2 hungry little kittens, the Ling Cat priest wore a rare smile. Ruan Ruan, you are commendable. The continuation of the clan primarily relies on the birth of new cubs. Ruan Ruan not only saved 2 lives, but also brought hope to the Ling Cat clan. Hearing the praise from the Ling Cat priest, Ruan Ruan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Upon exiting the cave, they coincidentally encountered the late-arriving Mila. Ah, the Ling Cat priest is also here. How are Ahua and you? Did the cubs arrive? Do we need to summon the shaman? Mila feigned concern, leaning towards the entrance of the cave, but instinctively covered her nose upon catching a whiff of the blood scent. Mila was momentarily silenced by the Ling Cat priest's words. Casting a sidelong glance at Ruan Ruan, priest, whether Ruhua truly went poaching is still uncertain, but Ruan Ruan indeed struck against her own kind. Do you truly intend to condone her actions? Today she attacked Ruhua. Will she next mount others? Ruan Ruan crossed her arms. Ha, indeed. She meant to ride on her head. Bai instinctively shielded Ruan Ruan, his gaze toward Mila filled with defiance. The Ling Cat priest closed her eyes briefly. Enough. Ruan Ruan just saved precious cubs. We shall not pursue this matter further. Mila, as the clan leader, your duty is to manage the clan and lead it toward prosperity. Do not indulge certain females in causing havoc within the tribe. Mila opened her mouth but dare not say more, her heart filled with unease. Why is the Ling Cat priest protecting the despicable Ruan Ruan? Could it be? Mila's thoughts abruptly halted as Ruan Ruan's brow furrowed. What could it be that was left unsaid, leaving her anxious? Yes. Mila lowered her gaze, unwilling to speak further. She had now decided to consider Ruan Ruan as her second choice. In the days to come, she would spare no effort to help Ruan Ruan reach the 4th tier. Though Ruan Ruan had displayed capabilities surpassing Mila's, lacking formidable strength would not ensure the protection of the clan. All right, Ruan Ruan nodded, puzzled, increasingly sensing that the Ling Cat priest seemed to be quite protective of her. This is not protection, it is understanding. Mila is clearly not a good person. Fortunately, the Ling Cat priest is sensible. Otherwise, life would be even more difficult for you, host. Indeed, what are you 2 doing? Ruan Ruan was taken aback. After a moment of silence, she reached out to pull Ling Chu up. Get up. No one could have anticipated this situation. The outcome cannot be changed by punishing you. Just be mindful next time. I'll go check on Duo Bao and the others. Hearing this, Ling Chu was filled with surprise. Did she not blame her? Upon arriving at the livestock pen, Duo Bao and the others were still immersed in the sorrow of losing their kin, tears in their eyes, yet they steadfastly guarded their prey. Do not blame you, my esteemed matriarch. It is we who have taken on this burden, merely to seek your sustenance. Thus, irrespective of what transpires, we harbor no resentment towards you. Yet we, the herbivores, find ourselves no match for the carnivores. That plump feline is exceedingly malevolent. Dabao clenched his claws tightly. Rest assured, one day I shall possess the authority over the fate of this tribe, and at that time, I shall ensure that those who ought to pay the price will indeed pay it. Chapter 59. The Appearance of Home. Ah, I believe in you, dear sister. As long as you do not cast us aside, we shall follow you from now on, and we will serve you diligently. Duo Bao reached out, grasping Ruan Ruan's arm affectionately. If only I could grow up to be as formidable as you, dear sister. Alas, I am but a feeble bamboo rat. Surely, you would not desire my company. I admire you so much, sob sob. Duo Bao's mind still lingered on the image of Ruan Ruan charging forth to deliver a resounding blow to the formidable Hua, which filled him with awe. Haha, splendid. Ruan Ruan acknowledged Duo Bao's heartfelt sentiments with a dry chuckle, yet an ominous feeling suddenly crept over her. Ling Bao stifled a laugh. By the way, my esteemed matriarch, did you encounter that villain during your visit to the snake forest? De Bao, biting into a sweet potato, suddenly inquired. Villain? Are you referring to a black snake and a green snake? The fleeting images of He Sang and Qing Yi crossed Ruan Ruan's mind. No, that villain is a large black snake, exuding an exceptionally potent spiritual energy, adorned with patterns, and frighteningly, it possesses a pair of enormous eyes on its back. As De Bao spoke, his fur bristled in terror, revealing his fear. In order to survive, bamboo rats must frequently venture into the snake forest in search of sustenance, especially during winter. Consequently, many first-tier and lower bamboo rats become prey for the snakes within, making them quite familiar with the forest perils. Listening to De Bao's description, Ruan Ruan felt utterly perplexed. What snake has eyes on its back? That massive serpent consumes its own kind and has devoured many of our kin. I witnessed it swallow another snake whole. Thank heavens you did not encounter it. Otherwise, you would surely have faced dire danger. De Bao's incisors trembled. Ruan Ruan stroked her chin, recalling that many snake species engage in cannibalism, albeit limited to those devoid of intelligence, specifically those below the first tier without the wisdom of beastmen. However, from De Bao's account, that serpent's rank must be quite considerable. The snake forest spans an immense area, and Ruan Ruan ensured you had merely strolled along the outskirts before encountering He Sang and Qing Yi, who sought trouble. The depths undoubtedly concealed even greater threats. Yin felt a pang of tenderness in his heart and quickly rose to brush off the mat on the ground, placing it beside the fire. Having not seen Ruan Ruan for 2 days, she had filled his dreams. Yet, he noticed Ruan Ruan did not approach, but instead walked directly toward Shiryu, who lay on the stone bed. The light in Yan's eyes dimmed. Indeed, after spending a few days alone with Shiryu, Ruan Ruan now gazed at him. Shiryu, how do you feel? Ruan Ruan raised her hand to examine Shiryu's wounds, relieved to see they no longer bled. However, Shiryu's complexion was extraordinarily pale. His thin lips pressed tightly together, his form curled up on the stone bed, eyelashes fluttering, appearing frail like a delicate beauty. Upon seeing Ruan Ruan approach, Shiryu mustered his strength to rise, resting his head gently on Ruan Ruan's thigh. Observing Shiryu's actions, Bai Yi's expression shifted. His greatest fear had manifested. Shiryu, who had always been indifferent towards Ruan Ruan, had begun to draw closer to her after just 2 days of solitude. Could it be that they had? Shiryu, what is wrong? Ruan Ruan exclaimed in alarm, shaking Shiryu's serpentine head gently. Yet, Shiryu's eyelids remained tightly shut, his tongue half extended, his entire body limp and motionless. Gone? Bai Yi's slender fingers tapped the stone bed, his tone devoid of emotion. Just as well, one less competitor for him. Upon hearing this, several beastmen immediately gathered around. Ling Bao's words acted as a reassurance for Ruan Ruan, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Do not speak carelessly, Bai Yi. Shiryu is merely injured and requires a winter slumber to recuperate. Ruan Ruan laid Shiryu down, covering him with a beast skin blanket. Ah, is that so? Bai Yi's expression visibly shattered, his foxtail drooping behind him, his cold gaze flickering over Ruan Ruan before he seated himself by the fire. Ruan Ruan's body stiffened. It was evident she was protective of Shiryu, or perhaps not. My matriarch, look, this bamboo door has been completed, though it is quite large, still allowing some wind to seep through. Lei Sun propped up a massive bamboo door he had fashioned. Although it was called a door, it resembled a woven bamboo wall, with a small passage left in the center for humans to traverse. Lei Sun lowered his head to conceal the joy in his eyes. Being able to assist Ruan Ruan truly delighted him. Several beastmen worked together to secure the large bamboo wall firmly at the cave entrance. Ruan Ruan took some clay and meticulously sealed the junction between the cave wall and the bamboo wall. The winter chill made the air dry. Thus, the clay would harden considerably within a day or two. Ruan Ruan applied the remaining clay to the stone stove, giving it the rustic charm of a countryside hearth. Ling Chu busied himself, yet his gaze wandered towards Ruan Ruan. Had he truly not faced punishment for his misdeeds? Ling Chu! Ruan Ruan's unexpected call startled Ling Chu, causing the rabbit's skin he held to fall to the ground. What is it? Ling Chu awkwardly picked up the rabbit skin, clutching it in his hands, deliberately avoiding Ruan Ruan's gaze. Ruan Ruan's lips twitched. Was she truly that frightening? Chapter 60. His unique affection, yes. I placed it behind the cave. Ling Chu note that? Seemingly relieved. It appeared she genuinely had no intention of punishing him with the imprint. Ruan Ruan's brow furrowed. Indeed, Ling Chu was quite the character. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. Was that imprint truly so terrifying? Of course. The effects of the imprint are akin to being devoured by 1,000 ants, a torment both mental and physical, a veritable nightmare for males. Some males, unable to endure the suffering of the imprint, have resorted to self-termination. Is it really that exaggerated? Hearing Ling Bao's words, Ruan Ruan instinctively glanced at the imprint on her palm, an abstract design resembling a cat. Noticing her movement, the beastmen present stiffened, their expressions tinged with fear. Could she have her called something? What does she intend to do with the imprint? What is happening? Perceiving their unspoken thoughts, Ruan Ruan hastily feigned nonchalance. Concealing her hand behind her, Ahem, it is getting late. Let us take a rest. Only after confirming that Ruan Ruan remained composed did the others finally relax. Ruan Ruan lay upon the stone bed, sending her consciousness once more into the Ling Quan space to begin cultivating using He Sang's inner Dan. Having dealt a severe blow to Hua, she should not be out and about causing trouble for some time. Thus she would seize this opportunity to refine her skills. Ruan Ruan distinctly sensed her spiritual power advancing significantly towards the 4th tier. Yet, before she could absorb much, the inner Dan diminished rapidly until it vanished entirely. Was it exhausted so soon? Ruan Ruan felt utterly flabbergasted. It was more rapid than the consumption of Kulachi's lip gloss. The efficacy of the inner Dan lies in its capacity to enhance spiritual power. When utilized within the Ling Quan space, the effects are remarkably amplified and absorption occurs swiftly. Moreover, this particular inner Dan lacks purity. It resembles one hastily elevated to the 5th tier before crystallization, hence its rapid depletion. Ling Bao e Lu see that? There are numerous methods for the orcs to enhance their spiritual power, including the consumption of rare herbs and treasures, individual cultivation, and the absorption of spiritual energy from their own kind. However, the majority of orcs tend to shun the latter approach, as it is considered an illicit and forced means of enhancement. In reality, their combat prowess cannot compare to that of a standard 5th-tier orc, and it contravenes the rules of the Orcish world, ultimately leading to grave consequences. Understanding this, Ruan Ruan nodded slightly, yet she felt an unexpected tension in her body, as if ensnared by something. Hastily, she withdrew her consciousness from the spatial realm. Tentatively, she cracked her eyes open just a sliver, and 2 fluffy white ears came into view. It was Bai Yi, who had wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his head upon her bosom, utterly still. Was he asleep? Ruan Ruan lifted her finger and gently poked Bai Yi's fox ear. The sensation was soft, with a hint of fluffiness. Seemingly tickled, Bai Yi's ear instinctively twitched, while his tail wrapped around Ruan Ruan's thigh, resting against her as his breathing remained steady. Ruan Ruan found it incomprehensible that a male beast man could possess such a delightful fragrance. Looking up, Yin and a few others lay beside her, neither too far nor too close, already deep in slumber. After all, a few minutes in the Ling Quan space equates to several hours in the outside world. A gentle smile graced Bai Yi's lips, his eyes sparkling with delight as he tightened his embrace around Ruan Ruan, relishing this moment of warmth that belonged solely to him. Early the next morning, Ruan Ruan made her way to the Ling Mao shaman's cave, eager to see if there was something she needed. Upon entering, she found the shaman seated cross-legged on a stone bed, drenched in cold sweat, with orange currents of energy spiraling around her, a rather eerie sight. Sensing her presence, the shaman immediately retracted her spiritual power and opened her eyes wide. "Shaman, what do you need from me?" Ruan Ruan gently nodded. The spirit cat priest let out a deep sigh, releasing her legs. "Come here, sit." Ruan Ruan hesitated for a moment, yet eventually walked over and seated herself beside the stone bed. Just as Ruan Ruan drew near, the expression on the spirit cat priest's face shifted. "Do you practice every day?" The aura of spiritual energy emanating from her has remarkably intensified compared to yesterday. Leaned in, nodding to acknowledge the heartfelt sentiments of the Ling Mao Si. To her astonishment, she realized how remarkable her talent was, coupled with her diligent efforts, which she had previously overlooked. Embarrassed, remarked, 50% effort, 50% external assistance. The expression on the Ling Mao Si's face softened instantly as she grasps wrist firmly. Do not move. I shall not harm you, the Ling Mao Si asserted, tightening her grip. In the next moment, felt a tingling sensation at the point of contact, as though a current of electricity surged beneath her skin, coursing wildly through her being. Oh, Ruan Ruan was gripped by a painful ache in her muscles, induced by the electric current, to an extent that it was almost unbearable. Yet in the next moment, an extraordinarily soothing sensation swept over her entire body from head to toe, as if her blood vessels had been unblocked and flowed freely. Cough, cough, cough. The face of Ling Mao, the priest, grew increasingly pale. While releasing Ruan Ruan, he hastily turned away, covering his mouth as he began to cough violently. Oh heavens! Host! She actually secretly cleansed your bloodline and assisted you in opening your meridians. Ling Bao exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? Ling Bao was unaware of the method she employed. Yet the cleansing of one's bloodline could enhance the purity of the spirit cat lineage, potentially even awakening a second form. Moreover, unblocking the meridians would facilitate the host's cultivation of spiritual energy. This undertaking demanded an immense expenditure of her physical strength. How remarkable that this ancient feline shows such kindness towards you. Ruan Ruan was taken aback. How could the Ling Miao priestess unexpectedly provide her with special treatment? Indeed, Ruan Ruan feigned ignorance and obediently retreated. As she watched Ruan Ruan's silhouette vanish at the cave entrance, the Ling Miao priest opened his palm, revealing a pool of fresh blood. I sincerely hope that my efforts will not be in vain. Chapter 61. She will consider it. After departing from the high priestess's cavern, Ruan Ruan indulged in a bath at the hot springs. Yesterday, while assisting a Hua with childbirth, she had inadvertently splattered with blood, and her menstrual flow had also leaked, though she remained oblivious to it. With a splash, as she settled into the hot spring, Ruan Ruan once again endeavored to channel her spiritual energy. A radiant emerald glow enveloped her, and she distinctly sensed that the meridians carrying her spiritual power had become remarkably unobstructed, allowing her abilities to flow freely with ease. The host was originally an ordinary bloodline spirit cat, finding it exceedingly challenging to ascend to the 4th tier. However, after the ancient priest cat opened the meridians and purified the bloodline, the host's physical resilience has significantly strengthened, now rivaling the bloodline potency of Mira. With diligent cultivation, reaching the 4th tier is undoubtedly within reach. This method is detrimental to one's lifespan, and one cannot fathom why that old cat would act in such a manner. Ling Bao's voice barely concealed her astonishment. Myra's parents are both 4th tier beastmen, gifted from birth, while in contrast, Ruan Ruan is merely a descendant of a 2nd tier spirit cat. The mere prospect of her breaking through to the 3rd tier would be nothing short of miraculous. Who knows? Nevertheless, from my perspective, it is ultimately a fortuitous development. Once I ascend to the 4th tier, Myra's days of prosperity will come to an end. In the depths of the water, Ruan Ruan clenched her fist, her beautiful eyes brimming with ambition. After completing her training, she changed her attire and circled to the back of the cave, preparing to weave several fish baskets from bamboo. To her surprise, Ling Chu had neatly arranged the bamboo, prompting Ruan Ruan to place her hands on her hips, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. This fellow, Ling Chu, is not entirely indifferent to matters at hand. Just as she was about to approach, Ruan Ruan felt a sudden tightening around her waist, drawing her into a soft, warm embrace. He rested his chin on Ruan Ruan's shoulder, playfully blowing a breath against her earlobe. My lady, where have you been all this time? Ruan Ruan trembled slightly, the tips of her ears instantly flushing crimson. Bai's entrances were always so irresistibly alluring, truly overwhelming. I just took a bath. Let go. Someone might see, Ruan Ruan murmured, her gaze darting toward a few passing beastmen in the distance, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. What are you afraid of? I'm your mate. What's wrong with holding you? Bai Yi, unyielding and willful, tightened his grip around her slender waist, pulling her even closer. He wanted the world to see, to witness him embracing his beloved openly, no longer to be coldly pushed away. Bai Yi inhaled deeply, his faintly tinted lips brushing near Ruan Ruan's ear as he whispered, "Did you bathe deliberately? To wash away his scent? Whose scent?" Ruan Ruan was momentarily taken aback, but soon found herself relishing Bai Yi's embrace, for he was indeed soft and warm. The mere thought of Shiryu possibly having mated with Ruan Ruan ignited a jealousy within him that rendered him unable to eat or sleep. Previously, it may have been due to his abundant spiritual energy, but now he genuinely cherished being close to Ruan Ruan, wishing to be inseparable from her at every moment. Ruan Ruan suddenly realized this and couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "You are overthinking. Nothing happened between us. We merely faced some dangers. He was poisoned and feels a bit weak." "I don't believe it," Bai Yi muttered sullenly. "Truly, and moreover, I am currently experiencing my Aunt Chi's 7 days of red, so it is impossible for that to occur," Ruan Ruan replied with a resigned shrug. However, she recalled how the catnip had clouded her judgment, almost leading to an incident with Shiryu. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smile that outshone the stars and moon, and he nuzzled his head vigorously against Ruan Ruan's neck. "That is for the best. My dear mistress, you must understand. Shiryu's cold demeanor is like that of a serpent. Mating with him would surely leave you frozen." In truth, Bai Yi had already discerned that nothing had transpired between Ruan Ruan and Shiryu, as he had discreetly checked Shiryu's body earlier that morning and found no sign of Ruan Ruan's mating mark. His inquiry was merely a means to ascertain whether Ruan Ruan was willing to offer him an explanation. "It seems, in the heart of my mistress, there remains a place for me," Shiryu interjected. "So, I am merely a pawn in your game? All right, enough of the jesting, for I had no intention of engaging in any copulation with any of you. After all, I do not wish to act so rashly." Ruan Ruan released her arms that had been wrapped around Bai Yi's waist and busied herself with pulling at the bamboo, oblivious to Bai Yi, who stood frozen in place. Cracked and petrified, the original female leader had never intended to mate with them. Bai Yi's expression shattered, but he quickly pieced himself back together. No, in moments like these, he must not give up. As long as he sincerely treats the female leader well, she will eventually accept him. Hearing Bai Yi's heartfelt thoughts, Ruan Ruan paused her actions. She hoped that when they could leave her, they would still firmly choose her, and by then, she would consider it. Ruan Ruan fashioned bamboo strips with a bone knife, following the teachings from the Lingbao Knowledge Repository to weave bamboo baskets, also crafting a few bamboo containers for future use. Bai Yi assisted by cutting bamboo strips, his gaze lingering on Ruan Ruan, causing her to blush intermittently. "What are you busy with, Ruan Ruan? What are these beautiful things?" You placed 2 large fish on the ground and picked up the fish basket woven by Ruan Ruan, examining it with curiosity. "This is a fish basket for holding fish, and that is a bamboo container, which can replace animal skin bags and hold more items," Ruan Ruan patiently explained. "You, the mother of a Hua and a Xiang, was a respected 3rd-tier elder female, having given birth to 2 female offspring. How lovely! You are so skillful. By the way, Ruan Ruan, these fish were just caught by my mate. I give them to you to thank you for saving my daughter, Ahua. She just gave birth and cannot get up yet. She will come to thank you properly once she recovers." You insisted, placing the 2 large fish into Bai Yi's arms without hesitation. Bai Yi, overwhelmed by the fishy smell, felt displeased. He would become unclean, and the female leader might disdain him. He hurriedly took the fish away, preparing to wash himself. "You are too kind to you. I will naturally help whenever I can. Is Ahua feeling better today?" Ruan Ruan did not decline, as it was her due reward. "Much better. The herbs you provided were incredibly effective. Previously, the shaman required many prey for treatment, but you gave Ahua so many hemostatic herbs at once. I don't know how to thank you. We were wrong to treat you that way before. I apologize." Ayu's face was filled with guilt. "No worries. I had my reasons too. Let's not dwell on the past. It's all behind us now." Ruan Ruan waved her hand nonchalantly. To win people's hearts, one must broaden their perspective. "All right, let me help you. Just tell me how to do it." In Chapter 62, Who is Foolish? I won't say you sat beside Ruan Ruan, attentively learning, and soon began to craft skillfully. The wisdom of the beastmen was not lacking. They merely required guidance. Ruan Ruan was eager to be the first to lead them, determined to carve out her own niche even in the beast world. As Ruan Ruan and a ewe worked enthusiastically, many female beastmen were drawn to join, filling the air with laughter and joy. The males were astonished. Previously, the female beasts were often at odds, rarely speaking even within the same tribe. Yet today, such harmony had suddenly blossomed. Yin and Lei's son leaned at the cave entrance, watching Ruan Ruan from afar with expressions of satisfaction. It seemed our new female leader was destined to bring change to the Lingmao tribe. Indeed, she never fails to surprise me, Yin mused. I find it strange. Weren't those female beasts often scolding her before? Why is it so different today? Ling Chu rubbed his eyes, incredulous. Are you stunned? This is the female leader bestowed upon us by the heavens. Now, do you believe she has changed? Yin raised an eyebrow at Ling Chu. Ling Chu sighed. She has changed, but she may not necessarily like us. Ling Chu's words struck Yan's heart, and his expression clouded. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. He refused to believe that as long as he treated the female leader well, she would not grow fond of him. Lei's son remained silent, his gaze revealing a hint of despondency. I will check on the livestock pen. Then Ling Chu, let us go hunt in the forest, Yin said, stepping out of the tribe, while Ling Chu cast one last look at Ruan Ruan before following. Perhaps she will agree to my temporary absence now. What are you all doing here? It's so noisy. A voice of discontent interrupted. Turning around, they saw Mira approaching with a sullen expression, exuding an air of confrontation. Leader. The females greeted, bowing respectfully, except for Ruan Ruan, who merely nodded at Mira. Bowing to you is already a form of respect, Mira leader. You may not know that kneeling before others can shorten one's lifespan. Ruan Ruan enunciated each word clearly. Mira's expression faltered momentarily. Shorten lifespan? If my tribesmen have knelt for so many years, does that mean? Ruan Ruan stifled a laugh, surprised that Mira actually believed her. Enough, everyone rise. Mira regained her composure, her gaze fixating on the bamboo baskets they had woven. What are these useless items? They clutter the tribe. Throw them out. Mira picked up a fish basket and smashed it to the ground. No, leader, this is the fish basket and bamboo container Ruan Ruan taught us to make. They're useful. A female beastman rushed to scoop up the fish basket, cradling it lovingly. Be quiet. You dare openly defy me now? Mira kicked the female beastman down. The surrounding females hurried to help her up, their expressions filled with resentment towards Mira. Ruan Ruan, you waste your time instead of doing proper work, causing chaos in the tribe. Do you really think that just because you have the Lingmao shaman backing you, you can do whatever you please? Mira glared at Ruan Ruan with disdain. We are simply creating what we enjoy. How does that interfere with you? Another act of violence. She's even worse than Ruan Ruan was. So annoying, always meddling. Why is she back again? How bothersome. The murmured complaints of the surrounding females reached Ruan Ruan's ears, and she smirked inwardly. The females in the tribe had begun to turn their ire towards Mira, and she intended to sharpen that focus. Mira leader, you have erred. These baskets can be used for gathering and holding prey. The males work hard out in the wild, often facing life-threatening dangers, while the females in the tribe receive sustenance. We cannot do nothing. Ruan Ruan raised her voice, ensuring the observing males could hear. Upon hearing this, the males were deeply moved. They had always considered supporting the females their duty, enduring hardships without complaint. Yet, unexpectedly, a female had acknowledged their sacrifices, observing the males' almost tearful expressions. Ruan Ruan raised her brow. Modern thought taught her that any intelligent beings facing inequality would eventually express their discontent, and one day, it would erupt. However, the dedication of the beast males was profound. She only needed to voice her thoughts to evoke their gratitude. The female beastmen exchanged glances, some appearing to awaken from a dream. Mira was momentarily taken aback by Ruan Ruan's impactful words, her expression contorting with anger. What if they don't work? If they die, we can always find new ones. The Lingmao tribe has no shortage of males. But you, choosing a beastman as your mate, must be bewitched. Huh. According to your logic, if all the males perish, will the females have no way to survive? We females are independent individuals, not anyone's appendage. We can thrive without anyone. So, Who is foolish, I shall not say. Ruan Ruan stood tall, articulating each word with clarity. You are insane. Someone, shut her up. Mila threatened to resort to violence if she could not overpower Ruan Ruan, as she would not permit anyone to undermine her status in the eyes of her kin. Chieftain Mila, please spare Ruan Ruan. She is concerned for our females, pleaded the orc who had been previously knocked down, now prostrating herself on the ground in defense of Ruan Ruan. Yes, chieftain, please forgive Ruan Ruan. She saved Ahua yesterday. They urged in unison. Observing the females kneeling beside her, Ruan Ruan realized she had successfully won their hearts. Have you all lost your minds? How has she bewitched you into speaking on her behalf? Mila was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Enough. Is there not a single day of peace? The voice of the spirit cat priestess echoed from the back of the crowd. At that moment, she was cradling her head, her weariness palpable. We greet you, esteemed priestess. Hail, spirit cat priestess. Mila's earlier bravado dissipated, and she quickly knelt before the priestess. Mila, instead of meddling in trivial matters here, you should attend to our tribe. How long has it been since we caught a decent prey after the heavy snow? With 2 new cubs born, if they cannot be fed, you should step down as chieftain. The priestess looked at Mila with disappointment, her anger barely contained. Yes, it is my fault, Mila admitted, her body trembling, fists clenched tightly. With a resentful glance at Ruan Ruan, she continued, Priestess, Ruan Ruan has hoarded the prey in her den for herself, completely disregarding our kin. She recounted how Ruan Ruan had viciously attacked a female who had merely looked in her livestock pen, illustrating her cruelty. Our spirit cat clan has always struggled with hunting. We need unity among our people. How can someone as ruthless as Ruan Ruan be worthy of being a spirit cat? Ruan Ruan raised her eyes and countered. Are you attempting to morally bind me? It seems Chieftain Mila has a poor memory, forgetting her own actions. You hoard food, while 10 males wait at home. And now that there is nothing to sustain you, you suddenly remember the need for unity? She spoke without reservation. Furthermore, even when the tribe distributed winter pelts, Mila refused to include Ruan Ruan, leaving her reliant on the kindness of Xixin Yang for assistance. How could such a person shamelessly demand generosity from her? I am a chieftain. If my males leave to hunt, who will guard the tribe? Mila, aware of her shortcomings, attempted to defend herself. Is that so? Lying in your den while others hunt? Ruan Ruan scoffed. Enough. Everyone silence. At the priestess's command, the orcs turned their earnest gazes toward Ruan Ruan. They were truly at their wits' end, surviving on a meager diet of wild rabbits and birds, barely holding on. Ruan Ruan lowered her gaze. The spirit cat priestess had painted an overly grand picture, and she had no intention of engaging in such a losing venture. However, an idea had sparked within her that could win their favor. After a moment's reflection, Ruan Ruan lifted her gaze again, saying, Priestess, the prey in my den consists of small beasts, hardly enough to feed our numerous kin. However, I can assist in capturing larger game. She had seen herds of deer and yaks in the forest, but the spirit cat clan had always acted independently, lacking manpower and strength to tackle such prey. If they united, setting traps would greatly increase their chances of success. Just you, a newly promoted 3rd-tier female? You would likely cry in fear at the sight of large game. Mila's scornful gaze swept over Ruan Ruan. The spirit cats exchanged glances, doubtful of Ruan Ruan's claims. In their world, females were frail and lacked hunting capabilities, let alone the ability to capture large prey sufficient for the entire tribe. If you do not believe me, then there is nothing I can do, Ruan Ruan shrugged. The spirit cat priestess found herself at a loss. I believe Ruan Ruan. I saw her in her male hunting. She caught a plump, wild chicken. A female orc raised her hand. It was the same female who had previously advised Ruan Ruan against hunting herself. Indeed, I witnessed it as well. Ruan Ruan knows herbs. She must have a way. Others chimed in. A wild chicken? How is that possible? Chickens can fly, and even males struggle to catch them. Mila's eyes widened in disbelief. Very well, Ruan Ruan. In a few days when the sun rises, you shall take the tribe to hunt. This concerns the safety of the entire spirit cat clan. Females below the 3rd tier will remain in the tribe to care for cubs and pregnant females. All others must assist the males. The spirit cat priestess declared. Yes, that night, in Ruhua's den, you useless creature, You can't even find a healer. My face is still swollen. Ruan slapped a lung across the face. A lung had lost considerable weight over the past few days, his spirit waning. He could only respond meekly to Ruan's accusations. I apologize, mistress. Without prey, the healer refuses to come. Why not plead with Ruan Ruan for some herbs? Ari hesitantly suggested. What nonsense! I would rather die than beg that wretched beast. Ruan exclaimed in frustration. What use are you two? She lamented, clutching her sore face. Mother, you are truly useless. How can you be beaten by that vile female every time? You used to scold her, and she would smile at you. A half-grown male orc rolled his eyes at Ruan. This was none other than her beloved son. Rudabao, how can you speak to me like that? I am your mother. Don't you care about me? Only thinking of food? Ruan huffed, her temper flaring. Her son had indeed grown spoiled. Well, what of it? It is still your fault, Rudabao retorted, gnawing on a clean rabbit bone, sulking. How ridiculous. Even your own son scorns you. A voice dripping with sarcasm came from the entrance. Ruan looked up to see Mila and quickly scrambled out of bed. We greet you, chieftain. What brings you here? Ruan forced a smile. If I do not come, the Spirit Cat clan will fall into Ruan Ruan's hands. Mila plopped down on the stone bed. Did you hear what the High Priestess said today? I heard. She wants us to join her in the hunt in a few days. Ruan sighed. Accustomed to being cared for, she truly did not wish to go. Having just been promoted to third-tier female, she has already garnered the High Priestess's favor. She will inevitably become a disaster. I have a plan to eliminate her. What do you say? Mila's eyes glinted with mischief. What plan? Ruan inquired, her interest piqued. Mila raised her hand, prompting Ruan to eagerly lean in to listen. After a whispered exchange, Ruan's expression turned grim. Chieftain, will this work? Is a no danger? Rest assured, with me around, nothing will go awry. If you follow my instructions to eliminate her and the Spirit Cat Priestess together, we can live well in the future. What do you say? Mila enticed. Yes, I will do as the chieftain says. The day after tomorrow, we will venture into the forest to hunt. There may be danger. Are you certain you want to take them along? Layson cast his fishing line into the water. Yes, our family's prosperity has drawn envy. Mila makes a valid point. We are a tribe, and strength lies in numbers. If I can accomplish what Mila could not, will my status among the tribe not rise? Ruan Ruan, supporting a basket full of fish, glanced at Layson, her ambition glimmering in her eyes. Are you aiming to replace Mila? Layson raised an eyebrow. Hush, speak softly, lest others overhear. Ruan Ruan raised a finger to silence Layson's lips. A gentle smile graced Layson's face as his warm hand enveloped Ruan Ruan's. Whatever the matriarch desires to achieve, I shall remain by your side, assisting you in all your aspirations. In truth, Ruan Ruan's repeated acts of heroism had already garnered the respect of the orcs within her tribe, and this collective hunt would mark the pinnacle of her transformation in their eyes. As the fishing came to a fruitful end, Ruan Ruan specifically selected a bamboo stalk the width of a water bucket to fashion into a pot for boiling fish soup. Although bamboo is flammable, it can hold water for an extended period without leaking. Matriarch, the fish scales have been cleaned. Yin presented a piece of clean tree bark laden with fish. Placing it carefully before Ruan Ruan, Bai filled a bamboo tube with water and began to boil it, while Ling Chu crouched beside, examining the spices scattered on the ground. What is this? It's so red, Ling Chu exclaimed, picking up a small chili pepper. That is called chili, and it is quite spicy. Do not sample it lightly, Ruan Ruan kindly advised. You will find out soon enough, she added with a mysterious smile. Drawing her bone knife, Ruan Ruan sliced the fish into neat pieces, immersing them in boiling water to cook, followed by adding star anise and bay leaves to eliminate the fishy odor, and finally seasoning with an appropriate amount of salt and chopped chili to enhance the flavor. After simmering for some time, the fish soup transformed into a creamy, white concoction, releasing an enticing aroma. Bai hurried to close the bamboo door to prevent the scent from escaping and attracting unwanted guests. Oh, how fragrant! Yan's eyes sparkled as he eagerly held the bamboo cup nearby. It's ready. Ruan Ruan fashioned a simple spoon from a twig and served each of the 4 beastmen a generous bowl. Ling Chu, unable to contain his anticipation, slurped a large mouthful of the savory, slightly spicy fish soup accompanied by tender fish meat, causing his tiger ears to twitch in delight. This is delicious. My mouth feels a bit sore, but it's so comforting, I can't stop. Matriarch, you are truly remarkable for creating such a delightful dish. Yin exclaimed, taking a hearty sip from his bamboo cup. That is the flavor of chili. Ruan Ruan winked, eagerly savoring a sip of the fish soup, instantly feeling the chill within her dissipate. Regrettably, such a delectable fish soup would not be savored by Shiryu. Layson took a seat beside Ruan Ruan, enjoying this exquisite taste he had never experienced before. Who told him to hibernate? Bai Yi remarked nonchalantly, pulling over a fur mat to cushion Ruan Ruan. He too relished a mouthful of fish soup, wearing a satisfied expression. The large pot of soup soon emptied, and with the seasoning enhancing the flavor, Ruan Ruan's belly felt fuller than ever, marking her most satiated meal since arriving in this beastly realm. As the remnants were cleared by Layson and the others, Ruan Ruan climbed onto the stone bed and lifted a corner of the fur blanket covering Shiryu. Even in his serpent form, Shiryu retained his handsome features. Ruan Ruan was astonished to discover two small protrusions atop his head, resembling tiny horns. The serpent lineage possesses noble bloodlines. A serpent can evolve into a python after a century, and a python can evolve into a giant python after another century. Your serpent husband has already reached the 5th level of the giant python and holds the potential to transform into a dragon, Ling Bao's voice echoed. Really? Ruan Ruan gasped in surprise. Indeed, many types of beastmen in this realm have the potential to evolve, but whether they succeed depends on their own fate, Ling Bao continued. Well, Shiryu's condition has improved significantly. Signs of healing are already evident, Ruan Ruan said, placing her hand on Shiryu to channel some spiritual energy through physical contact. Shiryu's tail tip moved subtly as his muscles relaxed. Early the next morning, the beastmen gathered at the tribe's entrance, ready for action. The female beastmen were uniformly carrying the bamboo baskets Ruan Ruan had gifted them, appearing somewhat excited. They had not ventured far from the tribe in quite some time, and this occasion brought both apprehension and curiosity. Ru Hua stood amidst the crowd, her face contorted in displeasure, utterly unmotivated to move. Today, all beastmen must heed Ruan Ruan's commands. Mira, you are in charge of overseeing the tribe members, ensuring those unwilling to comply behave, the Ling Cat Priestess instructed. Casting a knowing glance at Ru Hua maintained her stern expression, plotting ways to shirk responsibility. Mira suppressed her displeasure and nodded in agreement, yet inwardly cursed Ruan Ruan repeatedly. Following Ruan Ruan's lead, even the tribe leader must take a back seat? Huh, Ruan Ruan, you truly have a grandiose sense of self-importance. How dare she? Understood. Mira, undeterred, defiantly led her group toward the forest. Ruan Ruan cast a disdainful glance at Mira as she prepared to follow, only to notice the Ling Cat Priestess trembling with her back turned. Cough, 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 the Ling Cat Priestess rasped. Are you all right, Ling Cat Priestess? Ruan Ruan approached cautiously, only to see a few drops of red blood on the snow beneath her. Ling Cat Priestess, do not alarm anyone. I am fine, do not disturb anyone. You take the tribe members to hunt, and I will join you shortly, she instructed without turning. Despite covering her mouth, blood still seeped through her fingers. Ruan Ruan bit her lip, but decided to follow the crowd, taking a deep breath to compose herself. The Ling Cat Priestess eventually cleaned her blood-stained hands and slowly followed along with her cane. Ruan Ruan, what prey are we after? A female beastman inquired, sidling up to her. We won't pursue anything just yet. We first need to set traps. Ruan Ruan looked around, already formulating her plans. Before long, Ruan Ruan discovered numerous hoofprints in the snow. These are the tracks of yaks, and they appear to be frequently traversed, Layson whispered. Yen, being a phone pong, had a unique vantage point from the air, so Ruan Ruan instructed him to scout the location and movement of the yak herd. All right, we will dig a pit right here. The larger and deeper, the better, to trap the yaks, Ruan Ruan announced to the group. Mira, still moving forward, halted upon hearing this and approached with disdain. With so many people, why are we digging pits instead of attacking the prey? Have you lost your mind? Mira, the Ling Cat Priestess has stated that everyone must heed my commands. If you have any objections, you may wait for the Ling Cat Priestess to arrive and discuss it with her, Ruan Ruan replied, dismissing Myra's remarks. She took a bamboo stalk from her basket and drew a massive circle in the snow as a reference for the pit. Although many had come, Yaks always traveled in herds, and the massive, wild male yaks were formidable. Even the ling cat, with its lower attack power, would think twice before attacking. And wolves would also weigh their chances carefully. Mira, momentarily rendered speechless, nearly spat blood in frustration, while Abu stepped forward to support her. "Let us see how you catch a wild yak, you unworthy beast." Ruan hid among the crowd, unwilling to step forward. As the group worked diligently, digging furiously, a long pit approximately 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters deep was soon completed. Ruan Ruan laid long bamboo poles across the top, covered them with dried leaves, and finally concealed them with snow, creating a deep pit trap. "Ruan Ruan, will this pit catch yaks?" "Yaks are quite fierce." Ayu approached Ruan Ruan, concerned. "Fear not, although yaks are fierce. They lack the jumping ability to escape once they fall into this pit. We will be able to subdue them easily," Ruan Ruan assured confidently, rubbing her nose. "Oh, I see," Ayu replied, though she did not fully understand but sensed that Ruan Ruan's reasoning made perfect sense. "Look, over there, not far ahead." Yin pointed, nodding as he grasped a finger of Ruan Ruan's. "All right, let us try to remain quiet and conceal ourselves as we move," Ruan Ruan instructed, glancing back at Yin, noticing how cold his hands felt. "Your hands are so cold. Have they frozen?" she remarked. Indeed, it was much colder in the air than on the ground. Yin involuntarily shivered, but felt a warmth in his heart from Ruan Ruan's concern. Ruan Ruan swiftly retrieved a bamboo tube filled with hot water from the Linquan space and handed it to Yin. "Drink this to warm yourself." She then hastened ahead of the crowd. Yin held the bamboo tube, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The female leader is truly wonderful. But he felt a pang of jealousy, his teeth clenching as he closely followed Ruan Ruan, although he did not harbor any genuine dislike for Yin. Witnessing the kindness Ruan Ruan extended towards him stirred feelings of envy within him. In contrast, Lei Sun remained unfazed. He never demanded Ruan Ruan to focus solely on him, content with even the slightest attention from her. As Ruan Ruan led the group into hiding among the bushes to observe ahead, she was taken aback upon encountering a herd of yaks for the first time. She beheld a formidable group of male yaks, numbering over a dozen, each one massive and muscular, standing nearly 4 meters tall and stretching about 5 meters in length. Their colossal horns resembled thick, grinding wheels, and it was easy to imagine that a single blow could turn a person into mere fragments. Female leader, such a large herd of yaks is exceedingly dangerous. Even with Ling Chu and me, it would be arduous to retreat unscathed if we were targeted, Lei Sun cautioned. In the past, he and Ling Chu had only managed to hunt down a solitary old bull. Facing robust adult male yaks that towered over them was a gamble neither dared to take. "We cannot confront them head-on. Do you see those hornless cows and calves behind them? They are our targets. However, we need to devise a way to lure the protective bulls away," Ruan Ruan mused, stroking her chin. "What is there to ponder? Ruan Ruan, just send your mail over." Ruan chimed in from behind, relishing the unfolding drama. "On what grounds? Is your mail merely idle?" Ruan Ruan shot Ruan glare. "That is not the same. Your males are just worthless beastmen. If they get hurt or die, who cares? Can you shoulder the responsibility if we fail to catch prey?" Ruan retorted defiantly. "I am here to assist you in hunting. What is the matter? You wish to reap the benefits without exerting any effort?" Ruan Ruan bluntly exposed Ruan's ulterior motives. Ruan's heart clenched. "Who said that? I'm here, aren't I? Then go ahead." Ruan Ruan replied with a teasing smile. "What? I'm a female. How can I go first?" Ruan quickly took a few steps back. "Then keep your mouth shut. If you want to eat, you must listen obediently. Only those who put in the effort deserve to eat. If you jump around in front of me again, I'll toss you to the yaks as a plaything." Ruan Ruan's gaze turned icy. Ruan was taken aback by Ruan Ruan's threat and promptly fell silent. Having silenced the incessant buzzing, Ruan Ruan snapped a small twig and traced a plan in the snow. "By Lei Sun, Ling Chu, you three will each lead a team of males to harass the yak herd from these 3 directions. Remember, just harassment. If the bulls charge, run for your lives and lead them as far away from the herd as possible. Yin, you will follow my lead and take the remaining people to intimidate and drive the cows and calves to flee in this direction. We have set traps along their escape route." Ruan Ruan's instructions flowed seamlessly into the ears of the Ling Mao priestess, who, in admiration, noted the unique qualities of Ruan Ruan that set her apart from ordinary beastmen. Understood. Yin, protect the female leader, Layson advised. Rest assured, Yin nodded, inching closer to Ruan Ruan. I could be alone with the female leader again. My males cannot leave you. Otherwise, who will protect us females? Mira crossed her arms, gathering her 10 beast husbands around her, clearly unwilling to concede to Ruan Ruan. Protect you? Do you think the Ling Mao priestess allows females above the 3rd tier out just to cheer on the males? We are going to drive away the cows and calves. Since you refuse to participate, any prey caught will have no share for you. The other females did not side with Mira this time. Instead, they gravitated towards Ruan Ruan, eager to contribute, not for others, but for themselves. Watching her former supporters shift allegiance to Ruan Ruan, Mira felt her power waning and reluctantly allowed her males to join the effort, for she too needed to fill her stomach. Before long, Bai Yi, Ling Chu, and Lei San each led a group of males to the designated locations, commencing their attack as planned. Roar! Ling Chu transformed into a tiger and charged ferociously towards the yak herd. The male Ling Mao followed suit, albeit their smaller size offered little intimidation. The yaks, initially grazing, were startled by the sudden appearance of a tiger, but soon several robust bulls raised their horns and charged at Ling Chu. With a swift maneuver, Ling Chu clawed at the snow, pivoting away from the charging bulls, successfully diverting their attention. Bai Yi and Lei Sun mirrored this tactic, each managing to draw away a sizable cluster of bulls. However, the bulls were not fools. After pursuing for a distance, they would retreat back towards the herd, leaving Ruan Ruan and her companions with no opportunity to approach the cows. After several attempts, Lei Sun and the others grew frustrated, circling around the herd as the bulls stood guard with their horns at the ready. Any daring intruders would be met with a formidable charge. Bai stomped his pristine white paws in the snow, his mind racing until a spark of inspiration ignited in his lavender eyes. Got it! He feigned another charge towards the bull herd, luring several forward, then executed a feint, leaping over the bulls to dash towards the calves. Seeing their wives and young at risk, several bulls quickly pursued Bai Yi, but just as one charged, Bai Yi nimbly dodged, his white tail wrapping around the bull's horns, propelled by the bull's momentum towards the herd of cows. The nearest cow, bewildered, found herself face to face with a handsome man descending from above, momentarily stunned. Moo! Moo! Lei Sun and Ling Chu observed Bai Yi's daring maneuver, quickly grasping the strategy and rushing to imitate him to snatch calves. Ling Chu was even bolder, directly dragging away an exceptionally rare white-haired cow. Moo! Moo! Upon witnessing the white-haired cow being taken, the largest bull in the herd turned furious, abandoning the rest of the cows to charge after Ling Chu, prompting the remaining bulls to follow suit. What is happening? It seems Ling Chu has captured the herd's favorite. Ruan Ruan was somewhat bewildered. That is no ordinary yak. The snow-colored yak is a rare breed among cows, highly fertile and regarded as a beauty among yaks. Clearly, it is the beloved treasure of the yak leader, and her tiger male has skillfully stolen away the chief's wife. Ling Bao expressed admiration. Realizing the cows had lost their protectors, Ruan Ruan stood up decisively. Everyone, follow me. Yes. Yin transformed into a wind eagle, leaping and gliding forward. Ruan Ruan led all the females, brandishing bone knives and shouting as they charged towards the herd. Despite being all females, their momentum was enough to intimidate. Mira and Ruhua, seeing the chaos, hid behind a tree trunk. This was far too dangerous for them to join, before they could hide for long. The Ling Mao priestess's staff descended from above, knocking Mira and Ruhua out. What are you two doing hiding? Pathetic creatures. Get moving. Yes, yes. The cows, witnessing a throng of fierce females charging towards them, could hardly believe their eyes. Could it be that females are hunting now? Have they mutated? After all, Fengpeng is a colossal raptor with powerful wings and sharp talons capable of seizing a subadult yaks. The frightened cows, in a panic, could only flee along the path designated by Ruan Ruan, swiftly arriving at the predetermined location. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the bamboo above the trap snapped, and the herd fell into the pit, like dumplings in a boiling water. Seizing the moment, Ruan Ruan transformed into a cat, leaping up and biting down on the rear of one of the cows. The thick hide thwarted her attempt, but it caused the cow to stumble, leading the herd, already confused by the commotion, to charge forward as if propelled by invisible hands, forcing those who had initially halted into the pit as well. Moo! The pit quickly filled with the herd, and the remaining cows scattered in disarray, utterly disregarding their formation. Ruan Ruan swiftly climbed a tree with the females to avoid being mistakenly injured. Amidst the chaos, only the cows trapped in the pit, along with their calves, could be heard bellowing, unable to escape. Success! Ruan Ruan was the first to leap down from the tree, the pit brimming with yaks, totaling over 20 when including the calves. How marvelous! We have truly captured yaks. Ruan Ruan, you are remarkable. Absolutely splendid. There's food now. Ruan Ruan, well done. The Ling Miao priest also rarely displayed a smile of approval. The Ling Miao gathered around Ruan Ruan, cheering and rejoicing, completely engulfed in joy. Only Mi La wore a sullen expression, unable to share in the happiness, as she sensed a profound sense of crisis. Despicable, she must be eliminated. Chapter 67. No room for error. By E, drenched in sweat, hastily wiped his brow before diving into Ruan Ruan's embrace, his tone slightly petulant. Mistress, I am so tired. You have no idea. Those bulls were like madmen. I had to abandon their calves before they would relent. The endurance and determination of yaks were astonishing, and Bai exerted great effort to escape. All right, you have worked hard. Ultimately, the outcome is quite favorable. Look, we have captured so many cows and calves. We need not worry about the winter, Ruan Ruan said, raising her hand to gently rub Bai Yi's ears, her smile radiant. Yes, this is all thanks to you. Far superior to those who merely squawk without understanding their worth, Bai Yi remarked, casting a casual glance at Mi La and Ru Hua, stung by Bai Yi's scornful gaze. Ru Hua clenched her fists in anger but found herself unable to retort, while Mi La, equally embarrassed, could only suffer in silence. I will go find them, Bai Yi declared, flicking his tail, though he desired to monopolize Ruan Ruan's attention. He had come to see Lei's son and the others as brothers after spending considerable time with them, and would not neglect them. I shall also go. Yin stepped forward. Bai Yi, ever cunning, decided to keep Mi La and Ru Hua in check, ensuring they would not concoct any mischief. Be careful then, Ruan Ruan said, and Bai Yi understood her intent, hesitating only briefly before agreeing. As Ruan Ruan departed, Mi La's expression visibly brightened, and she hurried a step forward. But Bai Yi interrupted, not granting Mi La the opportunity to speak. Lowly fox, what right do you have to speak here? Mi La exclaimed in exasperation. Bai Yi showed no mercy, conjuring a blazing foxfire, his cold gaze fixing upon Mi La. After all, Bai Yi was a fifth-tier beast with unique abilities, and without Ruan Ruan suppression, he was virtually invincible within the tribe, causing Mi La to falter in fear. The beastmen, seeing the Ling Miao priest, voiced no objections, swiftly nodding as they removed the grass ropes from the bamboo basket, fashioning traps to ensnare the calves, pulling them one by one from the pit. The Ling Miao priest lingered, contemplating, before deciding to follow the direction in which Ruan Ruan and Yin had departed. Ruan Ruan was her chosen future successor, and she could not afford any mishaps. At that moment, Lei's son found himself encircled by 6 male yaks, with no escape route in sight. The Ling Miao that had originally followed him had been scattered by the trampling of the yaks and were nowhere to be found. Roaring, transforming into a golden lion, Lei's son struck the ground fiercely, attempting to intimidate the menacing yaks, but they remained undeterred, inching closer and tightening their circle. Moo! A yak launched the first attack, charging fiercely at Lei's son with its horns. Lei's son's tail, resembling a long whip, shot up as he swiftly dodged to the side, striking the yak with a fierce paw. Crack! The yak brushed past Lei's son's mane, its thick hide torn by Lei's son's sharp claws, leaving several bloody gashes. Yet it pressed on, its wild instincts intensifying as it turned to attack once more. The surrounding yaks seemed to be stirred by the commotion, charging at Lei's son in unison. Clang! A flash of golden light erupted as the oncoming yaks were forcefully pushed back. Lei's son unleashed his powers. enveloping himself in an impenetrable golden armor that effectively blocked the deadly onslaught. Moo! The yaks were enraged, one after another crashing into Lei San, the deafening sound of their collisions echoing. The yaks grew more relentless, undeterred by Lei San's counterattacks, and soon, the golden armor began to crack under the relentless assault. Lei San gritted his teeth, desperately searching for an opening. Yet he was surrounded by massive yaks on all sides, unable to break free, cursing himself for lacking Yan's wings. Due to limited interaction with Ruan Ruan, his spiritual energy was not abundant, and with its rapid depletion, the golden armor grew increasingly fragile, making it only a matter of time before the defense would be breached. For now, he could only hold on a moment longer. Moo moo. A few yaks seemed to exchange signals, retreating significantly while raising their formidable horns, digging their hooves into the ground, gathering all their strength for another charge at Lei San. This is bad. Lei San concentrated all his remaining spiritual energy, reinforcing his golden armor's defense. Bang! A violent collision erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, causing Lei San's eardrums to ache painfully. Yet before his eyes, the golden armor, lacking sufficient energy to sustain itself, ultimately could not withstand the impact, shattering into dust, scattering with the chilly breeze. The yaks rushed forward, leaving no time for Lei San to react. In that critical moment, he felt a tightness around his waist as a force yanked him upwards. The yaks, caught off guard, could not halt their charge, their sharp horns colliding with one another as they rushed past Lei San. The sound of impact rang out violently, causing the yaks to become disoriented, with their front hooves collapsing beneath them, rendering them unconscious. Meanwhile, Lei San's weight was formidable. Ruan Ruan's vine was nearing its limit, and the immense centrifugal force yanked her from Yan's back. Mistress! Mistress! Both Yan and Lei San cried out in alarm. At such a height of several dozen meters, Ruan Ruan would undoubtedly perish if she fell. Yan dove down but grasped at air, helplessly watching Ruan Ruan plummet toward the ground. Lei San hit the ground first, his legs trembling from the impact, but he disregarded the pain and immediately surged toward the direction where Ruan Ruan was falling. Chapter 68. A most peculiar thought process. Ruan Ruan flung her vine, attempting to ensnare Yan's claws, yet failed once again and resigned herself, closing her eyes. This is it. I am about to make close contact with the earth. The inner face of Ling Bao flashed red. This would mean certain demise, beyond the healing capabilities of the spiritual spring. Roar. A lion's roar pierced the sky as Lei San summoned all his strength, leaping to catch Ruan Ruan in his embrace, resolutely slamming his most vulnerable back into the ground. A solitary figure, and a lion rolled several times in the snow before coming to a halt. Lei San, suppressing his pain, hurriedly checked on the well-being of Ruan Ruan nestled in his arms, oblivious to the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "My lady, are you all right?" he inquired. Ruan Ruan opened her eyes to find herself unharmed, lying comfortably on Lei San's soft belly. In stark contrast, Lei San was drenched in snowmelt, his lips stained crimson from the impact. "You're bleeding," Ruan Ruan exclaimed, quickly climbing to Lei San's chest to inspect his large head. "Do not worry. It is but a minor injury." Lei San huffed heavily, his whiskers twitching, his gaze filled with a serene relief from surviving the ordeal, thinking only of her safety. Tears welled in Ruan Ruan's eyes as she embraced Lei San's neck, burying herself in his mane, softly chastising him. Fool. Feeling a pang in his heart, Lei San transformed into human form and sat up, cradling Ruan Ruan. Her slender arms draped around his neck, while his muscular arms supported her snow-white thighs, creating a picture-perfect embodiment of a devoted boyfriend. "My lady," Lei San thought, "I truly feel inadequate for not being able to protect her. Yet as long as she is unharmed, that is all that matters." This was Ruan Ruan's first opportunity to observe Lei San up close. His physique was undeniably robust, every contour pulsating with vitality. Ruan Ruan felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. It was no wonder he had been able to send her flying earlier. Lei San's arms around her felt somewhat rigid, his gaze laden with affection, pondering whether her delicate frame might withstand his embrace. "Let me examine your injuries. Does this hurt? What about here?" Ruan Ruan slid off him, meticulously inspecting him inside and out. Fortunately, As a fifth-tier beastman, Lei Sen's body was well-structured. The blood between his teeth was merely from a canine puncturing his gum. His back only bore minor abrasions, and his spine was largely unaffected. Yin squatted nearby, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig as he watched Ruan Ruan's concern for Lei Sen, a wave of jealousy bubbling in his stomach. Unable to restrain his annoyance, he muttered, "With such a massive lion, he surely won't be broken." Ruan Ruan sighed in relief, but her expression shifted suddenly. "Wait, where is Ling Chu?" Ling Chu had been pursued by a herd of male yaks after capturing the lead yak's wife. After embracing Ruan Ruan, Lei Sen felt an uncontrollable urge to hold her hand. As the group departed, they failed to notice a distant figure observing them from the treetops. The Ling cat priestess gripped her staff, trembling with uncontainable joy, for she was certain she had not been mistaken. Ruan Ruan possessed extraordinary abilities, making her the only female with such gifts aside from the various priests. This was splendid news. The future of the Ling cat tribe was now filled with hope. In my opinion, we should allocate 5 yaks each to the 4th-tier females, totaling 10, for each to the 3rd-tier females, making 8, and distribute the remainder among the lowest-tier females for fairness, Ru Hua suggested, her covetous gaze fixated on the herd of yaks, as if she could already savor their flavor. What audacity, Ru Hua! Those yaks were captured by Ruan Ruan and the collective effort of everyone. If anyone should receive a larger share, it should be Ruan Ruan's family. Why do you insist on imposing a hierarchy? Ayu could no longer contain her frustration and directly confronted Ru Hua. "Be quiet. Do you think you have a right to speak here?" Ru Hua retorted, pointing angrily at Yu. Seeing Ru Hua's disrespect towards Yu, the 3 male beastmen accompanying Yu stood up, ready to confront Ru Hua. "As fellow 3rd-tier females, why should I be silenced? You are the one who seeks to hoard the spoils, thinking I do not see through your intentions," Ayu boldly declared, her confidence overshadowing Ru Hua's. "You lie. It is you who covets a larger share. My family contributed to the yak hunt as well. What is wrong with wanting more?" Ru Hua argued defiantly. "Contributed? I seem to recall someone hiding behind a tree during the cattle drive, only to be ousted by the Ling cat priestess," a female beastman named Ken Ken interjected. "I saw it too. It was Ru Hua, and the tribe leader was there as well," another female beastman chimed in. "What? How could this be?" The crowd erupted in a cacophony of whispers, as if ignited by a spark in a haystack. "You're lying." Ru Hua instinctively inched closer to a Lung and a Ri, her previously arrogant demeanor significantly diminished. "Huh, the tribe leader is not even here." Bai Yi leaned casually against a tree, unreservedly laughing at Ru Hua's comical reaction. With no support in sight, Ru Hua plopped down on the ground in frustration. Bai Yi ceased his laughter, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, feeling a strange curiosity. Where had the tribe leader, Mi La, disappeared to? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a dark figure approached the Xingyue forest at an alarming speed. A chilling wolf howl echoed through the air. "Ah, I have arrived." Chapter 69. Help me fill in the blank. Sniff, sniff, sniff. There is the scent of unfamiliar beastmen. Who goes there? The sentry wolves surged forward, only to see a pitch-black cat beast emerging from the depths of the forest. It was Mi La. "This aura belongs to a 4th-tier female. Who are you and what do you want?" The sentry wolves exclaimed in astonishment. It is known that a 4th-tier female is typically the leader of her tribe and would not appear alone at the outskirts of the wolf tribe. "Bring Black 8 to me. I have matters to discuss with him." Mi La crouched down, instinctively licking her paw, raising her chin haughtily. "Do you think our brother Black 8 is at your beck and call? Considering your rarity as a female, I advise you to leave promptly, or we shall inform the Wolf King." Before the sentry could finish, a massive black wolf approached, its muscular frame and formidable fangs intimidating. Upon seeing the black wolf, the sentry wolves immediately lay flat, ears pressed to their heads. "Brother Black 8, you have arrived." The wolf tribe's hierarchy is strictly defined. These 2nd-tier sentries bowed before the presence of a 4th-tier beast. "Long time no see, Black 8. You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Mi La rose gracefully, stretching lazily, her elevated tail swaying enticingly behind her. As Black 8 recognized the cat beast before him, his pupils involuntarily quivered. "Ahem, you lot patrol the other side. And do not speak of this to anyone else," Black 8 commanded in a low voice. "Yes, yes." The sentry wolves nodded eagerly. swiftly retreating with their tails between their legs. Once the sentries had distanced themselves, Black 8 stepped forward, eagerly sniffing around Mila. It has been so long. You still smell as sweet as ever. In the past, Mila had not been averse to outside males. She had initially taken a liking to Black 8, but he had rejected her in front of numerous beastmen, causing her to feel humiliated and subsequently shun intertribal interactions, forbidding her fellow females from engaging with males from other tribes. Feeling sad? It has been ages since you visited the wolf tribe. I have always wanted to tell you that when the Wolf King was present, I did not dare to express my feelings. If you had asked the Wolf Clan is a patriarchal society where all female wolves belong to the Wolf King. The males are forbidden from approaching the females, leading to years of silent suffering. When their spiritual energy is depleted and they can no longer hunt, they are mercilessly slain by the Wolf King and left to rot in the wilderness. For high-quality females like Mila to take a beast husband is considered the best escape for the male wolves. Naturally, this is taken seriously. Mila sa sofinders he bazkist musculis. So what can I assist you with? Boss suppresses the excitement bubbling within him. He has long desired to leave the wolf clan, tired of the restrictions that prevent him from even looking at or touching the females. In my clan, there is a particularly detestable female named Ruan Ruan, who is cunning and always at odds with me. I want you to help me eliminate her. A flash of ruthlessness flickers in Miele's eyes. Currently, Ruan Ruan enjoys considerable favor among the Ling Mao clan, even garnering special attention from their priest. Since our kin cannot commit fratricide, Mila must resort to using others, even if it requires some sacrifice, to eliminate Ruan Ruan and secure her position. How difficult could that be? I can simply kill her for you. Boss smirks. But she has 5 beast husbands protecting her. You might not stand a chance. Mila teases. What 5? They're merely a few 4th-tier Ling Mao. What is so difficult about killing them? Ba dismisses nonchalantly. I knew you were the boldest of them all, but I need you to lead a large number of wolf beasts to feign an attack on our Ling Mao tribe. Then find an opportunity to kill Ruan Ruan. This way, no one will suspect me. Mila whispers her plans in a Ba's ear, deliberately withholding the specifics of Ruan Ruan's male protectors. Mila is certain that if Ba were to learn that Ruan Ruan is guarded by 4 5th-tier beasts and 1 4th-tier beast, he would never agree to it, especially with the high priest around. She must coax Ba into bringing more men. What? Your priest is also in the clan? I can't handle that. Ba's face shows concern. He understands the power of the priest. Even a weaker group, like the Ling Mao clan, is not to be trifled with due to the priest's influence. How could this be difficult? I have good news for you. Ruan Ruan's den contains dozens of fresh yaks. If you inform the Wolf King of this, he will certainly allow you to bring more people. Mila smirks, her calculations evident in her eyes. Dozens? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Ba looks skeptical. If you don't believe me, you can check near our tribe first. Ba, I genuinely want you. And I even came here to offer you advice. Why would I lie to you? Mila leans against Ba, her delicate demeanor igniting a fire within him. Fine, I will trust you, but my spiritual energy is somewhat depleted. Would you, Mila, be willing to assist me in replenishing it first? Ba raises his hand to caress Miele's thigh. Ah, you rascal. Mila feigns resistance, allowing him to become increasingly bold. In the Ling Mao tribe. Chapter 70. To win her heart. Haha, just lucky, Ruan Ruan touches her nose. At that moment, she had seen the bulls knock themselves unconscious, and she took advantage of the situation. After all, why not kill them when they are vulnerable? The meat of bulls is far superior to that of cows. Who knows where that tiger has run off to? Bai shuruks nonchalantly. Ling Chu, being a yin hu, is indeed the strongest among the beast husbands. So Bai does not truly worry. There isn't a threat to the yin hu in the Xingyue forest yet. It's already dark. I'm still a bit uneasy. Ruan Ruan feels inexplicably anxious. Although she doesn't particularly like Ling Chu, she cannot ignore him. How about this, mistress? I will quickly head into the woods to search. Yin offers. All right, please be careful, Ruan Ruan nods. Watching Yin fly away, Ruan Ruan breathes a sigh of relief, hoping Ling Chu remains safe. After Ayu speaks, the Ling Mao priest follows closely behind Ruan Ruan and the others into the tribe. These yaks were captured with Ruan Ruan's assistance, so you shall decide how to distribute them. The Ling Mao priest says, leaning on his cane, his gaze expectant. I wonder if she will be generous like Mila. Having sensed the priest's thoughts, Ruan Ruan's expression subtly shifts. After some contemplation, she speaks. Let us do this. I have just hunted these bulls, and we can feast together for half a month. The remaining cows and calves are not yet weaned, so it wouldn't be wise to consume them now. Instead, let us keep them for later, once we've finished the bulls. How's that sound? You're willing to share the bulls you hunted with us? Ayu's eyes widen, nearly thinking she misheard. Of course, we are kin, Ruan Ruan replies, her eyes curving into a crescent as a sincere smile graces her face. Oh, Ruan Ruan, you are truly wonderful. How can someone be this kind? We are so touched. The Ling Mao tribe members expressed their gratitude, knowing that had it been Mila, she would have monopolized the majority of the spoils, leaving them with mere scraps. Ruan Ruan's willingness to share her bounty is beyond their expectations. The Ling Mao priest beams with satisfaction, relieved at the outcome. Finally, my judgment was not in vain. Ruan Ruan ponders the priest's words, recalling previous events, and suddenly realizes the Ling Mao priest must be considering her as a replacement for Mila as the new leader of the Ling Mao tribe. I can't believe it's possible. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to use her lifespan to open my meridians and cleanse my bloodline. She must find Mila repulsive and desires a change in leadership for the Ling Mao tribe. However, the host has not yet reached the 4th tier, and under the rules of the beast world, she cannot inherit the position of leader, which is why the Ling Mao priest has never stated it outright. Ling Bao continues to speculate. If this is indeed the case, it would be effortless. If so, the Ling Mao priest could become a key ally in my plans. Mila, prepare for your downfall. Ruan Ruan clenches her fists but maintains a facade of nonchalance. Everyone, let us work together to butcher these bulls. We will tie the cows and calves to the trees with grass ropes, leaving a few people to keep watch. Today, I want to teach everyone a method to make the meat more delicious. Before that, let us gather some branches. All right, I'll go find some branches. We'll handle the butchering. We'll keep an eye on the cows. Everyone busies themselves, unconsciously beginning to follow Ruan Ruan's lead. The Ling Mao tribe bursts into unprecedented excitement, and once again, everyone finds their passion for survival. With so much prey, Ruan Ruan, are you truly not blessed by the beast god? Xingyang wipes her tears excitedly, and soon Hua and Xiang, holding their little cubs, join them, all moved to tears by the scene in the tribe. Ruan Ruan, you saved my life. I haven't properly thank you. That day, when you rescued Shishi, I said such things to you. I apologize. Ahua kneels before Ruan Ruan, preparing to bow. Ahua, please don't do this. Get up quickly. I didn't hold it against you. Anyone would have acted emotionally in that situation. Ruan Ruan quickly helps Ahua up. By the way, how has the little one been these days? Ruan Ruan gently lifts the fur from Ahua's arms, revealing the still immature kitten, now much plumper, sleeping soundly with its tiny, rosy paws stretched out. This. Ruan Ruan scratches her head, acknowledging her inability to name it. And my cub, Ruan Ruan, could you name them together? Xiang approaches, grateful that Ruan Ruan's 2 wild rabbits had provided her with enough strength to give birth. The offspring of Ahua can be described as rising from the ashes, thus a name shall be bestowed upon him, Xiangyang, with the hope that he may flourish in the light. As for Xiang's progeny, he shall be called Xiangrong, destined for peace and prosperity. What do you think? Excellent, excellent. Henceforth he shall be known as Xiangyang. Xiangrong is indeed a melodious name. Xiang and Ahua nodded in agreement, although they did not grasp the meaning behind Ruan Ruan's words. There was an innate sense of delight. Ruan Ruan gently touched the ear of the little kitten, utterly enchanted by its adorably chubby appearance. The life she had saved with her own hands filled her with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. In the distance, Lei Sun gazed intently at Ruan Ruan, his heart stirred by a thought. Could it be that the female master, so fond of younglings, yearns for one of her own? Alas, Lei Sun mused. Watching others' offspring fills me with envy. I too desire a little fox of my own. Bai emerged from nowhere, his ears drooping. To have younglings, one must first obtain the female master's consent. Lei Sun straightened his posture, yet the female master remains reluctant. Shall we make a wager on who she will first mate with to bear offspring? Bai patted Lei Sun's shoulder. However, Lei Sun appeared disinterested. I shall not gamble. I respect all of the female master's choices and seek only to remain by her side to protect her. I advise you, approaching the female master solely for the purpose of mating will not win her heart. He felt a jolt at Layson's words. So, it is not merely for mating, but rather to win the female master's heart? This realization brought Ruan Ruan's words about love back to Bai Yi's mind, and at that moment, he began to understand. Chapter 71. Life must be seen, death must be witnessed. As the searing flames ignited, the beastmen instinctively took a step back. To ordinary beastmen, fire represented calamity and destruction. Yet they watched in astonishment as Ruan Ruan contained the obedient flames within a circle of stones. Sizzle. Ruan Ruan sliced a piece of succulent meat, coating the surface of the stone, and placed the tender steak upon it. The other beastmen imitated Ruan Ruan, and soon an enticing aroma of grilled meat filled the air. How delicious it looked! The meat, charred by fire, smelled exquisite. Observing the sizzling beef, the beastmen drooled profusely. Ruan Ruan evenly sprinkled the pre-ground salt and fruit powder over the steak, and discreetly retrieved some chopped cabbage from the Linquan space, adding spices to brew a soup in bamboo tubes, completing a grand feast with both meat and broth. Oh, what is this? It looks absolutely delectable. Xixin Yang squatted beside the row of bamboo tubes, adding twigs to the fire while craning her neck to look. This is cabbage soup. It is quite refreshing, Ruan Ruan explained. The beastmen formed a long queue, receiving broth from Ruan Ruan's hands. A sip of hot soup banished the chill of winter. Another bite of beef, and the rich flavor enveloped them in bliss. The Ling Miao were bewildered by their previous hardships. My goodness, I have never tasted such delightful water. The meat rendered by fire is astonishingly fragrant. Ruan Ruan, you are nothing short of a divine beast. The beastmen flocked to Ruan Ruan, showering her with compliments, leaving her feeling quite bashful. The Ling Miao priestess took a gentle sip of the cabbage soup, her eyes glimmering with hope, as if she could already envision a bright future for the Ling Miao clan. Bai Yi chewed on the beef, sighing in relief, grateful he had not resolutely departed. Layson savored the cabbage soup, feeling warmth in his belly and heart, gazing tenderly at Ruan Ruan. All the affirmations she received today are a testament to her hard work. The once derided kitten has finally found her footing. Hua Hua, unable to restrain her desire, approached for soup, her mouth watering, but could only snatch a piece of lower-tier beast beef to savor. Umph. What's so remarkable about it? Just wait and see. A harmonious night passed. Ruan Ruan, having not slept, sat cross-legged in earnest cultivation. Since the Ling Miao priestess had opened her meridians, Ruan Ruan's training in the Linquan space had flourished, and within a few days, she had nearly touched the threshold of the 4th tier, yet she still fell short, no matter her efforts to breach that barrier. Upon opening her eyes once more, sunlight streamed through the bamboo door. A whole night had passed, and she wondered if Yen had found Lingqiu. Yen landed in haste, panic evident in his eyes. Rushing to Ruan Ruan, "Female master, something is amiss. I have searched the Xingyue forest thoroughly, yet found no trace of Lingqiu. What? Could it be that Lingqiu is in real trouble?" Ruan Ruan's heart sank. He pushed open the bamboo door, his tone equally agitated. Lingqiu is a Yenhu. Surely nothing grave could have happened. Ruan Ruan's pupils trembled, instinctively clutching her garment. Regardless, we must see the living or the dead. Let us search together. Very well. Let us go. The beastmen nodded in agreement. Sister, Duo Bao chased after from a distance. Duo Bao, what are you doing out here? Ruan Ruan squatted down. I know the big tiger is missing. My keen nose can assist. Let me join you. Duo Bao volunteered. Ruan Ruan hesitated, then nodded. Very well. With the bamboo rat's keen sense of smell, perhaps it can trace Lingqiu's scent. Ruan Ruan, we shall help you search. Yes, I will go too. A few male Ling Miao stepped forward, thumping their chests. Thank you all. Ruan Ruan felt warmth in her heart, relieved that her efforts in feeding them were not in vain. The group set forth from the tribe, leaving Hua Hua dumbfounded. Why are they all flocking to her? It infuriates me. Female master, please do not be angry. Alung advised cautiously. Our search will be inefficient if we remain together. Layson, you go that way. Bai Yi, you head this way. Yin continue observing from above. Let us disperse and search. As Ruan Ruan spoke, her brows furrowed deeply. Very well. The beastmen nodded, and each chose a direction to search. But the vastness of the Xingyue forest made it feel like searching for a needle in a haystack. "Sister, do not worry. We will surely find your male." Duo Bao comforted, perched on Ruan Ruan's shoulder, patting her face with his small paw. "Let us hope so." Ruan Ruan forced a smile and continued forward. Suddenly, Duo Bao's nose perked up. Sniff, sniff, sniff. "Sister, I believe I can smell the big tiger." Duo Bao's eyes sparkled like black beans. "Where?" Ruan Ruan hastily set Duo Bao down. "Sniff, sniff, sniff. This way. Follow me." Duo Bao wiggled his bottom and darted into a dense thicket, with Ruan Ruan close behind. Before long, large paw prints and dragging marks came into view. The snow-covered ground was speckled with crimson droplets of blood, now frozen solid. Ruan Ruan's heart raced once more. Yet she did not halt, pressing onward with Duo Bao. Before she knew it, Duo Bao stopped at the edge of cliff, where the snow at the precipice had been clearly trampled and collapsed. Could it be that Lingshu fell from here? Ruan Ruan took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Although this is a cliff, the snow is exceptionally deep, providing ample cushioning, with the physique of a fifth-tier beastman. A fall may not be fatal. Regardless, we must find a way down to investigate. The scent disappears here. Duo Bao stood at the cliff's edge, straining to lift his nose. "Duo Bao, come back. Do not venture too close. It is dangerous," Ruan Ruan beckoned. "Oh no! Crack!" Chapter 72. Mercury retrograde. Ah! Help! If I fall, I will surely become a rat pancake. Duo Bao. Ruan Ruan quickly unleashed her powers to bind Duo Bao's tail, yanking him back from the edge of the cliff. After the harrowing ordeal, Duo Bao sat on the ground, gasping for breath. "I was terrified. Thank goodness for you, my sister." However, before the two could revel in their relief, a tremor echoed from nearby, shaking the snow off the branches above. Suddenly, a massive bull charged out from the dense forest, barreling straight towards Ruan Ruan without hesitation. "Sister." The bull's speed was astonishing, leaving Ruan Ruan no chance to react. Her pupils quivered as she conjured vines to deflect the lethal blow, yet she was still catapulted away by the sheer force of the bull's charge. The violent impact sent Ruan Ruan soaring through the air, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelming her as she plummeted towards the precipice. "Sister. You've doomed my sister. I will fight you." Duo Bao's tears streamed down as he recklessly leaped onto the bull's back, biting fiercely. However, the massive yak's thick hide rendered Duo Bao's efforts futile. Akin to a mere mosquito, the bull exhaled hot breath, swinging its tail like a whip and sending Duo Bao crashing down against a tree, where he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Ruan Ruan did not fall directly to the ground, but instead clung desperately to the cliff face using the vines. Below her lay several bull carcasses, and she realized, no wonder the bull above didn't leave. It must have anticipated that someone would come to seek revenge. She had hunted them for her survival, and they sought vengeance for their fallen kin. This was the brutal game of existence in the beastly world. The vine she clung to was attached to a protruding rock on the cliff, which began to loosen perilously. This was not a sustainable situation. Ruan Ruan concentrated her spiritual energy into her palms, rapidly extending the vines closer to the ground. Just as she neared the earth, the rock could no longer bear her weight and crumbled beneath her, causing her to drop with a loud thud. Ruan Ruan rubbed her sore backside as she stood, collecting the bull carcasses into her spiritual spring space. Food delivered to her doorstep should not be wasted. Not far ahead, the ground was marked by chaotic footprints and drag marks. Instinctively, she glanced upwards at the cliff, realizing that the beastmen were likely unaware of her fall. Regardless, she decided to follow the traces in search of Ling Chuxiang. As she ventured further, Ruan Ruan noticed the snow beneath her feet felt unusually hard. She used her toes to scrape away a layer of snow, revealing a thick layer of ice underneath. The drag marks continued along the ridge, extending far into the distance. Resolutely, Ruan Ruan sat down and slid down the ridge. Although the descent was smooth, the speed exceeded her expectations, and the cold wind distorted her face as she grasped at nearby trees, only to have the vine snap under the force. She could not stop her momentum, nearly igniting sparks with her rapid descent. Ruan Ruan was fortuitously halted by a rock, her backside painfully sore. She was in free fall toward the ground. Yet, The anticipated impact did not occur. Instead, she plunged directly into an ice cave. Pale-faced, Ruan Ruan quickly used her powers to grasp the edge of the cave. But the thin ice crumbled beneath her, sending her into another free fall. Internally, she lamented, "Had I known, I wouldn't have ventured out today." What a stroke of bad luck. With a thud, she landed atop a soft surface, bouncing slightly. Surrounded by darkness, she caught a glimpse of her surroundings through the sunlight filtering in from above. The ground was occupied by a large, red-haired tiger, lying motionless. Ling Chuxiang. Ruan Ruan quickly rolled off the tiger's belly, astonished to have found him. Ling Chuxiang lay with his eyes closed, covered in numerous wounds, his fur matted with blood. Ling Chuxiang, wake up! Ruan Ruan pressed her ear to his chest, relieved to hear his heartbeat. He was alive, albeit unconscious. Upon inspecting his wounds, she found them to be superficial, not life-threatening. Ruan Ruan sighed in relief. He must have just been knocked out. Assessing her surroundings, Ruan Ruan noted that the ice cave was at least 10 meters deep, with sharp icicles threatening to fall, and the entrance had widened significantly due to her earlier actions. Revealing glimpses of the blue sky, Ruan Ruan retrieved some herb from her spiritual spring to apply to Ling Chuxiang's wounds and offered him some water. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a large shadow trembling in the corner of the cave. Upon closer inspection, it was the white female yak. The yak trembled, attempting to rise but failing, its legs seemingly broken. Before it lay the corpse of the massive bull leader, its throat torn open and blood-drained. It appeared that Ling Chuxiang had engaged in a fierce battle with the bull, inadvertently collapsing the ice cave during their struggle. The female yak let out a sorrowful moo, and the sound caused the icicles above to tremble ominously, threatening to fall upon Ruan Ruan. Shoo! Ruan Ruan hurriedly wrapped the yak's mouth with vines. After a brief struggle, the yak lay down, its large belly tightening as it seemed ready to give birth. Host, the cow is about to give birth. Ruan Ruan's eyes widened in surprise. So the cow was pregnant. The yak could only emit muffled sounds, its hind legs pushing with effort. With a loud pop, a water ball-like object burst forth, revealing tiny hooves. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Chuxiang, are you awake? Ruan Ruan rushed over. Upon seeing the delicate face of the newborn, Ling Chuxiang's pupils flickered. Ruan Ruan, how did you end up here? Chapter 73. The first experience Ling Chuxiang struggled to rise, but was seized by a sharp pain in his hind leg. Cold sweat beading on his brow. Don't move. Let me see, Ruan Ruan urged, discovering that his right hind leg was swollen to the size of a chicken leg. The tiger's right hind leg is fractured and requires immobilization. Falling from such a height and only sustaining a fracture, the resilience of a fifth-tier beast man was truly remarkable. Ling Chuxiang sighed, transforming back into human form and grasping Ruan Ruan's arm anxiously. What happened? You recklessly jumped into the ice cave without regard for the bulls, seeking revenge nearby. His eyes widened with an unusual feeling. She actually came to find me? Ling Chuxiang had assumed that Ruan Ruan would despise him and abandon him, given his previous harsh treatment towards her. Yet, when danger struck, she had not given up on him. How did you fall into this ice cave? Noticing Ling Chuxiang's pallor, Ruan Ruan retrieved some pain-relieving herbs from her spiritual spring and offered them to him. Take these, they will help with the pain. I caught the white female yak, but the bull leader Wu Ti let it go. It chased me to the edge of the cliff, and during our struggle, we fell in. However, I managed to bite down on the bull leader's neck. While it fought desperately, it trampled the ice cave, and we both fell in. As she recounted her tale, Ling Chuxiang bit into the pain-relieving herb, his gaze flitting between Ruan Ruan and the scene around them. She fell from such a height and remained unscathed. Upon hearing those words, Ruan Ruan instinctively touched her backside. In truth, she had sustained an injury, but it had already been healed by the Ling Quan. Moreover, when she fell from the ice cave above, she fortuitously landed on Ling Chu's soft belly, feeling no pain at all. Suddenly, an urgent situation arose as they were engrossed in conversation, completely oblivious to the white-haired cow that was still in labor. The cow, in extreme discomfort and unable to vocalize due to being restrained, suddenly thrust its back against the wall of the ice cave in a desperate attempt to relieve itself. With a resounding crash, The already precarious ice icicle above could no longer hold its position and came crashing down. Ling Chu hastily shoved the remaining herbs into his mouth and grabbed Ruan Ruan, attempting to evade the impending danger, but he seemingly forgot about his injured leg. As he stood, he immediately collapsed onto one knee. Witnessing several sharp icicles plummeting down, Ruan Ruan gritted her teeth, rushed forward, and enveloped Ling Chu in her arms. She then unleashed her extraordinary powers, causing an expansive network of vines to spread forth, forming a protective barrier that cocooned the two of them like a zongzi. In the confined space, Ling Chu found himself embraced by Ruan Ruan, his face nestled against her chest, the fragrant scent wafting around him. His cheeks flushed, and his heart raced, feeling a warmth he had never experienced before. Is she actually protecting me? In contrast, Ruan Ruan remained oblivious to their intimate proximity. Her ears perked up to listen to the commotion outside the vines. Suddenly, Ruan Ruan became aware of a warm breath cascading over her chest, and upon glancing down, she saw Ling Chu kneeling before her, one hand resting on the back of his head. The perfect height difference allowed him to rest his head against her chest, causing him to blush profusely. Ruan Ruan exclaimed, hastily pushing Ling Chu away. The abrupt action caused Ling Chu to stumble, aggravating his leg injury. Twisting his face in pain. I'm so sorry, are you all right? Realizing her forcefulness, Ruan Ruan timidly inched closer to Ling Chu. After a brief moment, Ling Chu propped himself up on the ground, one hand resting on the earth while the other supported his knee, casting a glance at Ruan Ruan. The usual hostility was absent from his golden-hued eyes. Thank you for saving me just now, he murmured, biting his lip, his face flushed crimson. The image of her warm embrace and soft touch lingered in his mind, a sensation he had never felt before. No need for thanks, you're my beast husband. After all, it is only natural, Ruan Ruan replied, relieved that he did not respond with his usual sharp tongue. Meanwhile, the white-haired cow continued to struggle in labor, seemingly encountering difficulties. This cow truly is a nuisance. It has brought about its own predicament, Ling Chu remarked, retrieving a bone knife from his waist and shifting his position to approach it. Wait, Ling Chu, it's unwise to kill her now. Let us wait until she gives birth. That way, we'll have two prey, Ruan Ruan quickly interjected. Oh, I'll heed your advice, Ling Chu replied, surprisingly acquiescing without argument as he sheathed his bone knife. Ruan Ruan paused, feeling a surge of excitement at his rare compliance. However, despite the cow's relentless efforts, the calf remained stuck, motionless. The calf is too large. It's having difficulty, Ling Bao reminded them. What do we do? I've never assisted in a cow's delivery. Ruan Ruan expressed her concern. All right, Ling Chu observed Ruan Ruan standing still, tilting his head curiously, inching closer to her side. As he gazed at her familiar yet unfamiliar face, a ripple of emotion washed over him. He had once doubted the possibility of Ruan Ruan transforming into someone entirely different. But after spending time together, he recognized her significant change and accepted it. Yet, he simultaneously worried whether this new Ruan Ruan would resemble her former self, disliking and tormenting him. However, today, this fragile little cat had disregarded danger to find him and had even saved him. As he pondered this, a soft part of his heart seemed to be touched, compelling him to reach out and caress Ruan Ruan's cheek. Just as his fingertip was about to brush against her delicate skin, Ruan Ruan, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing, Ling Chu?" The large tiger beside her awkwardly retreated. It's nothing. I was just observing you lost in thought," he stammered, desperately trying to mask his embarrassment. Oh, Ruan Ruan accepted his explanation without suspicion, clasping her hands together to summon her powers. Waves of soothing green light radiated through the cave, and a bundle of vine-woven ropes appeared in her hands. From the videos she had watched, when a cow struggles to give birth, assistance is often required. The calf's hooves are tied with ropes, and combined strength helps pull the calf out. Although the video depicted domestic cows, a yak is still a cow, and it should work, right? To prevent the cow from kicking, Ruan Ruan deftly bound its hooves with vines and gently placed her hand on the cow's belly, reassuringly saying, "Do not be afraid. I can help you. Just cooperate with me, and the calf will be born soon." In response to Ruan Ruan's gentle words, the terror in the cow's eyes visibly diminished, and its resistance ceased. Although this snow-white cow was a mere first-tier beast, its rare breed endowed it with higher intelligence, enabling it to comprehend both good and bad intentions. Ruan Ruan skillfully secured the exposed hooves of the calf, tightening the vine ropes. As she noticed the cow's belly contracting once more, she began to pull with all her might. Despite her exertion, the calf remained stubbornly lodged in place. Frustration settled in as Ruan Ruan observed the despair beginning to show in the cow's eyes. Ling Chu, having regained his footing, declared, "Let me assist you." No. You're injured. It's better you don't move around," Ruan Ruan urged, wiping the sweat from her forehead, yet her pulling motion did not cease. Eventually conceding to him, she tied the vines around Ling Chu's broad, sturdy back to facilitate his strength. "Do not pull too hard. Just follow my lead," she instructed, patting Ling Chu's head. "Understood," he nodded, using his sharp claws to gain leverage against the ground. 1-2 pull. 1-2 pull. The cow seemed to sense the external assistance, cooperating by tensing its body and pushing forcefully with each contraction. Ruan Ruan quickly retrieved a piece of beast skin from the Lingquan's space, wrapping the calf to prevent it from losing warmth and cleaning its mouth and nose. With a low moo, the little calf raised its head, blinking its big, dark eyes at Ruan Ruan. She sighed in relief, pushing the calf closer to its mother's side. The calf, displaying remarkable vitality, was robust and adorned with striking black and white patterns, evidently inheriting traits from its parents. After a brief search, it quickly latched onto its mother's milk. Seeing her offspring safe, the cow collapsed onto the ground, surrendering to the moment and beginning to nurse. "Phew, the cow is saved. But what are we to do now?" Ruan Ruan slumped down, casting a disheartened gaze at the cave entrance. After toiling for half the day, the light outside had dimmed considerably, yet no one had come to their aid. The cave entrance was several meters away, and the thin ice made it impossible for the vines to grip, leaving them in a dire predicament. Ling Chu's gaze darkened as he subconsciously supported his injured leg, murmuring, "I've burdened you. You really didn't need to come find me. Without me, you might have fared better." He was aware of his own temper and knew that he often clashed with Ruan Ruan. She must harbor some disdain for him deep down. Ruan Ruan's expression twisted slightly. "What are you saying? You are my beast husband, one of my family members. How could I act as if nothing happened when a family member is missing?" Struck by Ruan Ruan's utterly earnest words, Ling Chu found himself momentarily dazed. Family? Did she regard him as family? But no, surely she could not. For did she not harbor feelings of disdain towards him? Ling Chu hung his head, his disheveled short hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. The word disgusting struck him like a thunderbolt, tightening his heart and bringing a hint of moisture to his gaze. Indeed, in such a state, he was undoubtedly repugnant. However, that was in the past. I understand that you suffered greatly at my hands, which bred animosity within you, yet I harbor no resentment. Ruan Ruan sat on the ground, catching her breath, her bright eyes gazing up at the sky above. She had not anticipated that, as a fifth-tier beast, she would lack the expansive heart of a mere third-tier kitten. "I apologize, my matriarch, for my past actions." Ling Chu lowered his eyes and knelt on one knee, placing a hand across his chest in a gesture of respect. This was the highest form of etiquette among the Yanhu clan, and this title of matriarch was the first he willingly uttered. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm not one to hold grudges. Please rise. We must first find a way to make ourselves known to others." Ruan Ruan reached out to gently stroke Ling Chu's fluffy tiger ears. At last, her final beast husband had laid down his hostility towards her. Indeed, Ling Chu nodded vigorously, her face displaying an unprecedented sincerity. "Is there anyone there? Is there anyone?" "Ah, there is." Ruan Ruan raised her hand and conjured a thick tree stump with her abilities, placing it firmly on the ground. She then materialized a finger-length pointed branch, preparing to attempt the fire drill method once more. However, this time her objective was not to ignite flames, but to produce smoke. Ruan Ruan focused intently as she vigorously rubbed the branches together. Through her relentless efforts, she finally succeeded in igniting smoke from the wooden stake amidst the damp surroundings. Due to the absence of wind within the ice cave, the smoke ascended effortlessly, gracefully passing through the cave's opening. "How wonderful it is! hoping that someone will see this smoke and come to our rescue. Chapter 75. Protect her, treat her well. Ruan Ruan, filled with hope, conjured some vines and moistened them with snow water, then surrounded the smoking area to help sustain the smoke. All that remained was to wait patiently. Ling Chu, observing from the side, was taken aback. He realized that no matter the time or the challenge faced, his female master always found a way to overcome it. Such wisdom is unparalleled, surpassing even that of other females, including those of the fourth tier. She is truly remarkable. After a series of commotion, both Ling Chu and Ruan Ruan's stomachs coincidentally rumbled in unison. I shall go and cut the meat. Ling Chu withdrew a bone knife and approached the carcass of the yak leader, deftly severing a leg from the body. This action startled the nearby cow, causing it to flinch and retreat in fear. Ling Chu cast a penetrating glance at the cow, remarking inwardly, "It is not your turn yet. Why do you tremble in fear?" Fortunately, the two cows have fallen in together. Even if they cannot escape for a while, they shall not starve. The cow, trembling with trepidation, cast a glance at Ruan Ruan, who approached and gently examined its injured hind leg, assuring, "Rest easy. I have no intention of consuming you for the time being." The cow visibly relaxed, settling back onto the ground. Ruan Ruan soon discovered that this cow's injury was far more severe than Ling Chu's, for its entire left leg was shattered. Without hesitation, Ruan Ruan retrieved bamboo splints to secure the leg firmly and applied some herbs to reduce swelling and bruising. Given the severity of the injury, even if the cow were to stand again in the future, it would likely limp for the rest of its life. However, it was not life-threatening and posed no grave concern. Ling Chu gathered the branches that Ruan Ruan had prepared into a pile and, raising a hand, sent forth a burst of crimson flames. Sizzle. The pile of branches did not endure even a second, instantly carbonizing into ash. A few crows flew across the sky, leaving behind a trail of black specks. Ruan Ruan stood frozen in place, wondering if this fire was truly as devastating as it seemed. Ling Chu felt a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Unfortunately, his awakened ability was Qi Hua, which, while less effective in range compared to Bai Yi, possessed destructive power several times greater than Bai Yi's Hua, thus maximizing his offensive capabilities. Ruan Ruan, exasperated, had no choice but to fashion new branches. This time, Ling Chu was cautious, only tossing a small spark onto them. Even that tiny flame nearly overwhelmed the branches, prompting Ruan Ruan to throw a large wooden stake onto the fire, allowing the flames to finally blaze. "Mistress, allow me to roast," Ling Chu volunteered eagerly. "Very well. Do keep an eye on the heat," Ruan Ruan replied, having expended much energy and spiritual power throughout the day, feeling fatigued. She then wove a mat from vines on the ground and lay down on a hide. "Just watch me," Ling Chu assured, eager to impress his mistress. Having witnessed Ruan Ruan roast meat before, he had never seen a pig run before, but he intended to show his skills in front of her. Time passed, and as Ruan Ruan began to drift off to sleep on the mat, she was suddenly jolted awake by an enthusiastic shake. "Mistress! Mistress! Look, I have succeeded." Ling Chu presented a skewer of succulent and aromatic barbecued meat to Ruan Ruan. As Ruan Ruan opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Ling Chu's face smeared with soot, resembling a playful cat. "Huh, Ling Chu, how did you end up like this?" Ruan Ruan clasped her stomach, laughing heartily. My first skewer of grilled meat was a failure, so I had to try several more times." Ling Chu, belatedly realizing, wiped his blackened nose. After his initial failure with the first skewer, he practiced with cowhide to avoid wasting the meat, diligently working for a considerable time until he finally mastered the control of the heat. Observing Ling Chu's endearing and earnest expression, Ruan Ruan ceased her laughter and took a large bite of the grilled meat, exclaiming, "Wow, delicious indeed. Ling Chu, you are truly remarkable. Wherever the esteemed mistress prefers is perfectly fine." In response to Ruan Ruan's compliments, Ling Chu felt an overwhelming sense of bashfulness, his face flushed with warmth. He hurriedly skewered several pieces of grilled meat, attempting to feign nonchalance. Yet the excited quivering of his rounded tiger ears and the swirling of his tail betrayed his true emotions. Ruan Ruan leaned against the mat, observing, "You truly resemble a child." After satisfying their hunger, Ruan Ruan thoughtfully plucked some wheat stalks from the Lingquan's space to feed the cow. The wheat in the Lingquan's space had ripened, and Ruan Ruan had gathered the ears but had yet to process them. The cow devoured the fresh grass with great delight, unable to contain its eagerness, reveling in the sheer joy of such fresh fodder during the depths of winter. The light filtering through the cave entrance grew dimmer, signaling the onset of night, yet no one had discovered Ruan Ruan and Ling Chu, compelling them to rest for a while. Ruan Ruan cleared a space on the mat beneath her and lay down beside Ling Chu. This marked the first occasion they shared such intimate proximity, leaving Ling Chu feeling stiff and tense, his gaze fixated on the starry night sky at the cave's mouth, while his peripheral vision remained attuned to Ruan Ruan. With her back turned towards him, Ruan Ruan closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, her mind untroubled and serene. It wasn't until he heard the steady rhythm of her breath that Ling Chu felt the strain in his eyes. Turning his head, he found his female sovereign mere inches away, yet he hesitated to draw closer, fearing that Ruan Ruan might still harbor resentment towards him. However, the scent emanating from her was tantalizingly close, an irresistible pheromone that no male could resist. Ling Chu swallowed hard, suppressing his urge to approach Ruan Ruan, and closed his eyes, replaying the events of the day in his mind. When the new day dawned, he would adopt a fresh approach towards Ruan Ruan, ensuring her protection and well-being, treating her as his true female sovereign. As the blinding sunlight poured into the ice cave, Ruan Ruan felt a comforting warmth envelop her. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a strikingly handsome face. Ruan Ruan was bewildert. She found herself inexplicably embraced by Ling Chu, their noses almost touching and their lips merely a breath apart. Ling Chu's arm encircled Ruan Ruan's waist, while her hand rested upon Ling Chu's impressive chest, the intimate posture conveying an unmistakable ambiguity. Ruan Ruan dared not even breathe, finding herself in a dilemma whether to push him away or to let him stay. In such close proximity, Ruan Ruan discovered that Ling Chu's eyebrows and even his eyelashes were a striking shade of red, excessively long, resembling characters from comic. Unlike Bai Yi's exquisite allure, nor akin to Lei Sen's classical elegance, and certainly not reminiscent of Shi Yu's cool nobility, Ling Chu's youthful features bore a stronger sense of boyish charm, akin to a delinquent school bully lounging at the back of the classroom. Suddenly, those long eyelashes fluttered, and without warning, Ling Chu's eyes opened slightly, the gap widening until it was filled with astonishment. For a brief moment, their gazes locked, but Ling Chu quickly looked down, instantly flushed with embarrassment, rolling off the mat in a flurry. Ouch! He tugged at his wound, gasping in pain, yet he immediately bowed his head to Ruan Ruan, apologizing. "I'm sorry, my lady. I did not intend to offend you. Please forgive me." Chapter 76. An abundance of favor. Many females would be put off by such intimate proximity without their consent. Ling Chu was genuinely flustered, fearing that Ruan Ruan would hold an even lower opinion of him. However, Ruan Ruan leisurely stretched and waved her hand dismissively. "It is a trivial matter. You are my beast husband, and there is no offense taken. Besides, it was just a hug, nothing more." Upon hearing this, Ling Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ruan Ruan rubbed her eyes and noticed that the little calf was now able to stand, joyfully prancing around the icy cave, only to scurry back beneath the belly of the mother cow upon seeing Ruan Ruan and Ling Chu rise. As the smoke began to rise again, Ruan Ruan bit her lip, gazing at the azure sky. The weather was exceptionally fine today, and the smoke should rise high, hoping someone would see it. Not wishing to remain idle, she commenced her own rescue efforts, gathering her spiritual energy to once again fling vines upwards. Yet after a night of cold, the mouth of the ice cave remained too thin to grasp. Ruan Ruan decided to use the vines to widen the opening above, ensuring that Yin could see better from the heights. Indeed, after flying for a day and a night, Yin spotted a continuously enlarging black dot and dove down. Simultaneously, in the forest, Lei Sun also observed the ascending smoke and hurried over. Soon, Ruan Ruan had nearly dismantled the entire ceiling of the ice cave, completely exposing the cat, tiger, and 2 cows to the sunlight. Thud, 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 hooray! Hearing the commotion, Ling Chu and Ruan Ruan simultaneously lifted their heads, exclaiming, "My lady." "Ling Chu, it's wonderful to find you." Ruan Ruan's eyes brightened as she promptly stood. "Yin, Lei Xin, don't worry. We'll rescue you right away." Yin swooped down through the cave's opening, his strong claws gripping Ruan Ruan and Ling Chu, bringing them safely to the ground. While Ruan Ruan deftly used vines to ensnare the snow-colored yak and calf, bringing them along as well. "My lady, are you all right?" The moment they landed, Lei Sun rushed over, tightly grasping Ruan Ruan's arm and inspecting her from every angle. Yin followed suit, frantically checking Ruan Ruan, even inspecting beneath her fingernails. "Hey, do I look well? I'm covered in injuries and limping." Ling Chu pointed at his own nose, exasperated. These two fellows only know how to fawn over the lady. "I'm perfectly fine, it's just that Ling Chu is indeed quite injured." Ruan Ruan turned to Ling Chu. "Why don't you try falling from here?" Ling Chu retorted angrily. "I have wings." Yin raised an eyebrow. Ling Chu was left speechless. "Thank goodness you are all right." Lei Sun raised his hand to brush off the dust from Ruan Ruan, his concern finally easing. The mother cow, having been pulled up, shook her ears. Under the influence of the herbs, she clearly felt less pain in her legs and stood up carefully, gently nudging Ruan Ruan's arm with her head before turning to push her calf forward. The mother cow understood that in the eyes of these high-ranking carnivorous beastmen, they were mere walking meat, and encountering someone willing to assist her naturally encouraged her to approach, especially since her male leader had perished. A wise beast knows the times. Ruan Ruan was taken aback by the actions of this white-haired mother cow. What was she doing? Among animals, when new life is born, mothers often present their young to the leader for acknowledgement, seeking protection. Thus, this mother cow is pledging her allegiance to you. Moreover, this white-haired cow is quite intelligent. She is likely the female leader of the yak herd, with other cows following her lead. This calf is a bull, destined to become a breeding male. The snow-colored yak leading the other cows could create a perfect pastoral system, ensuring a sustainable source of food. The mother cow nodded vigorously, understanding. Ruan Ruan raised her hand, untangling the vines from the mother cow, transforming them into a tether around her neck. The mother cow complied without resistance, obediently limping alongside Ruan Ruan. Yin, watching this unfold, was taken aback. Their lady could even tame beasts? Impressive, isn't it? Ling Chu nudged Yin playfully. "Wow, I never expected you could say something like that. Are you finally recognizing Our Lady's prowess?" Yin teased. "Oh, stop it." Ling Chu rolled his eyes, a hint of red creeping onto his face. "Yikes. Why are you blushing? Who is blushing? Stop making things up. I can see it, don't deny it." Hearing the playful banter behind her, Ruan Ruan couldn't help but smile. How delightful. Yin, supporting Ling Chu, slowed their pace, quickly creating distance from Ruan Ruan and Lei Senator walking alongside Ruan Ruan. Lei Sen's hand brushed against hers intentionally and unintentionally. With each touch, Lei Sen's heart raced. He longed to hold Ruan Ruan's hand, but hesitated, fearing he might offend her. He could only gaze at her petite, adorable hand, wishing to grasp it. Sensing Lei Sen's feelings, Ruan Ruan wasted no time, reaching for Lei Sen's hand. The action appearing entirely natural. Lei Sen's heart raced as he instinctively enveloped Ruan Ruan's delicate hand within his palm, creating an atmosphere akin to a young couple in love. Ruan Ruan looked up at him, offering a gentle smile, captivating Lei Sun entirely. She truly has a beautiful smile. From the moment Ruan Ruan had crossed over, she had held a favorable impression of Lei Senator. Unlike other beast husbands who spoke harshly to her, he had shown concern, even protecting her from others' disrespect. He was a man of few words, quietly doing what he should, always safeguarding her, qualities many lacked. Moreover, Lei Sun had previously risked his own safety to save her. He was genuinely a warm-hearted individual. Most importantly, certain attributes of Lei Sun she had personally verified were undoubtedly exceptional. Thinking back to their first encounter, the vivid colors of white, red, and pink exploded in her mind, causing Ruan Ruan to beam foolishly, only to be caught off guard as her nose began to bleed. "My lady, your nose is bleeding." Chapter 77. Your presence is my fortune. Lei Sun was startled, quickly pulling out a beast-hide handkerchief to press against Ruan Ruan's nose. "Are you feeling unwell? The weather isn't even hot." Cough, it's nothing serious. The yak meat is too nourishing, and I indulged a bit too much, Ruan Ruan awkwardly explained. Oh, Lei Sun nodded, silently committing her words to memory. Just as they reached the entrance of the tribe, a throng of female beastmen rushed towards Ruan Ruan, anxiously awaiting her return. Ruan Ruan, it's such a relief you're fine. We were so worried. Are you injured? Let me see. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. Ruan Ruan smiled warmly. Seeing this scene, she realized that her image among her people had completely transformed. The crowd nodded in unison, escorting Ruan Ruan into the cave before dispersing. My lady, you have succeeded. Layson sat beside Ruan Ruan, his face radiating approval. At last, the negative impression she had left on them was dispelled. Ruan Ruan collapsed onto the stone bed, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Layson responded, only to notice that their hands were still intertwined, their skin warm and slightly damp from contact. Reluctant to let go, he cherished this moment of holding his mistress a little longer. Yin helped Ling Chu sit on the edge of the stone bed, and as their eyes met, they simultaneously caught sight of Ruan Ruan and Lei Sun holding hands. A pang of jealousy surged through them, prompting them to exclaim in unison, Mistress! Mistress! Startled, Ruan Ruan sprang up from the stone bed, instinctively releasing Lei Sun's hand. What is going on? Yin and Ling Chu exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by their surprising synchronicity. Ling Chu was the first to recover, groaning while holding his leg. Oh, dear mistress, my leg seems to be getting worse. Could you take another look? Ah, yes, mistress. It appears Ling Chu's leg is swollen. Yin chimed in. What? Let me see. Ruan Ruan quickly jumped down from the bed and hurried over to examine Ling Chu's leg. In the meantime, Layson sighed in resignation, having discerned the ulterior motives of the two, and chose to ignore them. He busied himself gathering some sweet potato roots left by Ruan Ruan to feed the livestock. As dusk fell, Ruan Ruan folded a piece of bee skin and cut it into the shape of a sanitary pad, carefully stitching it with a bone needle by the fire, sealing all sides while leaving an opening, and finally punching holes in the corners to thread strings through. She intended to create a primitive sanitary pad, planning to stuff it with the clean white cotton from the snake forest for easier replacement later. Mistress, place this on your abdomen, Lei Sun said as he entered, presenting a warm pouch shaped like meat to Ruan Ruan. Oh, what is this? It's still warm? Ruan Ruan turned it over in her hands, hearing the sloshing of water inside. I don't know what to call it, just an idea I had, made from waterproof bee skin. It looks a bit ugly, but since you're on your red days, you need to keep warm. It contains hot water to warm your belly, Layson explained, cautiously observing Ruan Ruan's reaction. Wow, isn't this just a hot water bag? You're so clever, Layson. It may be a bit homely, but it's entirely usable. Ruan Ruan quickly placed the warm pouch on her abdomen, eager not to disappoint Layson's thoughtful gesture. Soon, a wave of warmth spread from her belly, providing her with considerable comfort. As long as the mistress is satisfied, Layson gazed at Ruan Ruan, his expression softening. I really like it. Thank you, Layson, Ruan Ruan beamed, leaning in to nuzzle her face against his, a unique gesture of gratitude typical of a cat. Layson's heart raced, momentarily losing focus, overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. Unable to help himself, he gently caressed Ruan Ruan's smooth cheek, feeling as if his heart was overflowing with affection for the person before him. Meanwhile, Yin, who was roasting meat nearby, froze mid-motion, his expression darkening as he realized this was the first time he had seen Ruan Ruan initiate such intimacy with any male. Yin was indeed a fine male. His roasted meat was always fragrant and tender. Noticing Yan's despondency, Ruan Ruan quickly praised him, causing his embarrassment to dissolve into thin air. Thank you for the compliment, mistress. I don't have much skill. This is all I can do. Don't say that. You are all wonderful males. It's a blessing to have you, Ruan Ruan replied cheerfully, her smile radiant like the sun. Ling Chu, using Shiyu as a pillow, slept soundly, a blissful smile on his lips as he dreamt of Ruan Ruan. By the way, Layson, how old are you? Ruan Ruan asked casually while busying her hands. Oh, Ruan Ruan was taken aback. Layson's classical beauty and noble demeanor suggested he was merely in his late 20s. As fifth-tier beastmen, they had long lifespans, typically exceeding 800 years. with some even reaching 1,000. Thus, Layson was not particularly old. Wow, Layson is already old. I'm just over 200 years, still strong. Yin interjected, flexing his arms. Among the 5 males, only Ling Chu was the youngest, yet to reach 200, thereby retaining a more childlike disposition. As one only officially came of age at 100. Ruan Ruan was aware of this, knowing she was also over 200. He feared Ruan Ruan might think he was too old, which would be unfortunate. So, Laysun, Yin, in all these centuries, have you ever liked another female? Ruan Ruan inquired curiously. Faced with such a delicate question, Yin was the first to shake his head. No, in our Pong clan, we emerged from our shells at 100 and have been in deep slumber for training all that time, so I certainly haven't tea. Neither have I, mistress. Although I've lived longer before meeting you, I was always with the Jinshur clan, where the females belong to the males, Laysun earnestly explained. You two don't need to be so serious. I was just asking casually. And by the way, don't call me mistress anymore. Huh? What do we do wrong? Laysun and Yin visibly panicked. No, what I mean is from now on, just call me Ruan Ruan. It feels too distant and somewhat awkward to be called mistress. Ruan Ruan insisted, waving her hands. Hearing this, Yin and Laysun exhaled in relief. They had long wished to break away from addressing her formally, yet now, they couldn't bear to be apart from her even for a moment. Calling her by her title felt disrespectful. Yin bit his lip, hesitant. Oh, come on. Why fuss over such details? I'm your mistress. I get to decide. From now on, call me Ruan Ruan. It sounds much nicer, Ruan Ruan insisted, patting both of their shoulders. Very well, Ruan Ruan it is, Laysun said first, strangely finding the name somewhat daunting. Yin hesitated for a long moment before finally managing to say, Ruan Ruan mistress. What the heck? Ruan Ruan mistress? Ruan Ruan pressed her forehead. Wait, why do I feel like someone else missing? Ruan Ruan glanced around the cave. That's right, where is Bai? Her beautiful 9-tailed fox was nowhere to be seen. The three engaged in idle chatter, but soon, Yan's eyelids began to droop, and he leaned against the cave wall. Dozing off, Ruan Ruan couldn't hold back her yawns either, her needle and threading motion unconsciously slowing. Laysun continued to gaze at the moonlit entrance when suddenly he felt warmth in his arm. Ruan Ruan had unknowingly fallen asleep, leaning against him due to their proximity. Laysun turned his head, gently brushing aside the stray hair from Ruan Ruan's face, taking in her lovely features. And couldn't resist pressing a tender kiss to her forehead, cherishing her as if she were a precious treasure. At that moment, Bai returned, breathless, and upon seeing Ruan Ruan, nearly shouted, Mistress Sha. Laysun quickly gestured for Bai to be quiet, carefully laying Ruan Ruan down horizontally on the stone bed and covering her with a beast skin blanket. Ruan Ruan had been so exhausted these past few days, organizing hunts and searching for others, that even Laysun felt heartache just watching her. Bai took a deep breath and quietly approached the stone bed, intending to touch Ruan Ruan, but realizing his hands were cold. He rubbed them by the fire before daring to reach out. Where did you find a mistress? Bai asked softly, casting a glance at Ling Chu. In an ice cave. Ling Chu was injured and will need a few days to recover. Thankfully, the mistress is unharmed, Laysun replied, propping himself beside Ruan Ruan, his sturdy frame shielding her. His eyes filled with adoration. That's good. Bai gently brushed Ruan Ruan's forehead. The mistress said we should call her Ruan Ruan from now on. Laysun smiled, like a gentle breeze caressing the heart. The name Ruan Ruan suits her well, for she is indeed very gentle, Bai remarked, his eyes crinkling with delight. The night outside was as dark as ink, with the beastmasters surrounding Ruan Ruan, nestled closely beside her in peaceful slumber. Days passed in rare tranquility within the tribe, and the spirit cats delighted in dining alongside Ruan Ruan. Ahua and Aseong were the first to master the art of grilling meat on stone slabs, busily engaged in their newfound culinary endeavor each day. Meanwhile, Mila and Ruhua had been acting mysteriously, often clustering together. Ruan Ruan observed them keenly, but had yet to witness any peculiarities arising from their gatherings. During these days, Ruan Ruan prepared cabbage soup and roasted sweet potatoes. And for the first time, the orcs who had previously scoffed at plants were thoroughly impressed by the deliciousness of her creations. Naturally, Ruan Ruan attributed the source of these ingredients to the snake forest, knowing well that no one would dare venture there for verification. By the way, what is a cellar? A few males curiously inquired, having crafted tools from bones. A cellar, in simple terms, is a space for storage. The temperature underground is much higher than on the surface, so there is no fear of spoilage, Ruan Ruan explained succinctly. With her aunt gone, she planned to dig a simple cellar behind the tribe, for her spiritual spring could no longer accommodate all the crops. In just a few days, sweet potatoes, cabbages, and wheat had been harvested multiple times, prompting Ruan Ruan to relocate some of the produce for storage in the cellar. Unexpectedly, the orcs from the tribe learned of her endeavor and voluntarily came to assist, having enjoyed plenty of her cooking in recent days. Ruan Ruan led them to the designated area behind the tribe, swiftly establishing a spot and commencing their work. Once the initial pit was dug, the orcs began transporting the excavated soil in bamboo baskets, proceeding in an orderly fashion. By midday, the cellar, measuring over 10 meters in length and width, was completed. Ruan Ruan decided to transplant the cabbages with their roots intact into the cellar, while the sweet potatoes were stored in bamboo baskets. The cellar's entrance was covered with a bamboo door crafted by Laysin and insulated with a thick layer of dry grass, marking the successful completion of the task. Everyone has worked hard. Today we will prepare beef meatball soup, Ruan Ruan called out. Hooray! The spirit cats exclaimed, their faces radiant with the joy of labor. Mila stood behind a nearby tree trunk, clenching the bark tightly, her nails embedded in it. For the past few days, nearly all the spirit cats had been circling around Ruan Ruan. Even those who usually came to pay their respects each morning had scarcely shown up. What respect did she have left? Ha! A bunch of foolish creatures. I will make them realize that following Ruan Ruan is far less advantageous than following me. By the way, do you remember what I told you? Milaskov Goldli. I remember. That is good. Ruan Ruan, just wait to be completely erased. As night fell again, Ruan Ruan sat before Shiryu, gently stroking the head buried beneath the covers. Shiryu had been in a deep slumber for several days, showing no signs of awakening. If it weren't for Ling Bao assuring her that he was fine, she would have been deeply worried. Sighing, Ruan Ruan settled into a meditative position to continue her cultivation. Having made rapid progress in recent days and standing on the brink of advancing to the 4th tier, yet she had yet to break through. Noticing Ruan Ruan in deep meditation, Ling Chu cautiously approached, glancing left and right. With her petite nose, rosy lips, long eyelashes, and a delicate little face, she looked just like a doll. This was the first time he truly noticed her beauty. Perhaps due to his change in perception, Ling Chu found Ruan Ruan increasingly appealing. I must tell my sister to come and see my wonderful female. With this thought, Ling Chu swiftly transformed into his tiger form and limped out of the tribe, heading towards the Yin Hu tribe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Sun and Yin were eagerly squatting beside the rabbit den to feed the livestock. Wow, so many have been born, Yin exclaimed, stretching his neck in astonishment. A large mound of newborn rabbits clamored beneath their mother, begging for milk. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed over a dozen. Not only that, but the piglets had also grown considerably, each weighing nearly 100 pounds. Rabbits grow quickly. We must expand this den, Laysin declared, rising from his spot. Let's go tell Ruan Ruan this good news. She will surely be delighted. Having feasted splendidly under Ruan Ruan's care, Duo Bao had grown round as a ball, confidently stating, I will complete the task. As he hopped about, all right, Bao nodded, gnawing on a crisp, juicy cabbage. Duo Bao scoured the outskirts of the tribe, finding a patch of grass to hide in, but his keen nose suddenly caught a whiff of a terrifying stench. The foul odor carried an aura of slaughter, perilously approaching the spirit cat tribe. It was the scent of unfamiliar carnivorous beastmen. Terrified, Duo Bao froze in place, summoning his courage to cautiously make his way through the bushes towards the source of the scent. Suddenly, a pair of sinister green eyes glimmered from the nearby thicket, followed by a second and a third pair, until they densely surrounded him, causing Duo Bao to remain utterly still. At that moment, he realized it was a pack of wolves. The notorious reputation of the wolf tribe for attacking settlements was well known throughout the Xingyue forest. Could it be that they were planning to assault the spirit cat tribe this time? Realizing the urgency, Duo Bao hastily retreated to a safe distance and then sprinted desperately toward Ruan Ruan's cave. Mistress, the mother rabbit has given birth to many kits. The den is completely full. Yin burst into the cave, excitedly gesticulating. Really? Let me take a look, Ruan Ruan exclaimed, quickly descending from her stone bed. But just as she put on her shoes, a shadow dashed through the bamboo door, stumbling in. Oh no, sister, it's bad, it's bad. Duo Bao panicked, tumbling clumsily to the ground, but quickly rising despite the pain. What is wrong, Duo Bao? Don't panic, speak slowly, Ruan Ruan urged, helping him up. Wolves. Wolves are coming. Duo Bao gapet fall body. What wolves? Bai's expression turned serious in an instant. Wolves are approaching the spirit cat tribe. Duo Bao's words dripped with fear, his round face glistening with cold sweat. What? Ruan Ruan's heart sank, tightening her grip on Duo Bao's hand. Are you sure you didn't TC wrong? No. There are many wolves surrounding the spirit cat tribe, and they're coming this way. Duo Bao's emphatic declaration instantly heightened Ruan Ruan's alertness. Quickly, Lei Sen, you go move all the livestock from our grazing area to the cellar, and take Sure Yu with you. Bai, you go inform the male beastmen in the tribe to assist, and move the axe as far away from the tribe as possible. I will notify the spirit cat priest and the female beastmen to evacuate. Ruan Ruan commanded methodically, though the fine beads of cold sweat on her forehead revealed her tension. Finishing her orders, she rushed out of the cave. Ruan Ruan understood well that the wolf pack's attack was not a spontaneous decision. The spirit cat tribe was remote and not affluent. Suddenly being targeted by the wolf tribe surely indicated some underlying issue. Where's Ling Chu? Why is he nowhere to be found? Yin furrowed his brow. Let us not worry about him. We must act quickly. With that, Lei Sen swiftly grabbed a large bamboo basket from the ground and stuffed the still sleeping Shiryu inside, racing to the grazing area to relocate the pigs and rabbits, hiding them all in the cellar. He needed to hurry so he could protect Ruan Ruan, to avoid alerting the wolf pack and hastening their attack. Ruan Ruan refrained from calling out loudly, rushing as quickly as possible to the spirit cat priest's cave to explain the situation. At such a critical moment, it was vital to have the true leaders of the tribe make the decisions. Upon learning of the situation, the spirit cat priest wasted no time in gathering the females together. The females, having learned of the wolf pack's impending arrival, clustered in the center of the tribe with their young, flailing about like headless flies. Where is Mila? Where could she have gone at a time like this? The Lingmao shaman searched for a considerable time, yet not a trace of Mila could be found. In desperation, she clutched Abu's beast skin garment and demanded answers. We are also unaware. The matriarch instructed us to remain in the tribe, stating she had urgent matters to attend to. In times of crisis for the clan, the females urgently required leadership, yet the most qualified chieftain had vanished. Suppressing her fury, the Lingmao shaman shut her eyes forcefully. Enough! We can never rely on her. Ruan Ruan, take the females and flee as far as you can. I shall handle the remaining matters. The Lingmao shaman grasped Ruan Ruan's hand tightly, her face reflecting unprecedented urgency. The Lingmao clan is weak and cannot possibly contend with the wolf pack. A great catastrophe is imminent. Yes, but what about you? Are you not coming with us? Ruan Ruan frowned. Although she was a shaman, she was still a female. The Lingmao shaman tightened her grip on her staff. I cannot leave at this moment. After a brief hesitation, she pulled Ruan Ruan close and whispered urgently, if we can survive this disaster, the Lingmao clan will be entrusted to you. Ruan Ruan's pupils quivered, and despite her preparation, she was still taken aback. What do you mean? Just understand in your heart. Go now. The Lingmao shaman patted Ruan Ruan's shoulder, her eyes filled with hope. This is a moment of dire responsibility, indeed. All right, everyone follow me. In chapter 80, Ruan Ruan nodded gravely, as if bearing an immense burden in that instant, and swiftly led the females towards the rear of the tribe. Lingmao males, your females and young ones have already departed. We must buy them time to escape. As the guardians of the tribe, we cannot falter now. For the sake of our tribe, drive the attackers away. Defend the tribe. The Lingmao shaman called out passionately. Defend the tribe. Do not falter. Defend the tribe. Do not falter. The male Lingmios, gripping their bone knives, stared intently at the encroaching darkness of the forest. Drenched in sweat, suddenly, a sharp, terrifying wolf howl echoed, and pairs of eerie green eyes illuminated the surroundings as the wolves surged forth, racing towards the tribe. The male Lingmios did not waver. They charged forward with their bone knives, forming a defensive line to protect the fleeing females. In an instant, the air was thick with the mist of blood, mingled with anguished cries, rendering the tragic battle scene unbearable to behold. Ruan Ruan, do not go this way. Upon spotting Ruan Ruan, Yin swiftly landed, blocking the retreat of the others. What is it? Ruan Ruan furrowed her brow. The fighting had already begun, and they needed to leave quickly. There is no way to retreat on land. The wolf pack has completely surrounded the tribe. From my observation, there are dozens of wolf beasts ranked 4 and above, and many lower-ranked ones as well. Yin shook his head. What? How could this happen? What do we do now? The females shrieked in panic, some of the timid beast women bursting into tears. I will take you through the air, Yin declared, seizing Ruan Ruan's wrist. He cared not for anyone else, only for her. Hearing this, the females exchanged glances, falling silent, their eyes filled with despair. Should their clan be invaded, the once rare and noble females would become the spoils of war, most reduced to breeding tools, stripped of status, and in peril of losing their lives at any moment. Yet, they had no flying males, and if the front line were breached, an endless hell awaited them. Ruan Ruan, go with your male. Do not worry about us. I only ask that you take these few newborns with you. They're the last hope of the Lingmao clan, Yu pleaded, wiping her tears. Ruan Ruan, please go. We do not blame you. Just take my baby. He's still so young. He cannot die like this. Ahua knelt, cradling her not-yet-month-old kitten, gazing at the child with love and reluctance. Please, Ruan Ruan, take our children. The mothers, desperate and helpless, knelt before Ruan Ruan, beseeching her. Women are inherently fragile, yet motherhood imbues them with strength. Even if it meant confronting the wolves, they wished to protect their offspring. Witnessing the scene before her, Ruan Ruan stood rooted, her heart tumultuous, ensnared in deep conflict. Matriarch, there is no time left. Yin tightened his grip on Ruan Ruan's hand. Urgency lacing his tone. Yin, you take the children away. The remaining females will follow me. Ruan Ruan slowly withdrew from Yan's embrace. Matriarch, the wolves are about to arrive. Yan's voice trembled as he grasped Ruan Ruan's shoulders. If anything were to happen to you, I would truly lose my mind. The frightened younglings cried uncontrollably. Taking them was the best choice, lest they become a hindrance. Furthermore, Ruan Ruan understood that without her clan in this beastly world, she would lose her greatest and most stable protection. Even if she survived, it would be in a state of constant peril. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she must strive to keep these individuals safe. Where there are people, there is hope for survival. However, seeing Yin still hesitating, Ruan Ruan stepped forward and embraced him tightly. Do not worry, I will ensure my safety. With her unique abilities and spiritual essence, she could withstand the ordinary wolf beasts for a moment. Ruan Ruan, thank you. The females bowed their heads, utterly swayed by her resolve. Meanwhile, Bai faced his own dilemma. Seizing the opportunity before the wolf pack's encirclement solidified, he successfully led several males in guiding the tethered female yaks away. Ruan Ruan swiftly concealed the females in the cellar she had dug, which, fortunately, was spacious enough for them to find a place to rest, and it was hidden well enough to avoid detection. Ruan Ruan, you stay hidden. I will go assess the situation, Laysun instructed. As he closed the cellar door, he covered it with a thick layer of snow for camouflage before transforming into his lion form. Concealed in the cellar, Ruan Ruan knew he needed to find a way to hinder the wolves pursuing from behind to keep them safe. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a pair of watchful eyes observed the scene unfold from the shadows. So this is where they are hiding, the females huddled together, panic evident on their faces. Hey, why didn't Ruhua come along? A female beast woman suddenly spoke up. Who knows? There's no room for her hefty self here. Why must we concern ourselves with her? She deserves to be dragged away by the wolves for all the trouble she causes. That may be too harsh. After all, she is still a female, another chimed in. Ruan Ruan crouched on the ground, watching the unmoving Shiryu in the bamboo basket, reflecting on her indifference towards Ruhua. She surely doesn't take care about Ruhua. Death would be best, sparing me from her incessant prattling. I went to her cave, but neither she nor her male was present. She added, shaking her head. Then we cannot be blamed, Yu replied coldly. Just then, A howling chorus of wolves drew near, piercing the eardrums with its intensity. The females quickly covered their mouths, curling into the ground, afraid to make a sound. In Chapter 81, a deafening lion's roar erupted, resonating through the air. It was Lei's son. Ruan Ruan clenched her fists, a wave of anxiety washing over her for Lei's senator. Although he was a fifth-tier golden lion, he still lacked sufficient spiritual power. A single pair of fists could not contend against a multitude, and if a confrontation ensued, he would undoubtedly be injured. Meanwhile, the wolf beasts, who had been intent on charging through the Lingmao tribe, were now rendered motionless. There sat Lei's son, transformed into a golden lion, his thick mane rising and falling with each breath, his golden-brown eyes gleaming with confidence and authority as they swept over the dozen or so wolf beasts before him, emitting another deep, fearsome roar that shook the air. The wolves stood frozen, daunted, and unwilling to make a move. How can there be a fifth-tier golden lion here? One wolf trembled, its hind legs quaking as it instinctively retreated. Quickly, go tell Heiba. The wolf beast suddenly fell into a state of panic, daring not to advance further, and could only confront Lei's son from a distance. Lei's son did not rush forward either. His spiritual power was insufficient, and engaging in a genuine battle would expose him. He decided to intimidate them first. At that moment, Heiba was commanding the wolf beasts to attack from the front of the tribe. If they fled, it would mean the complete loss of shelter for their females and cubs, leaving them facing the threat of extinction. Observing the situation, the Lingmao priestess stood atop a height, paying homage to the sky thrice. A ray of red light pierced through the darkness, directly landing upon her, forming a spiritual array at her feet. Each priest possessed the ability to pray for blessings from the beast god, but the cost of such power was often immeasurable. For the sake of the Lingmao clan, she had no choice but to act. Taking a deep breath, the priestess infused her own spiritual power into the array, continuously distributing it to every male present, aiding them in resisting the external threat. Due to their inherent disadvantage in their true forms, the Lingmao could only wield their bone knives to stab fiercely at the advancing wolves. Fortunately, with the Lingmao priestess's spiritual enhancement, their defense and speed received a notable boost. Although Chun Shan limped on one leg, he did not hide at the back. A wolf beast leaped towards him, pinning him to the ground. Chun Shan raised his arm to block, but the wolf fiercely bit down, its long fangs sinking into his flesh, severing his arm in an instant. Pain coursed through him, and he could only use his other hand to grip the bone knife and stab at the wolf's neck. Seeing this, she sidestepped and knocked the wolf off Chun Shan, seizing the bone knife to slice through the wolf's throat. Heaving heavily, Chun Shan, still bearing the injury on his abdomen, engaged in such a fierce battle. Without the array's support, he would have collapsed long ago. I'm fine, I can still fight. We cannot concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, Chun Shan wrapped his severed arm with animal skin and tightened his grip on the bone knife. This moment would be the bravest of their lives. Why were there no females in this tribe? Where had they all gone? The axe had been spotted by the wolf beasts just days prior. Where were they now? Heiba, furious, swiped his paw at a nearby wolf beast's head. I don't know. They were here just yesterday, the struck wolf beast replied, shrinking its neck in grievance. Useless. I'll find them myself. Heiba, filled with rage, charged into the battlefield. The ground was strewn with the bodies of Lingmao and wolf beasts, and as Heiba stepped through the carnage, his peripheral vision caught sight of something familiar. It was the corpse of a male Lingmao, its chest bloodied and mangled, faintly revealing a black mate mark. Heiba frowned and wiped away the blood, revealing a black cat-shaped mark identical to his own. It was Myra's mate mark. Scanning the area, Heiba noticed at least 7 or 8 Lingmao bearing Myra's mate mark. Mila, how dare she deceive me? Heiba gritted his teeth. He had thought Mira's entanglements would involve only 3 or 4 males, especially since just days ago she had shown affection towards him, claiming that no other males caught her eye, saying she only liked him. Yet, she had hidden so many within the tribe. Heiba, the wolf beasts beside him held a glimmer of schadenfreude in their eyes, but dared not show it. Forget it. Quickly find that female named Ruan Ruan and kill her. Heiba suppressed his fury. Now that he had mated with Mira, he needed to leverage her to extract himself from the Wolf King. Yes, I doubt you will find that Ruan Ruan, a female voice suddenly emerged from behind the wolf beasts. Heba turned to see a chubby female beast man with ginger-colored skin approaching slowly. This was none other than Ruan, who had been lurking in the shadows. "Were you?" Heba stepped forward, looking down at Ruan. "You must be Heba. Did Myra's clan head not mention me?" Ruan placed her hands on her hips. "Oh, I remember now. She mentioned a mother cat that looked like a wild boar." Heba shot her a disdainful glance. "You?" Ruan rolled her eyes in frustration, but knowing he was a wolf, she held back. I know where Ruan Ruan is. Quickly tell me. Where's she?" Heba's eyes lit up. "Just follow me." Ruan turned, a wicked grin spreading across her face. She had long conspired with Mira. Mira was to lead the wolf beasts, while she would hunt down Ruan Ruan, with the ultimate goal of eliminating her. Heba signaled, and numerous wolf beasts followed Ruan as they circled around the tribe towards the cellar. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of the Ling Mao priestess, who was filled with urgency. However, if she left, the front line would surely collapse. Yet the next chosen heir she had selected was in danger. What to do? Soon, Heba and the wolf beast successfully maneuvered to the rear. Before Ruan could speak again, "Heba, stop right there. What do you mean by this?" A furious female voice rang out. Choke her. Choke her. Wonderful. She is close to death. Let us go together." A series of prayer-like murmurs grew increasingly clear, the suffocating sensation engulfing Ruan Ruan entirely. She cursed internally. "I'm really going to choke to death. Who is that dog laughing at my misfortune?" Suddenly, Ruan Ruan gasped and sat upright, clutching her throat as she expelled a hard object from her mouth, the choking sensation vanishing instantly. Oxygen flooding her lungs, as if she had been reborn. Tears streamed down her face from the near asphyxiation, yet her eyes widened in astonishment. The surroundings were pitch black. She was no longer in her 10-square-meter rental room, but appeared to be in a cavern. A biting cold wind rushed through the large opening of the cave, causing Ruan Ruan to curl up. At that moment, she was sitting naked on a flat stone, and indeed, she was completely bare, exuding an indescribable odor of sweat. What was happening? Had she choked on chicken leg meat while reading a novel? Had she been abducted to a place like this? As Ruan Ruan pondered the absurdity, she heard a voice of disdain from the cave entrance. Suddenly, she looked up to find a tall figure approaching through the snowy night, its glowing eyes ominously fixed on her. "Ghost!" Ruan Ruan screamed, her soul nearly leaving her body, feeling as if an invisible hand had gripped her head tightly. "Woo! The Linquan system has been successfully bound. Welcome, host, to the beast world. I am your Linquan spirit, Ling Bao. Please accept your new identity. Host beast type, Ling Mao. Rank, 2. Beasts and beastmen are classified into 5 ranks. Ability, with system, initial level acquired. A 10-square-meter Linquan planning space is now granted to you, along with a random vegetable seed gift pack. The system, Ling Mao, beast world. I can't have transmigrated. Ruan Ruan opened her mouth, nearly spitting out blood. Indeed, the host is fortunate to have choked to death on chicken leg meat, so I conveniently brought you here to be reborn in the beast world. This is your blessing. You should be grateful. Ruan Ruan's eyelids twitched. This blessing, do you want it? Ah, the voice belonged not to a ghost, but to a handsome man. He possessed a pair of amber-hued eyes, gazing upon himself with an unmistakable air of reluctant disdain. His waist was adorned with animal hide, modestly concealing his thighs and abdomen, revealing a flawless set of abdominal muscles. His ink-black hair was cut to a medium-short length, and his physique exhibited a harmonious blend of muscular definition. However, his sun-kissed skin bore numerous scars, and his emaciated ribs were starkly visible. Ruan Ruan meticulously organized the foundational memories imparted to her by Ling Bao, swiftly correlating them with the name Yan. The original host shared her name, both being Ruan Ruan. The original host had 5 male companions, namely Golden Lion, Lei Sun, 5th rank, Red Tiger, Ling Chu, 5th rank, Windroc, Yin, 4th rank, Nine-tailed Fox, by E, 5th rank, and Water Forest Python, Shiryu, 5th rank. Yet, in the presence of these remarkably handsome and powerful husbands, the original host led a rather disheveled existence, neglecting her appearance to the extent of not bathing for several years. This has also incited deep-seated animosity among several beast masters towards her. Last night, amidst the howling winds and blinding snow, she stripped the males of their animal skin garments and compelled them to procure food for her, even the most cold-sensitive of them. Shifushiyu was driven out by her. Indeed, if nothing unforeseen occurs, the original owner has met with retribution, as they devoured a wild hare with reckless abandon, ultimately choking on the bones and perishing on the spot. History is astonishingly similar. I am truly astounded. Is this not a catastrophic beginning? Upon receiving the original owner's memories, Ruan Ruan anxiously tugged at her hair, only to find her fingers smeared with a dark residue. Observing Ruan Ruan's sudden outburst, Yin seemed to have grown accustomed to it, rolling his eyes lightly while tightening his grip on the hare's pelt. He had witnessed firsthand how this wicked creature had been ensnared by the bones of the rabbit, refusing to offer aid until it had breathed its last. He had thought he could finally be liberated, yet he was taken aback to find her so resilient, managing to recover. Thus, he was once again destined to endure those sunless days. However, the vest she wore was excessively large, resembling a sack enveloping her. Yin chose to ignore her. Instead, picking up a thorny branch from somewhere, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, raising the branch high above his head while lowering his gaze. I have failed to capture any large prey. Please, my lady, punish me. Ruan Ruan was momentarily taken aback as she beheld the delicate man before her. His hair soaked from the melting snow, dripping with water. He trembled from the cold, looking utterly pitiable. Good heavens! How could one bear to strike such a well-behaved and handsome man? Regardless, she could not bear to leave him in distress and chose to assist him first. Ruan Ruan adjusted her fur coat and gracefully descended from the bed, making her way towards Yin. Is it about to begin, you wretched creature? Were it not for that accursed thing, I would certainly take your life. Ruan Ruan paused in her steps, only to notice that Yin's lips trembled. Yet no sound emerged. Realizing that this was Yan's innermost thoughts, I was momentarily astonished, my eyes widening in disbelief. How is it possible that I can actually hear his inner voice? This is the mind-reading ability included with the Lingquan system. So even if someone is cursing you in their heart, you will be aware of it. However, to be honest, there are times when one might prefer not to know. Nevertheless, that is not the main point. The focal point is that he appears quite eager to end it all himself. Rest assured, he wouldn't dare to take such a step against you. I am astounded. Ruan Ruan was just about to utter a few words when a gust of wind surged through the cave entrance, causing her features to contort. In the next moment, a colossal white-furred fox leaped into the cave, clutching a half-meter-long fish in its mouth. This magnificent creature measured an impressive 3 meters in length, its limbs lithe and graceful, its fur sleek and lustrous. Its violet-red eyes sparkled with a captivating gleam, and trailing behind it were 9 bushy tails, elegantly swaying in the air. In that fleeting moment, upon catching sight of Ruan Ruan, the white fox bared its teeth in a menacing snarl, before dismissively tossing the large fish onto the ground. Sensing the malice emanating from the creature, Ruan Ruan swallowed hard, her hair standing on end as she hastily crawled into the stone bed. Gazing at the new man before her, Ruan Ruan was utterly astonished. What a face it was! With elongated fox-like eyes that reflected a sorrowful self-pity, delicate crimson lips that were lightly bitten, and skin as flawless as porcelain, complemented by cascading silver hair that flowed down to his waist, untouched by the mundane world. He appeared as though he had stepped forth from painting. This is indeed one of the male Jiuwei Huji by E. Goodness, did the original owner indulge in such lavish treats? Host, could you perhaps restrain your drooling? Bai Yi beheld Ruan Ruan's foolish demeanor with unrestrained disdain, prompting him to turn his head away and exclaim, "Do not regard me with such a gaze." Bai Yi's face revealed displeasure as he lifted the fish from the ground and hurled it towards Ruan Ruan. In a flurry, Ruan Ruan caught the fish in her arms, only to discover that the large creature was still alive, thrashing its tail and delivering several resounding slaps to her. Bai Yi, with a triumphant squint and a smile, embodied the very essence of a cunning fox. Oblivious to Bai Yi's mischievous gaze, Ruan Ruan completely forgot about Yin, who was kneeling on the ground. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of recipes for the sizable fish in her embrace. Should she braise it, steam it, or grill it. She felt ravenous, on the verge of starvation. The cat is iron, the rice is steel. Once one is attired, it is prudent to first satiate oneself before proceeding with the narrative. As a purebred feline, Ruan Ruan possesses an extraordinary obsession with the scent of fish. However, as a modern human, she finds it utterly impossible to indulge in the raw delicacy of fish directly. However, this cave is bare and drafty, and, aside from grilling fish, there seems to be no other method available. Contemplating this, Ruan Ruan lowered her head and fell into her own thoughts. It is known that Bai Yi is a fire attribute beastman, possessing fox fire, yet what is currently lacking is firewood. But where could one find firewood amid such fierce winds and heavy snow? Oh wait, she herself possesses the wood attribute, nearly forgotten. Ruan Ruan raised her hand, tentatively gathering spiritual power in her palm, and swiftly conjured a branch as thick as her thumb, using her wood attribute abilities. It truly works. Ruan Ruan excitedly stamped her feet. However, upon witnessing this scene, Yan and Bai Yi could no longer remain composed. They sprang to their feet in unison, exclaiming, "You possess extraordinary abilities? How is this possible?" Ruan Ruan choked on a sip of water. Should she not be able to do so? In the realm of beasts, only those with extraordinary talents have the potential to acquire extraordinary abilities. Without a doubt, these powers are bestowed upon you by this divine treasure. Oh, Lingbao, you are my deity. I was perfectly capable all along, just hadn't utilized it until now. Ruan Ruan fabricated a casual excuse to feign composure. Her hands moved deftly, swiftly fashioning a bundle of twigs. She then dragged the fish over, conjuring feline claws as her razor-sharp nails hooked into the fish's belly. With practiced efficiency, she gutted the fish, removing entrails and gills before deftly slicing several portions of flesh to skewer onto the twigs. All preparations complete, only lacking the final spark. Ruan Ruan lifted her gaze to Bai Yi, extending a grubby little hand in a beckoning gesture. Might I borrow a small flame from you? Just leave it among these small twigs. A little will suffice. Bai Yi, momentarily taken aback, cast a cold glance at her, remaining utterly still. Ruan Ruan pouted. Miser. Instead, she utilized her extraordinary abilities to conjure a pointed branch and began diligently attempting to create fire by friction. Relying on oneself is far more dependable than depending on a man. Uncertain of how long she has exerted herself, Ruan Ruan's palms have become chafed and blistered. Yet not a spark has emerged. I am utterly exhausted. Ruan Ruan plopped down onto the ground, cradling her sore neck as she lamented. Others effortlessly harness the art of fire-making upon their arrival in another world. Why am I unable to do the same? Yin gazed at Ruan Ruan for quite some time, his eyes resembling those of a person observing a lunatic. What devilish scheme is this wicked woman concocting? In the next moment, a wave of warmth brushed against her cheek, and as Ruan Ruan focused her gaze, she discerned a pale, purple flame. The flame swiftly descended upon a pile of branches, igniting with remarkable speed. The warm flames enveloped her, and Ruan Ruan felt a long-lost sense of warmth. "Thank you, Bai Yi." Ruan Ruan turned her head, grinning at Bai Yi, revealing two sharp little cat-like teeth. This handsome fox appeared indifferent, yet he was not entirely aloof. Bai Yi was taken aback by her smile, which sent shivers down his spine. To him, Ruan Ruan's smile was even more unappealing than her tears. "If it weren't for the fear that you might use the imprinting technique, I wouldn't bother with you." Imprinting? What imprinting? Indeed, in the beast realm, females possess the ability to imprint, allowing them to place a controlling mark on males if the latter are willing. Once imprinted, the male becomes subservient to the female. Should the female perish, the male will gradually succumb as well, and any harm inflicted upon the female will rebound upon him. This explains why she had previously treated these males so harshly, yet they still chose to support her. Ruan Ruan cautiously flipped the fish, oblivious to the fact that the abrasion on her palm had quietly healed. The flames licked the fish repeatedly, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Sitting beside her, Yan and Bai Yi simultaneously swallowed hard. "Wow, your cooking skills are exceptional," Ruan Ruan exclaimed, only to turn and find the two men staring intently at the fish in her hands. With a tilt of her head, Ruan Ruan invited, Why don't you both come and have some? We? Yin pointed to himself, his expression filled with skepticism. Yes, Ruan Ruan affirmed earnestly, promptly picking up 2 large skewers of fish and offering them to the 2 men. Bai Yi and Yin exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly as their eyes roamed over Ruan Ruan. What has gotten into her? In the past, even if she couldn't finish her meal, she would never have offered us a bite. Yet today, she is willingly sharing. Upon hearing this, Ruan Ruan pouted, thinking how shameful it was to waste food. You have worked hard hunting, so please enjoy some fish. Ruan Ruan smiled sweetly, appearing exceedingly sincere. Heavens, she actually thinks we were working hard? Bai scoffed, seeing that the 2 remained unmoved. Ruan Ruan took a piece of fish and unceremoniously stuffed it into Yan's mouth. Before he could spit it out, the tender and sweet flavor of the fish captivated him. He was momentarily taken aback. The grilled meat tasted so delightful. How is it? Delicious, right? Bai, you should try some too. Ruan Ruan placed a generous chunk of fish in Yan's hand and kindly offered another piece to Bai Yi. I don't want any. Who will want your food? Bai Yi turned away haughtily, his foxtail wrapped around him, exuding an air of aloofness. Eat if you want. Don't if you don't. Ruan Ruan pouted and plopped down beside the fire, catching a glimpse of Bai Yi's throat, which was visibly moving as he struggled to swallow. Such a stubborn fox. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her beastly husbands were strong, while she herself was still too weak to survive alone. Instead of letting them ponder ways to eliminate her daily, it would be wiser to win them over and keep them close, thus securing more options for survival until she grew stronger. Therefore, she decided to gradually raise their favorability. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Ruan Ruan took another skewer of fish and handed it to Yin, signaling him to pass it to Bai Yi, then turned away to feign indifference. Yin accepted the fish and nudged Bai Yi with his arm. Bai Yi glanced sideways and noticed that Ruan Ruan was not looking, swiftly stuffing the fish into his mouth to secretly chew. Delicious. Whenever they failed to catch a proper game, Ruan Ruan would resort to imprinting and whipping them with thorns. Hence, after much effort, he had finally managed to carve a hole in the ice, spending the entire day on the surface to catch such a large fish. Now, he was utterly famished. Ruan Ruan hummed, stubborn, proud fox. Before long, the enticing aroma of the fish attracted an unwelcome guest. Wild fox, how dare you hoard food? Hand it over immediately. A shrill female voice pierced Ruan Ruan's eardrums, and she beheld a robust, golden-skinned female beastman storming into the den like a bulldozer, followed closely by 2 menacing male beastmen. Here comes trouble. Bai Yi's purple-red eyes glimmered slightly as his foxtail flicked behind him, casting a sidelong glance at Ruan Ruan. Trouble? Ruan Ruan assessed the woman, swiftly concealing the roasted fish behind her. She quickly identified her. Her name was Ruan Ruan, a chubby orange cat, and, unsurprisingly, the 2 male beastmen accompanying her were her mates, named a Lung and a Ri, who were twin raccoon cats. With a stretch of her neck, Ruan Ruan's gaze locked onto the fish behind Ruan Ruan, and she pointed an accusatory finger at her. You, shameless cat, now you dare to hide in the den and eat alone? Hand over the fish. Yin remained silent, his gaze icy as if he had anticipated the ensuing drama. This vile female will soon be licking the feet of that fat cat and obediently offering her the fish, only to receive a few slaps in return. Lick her feet? Receive slaps? How degrading. Ruan Ruan searched her memories, wanting to strangle her former self. Ruan Ruan was at the 3rd tier, a high-ranking individual in the entire spirit cat tribe. Although she lacked special abilities, she had birthed a male cub after only 2 years of pairing, a rarity in the beast realm where birth rates and survival rates were exceedingly low. Consequently, many male cat beastmen fervently pursued her, leading to Ruan Ruan's arrogance and tyrannical behavior within the tribe. The original Ruan Ruan was submissive to the strong and would obey Ruan Ruan's commands, not only neglecting her own males, but often presenting the hard-earned prey to Ruan Ruan, effectively becoming her ultimate sycophant. However, today's Ruan Ruan was not the same as the past. Hey, shameless cat, are you deaf? Ruan Ruan glared down at Ruan Ruan. Shameless cat, are you addressing me? Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. Who else would I call? Acknowledging you is already a favor. Hurry and teach this wild fox a lesson with your imprint, and give me back my fish, or you will regret it. Ruan threatened viciously. Unable to tolerate the woman's venomous demeanor any longer, Ruan Ruan retorted, "Your fish? Did it have your name carved on it? Or did you mark it with your urine? You keep calling me wild fox and shameless cat, yet you think you can bully my males? Why should I listen to you?" With that, Ruan Ruan positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Yi, appearing like a chick guarding its mother hen. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was left dumbfounded, while Yin, who was waiting to watch the spectacle, was equally astonished. She actually dared to confront Ruan. Normally, even if Ruan merely glared at her, she would kneel and lick her boots. What has changed today? Ruan Ruan's inner thoughts. The old Ruan Ruan is dead. I am now in Lu Ruan Ruan. Don't overact. Ling Bao could no longer bear to watch. Ruan was taken aback by Ruan Ruan's retort, her eyebrows nearly shooting up to the heavens. Are you out of your mind to speak to me like that? And what of it? You come in here barking orders at me. Who do you think you are? Just because you are ugly doesn't mean you can dream big. Get out of my home. Having just crossed into a world turned upside down, the last thing she needed was this female cat bothering her. You, a lowly shameless cat who shelters wild beast men as mates. If it weren't for the tribe leaders showing mercy because you're a female, do you think you could still be alive today? Ruan sputtered, her anger causing her to nearly faint. Her small mind couldn't comprehend why Ruan Ruan had suddenly changed so dramatically. Upon hearing the term wild beast man, Bai Yi's expression visibly darkened, his fists clenched tightly. The hierarchy in the beast realm was strictly defined, with females typically leading and controlling the tribes. Males who reached adulthood without forming pairs within their own tribe were generally expelled and became wild beast men, who were generally despised by females. The original Ruan Ruan was only at the second tier, a lowly white cat with a poor reputation, and thus masqueraded as benevolent to lure in solitary wild beast men, deceiving them into forming imprints with her. All 5 of her beastly husbands were ensnared in this manner. I am pleased, now that I have survived until now. I am entitled to a taste of you. What about you, stealing food from others, you fat cow? Aren't your 2 males esteemed spirit cats? Why don't they feed you well? Is it because they are unwilling or simply lack the capability? Ruan Ruan defiantly retorted, her words dripping with sarcasm. Each time there is food, Arhu rushes to seize it, which has led to her current state. Although Arhu does not comprehend the meaning of FIP, she surmises it is not a flattering term, causing her to become furious. With her arms swinging wildly, she attempts to slap Ruan across the face, exclaiming, "Do you dare to shout at me again?" The force of her slap could easily knock out Ruan's front teeth. Sensing the impending danger, Ruan swiftly dodges to the side, leaving Arhu to miss her target and stumble forward, losing her balance and landing heavily on her backside. Ouch! Arhu cries out, her ample flesh jiggling from the impact. Still intent on fighting, she exclaims, "I'll make you regret this." Ruan, feeling quite pleased with the turn of events, sticks her tongue out at Arhu. "Ah, you wicked cat." Arhu is truly infuriated before she can rise. She lunges and grabs Ruan's ankle with a grip that is frighteningly strong, yanking her down and pulling her closer. Let her go. Bai Yi feels a pang of anxiety. Though reluctant to assist Arhu, he recognizes her ruthlessness. If anything were to happen to Ruan, they would all be in peril. You too, restrain that wild fox and that bird. I refuse to believe I cannot handle this little wicked cat. Hearing their female's command, Elling rushes towards Bai Yi, and a fierce scuffle ensues between the cat and the fox, while Yin is also entangled by a goodness. Ruan exclaims as Arhu's hefty form pins her down, nearly squeezing the remainder of her meal from her stomach. Arhu offers no respite, tightening her grip around Ruan's neck. Wicked cat, I will strangle you. A sensation of suffocation washes over Ruan, her thoughts racing with panic. My face. Arhu's claws, having inadvertently scraped Ruan's leg, send her flying, only for Arhu to clutch her face and scream in shock. Do you think I'm a sickly cat? Ruan's sharp claws have drawn blood from Arhu's face. Yet, miraculously, the wound begins to heal almost instantly. This is the Ling Quan possesses healing abilities. The degree of healing will enhance with the host's level of spiritual energy. How fascinating. Ah, please stop. Or who? Cradling her head in pain, tears streaming down her face, finds herself too clumsy to rise and reach Ruan Ruan, resorting to wailing instead. Meanwhile, Bai Wai is not to be outdone. He conjures 9 tails, 5 of which tightly bind a Ling, rendering him immobile, while 4 others strike a Ling's face, causing him to yowl in distress. Arhu, A.R., witnessing his female's plight, forcefully pushes Yin aside and charges towards Ruan Ruan. However, he loses control, crashing into Arhu and bouncing off her ample form. You two useless beasts. Arhu glares at Ling and A.R., her frustration palpable. Seizing the opportunity, while Ruan Ruan is distracted, she yanks on Ruan Ruan's tail, flinging her against the wall in a fit of rage. This is it. I've been tricked. Instinctively, Ruan Ruan shuts her eyes, bracing for impact, only to be caught in a warm embrace. When she uncovers her eyes, the mesmerizing face of Bai Wai greets her. Thank you, she murmurs, her large, captivating eyes sparkling as she clings to Bai Wai's arm. Her cat ears pressed against her head in a submissive manner. Bai Wai is taken aback, feeling the smooth warmth of Ruan Ruan's fur against his palm. The pink pads of her paws, resembling delicate peach blossoms. It is his first time seeing Ruan Ruan's true form, and he is astonished by her diminutive size. Feeling the intensity of Bai Wai's gaze, Ruan Ruan instinctively tucks her tail between her hind legs. Up close, gazing at the proud, yet alluring features of this fox, she is overwhelmed by an impulse to dominate him. Hey, you two are ignoring my presence, aren't you? Do you dare to tell the tribe leader on me? Before Arhu can finish her threat, Bai Wai swipes his tail, sending her crashing heavily to the ground, leaving her dazed and unresponsive. Witnessing this, Ruan Ruan's eyes widen in shock. As a 5th-tier beastman, Bai Wai, despite his current lack of energy, has no trouble subduing a 3rd-tier ordinary orange cat. Enough noise, Bai Wai mutters, releasing Ruan Ruan and dropping her unceremoniously to the ground. Erho, wake up. Ling and A.R. shake Arhu, but they find her beginning to froth at the mouth. Hurry and drag her away. We can't have her dying in our den. It would bring us misfortune. Ruan Ruan revels in their misfortune, fanning her nose in glee. You dare to harm Arhu? Just wait. Ling glares at Ruan Ruan before attempting to lift Arhu, but it proves futile, and they can only drag her away by her arms. Observing their predicament fills Ruan Ruan with delight. Don't celebrate too soon. Arhu is a 3rd-tier female. Pray the tribe leader does not come looking for trouble. Bai Wai's words are like a bucket of cold water, dousing Ruan Ruan's joy. Come on, you two are just fighting amongst yourselves. Ling Bio chimes in. They won't care who threw the first punch, Yin remarks, slumped against the wall, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. In the past, Ruan Ruan had always aided outsiders in bullying them, and without their own female to protect them, they could only swallow their anger in silence. Now, with Ruan Ruan unexpectedly on their side, Yin is taken aback, especially since she did not strike him with a branch today. Sticking with you will only lead to misfortune. Bai Wai shoots a sidelong glance at Ruan Ruan before turning to exit the den. Ruan Ruan North stands rooted in place, captivated by the sight of Bai Wai walking towards the sunlight. His flowing white hair is caught by the breeze, and the light outlines his perfect figure, reminiscent of a prince from medieval painting. He is truly handsome. Coughing slightly, Yin leans against the cave wall, his face pale and his body weak. A noticeable wound on his left shoulder, a result of AR's bite, continues to ooze blood. Yin, you're injured. Ruan Ruan quickly crouches before him. Yin meets her gaze with a piercing look, and a silent message passes between them. She's probably going to call me a useless beast again. Haha, it's true. Among the 5 males, I am the only 4th tier, and my spiritual energy is nearing depletion. I can't even match AR. It's only natural for her to look down on me. Besides being someone to vent her frustrations on, I am of little use to her. Ruan Ruan is astonished. This birdman appears resolute, yet he harbors such sensitivity and insecurity. He is a foam-peeing, not just any birdman. Thank you. Oh, it's all the same. In the simplistic environment of the beast world, there are no means to properly bandage or staunch the bleeding. He needs to find a veterinarian to treat his injury. Otherwise, infection could lead to dire consequences. However, it seems that the doctors in the beast world are referred to as shaman. Ling Bio, can my Ling Quan be used to heal others? Yes, but it will consume your own spiritual and mental energy. Excessive use of mental energy may lead to unconsciousness. Then forget it. I am too weak right now to take such risks. Logically, Yin should be at least 4th tier and possess wind elemental abilities. How could he be overpowered by an ordinary 4th tier beastman like AR? Males need to mate with females regularly to maintain stable spiritual energy. Prolonged deprivation will weaken them and lead to a dissipation of their spiritual energy. In extreme cases, they may even become paralyzed and lose mobility. Mate? Ruan Ruan repeats the word in her mind, her face flushing deep crimson. Could it possibly mean what she thinks it does? You have 5 husbands. Ling Bio's perfectly timed comment leaves Ruan Ruan dazed, her cheeks growing warmer as her thoughts wander. Suddenly, a faint fragrance mingling with the scent of Ruan Ruan's sweat fills the air between them, causing Yan's expression to shift. This is the scent that this wicked female emits whenever she is in heat. Yan's complexion turned a deep shade of iron, and she abruptly recoiled. If you desire to mate, seek another. If she forces me into heat again, I shall surely exhaust my essence and perish. Ruan Ruan felt her face ablaze, nearly hot enough to boil water. Had her visage not been darkened with anger, it would surely have been flushed crimson. And no, I meant no such thing. Why you wait? I shall fetch a shaman for you. Ruan Ruan hastily covered her face and bolted from the cave. Yin did not respond, merely grabbed a tattered beast hide, turned her back, and lay on the ground. A shaman? They are not so easily summoned, and she is hardly benevolent. Upon exiting the cave, a cool breeze enveloped Ruan Ruan, aiding her in regaining her composure. Ling Bao, as you mentioned, mating is crucial and necessary for males. Why then did Yin seem so averse just now? Ruan Ruan pondered. Mating is a mutually beneficial act. Males stabilize their spiritual energy, strengthen their physique, and propagate their lineage, while females absorb the spiritual energy emanating from males. Yet, each time, you invoke the guise of mating to scold and torment her, never granting her the actual experience. Just look at how she's been reduced to a mere husk. Do you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? In a vast expanse of Lily Yuan, the original host was indeed an AC admirer. It was not I who tormented her. It is all your fault for misplacing my reincarnation. Truly, the original host world is a tattered wreck, and I am merely patching it up. Ruan Ruan grumbled in despair, but suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. Right, Ling Bao. Do I not possess a seed for a vegetable gift pack that I have yet to open? Ruan Ruan nearly forgot her golden opportunity. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50 cabbage seeds and 50 sweet potato seeds. Planting them in the spiritual spring space will reduce the harvest time by tenfold. Tenfold. Does that not mean I could have them ready to eat in just a few days? Excellent. This function is truly commendable. You have finally proven your worth. The chill of winter pairs perfectly with warm roasted sweet potatoes. With only 10 square units of space, I shall reserve the cabbage seeds and plant all the sweet potatoes. This Ling Bao is indeed quite useful. Ruan Ruan heard Ling Bao's incessant chatter and nearly collided with an approaching figure. Before her stood a stooped elderly woman, adorned in a garment fashioned from leopard skin. Despite the deep lines etched across her face, her hair was meticulously arranged, radiating a gentle warmth. Ruan Ruan, where are you headed? The old woman inquired softly. Ruan Ruan paused. This woman was Cici Nyang, responsible for crafting beast hide garments for the Ling Mao tribe. Due to her son, Cici, everyone affectionately referred to her as Cici Nyang. The original host had a notorious temper, often clashing with others in the tribe. Yet Cici Nyang had always treated her with kindness. Cici Nyang, is there something you need? Ruan Ruan replied with a polite smile. Cici Nyang glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, and surreptitiously shoved a gray-white beast hide garment into Ruan Ruan's arms. The chieftain has asked me to make winter garments for the females of the tribe, but we have run out of materials. I have saved this rabbit fur bit by bit. It is clean. In this bitter cold, you cannot continue wearing this garment that leaves your arms and legs exposed, or you will surely freeze. Ruan Ruan had never been favored in the tribe and had never received any distributions, but Cici Nyang, with her kind heart, always left her a piece during garment making. Upon unfolding the garment, Ruan Ruan saw that the rabbit fur had been sewn into a long coat style, complete with a braided grass belt. It felt incredibly soft, surpassing the drafty vest she had been wearing, and she quickly donned the new garment. So warm. Thank you, Cici Nyang. Ruan Ruan felt a lump in her throat. Touched by the gesture. Why thank me? We are all females. We should help one another. Cici Nyang waved her hand, her eyes crinkling with joy. By the way, do you know where I might find a shaman? Ruan Ruan casually inquired. A shaman? They are rather elusive. However, just now I summoned one from the Ru cave. Are you injured? Cici Nyang's concerned gaze scrutinized Ruan Ruan. Upon hearing Ruan Ruan inwardly cursed. It seems I was indeed thrown around quite a bit. They have even called for a shaman. No, it is my male who is injured. I wish to find a shaman to tend to him. Ruan Ruan shook her head. Yet Cici Nyang's demeanor shifted. Your male? Previously, Ruan Ruan had never referred to those useless beasts in such a manner, nor had she ever shown concern for their well-being. Why was she speaking differently today? Listening to Cici Nyang's unspoken thoughts, Ruan Ruan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her mistreatment of her males was common knowledge throughout the tribe. I have treated them too harshly in the past. I have come to understand and wish to live harmoniously with them, Ruan Ruan murmured, biting her lip. That's wonderful. As long as you are happy, do not mind what others say. Living well together is what matters most. Though they are beastmen, if they treat you well. That is enough. Cici Nyang sighed with relief, genuinely pleased. Indeed, Ruan Ruan nodded shyly. But to see a shaman requires an exchange of goods. A visit usually costs at least 5 wild rabbits, Cici Nyang mentioned, extending her hand. 5? In winter, prey is scarce. Wild rabbits are a primary food source for the Lingmao tribe, but they are swift and well camouflaged, making them difficult to catch. In this stark and primitive beast world, shamans were a rare commodity, held in high esteem. Many beastmen succumbed to illness due to the inability to afford shaman services. Severe injuries could spell disaster for ordinary beastmen. With winter upon them, shamans were even fewer. The Ruhu tribe had to offer half a deer leg to persuade the shaman to come. Cici Nyang gently patted Ruan Ruan's hand. If Ruan Ruan recalled correctly, that deer leg had originally been gifted by the original host herself. This foolish host had unwittingly clothed others in her own garments. Nevertheless, she resolved to venture out and take her chances at hunting. I understand, Cici Nyang. Thank you. Ruan Ruan firmly decided, requesting a bone knife from Cici Nyang before turning toward the tribe's outskirts. The original host had never ventured out to hunt, thus Ruan Ruan lacked experience. She could only crouch down and observe the myriad snow prints, noting that most were headed westward toward the tribe. Following the tracks, she hoped to encounter some prey. Not only did she seek a shaman for yin, but now that she had entered this beast world, she must cultivate the ability to survive independently. Relying on those disdainful beast husbands would not lead to a lasting future. She needed to test her own capabilities. Uncertain of how far she had wandered, she heard a crunching sound in the snow ahead. With feline senses far superior to human capabilities, Ruan Ruan quickly spotted a pair of deer antlers protruding from the thicket. Ruan Ruan crouched low, using her padded paws to stealthily approach. Before her stood a massive stag, languidly nibbling at the bark of a tree. Due to Ruan Ruan's petite stature, the great beast remained unaware of her presence. Oh my, what a plump deer. My luck is unmatched. Host, do you intend to target this stag? In this frigid winter, such an opportunity is rare. If I can capture it, it could sustain me for a fortnight. Ruan Ruan licked her delicate nose, as if already savoring the aroma of roasted venison. This is a mature male stag, known for its temper. It would require several beastmen to bring it down. And you are hardly its match, Ling Bao cautioned. While deer are herbivores, their formidable antlers and hooves should not be underestimated. How will I know unless I try? Ruan Ruan declared, her gaze darting around the stag, her mind racing. She soon noticed a massive dead tree behind the stag, its gnarled roots enveloping the surrounding thicket. Ruan Ruan suddenly conceived a plan. Seizing the moment while the wild deer was engrossed in feeding, she stealthily crept behind a withered tree, her claws clutching the trunk as she swiftly ascended. She cautiously approached the wild deer from above, while the creature remained vigilant, glancing left and right, but neglecting to look up. Targeting her position, Ruan Ruan flicked her slender tail behind her, poised on her hind legs before making a leap onto the deer's back, sinking her teeth into the nape of its neck. The metallic sweetness of blood instantly flooded her mouth. Startled by the sudden attack, the wild deer bolted, thrashing its head and legs in a frenzy to dislodge Ruan Ruan. She quickly extended her sharp claws to grip the deer's back, anchoring herself firmly, her fangs piercing into the side of its neck. However, the deer's tough hide and thick flesh proved a challenge for the petite cat, as her fangs were insufficient to penetrate its major artery. Although her feline form allowed her to approach her prey with ease, her small stature rendered her incapable of slaying such a large creature. Even when she transformed into her human form, riding on the deer's back, she withdrew a bone dagger from her waist and plunged it into the deer's neck. The deer, in excruciating pain, leapt with an astonishing agility, throwing Ruan Ruan to the ground. She rolled several times before regaining her footing, witnessing the deer's neck gushing blood, yet still resisting collapse. How could it still be alive? Ruan Ruan licked the deer's blood from her lips, feeling a warmth envelop her. The blood was truly invigorating, and she was determined to claim this deer. Suddenly, Ruan Ruan's pupils constricted as she concentrated her energy into her palm, conjuring a rigid wooden spike the length of her arm. As she dodged an incoming attack, she drove the wooden spike forcefully into the deer's chest. Struck at the heart, the deer kicked its legs before collapsing into the snow, lifeless. Exhausted, Ruan Ruan slumped onto the ground, patting the deer's plump body. Superior technique, you're finished. Host, you're quite ferocious. One can only discover their potential by testing it. It seems my energy is nearly depleted. Ruan Ruan raised her palm, but nothing materialized. After a day of conjuring branches and hunting deer, she felt utterly drained. Host's rank is too low, leading to diminished energy. You can transfer your consciousness to the Ling Quan space for enhanced cultivation. You can assist in cultivation? Of course. Before Ruan Ruan could rejoice, she heard a rustling behind her. As the bushes stirred, she realized it was a pack of salivating wolves. The scent of blood drew a female wolf to the forefront, her mouth moving as she spoke, her gaze fixated on Ruan Ruan with a gluttonous hunger. Host, be cautious. These wolves are the third tier and bear ill intentions. The voice of the Ling Bao trembled. Oh no, this is disastrous. Little female, you belong to us now. The wolf arched its body, darting towards Ruan Ruan like an arrow. Her heart sank as Ruan Ruan prepared to flee, but it was too late. The wolf's claws were drawing nearer to her back, and despair washed over her. Bang! Howl! In that critical moment, Ruan Ruan felt a sudden constriction around her waist as a robust green serpent tail ensnared her and pulled her away. Ah! Ruan Ruan screamed in fright, only to be grasped by a cold hand around her neck. Her body lifted into the air like a chick, as she instinctively kicked her legs. She turned to see the wolf that had charged at her now lying on the ground, its mouth and nose bleeding, convulsing in its final moments. Suddenly, the pressure around her neck loosened, and Ruan Ruan stumbled, nearly falling. In a panic, her small hands clutched something, only to realize it was a row of well-defined abdominal muscles. Ruan Ruan was momentarily dazed, following the abs upward to find a striking man with a human torso and a serpent tail. His features were austere, frost clinging to his long eyelashes, his brows deep set, lips pale as water, and his emerald serpent eyes narrowed. His hair, the same hue as his eyes, cascaded down to his waist, exuding a dangerous allure. How long do you intend to cling on? He said coldly, his disdain palpable. This was none other than the serpent man, Sure You, whom Ruan Ruan had previously expelled. My apologies. Ruan Ruan quickly released her grip, feeling awkward as she kicked the snow beneath her. It was merely her male counterpart. She had been startled. Sure You ignored her, slithering toward the struggling wolf on the ground, wrapping his tail around its neck, and with a snap, the wolf fell limp, lifeless. Ruan Ruan shivered, her mind conjuring a vivid image of her own demise at the hands of Sure Yu's elongated tongue. As a python, Sure You was an exceptionally formidable presence among the serpentine species in the beast realm, with remarkable combat abilities and no fixed tribe, existing independently. His lethal grip instilled fear in all beastmen. He was a fifth-tier snake beast. Run! The remaining wolves trembled in fear, fleeing in a blur. Once the wolves vanished, Shiryu's complexion paled, his body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. Serpents were inherently weak in winter, and after being expelled by Ruan Ruan, he had suffered greatly from the cold. However, sensing her danger, he had rushed to her aid, barely holding on. "Are you all right?" Ruan Ruan instinctively reached out to steady Shiryu, only to be brushed aside. "Stop pretending. Didn't you enjoy seeing me like this?" Shiryu raised his gaze, his expression icy and menacing. Ruan Ruan was taken aback by his words, retreating a few steps in response. Shiryu silently surveyed the carcass of the deer on the ground. "Did you kill this?" Ruan Ruan nodded hesitantly, her hands nervously clasping together. How could this gluttonous female, who merely lay on a stone bed waiting for food, hunt and catch such a large stag? In the beast realm, females with males did not need to hunt. They merely accepted offerings, resulting in many females losing their hunting skills, incapable even of catching a rabbit, let alone a mature stag. Shiryu's thoughts echoed in her ears, and Ruan Ruan pouted, realizing none of her beast husbands held a favorable impression of her. Shiryu, concealing his astonishment, coiled his tail around the deer's leg and began heading toward the tribe, still lingering here, hoping to feed the wolves. A second-tier female, daring to hunt on her own? If you wish to perish, do not drag us along. As long as the bond remained intact, should Ruan Ruan perish, Shiryu and the others would gradually fade as well. Thus they were compelled to protect her for their own survival. Oh! Ruan Ruan quickened her pace to follow Shiryu, genuinely fearful that the wolves might pursue them again. Shiryu moved swiftly, his serpent tail gliding effortlessly, his waist and abdomen swaying rhythmically, and Ruan Ruan found herself oddly captivated by the motion. Noticing Ruan Ruan's unwavering gaze upon him, Shiryu felt exasperated and deliberately accelerated his pace to distance himself from her. She won. Does she want to peel my scales? Only then did Ruan Ruan realize that Shiryu's tail was missing scales in several places, the flesh beneath appearing pale. She felt a wave of embarrassment. How could the original owner be so cruel to such a handsome serpent? She was never human. She is a cat. Realizing Shiryu was intentionally increasing his speed, Ruan Ruan struggled to keep up, eventually resorting to a light jog. Her mind racing with the question, Ling Bao, how can Shiryu, a fifth-tier beast, not transform his legs into human form? Ruan Ruan furrowed her brow. The fifth-tier beast represents the pinnacle of the orc hierarchy. Without special abilities, one cannot ascend to this level. Yet, despite thoroughly sifting through her memories, Ruan Ruan realized she had never witnessed Shiryu utilizing any powers. This was a defect of the serpentine orc. Only after mating could it transform its serpentine form into human legs, and this particular serpent was male. The original host had shown remarkable restraint. Previously, Ruan Ruan held a disdainful view of the beastly orc husbands, refusing to mate with them and merely treating them as free meal tickets. However, since the original host had no interest, she felt no qualms about taking advantage of the situation. With a playful sigh, Ruan Ruan feigned a whimper and plopped down onto the ground. Shiryu halted his movements and turned around, only to find Ruan Ruan clutching her ankle, making soft noises of discomfort. "What now?" Shiryu asked, his brows knitting together in irritation. "I think I might have twisted my ankle. Could you hold me up?" Ruan Ruan fluttered her innocent eyes at him. Observing her exaggerated demeanor, Shiryu remained silent, his expression icy, colder than the winter itself. "Is my approach perhaps flawed?" Ruan Ruan pondered, a hint of self-doubt creeping in. The system, Ling Bao, kindly projected her full image in her mind. "Oh my, what a sight!" she gasped, horrified at her own appearance. The original host hadn't bathed, it seemed. Embarrassed, Ruan Ruan realized she looked so disheveled even a dog might turn its nose up at her, which indeed rendered her unfit for any semblance of coyness. With a swift transformation into a spirit cat, she feigned a limp and draped herself over the lifeless deer. Shiryu rolled his eyes and continued dragging the deer and Ruan Ruan forward. As they approached the vicinity of the tribe, Shiryu abruptly stopped, flicking his tail and unceremoniously dropping Ruan Ruan and the deer onto the ground before turning to walk in the opposite direction. Ruan Ruan looked up and spotted shadows of figures moving about in the tribe, feeling a bit perplexed. Host, the Linquan space can store anything except living creatures, and it does not affect planting, the system informed her. Ruan Ruan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, system brother, please accept my humble gratitude. The fire pit lay extinguished, the cave returning to its usual chill. Yin still lay on the ground, wrapped in a tattered animal skin, trembling uncontrollably due to blood loss, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. With a frown, Ruan Ruan retrieved the deer from her space and placed it on the ground before climbing onto the stone bed to find a clean animal skin to cover Yin. Wait here, I will fetch a shaman for you, she whispered softly, gently patting his back with all the tenderness she could muster. Yin stiffened, his eyes barely opening beneath his arms, yet he remained motionless. Bai Yi, hidden at the cave entrance, observed Ruan Ruan's actions with an unprecedented depth in his gaze. Where did she procure an entire deer? And her earlier ability seemed to be of the wood element. Seeing Ruan Ruan rise, Bai Yi quickly concealed himself to continue his covert observation. Upon exiting the cave, Ruan Ruan encountered an elderly man, his steps unsteady, approaching with a bulging animal skin bag slung over his shoulder and a frozen deer leg in hand, his face beaming with color. Quickly, host, that is the shaman. Ruan Ruan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly approached and stood before the shaman. Greetings, esteemed shaman. The old shaman looked up, instinctively stepping back at the sight of the pitch-black female figure before him, bewildered. What on earth is this? Surely, a black spirit cat cannot be so dark. I am truly at a loss, Ruan Ruan replied. My male is injured. Could you please take a look? She touched her nose to mask her embarrassment. Seeing a potential business opportunity, the old shaman crossed his arms behind his back. Well, I do not attend to beasts for free. He scrutinized Ruan Ruan with disdain, noting her frail appearance, likely malnourished due to a lack of male support, in stark contrast to the previous orange cat. She probably cannot offer anything of worth. Suppressing her irritation, Ruan Ruan raised a finger. I shall offer you an entire fresh deer leg. The old shaman's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? The method of food preservation in the beast world during winter involved burying it in the snow, and without knowledge of how to thaw it, they resorted to gnawing on it frozen, devoid of flavor. Fresh prey was indeed a rare find. The old shaman suddenly found his frozen meat less appealing. Although I am not one to abandon the injured, I shall accompany you this time, provided you explain your male's condition. Ruan Ruan felt a twitch in her temple, her teeth grinding together at the shaman's opportunistic nature. Leading the shaman into the cave, Ruan Ruan found Yin already sitting up. Upon seeing the shaman, his face registered shock. She actually hunted a full-grown deer and truly fetched a shaman for me? Ruan Ruan flashed a charming smile. Are you feeling moved, my Avia husband? The old shaman, upon seeing the warm carcass of the deer, eagerly crouched beside Yin to examine his wounds. Though the injuries were somewhat severe, they were not life-threatening. A bit of herbal application would suffice. Rummaging through his animal skin bag, the old shaman produced a few wilted plants and 2 smooth stones, laboriously grinding the herbs before applying them to Yan's wounds. Done. Ruan Ruan opened her mouth, skepticism evident on her face. Is that all? Of course. This is high-quality hemostatic herb, the shaman declared confidently. In winter, herbs withered away, and these are preserved only because he kept them warm day and night. And even if the herbs fail, there's always the orc's own spiritual recovery. What a cunning fellow. Ruan Ruan found him increasingly unreliable. Do not worry, host. Although the shaman's herbs may appear wilted, they are still effective and indeed possess hemostatic properties, reassured Ling Bao. Taking the shaman's words with a grain of salt, Ruan Ruan swiftly cut off a deer leg and handed it to him. She had assumed Beast World shamans possessed some remarkable abilities, but it turned out they simply recognized herbs, making the exchange for a whole deer leg seem utterly exorbitant. If only she had knowledge of herbs herself. The old shaman gleefully ran off with the deer leg, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Ruan Ruan rolled her eyes, a sense of being swindled lingering in her mind. Yin gazed at Ruan Ruan, his heart tightening as he observed her disheveled appearance, torn between words. Yen bit his lip and nodded, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his pupils, appearing somewhat obedient. Ruan Ruan glanced at herself, the dried deer blood clinging to her skin, adding a foul odor that was unbearable. She decided she would first take a bath. Noticing Ruan Ruan about to leave, Yin finally relaxed his tightly clenched jaw. Female master. Thank you. For the first time, he felt cared for by his female, leaving him somewhat flustered and at a loss for words, unsure how to express his gratitude. Ruan Ruan detected the subtle change in Yan's demeanor, her lips curling into a faint smile as she replied, "It's nothing, really. You are my male. No thanks are necessary." Yan's pupils dilated, a hint of redness creeping into his eyes. My male? She has never referred to me in such a way before. Ruan Ruan took note of his reaction, but pretended not to notice as she swiftly exited the cave. Ling Bao, did you see Yan's expression? He looked as if he might cry from gratitude. Ruan Ruan grinned widely. Don't flatter yourself. Perhaps he was merely in pain, Ling Bao retorted. You are too easily satisfied. Ruan Ruan scoffed, unimpressed. But isn't that a good thing? The first step of the strategy is to earn affection. Once goodwill is established, perceptions may change. And the next step will be liking, which is merely a matter of time. Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow in delight, feeling a renewed sense of hope for her days ahead. Stop right there. Suddenly, a melodious male voice floated from behind her. Ruan Ruan shivered and swiftly turned her head, only to see Bai leaning against a tree trunk, arms crossed, his snow-white, soft fox ears perked up, and his enchanting face devoid of any expression. He was undeniably the most handsome man Ruan Ruan had ever encountered, almost breathtaking. Did you kill that deer? Bai asked directly. This was something the former Ruan Ruan would never have done. He had inquired about Yin, and since Ruan Ruan had nearly choked to death on a rabbit bone, she seemed to have undergone a transformation. Regardless, he needed to probe her intentions thoroughly. Yes, I did. So what? Ruan Ruan cast a wary glance at Bai. This fox was cunning beneath his attractive exterior. Meeting her gaze for a moment, Bai paused, his eyes darkening with intrigue. Something is off. Something is very off. Ruan Ruan pouted inwardly. What if everything is fine, and he is unhappy? Who are you? The moment Bai uttered those three words, Ruan Ruan's heart skipped a beat. You are not Ruan Ruan. She would never go hunting or share her spoils. Nor would she confront us for the sake of a flower. I witnessed you conjure that deer out of thin air, Bai continued, advancing toward her. Ruan Ruan's heart raced, instinctively retreating, only to be seized by Bai's grip on her wrist. Tell me, who are you? Bai's hold tightened, his gaze intensifying with urgency, filled with curiosity and expectation for the answer he sought. Ruan Ruan felt a surge of adrenaline. Cursing internally, had her disguise been discovered before she was ready? Host, he suspects you. Foxes are exceptionally clever. Ling Bao's tone turned serious. So what? He likely prefers me to be different from my former self. Could he be a masochist who enjoys being tormented by the original? Ruan Ruan, undeterred, took a deep breath and met Bai's gaze directly. I am Ruan Ruan, but not the one you remember. That Ruan Ruan was malevolent and has been taken by the heavens. I acknowledge my past misdeeds, but after choking on that rabbit bone, I have awakened to my true self. Whether you believe it or not, I will never act that way again. Bai staggered slightly, his foxtail frozen in midair. Can a rabbit bone truly transform someone into another person? Ruan Ruan's heart raced with fervor. Yes, it can. Momentarily caught off guard by her own thoughts, Bai smirked slightly, as if pondering. So, has she been reborn by divine intervention? Hearing this, Ruan Ruan felt a pang of sadness, an unsettling sensation. The former Bai, admired for his striking appearance, was once subjected to Ruan Ruan's disdain, treated as a mere footstool and insulted, stripping him of his dignity. Bai's proud nature implied the extent of his suffering. As the grip on her wrist loosened, Bai lifted his hand, his slender fingers tilting Ruan Ruan's chin upward, his voice laced with seduction. So, will you like me? As he spoke, he leaned closer, his movements laden with anticipation. A captivating fragrance enveloped Ruan Ruan, causing her knees to weaken. As a beastman, Bai feared a life of instability. Emerging from one abyss only to plunge into another was tormenting. Yet now, he seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. However, if she truly was no longer herself? He might no longer be needed. What if she abandoned him, leaving him to face death? With such beauty, who could resist liking him? He was evidently taken aback by Ruan Ruan's response, his ears drooping in surprise. How adorable! She felt an urge to pet his ears. If you wish, I could certainly like you. Ruan Ruan raised her eyebrows playfully, seizing the moment while Bai was momentarily distracted, reaching up to stroke his ears before swiftly turning to flee. This fox was undoubtedly up to some mischief. It was best for her to retreat. Bai's hand lingered in the air, his ears flushed pink, while his tail swayed excitedly behind him. This is intriguing. He would ascertain whether she had genuinely changed or was merely putting on an act. Ling Bao, does the imprint expire? Once out of Bai's sight, Ruan Ruan asked with a hint of concern. No, unless you choose to dismiss it. Ling Bao provided a reassuring answer. That's a relief, Ruan Ruan exhaled. Now that Bai had deduced she was not the original, he would likely inform the other beastmen soon. If they ceased to fear her and sought to unleash their frustrations on her, she would be in dire straits. With the imprint in place, they might still have some reservations about her. Moreover, given the harsh winter conditions as a second-tier spirit cat, her abilities were limited to conjuring branches, making survival challenging. She had nearly become prey to a wolf while attempting to hunt. Having her beastmen around provided her with some sustenance. You truly know how to utilize others to the fullest. She was a pragmatic individual. Notions of purity and integrity were of little concern in this savage land, where such ideals couldn't be consumed as food. Ruan Ruan, with her inherited memories, was acutely aware of the lurking dangers in the beast world. First-tier beastmen could be easily hunted and devoured, and females, already at a disadvantage in hunting and survival, depended on having more males to increase their chances of survival. 5 men, all of high rank. Who would refuse such an advantageous arrangement? Once she endured the most arduous times, she would strive to cultivate herself to a higher tier. Should they misbehave, she would kick them aside. Ruan Ruan wound around the outskirts of the tribe, arriving at the rear. The Ling Mao clan resided on a hillside within the Beast World forest, with a dormant volcano at the summit. The geological activity, combined with water, formed a vast hot spring pool at the back of the tribe, where many beastmen bathed, leaving only the original, that lazy cat, unkempt. The hot spring exuded billowing white steam, contrasting sharply with the frigid winter, yet evoking a sense of entering a celestial realm. Ruan Ruan glanced around to ensure she was alone, then dipped her hand into the water, which was perfectly warm. She removed her beast skin clothing, neatly folding it on the shore, and slowly eased herself into the water to wash and scrub. The crystal-clear spring water darkened instantly. Ruan Ruan's mouth twitched. How much grime had accumulated on her skin? What is this? Ruan Ruan's keen eyes spotted several verdant plants growing by the spring. Thanks to the spring's warmth, the surrounding soil remained unfrozen, lush and fertile, allowing some vegetation to survive. Ling Bao's botany lesson. This is soapgrass. When its leaves are crushed, it produces foam, acting as a cleaning agent. What a fortuitous find. Just as Ruan Ruan intended to pluck some soapgrass, she noticed another familiar plant beneath the leaves. Wasn't this the hemostatic herb that the old witch doctor gave Yin? Ruan Ruan pondered, furrowing her brow. Indeed, this is fresh Xian He Chao, known for its hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. Due to the unique climate of the beast world, all herbs possess potent effects. The host can either uproot it for transplanting in the Ling Quan space or preserve it directly. Time stands still in the Ling Quan space, so items placed within will not spoil. Clutching several stalks of Xian He Chao, a smile crept onto Ruan Ruan's face. Ling Bao, I believe I have discovered a method to prosperity. With Ling Bao's knowledge of herbs, it was tantamount to her own expertise. 2 stalks of Xian He Chao and a deer leg were worth a fortune here. She was indeed destined for wealth. All right. The auspicious plans are finally aligning in my favor. Ling Bao had seen through it all. With a playful chuckle, Ruan Ruan gently closed her eyes, channeling a portion of the Fei Zhao Chao and Xianhe Chao into the Ling Quan space. A flash of white light enveloped her, and an unusual stillness filled the air. Upon reopening her eyes, she was greeted by a lush expanse of fertile land, surrounded by swirling milky white barriers. At the center lay a pristine spring, Ruan, source of Ruan Ruan's healing abilities. Under its nurturing embrace, the sweet potato seeds she had previously sown had begun to sprout green shoots. The Xinhe Chao and Fei Zhao Chao floated gracefully in the air, each encased in colorful bubbles, a sight of sheer wonder. The presence of the Ruan significantly enriched the host's spiritual energy, making ascension a near certainty. Beasts relied on the cultivation of spiritual power to elevate their ranks. With each ascension, a rank mark would appear on their right arm. The higher the rank, the more enhanced the reproductive capabilities of both females and males, and their appearances would become increasingly refined. However, female beasts faced far greater challenges in their cultivation compared to their male counterparts. Thus, a fourth-tier female could govern the tribe, and within the entire beast realm, there were only a handful of fourth-tier females, with fifth-tier females having never been seen. Ruan Ruan exhaled deeply, aware of the long journey ahead. As she immersed her consciousness in the Ruan space for cultivation, she energetically scrubbed herself with some Fei Zhao leaves. Who would have thought that beneath that layer of black mud lay skin whiter than snow? Suddenly, a loud splash startled Ruan Ruan, causing her to instinctively withdraw her consciousness, leaving only her head above water. Turning towards the source of the noise, she saw a shadowy figure rising before her, cloaked in a haze of steam. Who goes there? The voice belonged to a man, and Ruan Ruan's heart raced with fear. Could he be a lecher? Just then, her slippery feet lost their grip on the smooth stone, and she stumbled forward, flailing her arms before kneeling down abruptly. Her knees throbbed painfully, and, as she gasped in surprise, she noticed a piece of beast skin in her hand. After a moment of stunned silence, Ruan Ruan looked up, and her world shattered. She found herself kneeling before a completely naked man, the beast skin she clutched covering his vital parts. Their peculiar positioning allowed her to inadvertently make eye contact with certain areas. Her mind reeled as she realized her eyes had been sullied. I want to die. Please, host. Don't think like that. Life will pass swiftly. Let me die. The man, visibly displeased, clenched his fists, his golden eyes flashing coldly. But upon recognizing her, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Was it really her? A red-haired youth, with his arms casually resting behind his head, strolled over, but upon witnessing the scene before him, his jaw nearly dropped. What had he just seen? Lei Sun, a stranger, was being stripped of his beast skin by a female. Oh dear! As a maw filled with sharp teeth lunged toward her, Ruan Ruan was petrified, tossing the beast skin aside and fleeing in panic. Stop, Ling Chu. That's the female leader. What? Ruan Ruan, with her slender arms, attempted to curl into herself on the ground, but the generous curves before her were too alluring. Her damp hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her freshly cleansed face bore a look of alarm, her cheeks blushing delicately. She was a sight to behold, evoking a sense of protectiveness in him that was incongruous with the brutish nature of the other female. Ling Chu's face flushed instantly, his rounded tiger ears twitching uncontrollably. It was then that Ruan Ruan recognized them as the two males who had yet to return home. The red-haired youth was named Ling Chu, hailing from the Yinhu tribe, recently come of age and endowed with exceptional fire abilities. The handsome figure who had just revealed himself was Lei Sun, Ruan Ruan's first beast husband in this world, a golden lion possessing supreme metal attributes. You're safe now, host. It's just family. Ling Bao let out a sigh of relief. Lei Sun took the initiative, stepping forward to retrieve the beast's skin from the ground, wrapping it securely around his waist before draping Ruan Ruan with a rabbit pelt. Turning his head away as he sternly advised her to dress appropriately, Ruan Ruan quickly rose to her feet, wrapping herself in the beast's skin, her hands clumsily twisting the garment's edges. Lei Sun couldn't help but steal glances at her, his throat involuntarily tightening at the thought of how many days had passed without her bathing. Hundreds of sunlit days. Ruan Ruan felt mortified. You're not beyond redemption, host. However, it must be noted that when you clean up, you truly shine. Fortunately, a little spruce up could work wonders. Ruan Ruan gazed at Lei Sun, his damp golden hair framing a chiseled face, deep-set eyes, and a well-defined physique. Though his expression wasn't particularly warm, it had softened somewhat. Ling Chu, on the other hand, exuded a youthful charm with his vibrant red hair and delicate features, embodying the look of a modern-day heartthrob. Lei Sun appeared significantly gentler than others, while Ling Chu seemed to possess a hint of mischief. Ruan Ruan thought to herself, casting a discreet glance at Ling Chu, who was still fixated on her. As the eldest among Ruan Ruan's 5 beast husbands, Lei Sun exhibited a calm demeanor. Had it been Ling Chu with his fiery temperament, he would have likely retaliated violently if he had caught her in such a compromising position. Such emotional stability. Perhaps a conversation is in order. Oh no, he's mine. Yet, the males in the beast realm adhered to a strict sense of loyalty. Upon witnessing Ruan Ruan's actions, Ling Chu had immediately chastised her. Had she been in their shoes, she would have long since left for a beautiful female instead of the original host. In the beast realm, divorce does not exist, only widowhood. Males are unwaveringly loyal to a single female, and upon her death, most would choose to follow her into the afterlife rather than continue living. Your husbands, however, are exceptions. Honestly, you needn't have added that last part. Ruan Ruan lamented internally, noticing Ling Chu still staring at her in disbelief. Lei Sun raised his hand and tapped Ling Chu on the forehead, urging him to leave. Ling Chu jolted back to reality. Rubbing his sore eyes, if it weren't still light out, he might have thought he was dreaming. As the two turned to depart, Ruan Ruan hesitantly followed, only to witness them dragging a massive yak from the snowy ground near the hot spring. The yak's neck was gruesomely severed, a common method of killing utilized by lions and tigers. The memory of Ling Chu's fearsome jaws flashed in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Once, she had struggled to hunt a deer, unable to even pierce its neck. Yet here they were, effortlessly subduing such a large prey. Because they're big cats. Fair enough. But having captured such a colossal prize, she knew she must express her gratitude to these two. However, before she could utter her compliments, Ling Chu abruptly turned around, gripping the back of Ruan Ruan's neck fiercely. I warn you, female leader, if you dare give this yak to that fat cat, I will make you regret it. If Ruan Ruan were to give away their hard-earned catch, they would indeed lose their minds. What? No. How could I possibly give away the prey you worked so hard to catch? She came to steal food, and I had to fight her off with Bai Yi. Ruan Ruan hastily explained, waving her hands. Huh, you fought her? Please, I'm not foolish. She would wipe the floor with you. Ling Chu released her, causing her to stumble backward, crossing his arms defiantly. Ling Chu often acted like a pompous cat, yet he dared to feign superiority here. I refuse to believe you. Enough. Ling Chu, do not provoke the female leader further. Lei Sun's voice was grave, yet his gaze lingered uneasily on Ruan Ruan. Filled with apprehension, had she not employed the imprint this time after being offended by Ling Chu? The female's imprint functioned more like a tool of punishment, compelling the male to submit in a state of despair when he misbehaved. Ling Chu, brimming with youthful arrogance, had often resisted Ruan Ruan's dominance, leading him to endure the most frequent punishments of the imprint. However, despite Ruan Ruan's displays of power, he remained obstinate and unyielding. Ling Chu shot Ruan Ruan a disdainful glance, striding towards the yak, joining Lei Sun in dragging its hind legs towards the cave. Inside the cavern, Shiryu coiled her serpentine tail against the wall, her emerald eyes fixated on the wild deer below, slightly fluttering. So, she ventured to hunt merely to summon a shaman for you? How surprising, perhaps it was all pretense. Bai Yi remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Bai Yi, you are the most resourceful. Do enlighten us with your thoughts. Have you made any discoveries? Yin inquired, shifting closer to Bai Yi, his urgency palpable. Their demeanor could be feigned, and the hunt might be fortuitous, yet summoning a deer out of thin air was an undeniable reality. Before Yin could utter another word, Lei Sun and Ling Chu struggled to drag the yak into the cave. Wow, what a massive yak. You two are quite impressive. Yin straightened up, only to be stunned by the graceful woman who entered right behind them. The woman was slender, her skin as pale as snow, with strikingly beautiful eyes and waist length. Damp black hair. Her fitted animal skin coat accentuated her long, straight legs. What an unfamiliar female. Have you forgotten us once you were cleansed? Bai Yi had stealthily approached Ruan Ruan, narrowing his fox-like eyes as he leaned closer, inhaling her scent. The usual odor of sweat had vanished, replaced by an alluring fragrance unique to her femininity. Bai Yi's warm breath brushed against her neck, quite intentionally. Ruan Ruan's cheeks flushed immediately. This fox was insufferable. What? Yin exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly, causing a twinge of pain in his injured shoulder. Meanwhile, Shiryu maintained an outward calm, though his heart was tumultuous. How could she look like this? After being with Ruan Ruan for so long, he had assumed this wicked female was merely a black-furred spirit cat. Under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, Ruan Ruan, feeling uneasy, touched her nose and discreetly retrieved several stalks of Xianhe grass from her spiritual space, saying, "Ahem, Yin, let me change your medicine." Soon, a greenish light enveloped the Xianhe grass, swirling and blending until it formed paste. Possessing the wood attribute, Ruan Ruan could manipulate any plant she touched into her desired form. You possess what attribute abilities? Lei San could no longer contain his curiosity, stepping forward with sudden enthusiasm. Having accompanied Ruan Ruan for so long, he had thought her an ordinary second-tier beast cat, yet she concealed such extraordinary powers. It was worth noting that in his many years on the continent, he had encountered very few females with abilities. Ling Chu, too, finally abandoned his nonchalant facade, his brow furrowed in concern. Ruan Ruan chose not to respond to Lei San's inquiry, instead focusing on gently removing the dried herbs from Yan's wound with her nails and applying the freshly made herbal paste with care. Thump, thump, thump. She was personally treating my injury? Ruan Ruan's cat ears perked up, instinctively glancing at Yin. The moment their eyes met, Yin quickly turned away, but the involuntary bob of his throat betrayed him. Bai Yi, observing from the side, cast a sly glance at the two, interpreting their simple exchange as laden with unspoken affection. Why was she so concerned for Yin, seeking a shaman and treating his wounds? Had she taken a liking to him? Ruan Ruan caught a glimpse of Bai Yi's expression and wondered why the fox seemed somewhat envious. Oh dear, the fox is jealous. Shiryu's tail flicked playfully across the ground, his suspicions about Ruan Ruan's true identity growing. In just a single day, this female had suddenly acquired what attribute abilities, demonstrated hunting skills, and displayed knowledge of herbs. Her attitude towards people had also changed significantly. Who would believe such a transformation? The beastmen gathered around Ruan Ruan, their shared understanding palpable. In merely one day, the changes were profound. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize their female leader had undergone a remarkable transformation. Feeling the intensity of their attention, Ruan Ruan's heart raced, fearing she might soon be bound and suspended from a tree for interrogation. Concealment was no longer tenable. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to stand amidst the beastmen and declared, "I have something to say, whether you believe it or not. I am no longer the original female leader you once knew. You are not fools. You must have noticed something amiss, and thus there is no need for me to continue hiding the truth from you." After all, Bai Yi was already aware of her true identity, and she knew it would not be long before the others discovered it as well. It was better to confess outright than to maintain this cumbersome charade. If they accepted her, so be it. If not, it mattered little, as she had the imprint to keep them in check. It is neither a blessing nor a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. Who could argue otherwise? Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Bai Yi, clenched their fists in shock. So, you mean to say, you are no longer that wicked female? Ling Chu scrutinized Ruan Ruan, pacing around her as he assessed the situation. In essence, it was simply that Ruan Ruan's vessel was no longer aligned with her soul. With her hands clasped behind her back, Ruan Ruan explained, somewhat pedantically. Whether they understand or not is another matter. Ruan Ruan strained to listen for the men's thoughts, but heard nothing. The air in the cave was eerily still, and she nervously swallowed, carefully observing their expressions. A sudden chuckle shattered the silence. Ling Chu turned to lean against the stone wall, baring his tiger-like teeth in a grin. You wretched female, do you think a fabricated tale will deceive me? Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes. Ruan Ruan sighed internally. Was this unfortunate boy truly lacking in intelligence? Lei San remained silent, turning his attention to the yak as if he had heard nothing. As someone who had been by Ruan Ruan's side for so long, he harbored doubts about her claims. After all, what she said was beyond his comprehension. Witnessing her words fall on deaf ears, Ruan Ruan felt disheartened. They are all too frightened by your torment to easily believe you. Trust must be earned over time. Ling Bao provided rare consolation. Ah, well, let them believe what they wish. With a resigned shrug, Ruan Ruan turned and exited the cave. Bai Yi paid no heed to the others, leisurely trailing behind Ruan Ruan. Their disbelief suited him just fine, as it afforded him the first opportunity to engage with a new female leader. Huh, Bai Yi, that fox was rather foolish. Whatever that wicked female said. He believed it entirely, and now he followed her. Lei Sun, sure you must not trust that wicked female. Do not forget, she once pretended to be kind to us before mercilessly tormenting us. I will never forget the day she smiled at me, only to break my leg. Ling Chu spoke, her eyes slightly reddening, as the old injury on her leg began to throb with a familiar pain. If she truly were no longer herself, what then? Sure you slowly rose to his feet. He did not entirely dismiss Ruan Ruan's earlier words. Ling Chu fell silent, her gaze momentarily lost, but just as quickly transformed into resentment. Even if she was not that wicked female, it was uncertain whether she would treat us kindly. Who knows what she might become? At that moment, Ruan Ruan did not hear the crickets chirping within the cave. With her hands clasped behind her back, she strolled leisurely to the edge of the icy river, then extended her foot to probe the snow, revealing a stone-piled riverbank beneath the pristine white. She had come to a realization, regardless of her beastly husband's thoughts, it was best to go with the flow. Being well-fed and well-watered was of utmost importance. After digging at the icy riverbank for a considerable time, Ruan Ruan finally discovered a stone slab that caught her fancy. The surface was smooth, of moderate thickness, simply perfect. She attempted to pry it loose with her hands, but found it firmly frozen into the ground, refusing to budge. What are you doing? A melodious male voice drifted over from behind her. Ruan Ruan turned her head to see Bai Yi, hands behind his back, wrapped in a foxtail like a cloak. Tilting his head to observe her, his twitching ears lending him an endearing air. I want this, Ruan Ruan said, raising her hand to poke at the stone slab. Casting a helpless glance towards Bai Yi, uncertain if the fox would offer assistance. Bai Yi paused momentarily, then graciously conjured a fox paw, gripping both sides of the slab while releasing foxfire. The searing heat radiated from his palm, instantly melting the tightly sealed ice and snow, enveloping Ruan Ruan in a wave of warmth as the slab detached effortlessly. Ruan Ruan looked at Bai Yi with a measure of envy. Having a fire attribute ability in the depths of winter was indeed advantageous. What do you need these stones for? Bai Yi inquired, noticing Ruan Ruan still collecting stones as he cradled the slab. I want to build a stone stove. It will allow me to cook and also warm the cave, Ruan Ruan replied, straightening up with the stones in her arms, her small face glowing with determination. After all, she was already living in this world. She might as well utilize the knowledge she had mastered in modern times to thrive in the beast realm. Even if she found herself in a new world, she could still carve out her own path. A stone stove? Cooking? Bai Yi appeared puzzled, but did not press further, as he was now reasonably certain that the person before him was sincere. After all, knowledge and ability could not be feigned. Give it to me, Bai Yi said, extending his foxtail to effortlessly gather the stones from Ruan Ruan's arms. Ruan Ruan was momentarily taken aback. Thank you. Initially, she had thought the aloof fox difficult to approach, yet here was Bai Yi, the first to willingly assist her. No need for thanks. As long as you treat me well in the future, I shall serve you faithfully, Bai Yi remarked, his bushy tail brushing against Ruan Ruan's back with intentionality. The soft, warm sensation caused Ruan Ruan's cheeks to flush crimson. The term serve sounded so improper. Bai Yi noticed the change in her expression, his eyes lowering, the corners of his lips curving into a playful smile, exuding an irresistible charm. She did not shy away. She is willing to accept me. Hearing Bai Yi's thoughts, Ruan Ruan felt a surge of delight and promptly turned to embrace his tail, gently ruffling it. Bai Yi, your tail is so soft. I love it. Bai Yi shivered it, nearly dropping the stones he held. My lady, it is still daylight, he said, biting his lip, a noticeable blush creeping up his fair cheeks. Huh, host. 4 fox beasts. Touching the tail is akin to courting. Oh my. While this fox is extraordinarily beautiful, I cannot accept that on the very first day. Bai Yi's ears drooped, appearing somewhat dejected, his tail twisting behind him. Is the lady still unwilling to mate? Upon entering the cave, Ruan Ruan noticed that Lei Sun had already skinned the yak and deer, currently processing the fat. Ling Chu was meticulously cutting the beef with a bone knife. Upon seeing Ruan Ruan, she let out a cold huff and turned away, unwilling to spare her a glance. Shiryu, who had been tidying the disheveled animal skins on the stone bed, halted his movements upon Ruan Ruan's entrance, leaning against the cave wall, his tail reflexively curling in a somewhat pitiable manner. The animal skins worn by the beastmen were sourced from hunted prey, yet not every beast would craft clothing from them. Lei Sun and the others hailed from the wild beastman lineage, and the Ling Cat tribe leader had forbidden Xixingyang from making garments for them. Had it not been for Xixingyang's covert assistance, Ruan Ruan would have likely frozen to death by now. Hey, where's Yen? Ruan Ruan glanced around the cave, but could not find the injured Yen. I went to collect some branches. My lady, you enjoy roasted meat, do you not? Yen placed the firewood down, his gaze assessing Ruan Ruan's expression. Did I help her? Will she praise me? Although Ling Chu's words had somewhat shaken Yan's trust in Ruan Ruan, she had personally gone hunting and even invited a shaman to treat him. Moreover, her tender ministrations during his treatment lingered in his mind. He needed to test the waters. After all, his spiritual energy had been completely depleted, and without the nurturing energy of a female, he would perish. I was just planning to do that. I didn't expect you to remember. Yen, you are amazing. Ruan Ruan, having overheard Yan's thoughts, gave him a thumbs up. Yan's pupils flickered, gripping the animal skin in his hands. Feeling a small thrill, she really praised me. But you are still injured. You should rest well. I will roast some deer meat. Eat plenty, Ruan Ruan said, gently patting Yan's arm. This seemingly casual gesture caused all present to freeze momentarily. It was the first time they had witnessed their female being so tender. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as stones collided, startling everyone. They turned to see Bai Yi sulking, the stones he had been carrying scattered across the floor. As he turned and sat in a corner, his expression dark as if smudged by soot. Bai Yi, are you unwell? Ruan Ruan ventured cautiously, only to see Bai Yi snort, turning his head away. What was wrong with him? Based on this spirit treasure's experience, this fox is undoubtedly jealous. Ruan Ruan sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed that having too many men was not necessarily advantageous, as one might become troublesome should they become possessive. Bai Yi, could you use your foxfire to dry these branches? I cannot do without your assistance, Ruan Ruan said, squatting before Bai Yi with a smile. Bai Yi remained silent, continuing to turn away, his long lashes shadowing his eyes, appearing both aggrieved and proud. Be good, Ruan Ruan whispered, gently taking hold of Bai Yi's tail to caress it. The fox's tail was fluffy and smooth. Ruan Ruan genuinely enjoyed petting it. Oh, Bai Yi responded, raising his eyes to glare at Yen, his expression one of disdain. Yen, barely holding back his irritation, shot Bai Yi a significant eye roll. What is this fox trying to prove? Who is he trying to impress? My lady, are these branches sufficient? If not, I can fetch more, Yen said, stepping closer to Ruan Ruan and pulling her up. Ruan Ruan stumbled slightly, lightly colliding with Yan's sturdy chest, momentarily dazed. Yen moved a bit closer to Ruan Ruan, seizing the opportunity to raise an eyebrow at Bai Yi in a provocative manner. Yen had noticed that Bai Yi was particularly attentive to Ruan Ruan, seemingly vying to be the first male to mate with her, and he was determined to see who would claim her first. Bai Yi inhaled deeply, his gaze practically seething with the intent to bite Yen. Sensing the tension, Ruan Ruan quickly intervened, conjuring several thick branches with her abilities and placing them in the center. That's enough? Enough. These branches are soaked with snow. They need to be dried before we can use them. When two men engage in rivalry, it indeed becomes absurd. I shall assist you in kindling the fire. Bai Yi directly bypassed Yen, following Ruan Ruan to ignite the flames. I shall help you gather twigs. Yen, unwilling to fall behind, watched the two men encircling Ruan Ruan, vying for her attention like jealous suitors. Lei Sun and Shiryu felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. They so easily placed their trust in this wicked temptress. Once her true nature is revealed, The first to suffer will undoubtedly be the two of them. Huh. Ling Chu let out a disdainful snort as he picked up the rabbit pelt that Shiryu had skinned off the ground and began processing it. He held nothing but contempt for these two men groveling before that vile female. They would surely reap what they sowed in due time. As Shiryu continued to tidy up the animal hides on the stone bed, Ruan Ruan spoke up. Shiryu, please discreetly deliver these animal hides to Xinjiang, along with the yak hides that Lei Sun has stripped. Ask her to craft a few garments for you. In such harsh winds and heavy snow, it's rather pitiful for your beastmen to be exposed with bare torsos. Shiryu paused momentarily, turning to Ruan Ruan with an expression of surprise, as if to confirm. Did I hear you correctly? You previously suggested we tear apart our animal hide garments, and now you are willing to have her make new ones for us? Upon hearing these words, Ruan Ruan's temples involuntarily twitched several times. Malicious. Utterly malicious. In the past, I acknowledge my shortcomings in not showing sufficient concern for you all. Furthermore, here is the deer's leg. Please take it to her, but be sure to keep it from prying eyes. Ruan Ruan swiftly severed the other hind leg of the wild deer and handed it to Shiyu. Xinjiang, now an elderly female, had lost her ability to bear young and consequently her status, relying solely on crafting animal skin garments for the tribe to make ends meet. Despite her own meager existence, she had secretly assisted Ruan Ruan numerous times, so it was only fitting to offer her some sustenance. Indeed, she replied, binding the animal hide into a bundle while carrying the deer's leg in her other hand as she made her way from the outskirts of the tribe to Xinjiang's dwelling, circumventing the main part of the community. Upon entering the cave, Shiyu found Xinjiang struggling to gnaw on a small piece of frozen rabbit leg. Her face contorted from the effort. Shiyu, is that you? What brings you here? Xinjiang hastily rose to her feet after placing down the meat. Ruan Ruan has requested you to craft some garments from animal hides for us. This is for you. Shiryu raised the deer leg before Xinjiang's eyes, speaking sparingly. Ah, the immense deer leg is indeed a precious find. I scarcely require such a vast quantity. Xinjiang, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered her words. Since winter's onset, her sustenance had been limited to wild hares and pheasants, barely enough to stave off hunger. It had been an eternity since she had encountered such fresh and substantial meat. I cannot make the decision. Please accept it. You have worked hard. Shiyu set down her belongings and prepared to depart. Wait a moment, Shiyu. Take this to Ruan Ruan. Xinjiang called, retrieving a bundle of grass twine and a bone needle from behind her and placing them in Shiyu's hands. This twine and needle were left over from summer and are still usable. In case the animal hide tears, you can mend it. I have heard about the affair involving Ruhua and Ruan Ruan. Ruhua has a penchant for mischief. Ensure you keep a vigilant eye on the prey. But she gets any ideas. Upon hearing this, Shiyu's brow furrowed, and a hint of sarcasm gleamed in her eyes. Even if we keep watch, Ruan Ruan will still eagerly deliver it to Ruhua. It has always been this way. Oh, you mustn't say that. Today, Ruan Ruan explicitly told me she intends to live well with you all, Xinjiang replied with a click of her tongue. Is that so? Shiyu's expression shifted. Would I deceive you? Ruhua attempted to seize her belongings, only to be dragged out. Many in the tribe witnessed it. She even mentioned that a male in the household was injured and that she needed to summon a shaman. Had she ever done such a thing before? Xinjiang spoke with great conviction. Typically, she interacted most with Ruan Ruan, and she was acutely aware of the dissatisfaction her male companions held towards Ruan Ruan. Thus, she was inclined to speak favorably of her. Shiyu tightened his fingers in silence. The notion of living harmoniously with them felt like a distant dream. Although he had heard Yin speak of Ruan Ruan's rebellious spirit, he remained skeptical until he witnessed it firsthand. Now, with Xinjiang echoing those sentiments, he began to regard Ruan Ruan's earlier words with newfound seriousness. Do not hold grudges against her. Distancing yourself from your female counterpart will ultimately harm you males. I am aging and have lost my vitality, and all the males have perished. You must cherish your time with Ruan Ruan to ensure your survival, Xinjiang implored. Her cloudy eyes misted with emotion. Females generally outlive males, and when their time draws near, they often find themselves alone. Shiyu felt as if a hammer had struck his heart. Indeed, he needed to survive. There were still significant matters left undone. I understand, he murmured, nodding somberly as he slithered away. Yet an unusual feeling stirred within him. If Ruan Ruan truly wished to coexist peacefully with them, he would devote everything to her. But how much of her words could he trust? Meanwhile, Ruan Ruan had ignited a fire beneath the stone slab, slicing the venison into thin strips to grill on the scorching surface, while Bai Yi and Yin playfully vied for her attention, seated beside her. The sound of sizzling filled the air. The venison sizzled and oozed with juices as it cooked, even causing Ling Chu, who had always scoffed at Ruan Ruan, to swallow his saliva. Sitting beside her, Lei Sun observed Ruan Ruan, noticing how the firelight cast a warm glow on her small face, making her appear charmingly flushed. Her earnestness in grilling the meat was endearing, prompting him to speak. "Did you not eat it raw before? Why make such a fuss now?" "I might have had a stronger palate back then," Ruan Ruan replied with a laugh. "Let me tell you, the proper way to enjoy meat is when it's cooked. Eating it raw too often can lead to stomach troubles. Beasts do not suffer from stomach issues when consuming raw meat." "Oh dear, I must concoct a reason to persuade them," Lei Sun thought, observing Ruan Ruan's serious expression as she blinked her large eyes. A fleeting memory of the embarrassing moment when she had stripped him of his fur flashed through his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. In truth, he had felt mortified at that time, merely feigning calmness. Deep within, he yearned for Ruan Ruan's affection, even if just once. To possess his own female and offspring, to protect them throughout his life, was Lei Sun's greatest aspiration as a male. However, Ruan Ruan had never granted him this opportunity before. If she truly had changed, did that signify a chance for him to realize his innermost desires? Yet, in the past, you devoured the meat while it was still bleeding, leaving not a bone behind. Feigning indifference, Ling Chu emitted a cold huff, offering no regard as she crossed her arms and leaned against the stone wall, completely disinterested in the revelry of Ruan Ruan and her companions. Ruan Ruan was at a loss for words. It seemed that among the few males present, the tiger was the one with the most pronounced descent towards her. Ling Chu, brimming with youthful vigor, would likely find it challenging to readily accept her in the short term. It was best to remain unperturbed, as long as she did not provoke him. "All will be well." Ruan Ruan exhaled softly and raised her hand to turn over the venison on the stone slab. "Wow, it is already perfectly roasted." It was a small piece sliced off with a bone knife, gently blown upon before being placed in the mouth. The texture was firm, simply delectable. "Gulme, give it a try," Ruan Ruan said, as she lifted a piece of meat to offer. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Bai Yi, Yin, and Lei Sun, three imposing men, staring intently at her. It appeared they were eager to discern to whom she would first extend this piece of venison, a gesture that would undoubtedly determine their standing in the heart of the female sovereign. Bai Yi, swinging his foxtail, sidled up to Ruan Ruan, his obedient demeanor utterly captivating. Yin pursed his lips, leaning slightly towards Ruan Ruan, his expression so clear that it was impossible to refuse. Although Lei Sun exhibited little reaction, the glimmer of expectation in his eyes was hard to overlook. "Host, you seem to be struggling," came the observation. "You guessed it. I am indeed finding it difficult." Ruan Ruan took a deep breath, decisively slicing the piece of venison into 3 portions, distributing one to each person, ensuring the bowl of water was evenly shared. Ling Chu observed the others devouring their meals with unabashed delight, yet remained unmoved, instead opting to slice a piece of raw yak meat from the skin carcass and pop it into his mouth, only to find the taste utterly unappetizing, even provoking a sense of nausea. Sure Yu, drawn by the alluring fragrance, entered the cave and glided directly towards Ruan Ruan, extending his hand towards her. "This is for you from Xinjiang." His slender fingers unfurled to reveal a bone needle and a generous bundle of grass thread. "Well, do sit down and indulge in some food while also warming yourself by the fire." Ruan Ruan shifted slightly to the side, creating a space beside the stone slab for Shiryu, generously offering him a large piece of venison. Shiryu blinked, the warmth of the cave easing his drowsiness. As a serpent, he was meant to hibernate during winter, but in the past, Ruan Ruan had never allowed him to do so, forcing him to endure. Accepting the venison from Ruan Ruan's hand, Shiryu sat cross-legged by the fire, savoring the meat in small bites, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Ruan Ruan's face. "She looks quite lovely when she's tidy, but will she truly live well with us?" as Xinjiang said. Ruan Ruan paused her cooking, turning her gaze toward Shiryu, once more noticing the wounds on his body from which scales had been painfully removed. Although most had healed, a few spots still oozed with fresh blood. Seeing this, Ruan Ruan summoned her spiritual energy, lifting her hand to place it on Shiryu's tail. This sudden action startled Shiryu, turning his face pale as he quickly withdrew his tail, retreating far away. "What are you doing?" As the words escaped his lips, Shiryu was astonished to find the unhealed wounds on his tail had begun to mend. She actually used her spiritual energy to heal me. For beastmen, spiritual power was fundamental to their existence. The host's current persona is indeed effective. Certainly, acknowledging her success, Ruan Ruan secretly gave herself a thumbs up, extending her chilled red feet closer to the fire for warmth. Observing Ruan Ruan's actions, wrapped his tail around her feet to provide warmth. Yin, after watching Ruan Ruan cook, deftly began to assist, cutting the roasted meat into pieces and offering them to Ruan Ruan. Not far away, Ling Chu witnessed this scene and simply closed his eyes. No matter how this cunning female spoke sweetly, he would not grow close to her, not even if he were to die. The warm, soft sensation against her soles, combined with the taste of roasted meat, made Ruan Ruan's toes involuntarily curl. Being attended to felt delightful. Don't move around, it tickles." Bai Yi's tail flicked, his fox ears pressing against his head. It was unavoidable, as a fox's tail was exceedingly sensitive. "My apologies," Ruan Ruan said, tilting her head with an innocent expression, but then noticed several skinned rabbits on the ground nearby. It seemed she recalled something and inquired, "How do you usually catch wild rabbits?" "We wait near the rabbit burrow, but typically they escape through another entrance," Bai Yi answered, with Layson nodding in agreement. The saying goes that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, making them indeed difficult to catch. It required not only patience but also foresight. "I have a good method for catching rabbits," Ruan Ruan mused, stroking her chin. "What is it?" "Traps." Having grown up in the countryside, she was adept at fishing in rivers and trapping rabbits in the mountains. Creating a rabbit trap was quite simple and did not require constant supervision. Bai Yi and the others tilted their heads in confusion. "Tomorrow, we will go hunting together, and you will see." Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow. "In a few days, the beast realm would face the harshest and coldest part of winter. By then, they would truly see no birds flying across the mountains, and their stored prey would not suffice, necessitating as much accumulation as possible. After filling their bellies, the sky had already darkened." Observing the beastmen huddled in their meager straw beds on the ground, the contrast with her own spacious stone bed, cushioned with thick animal skins, was stark. "Why don't you all come up and sleep here tonight? This stone bed is large enough for everyone." Ruan Ruan's stone bed was a width of 8 or 9 meters, spacious enough for them to dance on. Even in their beast forms, they could all fit. "Is that really possible?" Bai Yi and Yin raised their heads simultaneously, their eyes sparkling with hope. "Yes." Ruan Ruan nodded vigorously. Given her consent, Bai Yi and Yin were the first to climb onto the stone bed, with Shiryu curling up in one corner, closing his eyes, while Layson settled beside him. Only Ling Chu, stubborn as he was, transformed into his tiger form, ignoring the invitation to join them, and instead lying in the straw nest. Ruan Ruan paid him no mind, finding a comfortable spot to lie down and soon sending her consciousness into the spiritual spring to begin her cultivation. She could not afford to be idle. She needed to grow stronger quickly. Before long, the cave was filled with the rhythmic sound of even breathing. The firewood had burned out, but the glowing embers continued to radiate warmth. Yin lay beside Ruan Ruan, only an arm's length away, the dim light outlining Ruan Ruan's gentle features, and he could even catch the faint scent unique to females that emanated from her. Had it not been for the dirt that had previously masked her fragrance, the aroma was enough to enchant the males. The tender image of Ruan Ruan lingered in Yan's mind. He had never dared to imagine such a scene, lying next to her. Yet, he was the weakest among the males and did not possess the striking looks of Bai Yi. Perhaps she would not find me appealing. On the other side, Bai Yi clutched his tail, equally entranced by Ruan Ruan's scent, struggling to suppress his desires. He longed to embrace her. Yet Ruan Ruan was always reluctant to mate with them. If he drew too close, would it not annoy her? Suddenly, a beeskin blanket was drawn up over Ruan Ruan by Yin, who understood that females were sensitive to the cold and needed to be well cared for. Bai Yi's lips curled into a frown as he purposefully wrapped one of his tails around Ruan Ruan's waist, having observed Yan's usual silent demeanor, now competing to win her favor. Seeing this, Yan raised his hand and twisted Bai Yi's tail sharply. Ouch! Bai Yi cried out, quickly covering his mouth to stifle his voice. Thankfully, Ruan Ruan, deeply immersed in the spiritual spring, remained oblivious to the subtle commotion. Yan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Bai Yi hissed angrily. Ha! Serves you right for being so eager. Yan leaned in closer to Ruan Ruan. You! Bai Yi's words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, Yan had been relishing in Bai Yi's misfortune, but now both of their gazes were fixed upon Ruan Ruan. They noticed a milky white aura encircling her, followed by waves of rich, spiritual energy emanating from her. This caught the attention of Lei Sin and Shiyu, who approached to investigate. Such dense, spiritual energy. Shiyu inhaled deeply, his throat feeling parched. The absence of a female's favor made the males feel increasingly weak, akin to a slow poison, while the spiritual energy emanating from a female acted like an antidote, enticing them. This is the spiritual energy that only a third-tier female can emit. She has advanced. Lei Sin's words fell like stones into a still pond, causing the others to widen their eyes in shock. Only Ling Chu, the oblivious one, continued to sleep, his mustache twitching. In just a single day, she had jumped from a second-tier low-level female to a rare third-tier female. How could this be possible? The elevation in her status also rendered Ruan Ruan's features exquisitely refined. Lei Sin cautiously brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from Ruan Ruan's face, revealing her delicate beauty. It seemed she was indeed not the Ruan Ruan of old. Yet, one could not help but wonder what kind of person she had become now. Shiyu sighed heavily, his heart filled with more joy than concern. This meant they would at least not have to live in fear as before. The next day, Ruan Ruan struggled slightly, finding it difficult to breathe, and upon opening her eyes, she was stunned by the sight before her. At that moment, she was tightly enclosed beneath 4 large men. Yin clutched her left arm. Bai Yi wrapped his arm around her right. Lei Sin rested his head on her thigh, and Shiryu's thick tail was coiled around her waist. In an instant, Ruan Ruan felt breathless, opening her mouth to scream. Ah! The sudden cry startled the men, who quickly raised their heads, their drowsy expressions seemingly asking, Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? You all, get off me. You're so heavy. Ruan Ruan managed to extract her arms and pushed against Shiryu's tail with all her might. A few individuals finally came to their senses, hastily releasing their movements and kneeling down in unison. We apologize, Emthich. The alluring aura and fragrance emanating from Ruan Ruan were simply irresistible, and they unconsciously gravitated towards her even in their dreams. Upon seeing B.I.Y. and the others kneeling in a line, Ruan Ruan felt an odd sense of being at a grave, quickly retreating to the side. You need not be so apologetic. Please rise. The group slowly stood up, obediently seating themselves beside Ruan Ruan, creating an atmosphere in the cave that was somewhat indescribably awkward. What's going on so early in the morning? This is so annoying. Ling Sage, disturbed from his slumber, stretched lazily and flipped over, only to find the other 4 surrounding Ruan Ruan, sitting quietly. He momentarily felt as if he were sleepwalking. Ruan Ruan exhaled in relief. It must be said that she felt no chill at all this evening. Being embraced by 4 vigorous men, how could she possibly feel cold? Ahem, the weather outside is lovely. Shall we go catch some wild rabbits? And we need to store this yak meat, she declared, leaping off the stone bed to divert attention from the awkwardness. Sure. The group momentarily malfunctioned, each beginning to busy themselves. It seemed they were unsure of what they were actually doing. For the first time, the MZH sleeping nearby felt incredibly comfortable and secure. As Ruan Ruan picked up a cow skull from the ground, she suddenly noticed a change in the tear mark on her arm. Lingbio, I have advanced. The 3rd red circular tear mark had already manifested on her snow-white arm. Furthermore, she could distinctly feel her spiritual power had significantly increased. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the 3rd tier. Please accept your reward. As Ling Bio's voice faded, the planting area in the spiritual spring instantaneously expanded. The sweet potato vines, which had merely been branches before, began sprawling across the ground, with the expectation of harvesting sweet potatoes within a week. Just as Ruan Ruan began to revel in her joy, a commotion erupted from outside the cave, drawing nearer. Tribe leader, you must take charge for me. That Ruan Ruan is utterly outrageous. Exactly. Ruan Ruan narrowed her eyes, an ominous premonition washing over her. Sure enough, the next moment, a group of figures strode into the cave, backlit by the sun. The first face was one Ruan Ruan recognized all too well, Arhu. The wounds inflicted by Ruan Ruan had yet to heal, and a large bump on her head still bore a coating of green herbal paste. Her expression one of extreme delight. Following closely behind her were two male spirit cats, and a strikingly beautiful female orc, resplendent in black skin. Seated gracefully upon the shoulders of the two male spirit cats, being carefully carried into the cave, accompanied by a throng of orc followers. This was none other than ML, the highest MZH of the entire spirit cat tribe. ML was a pure black spirit cat, 4th tier, the highest-ranking female in the tribe, known for her exceptional fertility. Countless males were smitten by her, and, as expected, she had the most males, totaling 10, and had given birth to 5 offspring. As the tribe leader, her males never needed to hunt. They simply relied on the offerings of the lower orcs, whom she disregarded entirely, or who was particularly adept at flattering ML, often bringing a significant portion of the spoils obtained from Ruan Ruan as tribute in hopes of securing her protection, allowing ML to turn a blind eye to Arhu's arrogance within the tribe. Ruan Ruan, come out. You think you can just hit me and walk away? Huh? Who is this female? How can she be in Ruan Ruan's cave? Arhu stood with her hands on her hips, scrutinizing Ruan Ruan from head to toe. After cleaning herself up, Ruan Ruan had become even more radiant, and due to her tier advancement, her appearance had become significantly more exquisite. For a moment, Arhu genuinely failed to recognize her. Seeing Arhu's overbearing demeanor, BIYN instinctively moved behind Ruan Ruan, warily watching her every move. ML looked down at Ruan Ruan, her golden cat eyes narrowing. You are Ruan Ruan? Upon hearing this, all the spirit cat orcs accompanying her were struck with shock. Is she that wicked MZH Ruan Ruan? How is this possible? Wasn't her skin black? How could she be so stunning? Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and Arhu's head seemed to explode. You, what do you mean, you? May I ask everyone, with such a grand entrance into my cave, what business do you have? Ruan Ruan shot Arhu a disdainful glance, then raised her gaze to meet ML's direct stare. From the other SIs, Ruan Ruan could distinctly perceive disdain. Impudent. Who gave you the audacity to stare directly at MLMZH? Kneel down at once. Amale orc benit ML rebukt sharply. B, you must not speak to a female like that, ML said, her tone teasing, as she gently patted the head of the male orc named B, who immediately lowered his eyelids, appearing exceedingly obedient. Yes, but the next moment, ML's gaze drifted back to Ruan Ruan, her lips curling into a smirk. After all, a lower-tier female is just a lower-tier female, lacking understanding of the rules. This time, I shall not hold it against you. However, you have offended Arhu, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked. What a hypocritical woman. Upon hearing this, Arhu quickly suppressed her astonishment and edged closer to ML. Leader, it is this Ruan Ruan who is rude and unreasonable. It is only right for a lower-tier female to offer prey to a higher-tier female. Not only did she refuse to give me anything, but she also insulted me. I merely wanted to teach her a small lesson, and she struck me back, even scratching my face. And that wild fox male of hers dared to attack me with his tail. Arhu feigned a sobbing tone while casting a provocative glance at Ruan Ruan. Listening to Arhu's accusations, Ruan Ruan felt a torrent of indignation surge within her. The audacity of this orange cat was infuriating. Huh. So according to your logic, if you steal my belongings and strike me, I should just endure it? Do you take me for a patient turtle? Ruan Ruan scoffed coldly. Lower-tier females should be more compliant. Offering prey to higher-tier females is your duty. This is the rule of the spirit cat tribe. To resist is your fault, ML asserted, raising her hand to her nose in a gesture full of superiority. Huh. This is the first time I've heard of such shamelessness. Enough. As a MH, am always fair and will not favor anyone. You must give all of this, and these as well, to our who as an apology. I will forgive you this time for your offense, and will not pursue the matter of your wretched beastman. M.L. commanded, glancing at B.I.Y. and pointing at the yaks and half-eaten wild deer on the ground. While it was said to be for our who, it was understood that she would eventually offer most of it to M.L. In conflicts between lower and higher-tier females, the lower tier always bore the brunt. The spirit cats present were all accustomed to such handling, though they silently acknowledged the truth behind it. Hearing M.L.'s outrageous statements, Ruan Ruan was left both speechless and amused, laughing in disbelief. M.L. was clearly in cahoots with our who, all the while pretending to be fair and just. If that were the case, she need not hold back her words any longer. Fair and just. Is unconditionally favoring higher-tier females considered fair? You expect to take away the prey we have worked so hard to catch simply by batting your eyelashes? By your reasoning, we, the females and males present, might as well starve. You think you can just steal from me? Such a foolish dream. The work is done by the lower-tier beastmen, yet the fruits of their labor are all enjoyed by the higher tier. How is that different from modern-day cattle and horses? L-I-S-N and S-H-Y absorbed Ruan Ruan's words, their gazes softening towards her, while B-I-Y and Y-N looked at her with admiration. Even Ling C-H, who'd been merely watching the spectacle, was taken aback. Ruan Ruan's words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every spirit cat present. As the expressions of the tribe members shifted, M.L. momentarily panicked, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she raised her hand to pat B's shoulder. The two male orcs promptly knelt down, respectfully placing M.L. on the ground. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Bai-E regarded Mi-La with a discerning gaze, fully aware of the formidable nature of his opponent. While Mi-La herself posed little threat, she commanded 10 male companions, all at the 4th tier, each robust and invigorated by her spiritual energy. Although he and Yin possessed superior abilities and levels, they lacked sufficient spiritual power to significantly activate their skills. Thus, their abilities were rendered ineffective. Should a conflict arise, the sheer number of opponents would overwhelm them, jeopardizing their ability to protect Ruan Ruan, placing her in perilous circumstances. The female leader, Bai-E, raised her hand to tug at Ruan Ruan's garment. Noticing Bai-E's concern, Ruan Ruan clasped his bony hand reassuringly, as if to comfort him. What is it, Mi-La? Have I said something amiss? It seems you have misunderstood. I'm not the lowly female you speak of. As she spoke, Ruan Ruan lifted her arm, revealing 3-tier marks for all to see. Instantly, the assembly erupted in astonishment. What? Ruhua's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly losing her footing, saved only by a Ri's steadying hand. In just a day, she had ascended to the 3rd tier, now that both she and Ruhua were at the same level. The notion of a low-tier female supporting a high-tier one was rendered moot. Ruan Ruan ceased her display, arching her brow with significant implication, eager to witness what further hypocritical rhetoric Mi-La might conjure. Mi-La's piercing cat-like eyes fixated on Ruan Ruan's face, momentarily rendered speechless. 3rd-tier females were exceptionally rare within the Ling Mao tribe, a genuine high-tier status. In the tribe's early days, Mi-La had declared that any 3rd-tier female would enjoy absolute protection. Now, with both Ruan Ruan and Ruhua at this level, favoritism towards Ruhua could cost Mi-La her standing among the tribe. She realized that if she continued down this path, she would gain nothing. Leader. Though Ruan Ruan is now a 3rd-tier female, she has taken in a wild beast as a male, abandoning all shame. Moreover, they have hunted a large yak yet kept it hidden, showing no intention of sharing it with the tribe, demonstrating a complete disregard for us as kin. You must punish her. Ruhua knelt beside Mi-La, her tone as brazen as ever. The usually quiet Ling Bao was incensed by Ruhua's audacity. What moral kidnapping is this? I can hardly bear to watch. Ruhua is shameless, with no dignity left. Hearing Ruhua's words, Mi-La seemed to seize upon a key phrase, lifting her hand to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, casually continuing, Ruhua is correct. You have allowed your lowly, beastly male to harm a female, which reflects your inability to govern. Even as a 3rd-tier female, you cannot evade punishment. While the conflict between you and Ruhua may be overlooked, he cannot be spared. Mila pointed a sharp fingernail towards Bai Yi, her demeanor unyielding. Bai Yi scoffed, unfazed, and strode forward, only to be halted by Ruan Ruan's protective embrace. My leader, I alone shall bear the consequences. Bai Yi, anxious, did not wish to endanger Ruan Ruan due to me LA's obstinacy. Bai Yi is my male, and he naturally follows my commands. It was I who instructed him to teach Ru Hua a lesson, thus I am responsible for what transpired. You stated there would be no repercussions. Yet now you contradict yourself? Ruan Ruan's fierce defense of Bai Yi elicited a moment of confusion from Ila, who, upon regaining her composure, lost all patience. Do not spout nonsense here. Attacks on females will not be tolerated. Guards, bind this wild fox, and take him away to be whipped with thorns for 5 days. And let him be exiled from the tribe. No food or water shall be given during this period. As Miele's command echoed, Abu and 2 male beastmen advanced. You dare! Ruan Ruan was incensed, stepping defiantly in front of Bai Yi. I challenge anyone who dares to lay a hand on him. 5 days of whipping in this frigid weather without food or water. Even the king of hell would not be so cruel. I have tried to reason with you, thinking you were amenable. The male beastmen present were taken aback by Ruan Ruan's willingness to confront the leader for the sake of her male. They yearned for such protection from female. Bai Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, surprised by Ruan Ruan's fierce defense. Kneeling, he gently kissed her hand. My leader, I thank you for defending me. I do not wish to burden you, and am willing to accept punishment. Stand up. We have done nothing wrong. Why should we be punished? In the beast world, the strong prey upon the weak, and failure to capture or seize is their own incompetence. Ruan Ruan firmly grasped Bai Yi's chin, lifting it while tenderly stroking his face. What a handsome and well-behaved fox you are. What would happen if you were harmed? Ruan Ruan's gesture caused Bai Yi to blush, responding with a soft, yes, as he gazed into Ruan Ruan's luminous eyes. We shall not accept punishment. If you force us, I will fight back. Ruan Ruan's gaze was resolute, unyielding before LA's predatory stare, her hidden hand gathering with element abilities in secret. With her ascension to the 3rd tier, her spiritual energy was sufficient to significantly wield her powers, ensuring her protection. In the background, Ling Chu was taken aback, perplexed by Ruan Ruan's unexpected boldness. This is not right. Wasn't she once terrified of Mila and Ru Hua? We have endured so much because of her. Why is this so different now? Previously compliant, Ruan Ruan's newfound assertiveness left Ling Chu and the others at a loss. You, capture them all. LA's furious roar shattered the tension, her once imposing demeanor crumbling. Having been pampered all her life, she was infuriated by Ruan Ruan's defiance. As Mila prepared to take action, Lei Sun and Shiryu transformed, blocking Ruan Ruan with their majestic forms, a snake and a lion, exuding a formidable presence. Yen, despite his injuries, showed no inclination to retreat, and Ling Chu transformed into a fierce red tiger, roaring at Mila and her companions. With the female's approval, they were ready to unleash their fury. They had long harbored disdain for the Ling Mao clan, awaiting Ruan Ruan's command. They were ready to charge forward and tear their adversaries apart. The Ling Mao present recoiled in fear, as they were merely small cats facing such colossal predators. Their innate terror rising, with Ru Hua diving into the crowd, too frightened to emerge. Mila instinctively stepped back, encircled by a throng of males. Yet none had the courage to confront them. Are you inciting rebellion, Ruan Ruan? Miele's voice trembled, the earlier bravado evaporating. Although she knew Ruan Ruan's males lacked sufficient spiritual power, they were still formidable beasts, and she was alone without any powerful allies. You have forced my hand. Enough with the pretense. Either leave or face destruction. Ruan Ruan's voice resonated with authority, her small form radiating a dangerous aura amidst the males surrounding her, brimming with audacity. Charge, all of you. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a commanding female voice echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by a formidable surge of spiritual energy. This energy was rich and powerful, crashing in like a tidal wave, overwhelming the lower-tier beastmen, who knelt in submission. Ruan Ruan felt her legs weaken, rendering her immobile. The presence of a high-tier fourth-grade beast was palpable, with the aura suggesting an imminent ascension to the fifth tier. He enveloped Ruan Ruan in his arms, providing protection as she relaxed slightly against him. The fourth-tier beast possesses such formidable deterrence. Is this merely a reflection of the disparity in spiritual energy? Ruan Ruan gasped for breath. As fifth-tier beastmen, and his companions remained largely unaffected. Yet such a surge of spiritual energy was beyond their current capabilities to unleash, and the presence of such immense power indicated that their opponent was far from benevolent. After a brief moment, the spiritual fluctuations finally subsided, and the beastmen at the cave entrance hastily parted to create a path. A graceful figure, illuminated from behind, leisurely strode into the cave. She was an extraordinarily beautiful female beastman, wielding a staff, with cascading golden hair and a rare bronze complexion. Her fur attire was exquisitely tailored, presenting an image of a mixed-blood beauty, though the aura she exuded was surprisingly mature, contrasting sharply with her youthful appearance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Mira was instantly taken aback, quickly kneeling and bowing her head to the woman, her expression one of unprecedented submission. Mira pays her respects to the esteemed priestess. At this, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, hastily dropping to their knees in reverence, too fearful to move. Ruan Ruan's pupils trembled. The visitor was none other than the true supreme ruler of their entire clan, the Lingmao priestess. Each tribe within the beast world had a priestess, all of whom were female, possessing formidable spiritual powers. They were responsible for invoking blessings from the beast gods for their tribes and nurturing the clan leaders, possessing the authority to directly determine the selection of the tribal leader. It was said that those who received the beast god's favor bore spiritual energy and physical prowess comparable to fifth-tier beastmen, commanding immense respect within the tribe. While this priestess is absent, do you intend to dismantle the Lingmao clan? Mira, how could you, as the clan leader, resort to violence against your own kin? The Lingmao priestess's voice was sharp and authoritative, her penetrating gaze sweeping over all present before finally settling on Mira. The Lingmao clan was considered a lower tier among the tribes of the beast world, and it had taken many years for Mira to reach the pinnacle of third tier. The priestess had nurtured her with spiritual energy for several years, enabling her to barely attain the fourth tier. Mira was too frightened to breathe, hastily lowering her head and stammering an explanation. It is not as it seems, esteemed priestess. Ruan Ruan has disturbed the clan's peace, humiliated the tribesmen, and disrespected me. Listening to Myra's words, the Lingmao priestess raised her gaze towards Ruan Ruan. If her memory served her correctly, Ruan Ruan had once been a low-tier young white cat within the Lingmao clan decades prior, characterized by her timid and cowardly nature, unable even to transform. Who would have imagined that she had now reached the third tier and tamed 4 fifth-tier males and a rare wind attribute pampered? Furthermore, while the entire clan of Lingmao bowed to her, only Ruan Ruan and her males remained standing, gazing at her without a hint of fear. Interesting. Ruan Ruan quietly observed the Lingmao priestess. Mira was the one who had been groomed by the priestess to become the clan leader, so it was expected that she would lean towards Mira. What kind of schemes would unfold next? You, step forward. The Lingmao priestess beckoned Ruan Ruan with a calm demeanor. Ruan Ruan's heart raced at this invitation. While Mira still had the strength to fight, the spiritual energy radiated by the priestess was beyond her capacity to withstand, and her males were still weak. If the priestess harbored ill intentions, the situation could become dire. For now, she would observe her intentions and avoid direct confrontation. With this simple thought, Ruan Ruan emerged from Baiyi's embrace and slowly approached, several males following closely, their eyes fixed on the Lingmao priestess. Should she attempt to harm Ruan Ruan, they would act immediately. Ruan Ruan halted, maintaining a safe distance of 3 meters from the priestess, her gaze coolly meeting the priestess's distinctive crimson eyes, a sense of trepidation inexplicably rising within her. What Mira said earlier, is it true? The Lingmao priestess glanced at the trembling Mira on the ground, her questioning tone lacking the previous hostility. I did not. It was Ruan Ruan who forcibly took my food first, a villain crying foul afterward. Not only did clan leader Mira fail to defend me, but she also sought to seize my prey, Ruan Ruan stated clearly, her heart racing with uncertainty regarding the priestess's allegiance. As both sides presented their arguments, the Ling Mao priestess frowned, turning her gaze towards the crowd, where Ruhua was still trying to hide. Unfortunately, her size made it impossible for anyone to conceal her. Ruhua stepped forward. Ruhua, known for her bullying tendencies and habit of stealing food from other young beasts, had become increasingly brazen over the years. Trembling, she turned and crawled to kneel at the Ling Mao priestess's feet. Esteemed priestess, do not heed Ruan Ruan's wicked words. Winter is unbearably harsh. I was starving and only sought a bit of food from Ruan Ruan, with no intent to steal. Shouldn't kin help one another? If she refused, that is fine. Her beastman male even resorted to violence against me. Look at the injuries on me. Woo-woo. As she spoke, she managed to squeeze out a few tears. Starving? She truly dares to say that. Ruan Ruan thought, surveying the tribe to see who was as plump as Ruhua. Missing a single bite would hardly lead to such a size. Ruan Ruan's fists clenched, tempted to charge forward and strike her across the face. The Ling Mao priestess glanced at the yak meat and wild deer on the ground, taken aback. In this food-scarce winter, Ruan Ruan's family had managed to hunt such an abundance. Enough for the entire tribe to feast. Furthermore, her high-tier males were actually beastmen? A bit? Did you not just say that the Ling Mao clan's rule dictates that lower-tier females support higher-tier females? Where does this mutual assistance come from? Ruan Ruan inquired soulfully. What? Females within the tribe are equally precious. Who dares to establish such a rule? The Ling Mao priestess struck her staff down forcefully. Mira, as clan leader, how could you condone such behavior among your kin? Regardless of whether they are low-tier or high-tier females, they are all valuable beasts for the tribe's propagation. How can you disregard their survival? The Ling Mao priestess advanced towards Mira step by step. Mira was petrified by the priestess's questioning. She understood that the Ling Mao priestess could elevate her to the position of clan leader or strip her of it entirely. However, within the entire clan, she was currently the only fourth-tier female. It was likely that no matter how grave her mistakes, the priestess would not impose severe punishment. With this thought in mind, Mira slowly lifted her head, feigning a sorrowful expression. Esteemed priestess, the winter is indeed harsh in the beast world. The Ling Mao's hunting ability is already weak, and with so many tribesmen, it is impossible to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. Low-tier females have lower reproductive capabilities and cannot compare to high-tier females. We must prioritize the survival of high-tier females to prevent the tribe from going extinct. The Ling Mao priestess paused, her anger somewhat abated, although Myra's words were unpalatable. In the harsh reality of the beast world, such was the truth. Resources were scarce, and only females capable of contributing to the tribe's growth had the right to survive. Ruan Ruan clenched her fists in secret. In this savage beast world, strength dictated the rules. She could not remain passive. She must grow quickly, for only then could she determine her own fate. Very well, you may rise. Regardless, ensuring the survival of all females is paramount. The Ling Mao priestess's tone softened, and she refrained from further comment. Yes, esteemed priestess. Mira let out a heavy sigh of relief. As she stood, her gaze shot daggers at Ruan Ruan. You lowly female, you will pay for this. Once the Ling Mao priestess departs, I will ensure you can no longer remain in the tribe. Regardless of her intentions, Ruan Ruan was prepared to endure it all. Meanwhile, Ruhua, witnessing this, once again slid to kneel before the Ling Mao priestess. But esteemed priestess, Ruan Ruan allows her males to harm me. This cannot simply be overlooked. How can males be allowed to injure females? Ruhua, cradling her injured head, did not hesitate to cast a provocative glance at Ruan Ruan, implying, Ruan Ruan, even if I gain nothing today, don't think you can protect your wild fox. Instinctively, Ruan Ruan positioned herself in front of Bai Yi, nervously clutching one of his fingers while closely observing the reaction of the Ling Mao priest. Within their kin, it was indeed a grave disrespect for a male to harm a female of the same clan. Bai Yi's fox ears drooped, as he distinctly sensed the cold sweat in Ruan Ruan's palm. The Ling Mao priest glanced at Ruhua beneath her feet, a flicker of impatience crossing her face. Ruan Ruan, although you hold the esteemed rank of a third-tier female, you have yet to bear offspring. Thus your status pales in comparison to Ruhua's. By allowing your male to injure a premium female who has given birth, You are failing in your duties as a caretaker, and you cannot escape the blame. However, considering that Ruan instigated this conflict over food, I shall overlook this instance. Should it happen again, your by whom male will be expelled from the clan. The Ling Mao priest was all too aware of Ruan's character, and thus had no inclination to side with her. Moreover, Ruan Ruan's males possessed formidable hunting skills. Even with their entire clan, capturing such a large yak would be a challenge. If they were to face severe punishment, Ruan Ruan would undoubtedly be displeased, jeopardizing the priest's subsequent plans. What kind of priest are you? This is unfair. That wild fox is a despicable creature, daring to strike at me. You want to punish him? Enough. The chaos seemed to be merely a ploy to extract some game from Ruan Ruan's family. Ruan Ruan, you should just give her something. The Ling Mao priest found Ruan's antics tiresome, and simply closed her eyes, refusing to look at her, thinking, how greedy. Once Ruan's thoughts were exposed, she deflated, falling silent upon hearing the Ling Mao priest suggest that Ruan Ruan provide her with game. Absolutely not. Ruan Ruan rolled her eyes, decisively refusing. Even if she were discarded, she would not allow that wretched orange cat a single bite. You. Ruan nearly choked with anger, perplexed as to why Ruan Ruan had suddenly become so defiant in recent days. Not just Ruan, but all the Ling Mao present were astonished. In their memories, Ruan Ruan had always been subservient before Ruan, never daring to raise her head to meet her gaze. Yet now, she not only faced Ruan head-on, but also disregarded the clan leader without hesitation. Even the males she typically scorned were now under her protection. Truly strange. Mira, observing the scene, approached the Ling Mao priest. Priest, since Ruan Ruan refuses to compensate Ruan for the game, and Ruan feels wronged, why don't we let the males of both sides engage in a contest? The victor shall claim the game. Upon hearing this, Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. This foolish woman has proposed an excellent idea. A lung and a ri are no match for me. Ruan Ruan scoffed. Indeed, a lung and a ri were merely fourth-tier males. In a real fight, they wouldn't even be worthy to carry Bai's shoes. Mira was inadvertently aiding Ruan. Ruan panicked, casting furtive glances at Mira, fully aware of a lung and a ri's capabilities. How could they possibly rival Ruan Ruan's males? Ignoring the foolish Ruan, Mira's calculating expression was unmistakable. As soon as you agree, I will invoke the same tier argument to have your weakest injured fourth-tier foam pung male challenge. At that point, everything will belong to us. Ruan Ruan caught every word of Mira's scheme and couldn't help but sneer. So this was her plan all along. Ruan Ruan, will you accept? The Ling Mao priestess' inquiring gaze fell upon Ruan Ruan. Attempting to outsmart her was a bit premature. She would wait. Ruan Ruan, having formed a strategy, nodded eagerly. Of course I agree. However, priest, since you claim that males are at fault due to poor female guidance, we females bear substantial responsibility as well. How about this? If I best Ruan, I will offer her all the game. If she loses, she must surrender all the game in her den for the clan to share. What say you? Have you lost your mind, Ruan Ruan? Ruan glared furiously. What afraid? Who says I'm afraid? Prompted by Ruan Ruan's taunts, Ruan sprang to her feet without a moment's thought. Last time, you had that wild fox as assistance. This time, you're delivering yourself right to me. Prepare to hand over your food. With her intentions realized, Ruan Ruan smirked inwardly. Who was truly delivering themselves? Mira furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet she wasn't overly concerned. In her view, while Ruan Ruan was also a third tier, her spiritual energy was evidently inferior to Ruan's, and their physical disparity was significant. Ruan could easily send Ruan Ruan flying with a single blow. Truly, Ruan Ruan was as foolish as ever. The Ling Mao priest selected a relatively level area outside the den for the duel, and the curious Ling Mao gathered around. Encircling the space, the priest stood in the center and proclaimed, "Neither of you may employ lethal force. Yield when necessary." Female contests were rare unless for the possession of a male. Yet today they were fighting over food. The Ling Mao priest was eager to see which of these high-ranking females from the tribes possessed the strength she anticipated. Ruan stretched her neck and twisted her waist. Striding confidently to the center of the arena, her imposing figure resembling a small mountain. The heat of her breath was palpable, exuding health and intimidation. In contrast, Ruan Ruan appeared frail and delicate, hardly resembling a fighter. It was akin to a monkey confronting a silverback gorilla. The onlookers instinctively shook their heads at Ruan Ruan. Look at how slender Ruan Ruan is. Her waist is not even as thick as Ruhua's leg. How could she possibly compete? Exactly. Ruhua could easily snap Ruan Ruan's arm with a single hand. In the crowd, Xinjiang fretted for Ruan Ruan. Can that little girl hold her own? Yin, distressed, paced anxiously, while Bai broke into a light sweat. Sure, you maintained a calm facade, yet his restless tale betrayed his concern. While Ling Chu paced back and forth, occasionally craning his neck for a glimpse. What are you all worried about? She must have confidence to propose a contest against Ruhua, Lei Sun remarked calmly, crossing his arms. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable trust in Ruan Ruan. Perhaps it was her courageous stand against Mira and Ruhua that revealed the brilliance of femininity for the first time. Who has worried? I'm merely concerned that if she loses, it could spell disaster for us all. Ling Chu scoffed, though his gaze remained fixed on Ruan Ruan. Previously, Ruan Ruan had fought for others' sustenance. Today, she was combating for their sake. Ling Chu's mind was in disarray. Could it be that she had truly changed? Dare to challenge me alone? How foolish. Prepare to be trampled underfoot. Ruhua glared fiercely, charging sideways towards Ruan Ruan. With a firm push against the ground, Ruan Ruan deftly sidestepped Ruhua, extending her leg to trip her, sending Ruhua sprawling into the snow. Ow! Ruhua tumbled headfirst into the snow, yelping in embarrassment. Mira, rolling her eyes in disbelief, thought, foolish cat. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before a wave of suppressed laughter erupted. What is so funny? Who dares to laugh will face my wrath. Ruhua hastily wiped her face, not forgetting to hurl threats as she scrambled to her feet, preparing to strike Ruan Ruan once more. Ruan Ruan furrowed her brow and grasped Ruhua's arm to leverage herself upward, delivering a powerful kick to Ruhua's abdomen. Oof! Ruhua staggered back a few steps from the impact. Well done. Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Bai inhaled deeply, jealousy igniting in his eyes as he shot a fierce glare at Yin, clearly indicating his displeasure. Ruan Ruan composed herself, although Ruhua had a slight advantage in size. Years of living a pampered life rendered her incapable of physical labor, let alone engaging in a test of skill and reflexes such as a fight. Oh, I truly underestimated you. Ruhua grimaced, rubbing her belly while glaring fiercely at Ruan Ruan. Despite being at a disadvantage, she remained as steady as a mountain. Ruan Ruan bit her lip. While Ruhua may have been a bit foolish, her tough exterior rendered her relatively impervious to ordinary attacks. Bringing her to her knees and begging for mercy would not be a simple task. Suddenly, Ruhua transformed into a rotund orange cat, her claws digging into the ground as she crouched, preparing to pounce on Ruan Ruan with surprising speed. Ruan Ruan's pupils dilated. Seeing that she could not evade in her human form, she swiftly transformed into a small white cat and leaped away, only to witness Ruhua pivot midair and leap towards her once more. How swift! Cats are ultimately still cats. Despite her tank-like size, her agility remains intact. Be cautious not to let her catch you head-on, Ling Bao warned. Understood, Ruan Ruan nodded. Yet, Ruhua was already upon her. Her claws mere inches from Ruan Ruan's back. Ruan Ruan clenched her teeth and, utilizing her tail for steering, executed a sliding tackle straight toward Ruhua. Just as the two cats were about to collide, Ruan Ruan extended her claws, using the resistance of the snow to halt abruptly. She then flipped and clutched Ruhua's neck, landing on her back. The onlookers held their breath, not daring to miss a moment of the fierce struggle between the two. Ruan Ruan gasped as she felt the delicate tail of a cat being caught. Pain surged through her, causing her claws to retract involuntarily as Ruhua yanked her down. Ruhua smirked, her expression twisted with triumph and without hesitation. She seized Ruan Ruan's tail and slammed her forcefully against the ground. The wind howled past Ruan Ruan's ears as her fragile spine was about to collide with the earth. Ruan Ruan, no, Bai, Yi, and Yin shouted in unison, rushing forward. It was not over yet. The metallic taste of blood filled Ruan Ruan's mouth, nauseating her, yet she stubbornly refused to release her grip. Nearby, Alung and Ari noticed their female companion was injured and nearly charged forward, but were halted in place by the Lingcat priest staff. Your female just tried to deliver a fatal blow and was countered. What do you intend to do? Observers could clearly see that Ruhua had aimed to snap Ruan Ruan's spine, the lifeline of feline creatures. A fracture could result in lifelong paralysis or worse, death. Oh! Ruhua shrieked in pain, just as she attempted to grasp Ruan Ruan again. However, Ruan Ruan broke free from Ruhua's grip, climbing up her arm and leaping behind her once more. This time, she would compel Ruhua to acknowledge her superiority. What do you want? Ruhua's half-finished question was abruptly interrupted as Ruan Ruan's grip tightened. The unexpected force caused Ruhua to flush, her vision fading into darkness. Ruan Ruan executed a perfect rear-naked choke. Once secured, it was nearly impossible for the opponent to escape. By constricting their throat and carotid arteries, one could render an opponent incapacitated within 5 to 10 seconds. An instant victory. Ruhua's hands flailed helplessly in the air, her complexion turning pale and her body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing Ruhua's imminent defeat, Ruan Ruan loosened her hold and leaped off her back. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, leaving the crowd stunned. Alung and Ari rushed to aid Ruhua, lifting her up. Rest assured, she is not dead. Ruan Ruan stood aside with her hands behind her back. As soon as she spoke, Ruhua convulsed a few times, gasping for air. After a moment, she finally regained her breath, her eyes reddened. But she could only point at Ruan Ruan, panting heavily. What? Still in a fight? Ruan Ruan bent down, a smirk gracing her lips as she regarded Ruhua. Ruhua shook her head vigorously, frantically burying herself into the arms of the two males. Ruan Ruan was absolutely terrifying. She had been so overwhelmed that her mind had gone blank. Ruan Ruan smiled with satisfaction and turned to the Lingcat priest, raising her hand. Priest, will you not announce the results of the match? Ruan Ruan has emerged victorious. Ruan Ruan is truly remarkable. How splendid. We shall have prey to feast upon. The beastmen cheered, having gone several days without food. They were finally blessed with a meal thanks to Ruan Ruan. Female leader, you are magnificent. Bai Yi was the first to rush over, picking Ruan Ruan up and spinning her around several times without hesitation. All right. The female leader has just fought and is quite fatigued. Do not touch her. Yin snatched Ruan Ruan from Bai Yi's grasp, inspecting her closely. Female leader, are you hurt anywhere? Is your tail injured? I'm fine. Ruan Ruan chuckled as Yin held her by the armpits, her little feet feeling somewhat awkward. Shiryu's gaze was like a calm lake, typically cold and reserved, but now it rippled with emotions as he observed Ruan Ruan's closeness with the other males. Why did he feel such discomfort upon seeing her interact with them? Layson stood still, offering Ruan Ruan a warm smile. He had not anticipated that the once feared female would have such a moment of admiration from others. Amidst the clamor, Mira shot a frustrated glare at Ruhua, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Useless. Ruan Ruan paused, perplexed by the sudden attention. Yin gently placed Ruan Ruan on the ground, glancing at the Lingcat priest with concern. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you, the Lingcat priest said, leading the way towards Ruan Ruan's cave. Tell your males to stay behind. Ruan Ruan's eyes darkened. Female leader, you all remain here. I will call for you if needed. Ruan Ruan stated before following closely behind the Lingcat priest. Mira watched this scene unfold with unease. Why was the Lingcat priest paying such special attention to Ruan Ruan, even speaking to her privately? As soon as they entered the cave, the Lingcat priest abruptly turned, seizing Ruan Ruan's hand to examine it closely. The sudden motion triggered Ruan Ruan's protective instincts. She nearly retaliated with a punch. However, her action was effortlessly halted by a finger from the Lingcat priest. Do not be alarmed. This is simply a matter of hierarchy and spiritual prowess. How did you incapacitate Ruhua? The Lingcat priest inquired. Just ordinary hunting techniques, Ruan Ruan replied casually. I thought she might be hiding something secretive. It seems I overestimated the situation. The Lingcat priest exhaled in relief. Ruan Ruan scoffed. This Ling cat priest likely believed she possessed some hidden weapon. The Ling cat priest straightened, her crimson eyes now tinged with concern. I know you have endured much bullying within your clan. I will reside within the tribe for a while to rectify this. The Ling cat clan is too weak and requires more capable high-ranking beastmen to lead. Mira alone is insufficient. Ruan Ruan's heart tightened. What did she mean by that? The Ling cat priest retracted her probing spiritual energy, her brow furrowing. I see your combat talent. In contrast to Ruan and others who only know how to accept unconditional support from males, you appear quite different. Yet, regrettably, you may never reach the 4th tier. Ruan Ruan frowned. Ling Bao, why am I unable to reach the 4th tier? In her perspective, ascending from a 3rd-tier beastman to a 4th-tier beastman is an arduous challenge, a significant watershed. You are merely a low-bloodline white cat, barely managing to reach the 3rd tier. Even with the nurturing of spiritual energy, it remains a distant dream. Thus, the priestess dismisses your talent. How outrageous! To look down upon her? In the realm of primal spirit cats, the more vibrant and intricate the fur color, the more appealing one is to the opposite sex. Conversely, a pure-colored cat like Ruan Ruan, devoid of any hues, is least favored, regarded as a low-tier bloodline, symbolizing poor reproductive capability and lack of talent. With the aid of the Ling Quan space to assist the host in cultivation, breaking through to the 4th tier is not an impossibility. Moreover, you possess extraordinary abilities. Your talent is undoubtedly commendable. It is merely the priestess of the spirit cats who lacks the requisite skill. Ling Bao huffed, asserting that its host is far from inferior. The expression of the spirit cat priestess darkened slightly with reluctance. Very well, you must be tired today. Take a good rest. As for Mira and Ruan, I shall speak with them privately. With that, the spirit cat priestess flickered and vanished in a flash of white lightning, brushing past Ruan Ruan's ear. Ruan Ruan felt a tingling sensation on her face, while the spirit cat priestess had already teleported to the entrance of the cave. This is truly a lightning attribute ability. No wonder her spiritual energy is so rich, even rivaling that of a 5th-tier beastman. It turns out she possesses extraordinary powers. Ling Bao could no longer remain still. Ruan Ruan instinctively clenched her fist. The lightning attribute balances extreme damage and speed, making it an exceedingly rare type of ability. No wonder Mira fears her so much. To avoid being bullied, one must possess formidable strength. The spirit cat priestess turned her head to speak, but couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. I hope she can stand up for herself, allowing me to leave in peace. Leave? What does the spirit cat priestess truly mean? As the spirit cat priestess vanished at the cave's entrance, Ruan Ruan's thoughts became somewhat chaotic. She instinctively raised her hand, summoning her wood-type ability, conjuring a winding branch that danced like a little snake around her fingers. She must stand up for herself, not for others, but for her own sake. Since heaven has granted her another chance at life, she must live it to the fullest. Just as the spirit cat priestess departed, Bai Yi and Yin entered, with Yin carrying a large bundle of branches. Outside the cave, the cries of Ruan began to rise and fall. Leave me some. You can't take that. The priestess said to divide everything equally. Who told you to lose to Ruan Ruan? Exactly, that rabbit stole from me yesterday. Get it back. You deserve to be punished for stealing our things. Oh, put it down, woo woo woo. Bai Yi waved the deer meat he had received from Ruan in front of Ruan Ruan. That fat cat really knows how to hide. The spoils scavenged inside and outside the cave could feed the tribe for several days. TCH, we contributed quite a bit ourselves, so what's there to be happy about? Ling Chu leaned against the cave entrance, arms behind his head, looking at Ruan Ruan with a gaze full of resentment. Enough, Ling Chu, it's all in the past. Why do you keep bringing it up? It's not the female leader's gift. It was that wicked female from before. Bai could no longer tolerate Ling Chu's sarcastic remarks. Do you really believe in such nonsense about physical and spiritual bonds? You'll regret it later. Ling Chu scoffed at Bai Yi, turning to leave the cave, appearing entirely uncooperative. You. All right, enough of the quarrel. Ling Chu has a strong opinion about me. Whether you believe it or not is your problem. Just ignore him. Ruan Ruan patted Bai Yi's arm. Tigers are inherently independent and stubborn, especially someone like Ling Chu. The more you engage with him, the more he resists. Bai Yi's feigned indignation vanished instantly, and he pulled Ruan Ruan's hand to rub it against his face. Yin, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward and pushed Bai Yi back. Female leader, why don't you take a rest? We'll start a fire to roast the meat, and you can have some, all right? After witnessing Ruan Ruan start the fire twice, Yin had completely grasped the technique. It's fine, I'm not tired. You two go ahead and start the fire. I'll go out to find something. Wait, where are Shi Yu and Lei Sun? Ruan Ruan stretched her neck to glance at the cave entrance. They went ice fishing. Yin replied casually. Oh, how's your injury? Ruan Ruan took hold of Yan's arm, noticing that the wound had completely scabbed over. The beastmen possess remarkable self-healing abilities. It seems he will recover in just a few days. When Ruan Ruan's warm little hand touched him, Yan's eyelashes fluttered excitedly, and he quietly murmured, still hurts. I wish the female leader would comfort me. Bai Yi just hugged her, and she looked so happy. She must like Bai Yi more, that annoying Bai Yi. Ruan Ruan scratched her head. Yin's sensitivity revealed a yearning for affection, while others sought to escape their original self from abuse. He wished to perish alongside his original self. There's a hint of a Yandera vibe. Alas, each one is difficult to manage. And shall I blow on it for you? Ruan Ruan stood on her toes, puffing gently on Yan's wound. A gentle breeze wrapped around his arm, and as Yan lowered his gaze, he saw Ruan Ruan's soft, delicate lips hovering close, within reach, so close. At such proximity, the scent of Ruan Ruan's pheromones intensified, sending Yin into a slight daze, unable to resist leaning down. Hud, hud, hud. Ruan Ruan's keen cat ears picked up the rapid thumping of his heart, intrigued. She glanced up, only to have a hand suddenly block her view. Meanwhile, Yan's eager lips landed directly on Bai Yi's hand. Spit, spit, spit. Bai Yi, are you insane? Spit, spit, spit. Yin jumped aside, frantically spitting. Bai Yi, with a look of disgust, wiped his hand with a beast-hide cloth. Absolutely revolting. You've made my hand dirty. That fool Yin, if I hadn't blocked him, he would have almost kissed Ruan Ruan. Female leader, you all carry on. I think I'll step outside for a moment. Ruan Ruan felt her cheeks flush, interrupting Yin before he could finish, and she dashed out of the cave. Yan's expression shattered into pieces, and he was soon engulfed in self-reproach. What was I just doing? I almost tried to get close to the female leader without her consent. What should I do? The female leader must hate me now. Ruan Ruan took a moment to calm herself and found several cypress trees in the woods beside the tribe. The inner bark of the cypress is highly resistant to corrosion and possesses decent flexibility, making it perfect for shoe soles. Her feet had grown numb from the cold. She needed to make a pair of shoes quickly. The ground beneath the cypress trees, covered in snow, was surprisingly shallow, revealing a small patch of greenery. The green plants clung tightly to the ground, their leaves somewhat curled, yet vibrantly green. In the dead of winter, how could any grass be so resilient and not freeze to death? Ruan Ruan crouched down to observe closely. How familiar. Is this not wheat? This is wild winter wheat, currently in its dormant phase, and will only sprout in spring. This is a precious find. With wheat comes flour. One cannot survive on meat alone. Now, a feast is in store. The Lingquan space now spans over 100 square meters, ample for her needs. Ruan Ruan prepared to transplant all this wheat inside. As she reached out, her fingertip brushed against the green leaves, and suddenly, the world before her blurred. A peculiar sensation surged from her heart. Ruan Ruan rubbed her eyes vigorously. Her vision returned, revealing a world seemingly outlined in lines, standing before her. Touching the wheat leaves again, an indescribable connection formed, allowing Ruan Ruan to see another patch of wild wheat 100 meters away. I can actually see from the plant's perspective. Ruan Ruan was astonished. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the advanced skill of wood-type abilities, which possess a natural affinity with plants. You can now sense living plants within approximately a kilometer radius centered around yourself by touching them. As the host's level and abilities increase, this range will expand accordingly. Goodness, this is akin to a grotesque upgrade of X-ray vision. With this, she could foresee approaching dangers in advance. It's like having a personal radar. My dear Lingbao, there's a reason for choosing this wood-based ability. Although it may not appear particularly formidable, Its practicality is unmatched, and there are numerous functions awaiting exploration by its host. You should take delight in this discovery. Ling Bao chuckled innocently. Ling Bao, I must say, I am increasingly impressed by you, Ruan Ruan remarked, giving a thumbs up. Outside the tribe, the winter wheat would have to wait until she had time to gather it. Since the beast world has wheat, there is a possibility of finding corn and potatoes as well. With her newfound plant perception abilities, she could embark on a quest for food freedom in this realm. Ruan Ruan, clutching tree bark, made a special detour around the icy river and quickly spotted Laysin and Xiu, who were stationed on the ice, attempting to catch fish. Laysin squatted by the ice hole, his expression troubled, while Xiu appeared lethargic, his eyelids heavy, and his greenish snake tail trembling slightly. Laysin, Xiu, what is the matter? Ruan Ruan approached swiftly. Upon seeing her, Laysin hurriedly rose. Mistress, the ice layer is growing thicker. The surface froze last night, and we exerted considerable effort to break through. But the fish beneath are too far below the water surface to reach, unless we jump in. Ruan Ruan looked closer, realizing the thickness of the ice hole had reached 2 meters. If they had not opened it daily, they would likely not have seen the water surface at all. Forget about fishing for now. Let us focus on setting rabbit traps first. The river is both cold and unsafe, Ruan Ruan suggested, shaking her head. This icy river is deep and wide. Surely there are undercurrents. Jumping in could be fatal. It's far too dangerous. All right, I'll go out with Ling Chu tomorrow to see if we can catch some larger prey, Laysin agreed. Just then, Ruan Ruan noticed Xiu, who had been silent, swaying slightly before toppling directly into the ice hole. Splash! Oh my! Xiu! Ruan Ruan gasped, tossing the tree bark aside and rushing forward. Just as Xiu was about to sink beneath the water, she deftly conjured vines with her abilities to ensnare him, desperately pulling him upwards. Laysin quickly assisted, grabbing the vines from Ruan Ruan's hands and hauling the now stiff Xiu to safety. Xiu's complexion was ashen, motionless, his long hair freezing instantly upon surfacing, and he felt near death. Xiu, are you all right? Wake up. Ruan Ruan leaned over Xiu's chest, listening for a heartbeat, but felt nothing, only the chilling cold of his body. Oh heavens! Is he already out of breath for being submerged? I can't afford to hesitate. Ruan Ruan straddled Xiu's waist, crossing her hands to perform CPR. After several attempts, she took a deep breath, pinched Xiu's face, and pressed her lips to his, administering artificial respiration. Laysun stood frozen, bewildered. Why is she kissing him while he is unconscious? Ruan Ruan, undeterred, continued her earnest efforts, oblivious to the fact that Xiu had opened his verdant eyes and was gazing at her intently. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Ruan pressed her lips against his once more, only to be enveloped by his cool yet strong arms, which held her tightly around the waist. Startled, Ruan Ruan met Xiu's deep gaze, instinctively trying to look away. But he captured the back of her head. Xiu's arm tightened around Ruan Ruan's waist while his other hand pressed against the back of her head, asserting dominance as he kissed her soft lips. Waves of energy surged through him, gradually easing his muscle stiffness, while his snake tail coiled excitedly, his face flushing deeper with the kiss. He had realized that after sleeping next to Ruan Ruan the previous night, his energy had begun to recover. Now, kissing her confirmed his hypothesis. Close contact with females could replenish their energy, though it was not as potent as direct mating. Being kissed so fervently by Xiu left Ruan Ruan breathless, her hands pushing against his chest in a struggle. Xiu lowered his gaze, slowly easing his grip, but as Ruan Ruan slipped away, the warmth in his embrace vanished. I can't breathe, Ruan Ruan gasped, clutching her chest. Xiu rose, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to Ruan Ruan's heaving form, a lingering taste of her sweetness on his lips, his expression betraying his lingering desire. Laysun's handsome face darkened, his eyes like storm clouds, ice shards swirling as jealousy ignited within him. He had never cared if Ruan Ruan had other males, but after following her for so long without a kiss, how could this newcomer snake take such liberties? Contemplating this, Laysun's gaze sharpened on the ice hole. If Xiu fell in and received a kiss from the mistress, could I too? If I were to jump in? As Ruan Ruan continued to catch her breath, a sudden realization struck her. No way. He wouldn't dare. Just then, Without hesitation, Layson strode towards the ice hole and leaped in, splashing into the water. No, what a ridiculous competition among males! Ling Bao exclaimed in astonishment. With no other choice, Ruan Ruan prepared to pull them out again, exasperated by the sight of a drenched snake and lion shivering by the fire. She shrugged helplessly and handed them two fur outfits crafted by Xing Yang. You two should change out of those wet clothes quickly to avoid catching a chill. Shi wriggled his snake tail and removed the fur from his waist. Ruan Ruan instinctively tried to shield her eyes, but noticed that aside from a perfectly placed row of scales, there was nothing else. Due to his snake tail, Shiyu had effectively concealed certain aspects of himself. Ruan Ruan stroked her chin. If she recalled correctly, didn't tea-snakes have two of those? The mistress didn't tea-kiss me. But just then, Laysun's mind jolted as he seemed to realize something. His chaotic emotions cloaked in a heavy calm. What was happening to him? He had always been composed, adept at controlling his feelings, and had never bickered with others among the beast husbands. Yet his jealousy of Shiyu had driven him to this childish act of jumping into the ice hole. He was becoming increasingly absurd. Taking a deep breath, Layson stood and began to untie the fur from his waist, his motions deft and practiced, seemingly oblivious to Ruan Ruan's presence. Just as he was about to reveal himself, Ruan Ruan urgently called out, "Wait." At her shout, Layson lost his grip, and the fur slipped away, exposing him once more. As Ruan Ruan glimpsed his proud form, she quickly turned away, silently reciting the calm mind mantra, remain unperturbed, free from desires and aversions. Yet, no matter how much she recited, she was still astounded. Was this golden lion's endowment truly that impressive? The host is indeed fortunate. Ling Bao chuckled to herself. Enough, enough. Layson's brows knitted tightly. In the beast world, such attributes were crucial for males to win the favor of females, who often scrutinized to gauge their satisfaction. Yet, Ruan Ruan's reactions to him had not been ideal. Was it possible she found him lacking? Seated by the fire after changing, Layson sank into self-doubt. Ruan Ruan, casting a sidelong glance, confirmed he had changed before turning back, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. Bai Yi-san chuckled. She is indeed becoming increasingly bashful. Feeling somewhat bashful, remarked that she was still a young maiden, possessing a thief's heart but lacking the courage to act upon it, never having even brushed against a man's hand. After measuring her foot size, she meticulously cut out the shape of shoes from tree bark, first adhering two pieces together for sturdiness, then wrapping the processed rabbit skin around and sewing it tightly with grass thread to create a shoe sole. Observing her industriousness, Bai Yi strolled over leisurely and sat beside her, inquiring what she was up to. I want to make leather shoes to wear. It's quite cold walking barefoot on the ground in this harsh winter, she replied without lifting her gaze, her hands diligently pulling at the grass thread. Bai Yi, though unfamiliar with shoes, quickly wrapped his tail around her small, rosy feet upon hearing her mention the cold. How can I assist you? He asked, tilting his head with crescent-shaped eyes, finding her earnestness utterly adorable. Well, you could help by tracing your foot size onto this tree bark, so I can make shoes for you, she suggested, handing him a large piece of bark. Are you really making them for me? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprise shimmering in his eyes. Yes, you all are barefoot too. I have plenty of rabbit skin and grass thread, and I intended to make some for you all as well. Yin, Lei-sun, come over and trace your shoe soles. With a kind heart, she handed over the tree bark beside her. Since sure you currently had no feet, he was exempt from this task. Bai Yi's smile froze upon realizing he wasn't the only one receiving her attention. Thank you, my lady. Please eat some meat before you continue, Yin interjected, bringing over some roasted beef slices he had prepared. Lei-sun, hearing his name, quickly stood up but instinctively tightened the rabbit skin around his waist. Sure you raised his serpentine tail to glance at the scene, then let it hang disdainfully to the ground, unable to utilize the items made by her hand due to his incomplete transformation. If only he could mate with her. The scent of femininity was simply enchanting. As he gazed at the charming visage of Ruan Ruan, his eyes reddened slightly, a tingling sensation spreading across his lips, and the restlessness hidden beneath his snake tail became uncontrollable. Ruan Ruan, oblivious to the awakening of the serpent, continued her task. Shaping the shoes into a design that enclosed the heel, ensuring warmth and ease of wear. She slipped the new shoes on her feet for a trial. Although they were somewhat unsightly, they were sturdy, durable, and comfortable, quite satisfactory. "Are these shoes? They look wonderful," Yin exclaimed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a gust of wind announced Ling Chu's entrance, who transformed back into human form, strolling in leisurely. "Shoes?" he queried, blinking with curiosity, placing a wild chicken he had caught near the fire before approaching. Noticing Ling Chu's actions, Ruan Ruan understood he had been out hunting again. As a flame tiger, Ling Chu possessed exceptional combat capabilities. Despite his youth, he was an outstanding hunter, though his temperament left much to be desired. The beastly companions were all over 6 feet tall, with Lei Sun standing over 6 feet 3 inches, rendering the size of their feet quite considerable. Each shoe required a whole piece of rabbit skin. Under Ruan Ruan's guidance, Bai Yi and Yin were seriously cutting the rabbit skin nearby, while Ling Chu measured the bark against his foot. Ruan Ruan accepted the already cut piece of bark from Lei Sun, preparing to make his shoes first. The workload had multiplied from 1 to 6, causing Ruan Ruan to break into a light sweat. Her palms reddened from the grass thread. Seeing her toil, Lei Sun knelt before her, gently blowing on her small hand. "My lady, perhaps you should take a break," he suggested. "It's all right. I'm almost done," she smiled, her obedient demeanor stirring affection in anyone who beheld her. Lei Sun felt a pang of emotion, thinking how kind she was to craft items for him despite his perceived shortcomings. Why would she be dissatisfied with my physique? He pondered, reflecting on his sculpted abs, handsome face, and evident virility, which he considered perfect. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the shoe Ruan Ruan was holding. "Teach me, and I shall make it." "You might not be able to manage this." She intended to refuse, but seeing him already engaged, she watched as his well-defined fingers deftly maneuvered the bone needle, stitching the leather with impressive speed. "Wow, Lei Sun, you're amazing. You've sewn it even more neatly than I could," Ruan Ruan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. His stitches were perfectly aligned, resembling those produced by a sewing machine. Hearing her praise, Lei Sun felt a bit shy. "Really? Is it that good?" "Absolutely. You've outdone me. You're truly remarkable," she lavishly complimented. "Thank you, my lady. Allow me to complete the rest. You should eat something. If I encounter any difficulties, I will ask you." "Huh?" Before she could respond, he gathered all the remaining rabbit skin and grass thread, settling beside the fire to continue sewing. The more he worked, the less she would have to do. Under the warm glow of the flames, Lei Sun's golden hair shimmered slightly, his profile resembling a finely chiseled wax figure, akin to a noble prince from a medieval portrait. Ruan Ruan smiled dreamily, noting that Lei Sun, though not particularly loquacious, was the most composed of the beastly companions, proving himself diligent in his endeavors. "Tomorrow, let us hunt for wild rabbits together. Everyone should rest early tonight." The night passed, and the bright sunlight streamed through the cave entrance as Ruan Ruan stretched and gathered the leftover grass rope from last night as shoemaking, preparing to head into the mountains to trap rabbits. Bai Yi and the others were already dressed, and Yin had risen early to roast some meat, wrapping it in tree bark and placing it in a leather pouch. Ling Chu sat at the cave entrance, seemingly lost in thought, while Shiryu remained curled upon the stone bed, soundly asleep and oblivious to the surrounding commotion. "What's wrong with him?" Ruan Ruan prodded Shiryu's tail gently, but there was no response. "Snakes hibernate during winter. He must have fallen into a deep slumber," Lei Sun explained. "I see. Let Shiryu rest well. We shall take our leave," Ruan Ruan said, slipping on her shoes and stepping out of the cave first. Ling Chu, unable to resist any longer, followed her lead, feeling the need to observe her closely. The beastly companions, suddenly wearing shoes, found the sensation unfamiliar at first, but they soon realized how comfortable and warm they were. With shoes on her feet, Ruan Ruan moved swiftly, but as soon as they exited the tribe, she stepped into a foot of snow. "Oh no!" she gasped, nearly losing her balance, but thankfully, Lei Sun was quick to catch her. It appeared fresh snow had fallen overnight. "I wonder if there will still be wild rabbits around," Yin mused, brushing the snow off Ruan Ruan's legs. "As long as they're alive, they need to forage for food, so we have a chance to catch them." "Where do you typically hunt for wild rabbits?" she inquired, straightening up. "Their movements aren't fixed. They often roam in the open areas over there. He pointed towards the northeastern direction of the tribe. Then let us head over to take a look. Ruan Ruan nodded. This was Ruan Ruan's first close encounter with Lei Sen's true form. As a golden lion, Lei Sen's mane was particularly lush and thick, his limbs sturdy and powerful, with a tail as long as a whip. His head was impressively large, comparable to that of 3 or 4 of Ruan Ruan combined. So big, Ruan Ruan exclaimed, her gaze roving across him, ultimately fixating below his waist, nearly causing her to lose control of her senses. Lei Sen stiffened. So, she prefers me in this form, yet my original form is so small. Can I still manage? Clearing his throat, Ruan Ruan's face flushed deeply, and in a flurry, she leaped onto his back, trying to steady herself. Buried amidst the lush mane of Lei Sen, Ruan Ruan felt as though she had sunk into a plush, warm mattress, utterly comfortable. He raised an eyebrow and leapt onto Lei Sen's back, positioning himself beside Ruan Ruan. I merely wish to be closer to the female master. Is that so wrong? Lei Sen, surely you're not so petty. He spoke, leaning a bit closer to Ruan Ruan, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. His expression almost comically exaggerated. Lei Sen was momentarily at a loss for words. He was certainly not petty, but his back was only meant to bear the weight of the female master alone. Though silent, he took advantage of Bai Yi's distraction and swiftly flicked his tail, sending him tumbling off. Bai Yi was forced to roll off Lei Sen's back, his fox ears pressed down in a display of dissatisfaction. Gazing at Ruan Ruan with eyes that sparkled with charm. The female master is so stingy. Ruan Ruan's lips twitched, as expected of fox. He truly knew how to act spoiled. Just as she was about to mediate the situation, a familiar plant caught her eye. Lei Sen, hold on a moment. May we explore over there? Ruan Ruan gently patted Lei Sen's large head. All right, he replied. Though uncertain of her intentions, he was willing to comply. Ruan Ruan nimbly leaped off Lei Sen's back and reached out to touch the verdant bamboo. Crafting traps from bamboo was an excellent choice, for it is not only sturdy but also highly elastic and could be fashioned into fishing rods or woven into fish baskets. Soon, they could fish in the icy river. Resolute, Ruan Ruan selected several small bamboo, stalks the thickness of her thumb, and cut them with her bone knife, intending to use them for traps, while also picking a few wider stalks for fishing rods. However, the thicker bamboo was difficult to break, and the bone knife in her hand was too slippery to be effective. Do you need this? With a snap, Lei Sen effortlessly broke a bamboo stalk the width of a forearm and handed it to her. Ruan Ruan flinched slightly. Such strength. Can this really catch fish? Lei Sen expressed some doubt, but nodded nonetheless. Indeed, many carnivorous beast tribes have been hunting lately. Ensure the female master is well guarded. Upon hearing this, Yen, who had been following closely, hurried to Ruan Ruan's side, just as he was about to grasp her hand. Although Bai Yi was not as large as Lei Sen, his fur was even softer and warmer. Ruan Ruan took a deep breath, detecting a unique fragrance that lingered on Bai Yi. Yan's outstretched arm grasped at empty air, his expression souring. This insufferable fox, always clinging to the female master. How annoying. By the way, female master, I heard you mention that when you caught a wild deer in the forest, you encountered the wolf tribe? He shook his fox ears and tilted his head slightly, catching a glimpse of Yan's disgruntled expression, which only seemed to enhance his own smugness as he quickened his pace. Upon hearing this, Yan's demeanor shifted, his handsome face shadowed by guilt. I apologize, female master. It was my fault for leading you into danger while hunting for prey to seek the shaman, failing to protect my female and putting her in peril. Truly, there is no more useless male than I. Yin began to wallow in self-pity once more. Ruan Ruan furrowed her brows. Do not speak of yourself that way, Yin. You are my male, and I could never turn a blind eye to your injuries. Yin sighed deeply. Perhaps I am indeed a failure. Having resolutely left the Feng Peng tribe, I remain nothing. Females are precious. If they stray alone, other tribal males would seize them. The wolf tribe is ruled by a male wolf king. If a female is captured, she would not fare well, for wolves are notoriously cruel and spare no living thing. In the future, do not wander too far from the tribe, Bai Yi advised earnestly, his silver lashes partially obscuring his fox eyes. his lips trembling as though he were trying to suppress some overwhelming emotion. Ruan Ruan keenly sensed Bai Yi's unease. This fox certainly harbored some undisclosed secret. Before long, they arrived at a clearing where sparse vegetation was blanketed in pristine white snow. Bai Yi crouched low, concealed behind a cluster of bushes. Female master looked a wild rabbit. Following the direction of Bai Yi's pointed tail, Ruan Ruan spotted a small white creature moving across the snow. It was indeed a wild rabbit. The rabbit was round and plump, its fur blending perfectly with the snow, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Ruan Ruan shifted her position, and Bai Yi transformed into human form, gently cradling Ruan Ruan in his arms and setting her down on the ground. After surveying the surroundings, Ruan Ruan discovered a snow cave the size of a bowl beneath the bushes, with several frozen rabbit droppings nearby. Indeed, the rabbit's winter diet consisted primarily of roots and tree bark, and choosing an open area for a nest allowed these wild rabbits to observe their surroundings for dangers. However, to find food, they must venture into the woods. This was the perfect location for a trap. Ruan Ruan explained her thoughts as she retrieved the bamboo she had gathered earlier, firmly inserting one end into the snow. She then fashioned a suitable-sized loop knot from grass line, connecting one end to the bamboo, and bent several sturdy branches into a circle for reinforcement. Finally, she bent another bamboo stalk to create a triggering mechanism, so that when a rabbit passed by, it would be ensnared by the noose around its neck or limbs. Can this truly catch rabbits? He tilted his head, skeptical. It seems a bit too simple. Yen also harbored doubts, as a fierce foam pong. He was adept at catching rabbits, and he could not help but question Ruan Ruan's plans of using mere branches. Just watch, Ruan Ruan said, grasping one of Yan's fingers and gently nudging the bamboo piece above the trap. With a sudden snap, the rope noose sprang up from the ground, tightly ensnaring Yan's wrist and pulling him upward. The unexpected pull startled Yan, his pupils dilating. This level of force was indeed more than sufficient to catch a rabbit. The harder one struggled against the noose, the tighter it became. Whether it be a wild rabbit or a wild chicken, once the mechanism was triggered, escape was impossible. Ruan Ruan raised an eyebrow confidently, then carefully released the noose from Yan's wrist and reset the trap. Female master, you are truly remarkable. This contraption had touched upon Yan's area of ignorance. All he could feel was admiration. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he subtly inched closer to Ruan Ruan, silently savoring her scent. Go further afield to search. There must be more than just this one burrow. We need to set several traps, but they cannot be too close together. After coming all this way to catch them, Ruan Ruan must ensure success. We cannot afford to fail. Understood. Yin rose, carefully moving along the bushes to search diligently. Ruan Ruan, suddenly turning her head, Ruan Ruan did not expect Bai Yi to be so close. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, Bai Yi's slightly flushed lips brushed against the tip of Ruan Ruan's nose. So fragrant. Bai Yi's gaze momentarily clouded, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes. Ruan Ruan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly attempted to retreat, only to have Bai Yi's long fingers grasp her chin. Where do you think you're going? Bai Yi's voice dropped to an unprecedented low, his lips brushing teasingly against Ruan Ruan's nose before trailing down to her lips. His breath, almost mingling with hers, forced to lock eyes with those captivating fox-like pupils. Ruan Ruan found it impossible to look away, her breath quickening to the point of losing her voice, only able to hear the increasingly rapid beat of her heart. Your heart races so swiftly. Bai Yi's throat involuntarily moved, the scent of Ruan Ruan's pheromones filling the air, intensifying his thirst. He had never perceived anyone as enticing as the one before him, and he could no longer restrain himself. He turned his head and captured Ruan Ruan's lips in a lingering kiss. Yet in that very instant, Bai Yi's light purple eyes darkened ominously, as if he had sensed something amiss, yet he did not halt his actions. He seized Ruan Ruan's wrist and half pushed her down on the ground, their lips and teeth colliding in a fervent embrace. Unlike Yu's dominating kiss, Bai Yi's was laced with a hint of possessiveness, yet remained gentle, leaving Ruan Ruan utterly enraptured, unable to muster any resistance. There is the scent of another male on you. Who is it? Yen? Lai Xin? Or Yu? Bai Yi's tone was somewhat hurried, laced with a trace of hoarseness. Someone had kissed her before him, and he felt a profound sadness. Ruan Ruan stumbled backward, when suddenly a warm hand graced the back of her head. Bai Yi leaned in closer, his warm lips brushing against the fine sheen of sweat on her nose. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated the dreamlike ambience surrounding them. Noticing Ruan Ruan's momentary confusion, Bai Yi let out a soft sigh, his voice slightly choked. You once asked me if I hoped you liked me. Today, I answer, I do hope. In Ruan Ruan's eyes, even if Bai Yi had realized she was no longer the same Ruan Ruan, the torment she endured was not something that could easily be cast aside. Just like Ling Chu, who still struggled to believe her. Perhaps his deep wounds made it difficult for him to accept. A chill flickered in Bai Yi's gaze, as if he had been holding back for far too long. He buried himself in Ruan Ruan's embrace. His soft fox ears pressed tightly against her scalp, and he tightened his arms around her waist, muttering, I hate but not you. You are innocent and should not bear the consequences of that vile womaness actions. Bai Yi's words struck Ruan Ruan's heart like a hammer, and she could hardly fathom that a beast man could possess such clear-cut feelings of love and hate. A quiet voice from Ling Bao interjected after testing. This fox speaks no falsehood. I do not know where you come from, nor how you arrived here, but now that you are with me, I simply wish for you not to disregard me, nor abandon me. Bai Yi continued, his body trembling slightly. Throughout his life, he had lost his parents, been cast aside by siblings, and abandoned by his kin. Even his dearest loved ones had turned away from him. He had endured endless suffering, and once again, he felt warmth as Ruan Ruan unconditionally defended him. In that moment, when her petite figure shielded him, he yearned to take another gamble on love. Feeling the dampness on his chest, Ruan Ruan realized that her proud fox was indeed crying, and her heart ached. Do not be sad. I do not know what you have experienced, but I can assure you that as long as you treat me sincerely, I will reciprocate that sincerity. Ruan Ruan softly reassured him, gently rubbing his ears. Bai Yi stilled his trembling and held Ruan Ruan even tighter. Your Highness, I found something over there. Yin excitedly pushed through the bushes, only to freeze at the scene before him. In that moment, in Yan's eyes, Bai Yi was hugging Ruan Ruan's waist, burying his head in her softness while she tenderly caressed his ears.